He brought an end to the Ninja World War, abolished the daimyo and ninja villages, and established an unprecedentedly powerful empire. 20 years later, the pinnacle of the empire's technology, the interdimensional teleportation array, was finally completed. Uchiha Obito, Hatake Kakashi, and Uzumaki Nagato, three fated children of destiny, were ordered to form an advanced team and step into an unknown parallel world. Their mission was not merely to gather intelligence, but also to sow the seeds of unification for the empire. As they witnessed the suffering and chaos experienced by another world still under the ninja village system, an epic tale of salvation versus conquest began to unfold. Chapter 1. The Unified Ninja World. Lord Senju, the development of the interdimensional teleportation ninjutsu initiated 20 years ago, has completed its preliminary experiments. In a technologically advanced square, Orochimaru was observing with Senju's Uchiha the teleportation array that had taken 2 decades and countless resources to construct. For Orochimaru, who revered science, this act by the Emperor epitomized the thoughts and creations of a true visionary. However, for the majority, it was merely a sign of Uchiha Senju's obstinacy, an extravagant expenditure of resources, a symbol of a war-mad tyrant. Having unified the entire ninja world, he now sought to ignite conflict in another world. How much more did he desire to satiate his insatiable ambition? The experiments regarding this ninjutsu have essentially concluded. Both summoning beasts and shadow clones can successfully traverse this ninjutsu to reach another ninja realm. Currently, the portal can accommodate 3 individuals to descend into that world, but due to its instability, it is safest for those below the super shadow level to enter. Senju nodded. 20 years. A full 2 decades. The teleportation array was finally completed. The Otsutsuki clan had always loomed like a sword over his head. Despite pushing this world to its limits, he lacked confidence to confront their rival. Now, with the door to the parallel world opened, his future suddenly appeared bright. Indeed, he was a time traveler from the 21st century, intimately familiar with the original plot. He had crossed over the tail end of the First Ninja World War. His mother belonged to the Senju clan, and his father was of the Uchiha clan. His birth was taboo, and only after his parents sacrificed themselves did he manage to escape and survive. Due to his dual lineage, he naturally possessed the Sharingan, Sage Body, and mastery over various elemental ninjutsu. With the onset of the Second Ninja World War, he single-handedly purged the elite of the ninja realm, subsequently abolishing the ninja villages and the state system, thus establishing the first unified nation in the ninja world. To the common folk, the identity of their rulers was of little concern. They were primarily focused on the price of rice today and whether they could afford oil tomorrow. However, for the ninja and daimyo, Uchiha Senju had disrupted their grand feast. Countless conservatives began to sabotage the empire, attempting to restore the ninja village system. In a fit of rage, Uchiha Senju unleashed a bloodbath upon the ninja world, reducing the number of ninjas by 1/3. From that point onward, no one dared to provoke him, earning him the title of tyrant. The peace sought by countless heroes in the ninja world arrived in this peculiar manner. 3 individuals below the super shadow level. In the current ninja world, there were no distinctions between countries and villages. All ninjas belonged to the empire. Uchiha Senju was the empire's first emperor, wielding absolute power to command anyone. As for the first wave of the advanced troops, numerous exceptional individuals held key positions within the empire. For instance, Namikaze Minato was the director of the National Transportation Bureau, overseeing many daily affairs, thus he could not be easily spared for expeditions into another world. Similarly, the Senju clan played a crucial role in the country's infrastructure, while the Hyuga clan was stationed at various hospitals across the nation. With so many talented individuals, choosing was proving difficult for Senju. Soon, he recalled a few who were currently unoccupied and bore great fortune. Summon Uchiha, Obito, Hatake Kakashi, and Uzumaki Nagato. Yes, there is no need to elaborate on Obito and Nagato. They were both children of destiny from the same era. Obito's dual Kimui would ensure their safety during the crossing, and his abilities could serve as a storage space, truly essential for interdimensional travel. Nagato, with the Rinnegan implanted by Madara, remained dormant within him, currently poised at the super shadow level. He merely needed to enter the realm to break through. Kakashi graduated as a Jonin at 6, became an elite Jonin at 8, and surpassed the shadow level in swordsmanship by 12, armed with rich experience and absolute rationality. In the original plot, He was not only assigned as the guardian of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but also served as Hokage. These three selections were undoubtedly the most suitable for the task at hand. As for Uchiha Shursui, his ocular techniques were indeed apt for conquering a world. Yet he was currently engaged in a mission in the land of Earth, brainwashing a certain organization, and thus could not return in time. Moreover, the cooldown for his Kodo Emitsukami was excessively lengthy, requiring years of recovery after each use, making him unsuitable as an advanced unit. Orochimaru, do you think that if we place a large number of ninjas within Obito's Kamui space, we could leverage that opportunity to bring them into another parallel world? Orochimaru shook his head. Without a stable teleportation channel, beings below the shadow level cannot withstand the forces of space. Even items like the Kenjutsu bag or Kamui will be torn apart by spatial turbulence. I see. Uchiha Senju nodded. After casually inquiring about the progress of several research projects, he praised Orochimaru for his visions, and soon the three individuals had arrived. Lord Senju. Upon seeing Uchiha Senju, the three bowed respectfully. Senju nodded. The interdimensional teleportation project has reached its preliminary completion. The Empire requires you to serve as the first wave of advanced troops. In facing that unknown world, our current knowledge is virtually non-existent. The danger level of this mission is rated as Super S. From the moment you step into this teleportation array, the risk of demise is imminent. The Empire is compassionate. This mission is voluntary. If any of you wish to withdraw, please speak now. Uchiha Senju scanned the group. Since you three have tacitly accepted, I implore you to carry out this mission diligently, as it pertains to the rise and fall of our entire empire. Obito, maintain constant vigilance over Nagato and Kakashi while traversing space. Should any situation arise that threatens your lives, immediately transport to the Kamui space to ensure your safety. Understood. Kakashi, you will temporarily serve as the leader of the trio. Should any insurmountable issues arise, report them promptly. If communication with the Empire is lost, all decisions will rest upon your shoulders. Yes, Nagato, here is the latest gene serum developed by Tsunade, containing my six-path chakra. It will assist you in activating your Rinnegan instantly and reduce its consumption. Thank you, Lord Senju. Furthermore, this is a nanoband developed collaboratively by Oil Girl Biology, Red Sand Machinery, and Serpent Technology. Through it, you can locate one another, communicate, and report your situations to me at any time. It encompasses a vast array of knowledge, including the forbidden techniques of the Empire, technological mechanics, and biomedicine, as well as methods for constructing teleportation portals. Uchiha Senju produced 3 technologically advanced nanowatches. The trio adorned their wrists with the bands, and an immediate sharp sensation coursed through their arms, followed by an influx of diverse knowledge flooding into their minds. This was the result of nanobots connecting to their consciousness by penetrating their flesh, subsequently employing a specific illusion to infuse them with knowledge. The 3 individuals exhibited expressions of exhilaration. Indeed, the knowledge contained within was worth more than any reward from mission. Now then, aside from the task of gathering intelligence and scouting for information, I have also conveyed your individual assignments through the bands. It is time for you to embark on your journey. Chapter 3. Why not feast on meat porridge? Have your missions been assigned? My task is to gather as many rare materials as possible for the future construction of a 2-way teleportation corridor. Kakashi spoke. The Emperor has instructed me to pay close attention to this world's version of myself, and if possible, to exchange our eyes to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Dato's face lit up with excitement. Additionally, we must recruit talented individuals. Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at Nagato. My mission is to capture the tailed beasts. Nagato's expression turned grave. According to the information provided by the Emperor regarding parallel worlds, we are currently within the borders of the Land of Fire, not far from Konohagakure. Although this is a parallel world, our identities may easily expose us. You once resided in Amigakure, so it is unlikely anyone in Konoha would recognize you. You are now tasked with gathering intelligence while Dato and I will embark on collecting materials for the teleportation corridor. Kakashi regarded Nagato with a knowing look. Shall we separate our efforts? Nagato shared the same sentiment. Arriving in this world? Crossing dimensions? The Emperor? The flames of war? Communism? Jiraiya stood atop a tree, listening intently to the distant, fragmented sounds, his pupils widening in shock. He was acutely aware of the spatial fluctuation caused by the arrival of the 3. It was reminiscent of the summoning from Mount Myaboku. But are they from another world? One is familiar, two are strikingly memorable. One is Kakashi, who bore no forehead protector. His deep-set eyes unmistakably revealing he was not the Konoha copy ninja Kakashi. The other is Nagato, a disciple he had recognized during the Second Shinobi World War, whom he had regarded as the child of prophecy. The last one seemed somewhat familiar, yet he could not quite place him. It resembled Minato's student. But wasn't that fellow said to have perished at the Kanabi Bridge? Jiraiya noticed one of the trio casting a glance in his direction, and his heart raced. The Sharingan. Yet, as one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya had prepared himself for concealment and evaded Dato's casual sweep of his gaze. Cold sweat trickled down Jiraiya's back as he gasped for breath. Uchiha? His brow furrowed. Observing the trio splitting into two paths, he gritted his teeth and summoned a shadow clone. You go after those two. His own target was Nagato. For among the three, he discerned that Nagato was the most hesitant, most resistant to the prospect of war. Coupled with their past companionship, he believed he understood Nagato best. Yet, more pressing matters loomed. Jiraiya summoned a small toad, depositing the intelligence he had recently gathered into its mouth, uttering a message to be conveyed to the third Hokage before pursuing the direction Nagato had taken. On the borders of the Land of Fire, in a certain town, Nagato did not rush to Konoha. He wished to thoroughly understand this world first. You claim that ninjas are worthless? You have been displaced, and in a mere few decades, 3 shinobi world wars have erupted over selfish interests? In a tavern, Nagato conversed with a drunken man. Is there not a single individual who could rise to lead everyone in forming a nation to equitably distribute resources? The man cast a disdainful glance at Nagato. Surely you are just a youth. To speak plainly, as a citizen of the Land of Fire, if you were the ruler, would you allocate more resources to other nations? Wouldn't your primary concern be to benefit your own? Nagato thought of Uchiha Senju, who treated everyone equally, whether from the Land of Water or the Land of Fire, never showing favoritism. For this, he often heard complaints in school about Uchiha Senju, questioning why, as a citizen of the Land of Fire, he was so considerate of people from other lands. They believed he should reduce them to servitude or increase taxes to ease their burdens. Many spoke ill of Uchiha Senju in private, claiming he was heartless toward his fellow citizens, showing no regard for kinship. Why not elect a representative from each nation? Then resources could be distributed equitably. The people nearby erupted into laughter at these words. Do you think the 5 Kage are merely idle? Do you believe they did not confer before declaring war? It is precisely the unequal distribution of interests that incites conflict. I am stronger than you. Why should I heed your words? The nearby patrons, now dismissing Nagato, continued their revelry. At that moment, Nagato recalled the Emperor's words. The ninja village system is the malignancy of the world. Observing the people around him, he hesitated to speak. Walking along the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rivers, he gazed at the muddy, pockmarked road, feeling his mood sour. In the Empire, even the roads between provinces, let alone towns, were meticulously maintained by Earth-style ninjas. Countless individuals yearned to return to an era of co-governance between ninja villages and feudal lords. For them, it was a romantic and beautiful age. The bonds and connections between individuals burned like an unquenchable flame. In that time, 2 individuals, devoid of blood ties, could sacrifice for one another. Neither the Kage nor the feudal lords could monopolize power. They cooperated, and the nation thrived. Everyone lived freely and joyfully. The air was sweet. And the entire realm was not as stifling as the Empire, where individuals were crushed beneath immense pressure, many spiraling into despair. He once fantasized about being one of them. Now, standing in this land, he was engulfed in profound self-doubt. In the distance, countless people bore pallid expressions, each carrying a small burden, their eyes reflecting a numbness toward life. They appeared to be fleeing. Who, after all, declared this to be a romantic and beautiful era? Nagato pondered, inquiring about the plight of these individuals, but they merely glanced at his clean, graceful attire before frowning and quickening their pace. With no other choice, he purchased some food to offer them in exchange for a response. They were fleeing. To the left of the Land of Rivers lies the Land of Wind, and to the right, the Land of Fire. A once-in-a-decade sandstorm swept in from the Land of Wind, and the Land of Rivers has long suffered from drought. The majority of its populace has gone an entire year without sustenance. Famine has struck, and they have no choice but to migrate toward the Land of Fire. This troubled Nagato, knitting his brow in confusion. Why is the Land of Rivers so fragile? When the sandstorm approached, Was there no forewarning from weather ninjas? Why did no one intervene at the first sign of calamity? Such disasters could be effortlessly managed by a mere 10 wind-style jonin. What does prolonged drought mean? If you have been in drought for years, mobilizing 1,000 water-style ninjas could easily fill a river. It should be a simple matter to employ hundreds of earth-style ninjas to extract groundwater day and night. Why complicate something that is inherently straightforward? Why does no one care as these thousands flee? What are the leaders of the land of rivers doing? Are your leaders ineffective? You can summon water-style ninjas to replenish rivers, earth-style ninjas to dig wells, and wind-style ninjas to disperse sandstorms. Chapter 4. The Disparity Between Two Worlds. My Lord Emperor. The land of rivers is experiencing a drought, and massive sandstorms have erupted in various regions. Tsunade held a report before her chest, completely oblivious to the discomfort of the already deformed rakage. Do not press. If you do, it will explode. Tsunade allowed a slight smile to grace her lips as she placed the document on the table. Understood, I refer to that report. Uchiha Senju chuckled helplessly at the scent of alcohol wafting from Tsunade. Have you been drinking again? What? Are you going to scold me? What manner of punishment do you intend to impose this time? He added, well, drink less. It's detrimental to your health. He was unaware that his presence had already altered Tsunade's fate. Her brother, Shoju, was alive, and her friend, Kato Dan, still remained. Yet, Tsunade had still succumbed to the habit of drinking. Cough, cough. At the door, Terumi entered with documents in hand, clearing her throat as she observed the ambiguous interaction between the two in the office. Are you joining in as well? Tsunade invited. Terumi shot her a disapproving glance. Now is not the time, Lord Senju. Regarding the severe drought in the river province, your signature is required here. I have already drafted the solution. Although the three had shared moments of joy within these walls, the plight of the disaster victims took precedence. Senju took the document and began to read, his brow furrowing slightly. The sandstorm had already been dealt with by a team of wind-release ninjas, which was commendable. To ensure the subsequent irrigation of farmland and the livelihoods of the populace in the river province, the approval of 1,000 water-release ninjas for river channeling was required, along with 100 earth-release ninjas to excavate and fortify the channels, and to dig wells in severely affected areas? Did the deployment of over 1,000 elite ninjas really require my signature? Wouldn't that waste precious time and resources? This process needs optimization. In the future, I should not have to sign off on such trivial matters. Regional governors should have the authority to make decisions regarding the well-being of the populace, and neighboring provinces must comply unconditionally. Understood. Terumi nodded. Have the supplies been approved? Uchiha Senju inquired, his expression tense as he reviewed the document. The first batch of emergency supplies has been transported by Minato, and more supplies are on the way with Dalla's Clay Bird team, expected to arrive tonight, Tsunade replied. Curiously, did that fellow not mention his research being hindered? After learning of the victim's plight, he had volunteered to step forward. Although his research on the nuclear release may need to be paused, Tsunade continued, the river province has faced this drought several times over the years. Previously, the cross-border teleportation gate was never addressed, and it is time to resolve this matter once and for all. The empire has been established for 20 years. It is absurd that there are still people going hungry. Contact Dahi and have him bring a team to plant trees in the river province. The Oasis project in the Wind province, which had been stalled, should now proceed. Furthermore, we must prioritize prevention against such droughts in the future. We cannot wait until disaster strikes and scramble to find assistance. In the future, water and earth release ninjas graduating from the Ninja Academy should be sent to the land of water for internships, and if drought occurs in their assigned areas, their graduation should be delayed. Understood. The two women recorded the directives. In a parallel ninja world, water release ninjas? How much would that cost? It must not be cheap, right? A young man inquired. You are well informed. Do you know the price? The elderly woman sighed. To be honest, at my age, I do not wish to leave my home. If the cost is not excessive, I could gather some villagers to afford a water release ninja. Nagato felt a dryness in his throat. The average daily income of a water release ninja would equate to a month's wages for you. He calculated based on the elite ninja salary structure of the empire. That is not much. Our village can pool resources. Can you help us contact the water release ninja you mentioned? After a moment's hesitation, Nagato replied, you may not be able to afford it. To address your domestic drought situation, you would need at least 1,000 water release ninjas for an entire week. Before he could finish, the elderly woman collapsed. and those nearby shoved him aside, their faces filled with anger. Is it amusing to toy with us like this? Why is your heart so cruel at such a young age? Even we, the impoverished, are mocked. Are you even human? Nagato was perplexed. Why does your daimyo not care for you? Does your country not have a daimyo? Someone nearby scoffed. Daimyos? With so much money, they could immigrate. Why would they care for us? Some cursed Nagato, while others, realizing his ignorance, recognized him as a scion of a prominent family and sought to curry favor, even attempting to sell their children to him. The gentle and soft-hearted Nagato was taken aback. Human trafficking? Are the parents the traffickers? This world is beyond saving. Seeing his stunned expression, several elderly individuals cradling children could no longer hold back. Sir, please, look at my granddaughter. She is young, understanding, and obedient. She could serve you well. Sir, my daughter is quite lovely. You could take her as your own. Anything is acceptable. Selling ourselves into servitude? Nagato felt a dryness in his mouth. They nodded in agreement. Heavens! The abominable institution of slavery still exists in this world. What good is being a slave? Do you not realize that children raised this way will grow up devoid of humanity and dignity? They shook their heads, offering bitter smiles. We cannot survive. Can dignity be eaten? Nagato felt a deep-seated malice towards the conservative factions within this imperial world. Who exactly claims that the system of ninja villages is beneficial? Who spreads rumors that the people live in peace and prosperity under the joint rule of daimyo and ninja villages? Nagato injected the potion gifted by the emperor into his body, awakening a powerful force within. In the distance, Jiraiya observed this scene, secretly alarmed. Wait, has he lost faith in this world? Jiraiya's heart tightened as he rushed to appear before Nagato. Among the three, Nagato's heart was the most unsettled. If he could be persuaded to join Konoha or extract some intelligence, it would be invaluable. Feigning disinterest, Jiraiya remarked, "Do not be misled by the dire circumstances of these refugees. Once they reach the land of fire, a multitude of nobles and merchants will be eager to welcome them. Selling children is merely their unwillingness to bear the burden of raising them. In the land of fire, such situations do not exist." Hearing this, the power stirring within Nagato was suppressed. Is that so? Why would those nobles and merchants welcome them? Jiraiya smiled, recognizing the opportunity for dialogue. It is undoubtedly because the land of fire is prosperous and powerful, filled with love and justice. Jiraiya had intended to say that these individuals represented a cheap labor force, but he altered his words. You must be new to the land of fire. I believe you could use a guide. I would be delighted to show you around and introduce you to our cultural heritage. Jiraiya extended the invitation with familiarity. Nagato hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. Indeed, one cannot glean much from a small place. He had acted a bit impulsively. Are you a ninja from the land of fire? The moment these words left his lips, those around him recoiled in fear, as if faced with venomous serpents. Chapter 5. The true F4 of Konoha observing the dispersing crowd. Nagato was puzzled by the deep disdain and trepidation reflected in their eyes. In the Empire, when commoners discovered you were a ninja, their envy was palpable and hard to conceal. Even during his missions, they often sought to present him with gifts and tokens in hopes of establishing a connection. He had perceived the Empire as corrupt, where even a humble ninja was esteemed enough for others to offer gifts to forge a relationship. Yet, he never anticipated that ninjas would be so poorly regarded in this world. The disdain and fear reflected in their eyes seemed almost palpable. He found it difficult to comprehend how even the lowest-ranking ninja could possess productivity 100-fold or 1,000-fold greater than that of ordinary people. How could someone capable of benefiting such a vast expanse of territory be so despised? Their reactions were, in fact, quite understandable. In the land of rivers, there were no hidden villages, and the few ninjas that existed were all recruited by their daimyos to maintain control. Thus, it was no wonder they harbored such sensitivity and aversion towards the term ninja. In our land of fire, such a situation is inconceivable. The common folk regard ninjas with a sense of reverence. Jiraiya observed Nagato, slightly furrowing his brow, before smiling and explaining, "As for me, as you can see, I am merely an ordinary ninja from the land of fire." Nagato appeared somewhat disillusioned. The master of this world was surprisingly feeble, especially as he sensed the weak chakra that inadvertently leaked from him. It was known that in the Empire, Jiraiya was esteemed as one of the legendary Sannin, possessing sage powers nearly on the brink of the Six Paths. Perhaps only with the recently awakened Rinnegan could he hope to contend with him. Yet, This foreign master before him could not even manage the most fundamental control over his chakra. Jiraiya, noticing Nagato's dazed expression, raised his head with a hint of pride, an involuntary smile creeping onto his lips. Are you intimidated by me? Well, it's only natural. My strength surpasses that of certain Kage. I intentionally released a bit of chakra for you to sense, and it seems you are quite taken aback by the prowess of even a small ninja like myself. I hope this will dissuade any thoughts of invasion. Jiraiya felt quite satisfied with his recent actions, having learned over years of wandering that resolving conflicts without bloodshed was the best approach. His strategic display of power was meant to instill fear in his counterpart. May I inquire how you wish to be addressed? Jiraiya asked, noting that Nagato remained in a stupor. You may call me Nagato, he replied. Nagato. Jiraiya's brows furrowed momentarily, but he quickly relaxed. After all, they claimed to hail from a parallel world, so it was no surprise that his name and appearance were identical to that of his own disciple. However, Jiraiya was curious about one thing. With such similarities in name, appearance, and even age, what differences could possibly exist between this parallel world and his own? Nagato, our land of fire is known for its hospitality. Where would you like to begin your exploration of our nation? Faced with this overture that masked a deeper probing of his intentions, Nagato felt no aversion. Indeed, having someone guide him was far preferable to aimlessly guessing. Furthermore, he had boldly stood his ground after sensing the aura he had just emitted. Did this not reflect a commendable spirit of self-sacrifice and patriotism? A nation where even the most basic ninja harbored such a spirit must surely be a wonderful place. Realizing he had acted impulsively, Nagato pondered. As someone destined to save the world, how could he allow himself to be so narrow-minded? With this thought, he spoke. I wish to first visit the capital of the Land of Fire, and then I would like to see the Hidden Leaf Village. Jiraiya's heart sank. Indeed, he had not abandoned the notion of invasion. Having traveled the world for many years, Jiraiya quickly resolved to engage in further dialogue with Nagato, hoping to extract more information from him. Should his intentions remain unchanged, he would devise a plan to ambush and capture him. He could not allow him to bring war and calamity to the Hidden Leaf. In the Hidden Leaf Village, at the Hokage's office, the former guard team of the second Hokage, now known as the Konoha F4, gathered together. Besides Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, two influential figures, there were also the elderly chefs, Tono Kamaru and Mito Gatika, who were short-sighted in their views. They were currently engaged in a serious discussion about the information recently received from the summoning toad of Mount Myaboku, which had originated from Jiraiya. Hiruzen, are you certain this isn't just a misplaced story idea from Jiraiya's novels? Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on a large pipe, his gaze clouded. Danzo, do you truly believe in the existence of parallel worlds? Danzo squinted but remained silent. To be honest, even in their positions, they had never heard of such a thing. However, based on their extensive experiences throughout their long lives, with the existence of 3 great lands and countless deities, the notion of parallel universes might indeed hold some truth. Given Lord Jiraiya's demeanor, this matter should be genuine. His expression was exceedingly serious, and I was present in the Valley of the End, where I sensed 3 extraordinarily powerful chakras. The toad interjected. Thanks to Jiraiya, Mount Myaboku had maintained a good relationship with the Hidden Leaf, regardless of the reasons. Since we have been forewarned, there should be no significant consequences, as they are merely 3 suspected shadow-level ninjas, Tono Kamaru remarked indifferently. Even though Konoha was unable to muster a complete shadow-level ninja at present, her words implied that she did not regard 3 shadow-level ninjas with any particular concern. Danzo, you will continue to investigate this matter. If we can capture them with minimal losses for interrogation, that would be ideal. If not, we must disseminate this information. We cannot allow Konoha to bear the threat of this so-called parallel universe, Mito Gatika added, showing a similar lack of concern. In these turbulent times within the ninja world, how formidable could the ninjas from this parallel world be? Moreover, could the costs of traversing such realms be easily borne? Given the current grave situation, perhaps the emergence of a new world could serve to redirect external conflicts and alleviate internal strife. Leave this to me. We will provide everyone with a satisfactory resolution. However, while we are gathered here, I have a question for Lord Hokage, Danzo said, his gaze darkening as he looked at the 3rd Hokage. As far as I know, the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails has left the village. Will you not provide an explanation, Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled slowly, indifferent. People must grow, rest assured. With Kakashi watching over him, there will be no issues. Reflecting on Kakashi's eye and his capabilities, Danzo snorted derisively. Let us hope so. The Jinchuriki is the village's greatest asset in balancing power with other nations. I do not wish for any mishaps to befall him. If you lack the ability to guide him, I can entrust him to Root. I will ensure he becomes a competent weapon of war. With that, Danzo rose and slowly vanished from sight. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, murmuring to himself, after all, he is the descendant of a hero. Chapter 6. These people are even more beastly than Lord Hashirama. Swish. 3 kunai flew towards Kakashi. A flicker of disdain crossed his deadpan eyes. What are you all even capable of? Are you here to play at being rogue ninjas? Kakashi, this world is far too chaotic. Dato exclaimed, his eyes barely having just transformed into the 3-tomo Sharingan, as the dozens of rogue ninjas before him succumbed to the Jinjutsu of his newly awakened eyes. Their abilities were inferior even to the freshly graduated ninjas of our empire, yet they dared to attempt robbery and seize control. Truly, the audacity was astounding. Dato could not help but voice his complaints, while Kakashi sighed in resignation. Speak, what year is it currently? How formidable are your companions? Are there many wandering ninjas like you? Kakashi inquired of a ninja ensnared by the Jinjutsu of Daito. The ninja, appearing dazed, instinctively replied, it is the 64th year of Konoha. Among us, the strongest is Doma, whose abilities rival those of a Chunin. There are many wandering ninjas along the borders of the Fire Country. Most of the people here are impoverished and weak, unable to afford the costs of posting missions in Konoha, as even a C-rank mission requires between 30 to 100,000 ryo. Daito's eyes widened in disbelief. Is it true that commoners must seek out missions themselves? Do the feudal lords of the Fire Country not care? Why would the lords be concerned about the lives of common folk? If they did, we wouldn't be wandering ninjas, Daito retorted with a smirk. Kakashi, these lords are more beastly than our Lord Senju. I thought our emperor was frugal, but it turns out these lords are the true scoundrels. Kakashi frowned. Daito, mind your language. The emperor's frugality stems from the need to allocate funds for the new empire's development and the research of interdimensional ninjutsu to construct teleportation gates. Have you ever seen the emperor indulge in extravagance? What? Not indulgent? The emperor advocates monogamy, yet he himself has taken in Lady Tsunade and Lady Konan, Daito replied. Raising an eyebrow, Kakashi paused, acknowledging that the emperor's actions could indeed be seen in a negative light, yet he reminded Daito of the political intricacies involved. You cannot simply judge based on the appearances of those two ladies. Daito rolled his eyes. I have no interest. My heart belongs to Lin. Well then, let me ask you, which country is currently the weakest? It must be the water country. I once perused a map, and they are surrounded by sea, isolating themselves from other ninja villages. Their ninjas from the Mist Village hardly venture outside, and even the notorious 7 ninja swordsmen become mere trifles upon encountering a Konoha ninja. After gathering enough information, Daito activated his 3-tomo Sharingan Jinjutsu, compelling the group to commit seppuku. To be honest, I feel no remorse in dealing with these individuals. In fact, I believe it sullies my hands. However, Kakashi, it is rather peculiar that a group of lower ninjas would dare to become bandits. I truly lament the plight of the common people in this world. Their peaceful lives are shattered by the greed of a few, something unimaginable in our empire. Yet here it seems as commonplace as eating and drinking. In our empire, every ninja is registered with their identity, residence, and even the jutsu and tools they possess meticulously cataloged. Unregistered ninjas using jutsu and tools indiscriminately are committing illegal acts. Consequently, many have vociferously condemned the lack of rights and privacy for ninjas, claiming that the empire's demands infringe upon their personal liberties. Daito, initially perplexed by the emperor's policies, found himself reconsidering the deeper implications behind such measures. The last incident involving wandering ninjas robbing within the empire occurred 3 years ago. The laws are exceedingly stringent. Unregistered ninjas harming innocent civilians face severe penalties, from detention to the complete sealing of their chakra and barring their descendants from practicing ninjutsu for 3 generations. Many ninjas, outraged by the loss of their privileges, retaliated by massacring several villages, including those with bloodline limits. Everyone knows the emperor values talent and holds bloodline limit users in high regard. Yet, no one anticipated that he would treat them with the same disdain they showed to civilians, leaving them bewildered as to why they, as powerful bloodline limit users, were deemed less than mere commoners. Now, As both men gazed at a distant display of severed heads, an understanding dawned upon them. Once one possesses privileges, they will exercise their rights without restraint. How can an empire find stability under such conditions? The concept of unification is indeed correct. The emperor is truly magnificent. Their perceptions of the empire and the emperor underwent a profound transformation. All right, Daitu, our next task is to expedite the completion of the mission assigned by the emperor. The errors in this world have become deeply rooted. Let us first travel to the water country via ship from the wave country and begin our conquest there. Kakashi commanded. The water country's isolation was perfectly suited for their endeavors. Gathering tailed beasts or substantial chakra materials would allow them to construct a teleportation gate connecting to their original world, all while remaining concealed by the water country's own isolation, thus preventing any alarm. With more powerful entities from the empire arriving, their conquest of this world would proceed more smoothly. The two boldly entered the territory of the wave country, perhaps due to the region's poverty. They encountered no more wandering ninjas. Additionally, the inhabitants, relying on fishing, appeared healthier compared to the emaciated population in the fire country who suffered from poor harvests. According to merchants they encountered along the way, a trader named Kato had ships bound for the water country. It seemed they needed to pay him a visit. Kakashi stated, they possessed the capability to traverse the ocean, but doing so would deplete chakra, potentially disrupting our subsequent plans. Traveling by ship to rest and maintain our physical condition is undoubtedly the optimal choice. Indeed, but before that, we must eliminate a little mouse trailing behind us. Daito's Sharingan casually glanced toward a nearby tree. Having been childhood friends and classmates, Kakashi instantly grasped Daito's intent. In the next moment, Kakashi appeared beneath the tree Daito was observing. Before Jiraiya could react, a glimmering blade swiftly sliced across his neck. The sound of the blade cutting through the air reached his ears only after the fact. With a poof, a cloud of white mist dispersed, and Jiraiya's shadow clone was swiftly eradicated. Chapter 7. A World Without a Demon Father. In the Land of Fire, Jiraiya was racing through the forest alongside Nagato when suddenly his expression changed, nearly causing him to tumble from the treetops. What's wrong, Jiraiya? Nagato inquired, halting his pace. Oh, it's nothing, just an old ailment flaring up. At that moment, Nagato's nanotechnology bracelet flickered. He narrowed his eyes and infused chakra into it. As Jiraiya watched in astonishment, Nagato absorbed the memories relayed by the shadow clone. Those two are devils. Especially that Kakashi from the parallel world. His swordsmanship is eerily reminiscent of the late Hatake Tsukumo, who was driven to death by his teacher and the third Hokage, as well as the entire village. No, his swordsmanship exceeds that of Tsukumo by several magnitudes. Jiraiya's shadow clone was formidable, surpassing most Jounin, yet it hadn't even had time to react before it was decapitated. And what of their means of communication? How is it so efficient? A sense of foreboding washed over Jiraiya, deepening his understanding of the empire they spoke of. Hello, Nagato. We are being followed by someone. It's a shadow clone. I suspect the original is close to your location, so please be cautious. Kakashi's voice emanated from the nano handband. Understood, Nagato replied, casting a fleeting glance at Jiraiya, who immediately became tense and alert. Nagato smiled at Jiraiya. Is there something you wish to explain? Having mastered 6 chakra natures, he had sensed Jiraiya's transformation technique long before. However, in a bid to minimize bloodshed, he refrained from exposing him immediately. Jiraiya, displaying a candid demeanor, lowered his gaze and spoke in a gravelly tone. I apologize. I didn't mean to track you with malice. Your arrival coincided with my presence, and as a Konoha ninja, I couldn't remain indifferent. I have heard your talk of unification and empire, and I cannot accept the idea of war returning to our world. We have only just attained a fleeting peace, and I dread the thought of disaster striking again, where people lose their homes and companions. Jiraiya's sincerity was palpable. I can clearly sense your goodwill, and I believe you wouldn't wish to bring war to our world lightly. To be honest, I have a disciple who resembles you closely, also named Nagato. Your appearance gives me a sense of familiarity, he continued, attempting to forge a bond between them through words, hoping to stabilize the situation. If you do not mind, I would like to offer you a deeper understanding of our world, and then you may decide whether to bring war to us. Our world is already in shambles, and I truly cherish this hard-won peace, Jiraiya declared, solemnly performing a traditional bow. It is worth noting that Nagato was particularly susceptible to persuasive speech, especially when the speaker was his parallel universe's master. If mere words from Naruto could sway him to abandon a lifetime of ideals for revival, how could he resist his master's plea? Feeling a pang in his heart, Nagato hurried to assist Jiraiya to his feet. Despite being an enemy and an invader, Jiraiya's gesture of respect was for the sake of peace. With the weight of his mission and the standards he had brought to judge this world, Nagato sighed deeply. He helped Jiraiya up, his expression somber. I apologize. Some matters are beyond my control. Please continue to guide me. If your world meets my standards, I will do my utmost to prevent the onset of war and strive for cooperation with the Emperor. Nagato had intended to express that if circumstances allowed, he could stand with them, but the haunting memories of the refugees silenced his words. As for persuading the Emperor, each measure he had enforced over the years, while presented as discussions, was effectively dictated by the former shadows turned governors, with every decision appearing iron-fisted. Could he genuinely persuade an emperor who disregarded counsel? Noticing Nagato's growing silence, Jiraiya tentatively suggested, "Shall we continue to the capital of the Land of Fire?" Nagato nodded. "Let us go." Meanwhile, in the Land of Water, Kakashi and Dato had finally emerged from the desolate wilderness into a small town. As night approached, they intended to gather information and ascertain the location of the fleet to embark the following morning. They leisurely strolled, soon stopping at a bookstore. Dato, with a mischievous grin, looked at Kakashi. "If you want it, just go for it. Don't hold back." Kakashi, somewhat reserved, retorted as he entered the store, "I'm merely here to gather intelligence." Dato surveyed the bustling crowd, inhaling deeply. The skies and earth mirrored his own world. He wondered how he fared in this universe. Given his talents, he should be renowned in Konoha, right? When Kakashi took longer than expected, Dato, growing impatient, stepped inside. "Hey, Kakashi, are you really taking this long just to buy Jinpingmei?" Inside, Kakashi was engaged in a dispute with the owner, whose face bore a pained expression. "I apologize, sir. We do not carry any such exotic women here. This is a bookstore, not a brothel." Kakashi's expression darkened. "I didn't mean exotic women. I meant literature featuring women. Think again, Jinpingmei." The owner shook his head. "I'm sorry. We have no golden titles, nor even silver. How about the Demon Father? If all else fails, my female roommate could suffice." Kakashi was growing anxious. He had been so rushed that he forgot to replace the book he had brought with him, thoroughly familiar with its contents. The absence of a new book was unacceptable. "I'm sorry, we have none." Kakashi stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. For the first time, the usually composed and meticulous Kakashi considered the notion of invading this world. With such a lack of resources, what a grave mistake it was to deem this world acceptable. It was unfathomable that not even a decent book could be found. Entertainment was the very foundation of a thriving world. This world was undoubtedly beyond saving. Dato meandered through the shelves, quickly identifying a book that matched Kakashi's taste and handed it to him. "Look, this should be a local specialty." Kakashi, his face sullen as if mourning, glanced at Dato, who appeared serious. He picked up the book, titled Paradise of Intimacy. Chapter 8. "Sasuke, how is your father faring?" Observing Kakashi's fascination with the book, Dato sighed in resignation. "Ah, indeed, a discerning eye. This is a renowned work by Jiraiya, wildly popular across the great nations. It is said that the copies sold could circle the ninja world 7 times. All right, owner, pack up all of this genre," Dato declared, retrieving the money he had earned from defeating those wandering ninjas. It was likely that those individuals never imagined their hard-earned money would be used to purchase adult literature. As Kakashi immersed himself in the world of fantasy literature, Dato sighed again, pondering what Kakashi was like in this world. With such a reserved demeanor and a constant mask, he surely wasn't he as well liked as himself, right? Just as they stepped outside, a jarring voice interrupted them. "Kakashi-sensei, so you are here." Naruto's excited voice rang out as Team 7 appeared before them. The two gazed at the short, blonde-haired figure clad in faded yellow attire, his face adorned with splotchy whisker marks. Before they could examine the trio more closely, Naruto exclaimed, "Wow, Kakashi-sensei, you look quite handsome without your mask." Yet, upon noticing the book in Kakashi's hands, his expression soured. "What's this, Kakashi-sensei? You send us to gather intelligence, and yet you sneak off to buy this? Such a boring adult." Naruto glared at the book Paradise of Intimacy, expressing his indignation at Kakashi's apparent hypocrisy in sending them to collect information while indulging in his own private pursuits. Daito and Kakashi exchanged glances, both sensing something peculiar about the young man before them. Within him resided an immensely powerful chakra, albeit currently sealed, making it difficult to assess. Daito activated his Sharingan, relaying information to Kakashi through a technique invented by the Emperor, allowing for communication via chakra connections at close range, an invaluable tool in this moment. It seemed that I am their teacher. Indeed, the ninja village system still adheres to the three-man team format. Kakashi, I'll keep them occupied to gather more information, he decided. Behind Naruto, Sakura was fixated on Sasuke, who was in a state of shock, his pupils constricting dramatically. That attire belongs to the Uchiha clan. He must be one of them. Excitement surged within Sasuke, only to be swiftly tempered by a wave of calm. How's the intel gathering coming along? Kakashi inquired. You just separated from us, and you're already asking about our progress? Sakura, Sasuke, and I have only just devised our plan, Naruto exclaimed, disclosing everything candidly. So this man behind us is named Sasuke? The son of Fugaku, no less. He too dons the Uchiha garb, resembling our Zuiju from the Empire, albeit lacking in charisma, and his abilities barely meet the threshold of a lower ninja in our realm. Daito and Kakashi communicated telepathically. As for Sakura, she seems rather inconspicuous. Kakashi, do you know her? Kakashi shook his head. What about this blonde-haired lad? He bears a slight resemblance to Master Minato, yet the difference is substantial. Even his stature is quite lacking, and his strength is incomparable. In the Empire, both Zuiju and Ming Ren are renowned as the twin stars. Zuiju, at just 4 years old, demonstrated an extraordinary mastery of Shuriken, activated his Sharingan at 5 with 2 Tomo, and unlocked the Mangekyo at 8, far surpassing his brother in talent. By 6, he passed the Chunin exam, and at 8, he achieved Jonin status, exchanging Mangekyo with his brother at 12, attaining the eternal Mangekyo. His prowess rivaling that of the sage of 6 paths Ming Ren, equally formidable, is the son of the revered Minato and a direct descendant of the pure-blooded Uzumaki clan. By 4, he had already passed the Genin exam and was adept in various jutsu, inheriting the powerful chakra of the Uzumaki alongside Minato's remarkable genes, which allowed his red hair to turn blonde. His boundless chakra enabled him to utilize shadow clones freely, deepening his understanding of the world and researching various jutsu. At merely 10, he surpassed the Chunin and wielded the wind release, Rasengan with a force exceeding that of a tailed beast, holding his own against the Nine Tails. Unlike Zuiju, Ming Ren was adored by teachers and female classmates alike, with looks rivaling those of Minato, making him a beloved figure in school. Graceful and charming were his trademarks. The two are currently being nurtured by the Emperor, striving to comprehend the power of the 6 paths. But what of this world? Look at Naruto, short and clumsy. He carelessly spills information without a hint of caution. Sasuke is no different, apart from his looks. He possesses little else, nervously watching the two without a shred of the imperial twin star's aura. As for strength, it goes without saying, Kakashi, this world seems even more lacking than we initially perceived. In a fleeting moment, Kakashi clarified, Oh, I noticed a suspicious figure here and followed him. This excuse effectively concealed Daito's presence. If they were unaware of Daito, it would work perfectly. Indeed, the next moment, Sasuke inquired, Kakashi-sensei, who is this next to you? His tone bore an edge of anger. The individual before them had activated the 3 Tomo Sharingan, suggesting formidable strength. Why had he not intervened during the night of the massacre to save his family? In Sasuke's mind, anyone capable of wielding 3 Tomo was immensely powerful. After all, only his brother Itachi and their father had possessed such strength within their clan. Him? Kakashi replied with a smile, aware that his previous words had an impact. This is my friend, Daito. I came here because of his appearance. As a man, an odd sense of rivalry and comparison surged within him. He could not bear the thought of everyone recognizing Kakashi while remaining oblivious to his own identity. He, the illustrious Uchiha Daito, having unlocked the Mangekyo at a young age, with the immensely practical abilities of the dual Kimui, could not remain unknown in Konoha. In the Empire, he was a figure of renown across 5 provinces. He smiled at Sasuke, tentatively probing, Sasuke, do you not recognize me? Sasuke furrowed his brow and shook his head. Daito's heart leaped with joy, so it was indeed Sasuke. His assumption was correct. With a charming smile, he casually remarked, just the other day, I spoke with your father about you. How is he? Be sure to send my regards when you see him. Chapter 9. Sasuke's embers. Naruto swallowed hard. Disbelief etched on his face as he turned to Kakashi. Noticing no sign of objection from his teacher, he then glanced at Sakura, who was seething with anger, her fists clenched. As for Sasuke, though his head hung low and his body trembled, Naruto could see the glimmer of his one-tomo Sharingan emerging, hinting at a potential evolution to two-tomo. Observing the trio's varying reactions to his words, Daito furrowed his brow slightly. Had he misspoken? Yet, in the next moment, clarity dawned upon him. He understood. Fugaku was known for his stringent expectations of his children. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, he undoubtedly faced immense pressure daily. If his two children failed to prove themselves and solidify his rule, it was only natural for him to grow stern and distant. In terms of time, both worlds aligned closely to Konoha's 64 years. Approximately 20 years ago, the empire underwent a dynasty change, making the current age of the empire roughly 20 years. Adding the two together suggests they are indeed in the same year. In the empire, Zuizhu is now 12 years old, and it stands to reason that this world's Zuizhu is also around the same age. If a mere 12-year-old struggles to become a genin, it is understandable that the father-son bond between him and Fugaku is strained. With this realization, Daito commended his own cleverness. His brother, Yu, had always cared for him. Even with his mediocre talent, Yu's nature was not one to burden his younger sibling. In the empire, Yu was known for wanting everyone around him to live comfortably, willing to shoulder all burdens. It was likely that this world's Yu shared a similar disposition. Daito, with his meticulous thoughts, cast a triumphant glance at Kakashi. They say I, Daito, am a carefree rogue, unlearned, barely graduating from the Empire's university thanks to my Mangekyo Sharingan. I typically refrain from exerting my intellect. Yet at this moment, I have come to grasp the very essence of the truth. Kakashi, open your eyes wide and behold my prowess. Sasuke, do not be so despondent. Your father's actions were for your own good. How has your brother been of late? He recently engaged in a spar with me regarding ninjutsu. Observing the three of them trembling in silence, Daito felt perplexed. Had he misspoken yet again? Hey, you scoundrel! Do you dare to jest about the deceased? Do you still possess any humanity? Naruto bellowed in anger. Though he often indulged in pranks, he would never make light of the dead. Kakashi-sensei, what kind of friend are you? Sakura, though rational, found it difficult to maintain her composure at this moment. She cast an indignant glance at Kakashi, hoping he would intervene and restore order. As for Sasuke, he was engulfed in fury. That man. His face flushed crimson with rage, more so than if he had consumed 3 bottles of sake. He lifted his head, and the single tomo in his eye transformed into a double tomo, a shift that should have occurred amidst battle with Itachi, now hastened by several days. In the next moment, Sasuke vanished, only to reappear with a kunai aimed at Daito's abdomen. Hey, kid, don't be so reckless. Daito instinctively grasped Sasuke's hand, which wielded the kunai. His mind was in disarray. What? Dead? Who has died? Uchiha Fuyue? Fuyue is dead? The esteemed clan leader, a powerful figure within the empire, with strength rivaling the Hokage, capable of wielding the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to cleave through the 5 Kage. Even grievously injured, he would be surrounded by Uchiha clansmen fiercely defending him. Who could possibly slay him? Who could bring about his demise? Is it true that Fuyue has fallen in this world? What a farce. Scoundrel! Where is that scoundrel? Speak. Did he send you? Even with the double tomo activated, Sasuke could not discern how his opponent had struck. By the time he realized, his hand was ensnared as if in a vice, rendering him immobile. He fought with fists and feet, yet his opponent, without even a glance, repelled his every assault through instinctive movements, rendering him utterly powerless. How is this possible? Scoundrel! Sasuke's pupils constricted sharply. He recalled that during the Chunin exams, even Kakashi-sensei would have to exert considerable effort to block his techniques. Now, with the double tomo activated, his strength was far superior to before. Why could his adversary so easily thwart him? At this moment, he could only move his mouth. While he pondered an escape, Naruto, his good friend, charged at Daito, shouting, "Die, you bastard who jokes about the dead." Daito, distracted by thoughts of the scoundrel Sasuke had mentioned, suddenly felt a sharp pain as he attempted to parry Naruto's attack. Ah, it hurts, he cried out, his hand involuntarily striking Naruto away, then swinging to dislodge Sasuke. Seeing Naruto motionless, head planted in the ground, Daito felt a pang of alarm. He couldn't be dead, could he? Sasuke clung to him resolutely, and fearing that a single blow might kill this clan member, Daito had no choice but to activate Kamui. The Mangekyo flashed. Thud! Sasuke barely had time to register the sudden loss of sensation when his teeth clashed violently. nearly causing a concussion. Dato, too, rushed to offer a retort about the futility of sibling rivalry, hurried to check on Naruto, who lay incapacitated. Sakura, having been paralyzed by fear, snapped back to reality, glancing at Naruto, who was saved by Dato, and chose instead to assist Sasuke, checking for injuries. In her heart, Sasuke held greater importance, especially with Kakashi's friend present. What harm could befall Naruto? Kakashi sighed, rubbing his forehead. Dato, you are a master of blunders. Why must you speak recklessly without understanding the situation? Ultimately, you still rely on those disdainful yet indispensable eyes of yours. However, he noted the details in the recent dialogue. Initially, he had believed this world to be insignificant, yet he now recognized his grave error. In this realm, even commoners stated that ninjas, regardless of rank, would engage in battle. This did not imply that the high-end combatants of this world were weak. While in the Empire, lower ninjas were relegated to menial tasks. Here they were forged in the crucible of war from the very beginning. How could ninjas emerging from such a blood-soaked landscape possibly be inferior to their counterparts in the Empire? Hadn't even the 26th leader of the Uchiha clan met his demise? It seems the hidden truths of this world run far deeper than mere appearances. Otherwise, how could such formidable beings fall if not for the inevitable passage of time? Kakashi's gaze intensified upon Dato. Dato, it appears you possess more merit than I initially perceived. At least we have uncovered a significant secret of this world. Chapter 10. Dato, have I annihilated the Uchiha clan? Kakashi. Dato's expression was grave. Although his instinctive strike had left the young boy before him on the brink of collapse, he now observed the boy's injuries visibly mending at an alarming rate. The sheer speed of recovery made Dato squint. Upon receiving a telepathic message, Kakashi also narrowed his eyes. Scrutinizing Naruto, this chakra, according to the information provided by the Emperor, should belong to a tailed beast Jinchuriki, a unique and malevolent weapon under the ninja village system. Kakashi assessed calmly. What? I thought that was merely a metaphor. Dato felt a sudden chill. To allow such a monstrous entity to merge with oneself is unfathomable. While tailed beasts within the Empire can bond with anyone trained in techniques provided by the Emperor, such beings are of the sage level. Those below the sage rank are often rendered useless, relying solely on the tailed beast's power under the influence of its chaotic chakra. Furthermore, those beneath the sage rank cannot control the tailed beast's strength without various sealing techniques, which ultimately inflict significant harm on their bodies and hinder their potential. Yet this mere genin possesses a tailed beast within. In this war-torn, fragmented world, having a tailed beast as a genin is akin to flaunting a gold bar in public. What were his parents thinking? How could they permit such a nefarious experiment to be conducted on their child? Did they truly not care about their child's potential? Previously, some within the Empire proposed the idea of sealing tailed beasts within children from an early age to grow alongside them. However, the Emperor recounted a tale, one featuring Naruto and Sasuke. The story described a world where Naruto, sealed with a tailed beast from infancy, could barely match Sasuke's prowess, relying solely on the Nine Tails' power. At that time, everyone had laughed in disbelief. Who is Naruto? A member of the Uzumaki clan, endowed with formidable chakra and the innate genius inherited from Minato. Not to mention the reincarnation of Ashura. How could he barely hold his own against Sasuke, who relies on his ocular prowess, and even lose an arm in the process? To comprehend the essence of Ashura's reincarnation, one must acknowledge that it inherently possesses a formidable talent, far surpassing that of Indra's rebirth. Have we not witnessed in the previous cycle how Obito, despite wielding the power of the Nine Tails, was no match for Hashirama? Yet, the Emperor posits that the overwhelming strength of tailed beasts often leads individuals to subconsciously rely on and exploit such power, fostering a reluctance to pursue the mastery of ninjutsu and similar arts. Though this assertion carries weight, many remain incredulous that a renowned figure like Minato would require shadow clones to execute the Rasengan. What a prodigious waste of chakra that would entail. At this moment, Daito recalled a tale once recounted by the Emperor, and the astonishment in his eyes lingered. Could it be that the Emperor merely concocted fanciful stories? Daito, this is the 8 trigram seal. This chakra must belong to the Nine Tails. Kakashi's voice brimmed with disbelief, evidently recalling the Emperor's narrative regarding the tailed beasts. The two exchanged a glance, a spark of exhilaration flashing in their eyes. With the Nine Tails at their disposal, the path ahead seemed significantly less daunting. It is crucial to recognize that tailed beasts are also vital resources for establishing interdimensional gateways. Daitu, refrain from speaking further. Allow me to extract their information, and once confirmed, we shall act. Listening to Kakashi's telepathic communication, Daitu huffed in a playful defiance. As for you, Sasuke, and Minato, my friend merely seeks to gauge your strength. He bears no ill intent. Kakashi scratched his head, adopting a submissive demeanor. Humph. Kakashi-sensei, do not excuse him. It has been years since the Uchiha massacre, and even I am aware of it. How could he possibly remain oblivious? Naruto rose from the ground, disregarding Sasuke's murderous glare. Daitu, apologize to them at once. Kakashi admonished. Daitu bowed sincerely. I apologize, everyone. I have been away from Konoha for far too long. My prior words were indeed misplaced. At this juncture, Daitu inhaled deeply, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his gaze. I am unaware of the Uchiha massacre. However, Sasuke, rest assured. I shall provide all Uchiha clansmen with an explanation regarding the massacre. The mission at hand was paramount, and he needed to inquire further about how the Uchiha could have faced such annihilation. Which despicable group perpetrated this atrocity? I shall ensure they pay with blood for their sins. The dignity of the Uchiha cannot be sullied, even in a parallel world. In Daitu's heart, no one could obliterate the Uchiha clan. Only a formidable power could accomplish such a feat, Sasuke scoffed, though a flicker of emotion briefly crossed his indifferent eyes. Should he seek revenge? His strength? No. Itachi, I must avenge personally. I must defeat you myself. Power. I remain too weak. I require an absolute strength that can obliterate all. At this moment, he still harbored a deep-seated animosity toward the Uchiha before him. Where were you on the night of the massacre? Yet, contemplating the might of that man, he felt a wave of despair wash over him once more. What use would it be? Could he possibly contend with Itachi? He had not even activated his Mangekyo Sharingan earlier. Indeed, the Mangekyo Sharingan can only be awakened by those of exceptional talent within the clan. He was merely a wandering Uchiha. Did he even know of its existence? Kakashi scanned the gathered individuals, weighing his words before speaking. All right, Minato, you mentioned you were gathering information. How has that progressed? Kakashi decided to extract insights from the seemingly naive Minato. As expected, Naruto, having brushed off the recent events, eagerly began to divulge. Kakashi-sensei, according to our recent inquiries, Dezuna was not mistaken. That Kato is indeed a nefarious villain, Naruto exclaimed, gritting his teeth. Kakashi's mind raced. Was this a ninja mission? This system is certainly commendable. Still in use across various academies today, yet it stands in stark contrast to its predecessors. Currently, the missions assigned at the Ninja Academy are meticulously filtered, providing opportunities for practical experience. Such tasks are lengthy and tedious, having been renamed internships a decade ago. Kakashi and Daitu had heard of the mission system during the shinobi village era, which purportedly allowed individuals to forsake moral ethics for monetary gain. In pursuit of missions, even the lives of friends and family could be disregarded. Based on the insights the two had gathered along the way, many rogue ninjas chose to defect from the shinobi village to avoid being treated like mere pawns by incompetent feudal lords, unwilling to become emotionless machines. They viewed the shinobi village's mission system as a malignant tumor, one of the catalysts for the escalation of war among ninjas. After exchanging information telepathically, Kakashi nodded. Very well. Let us proceed with the mission. Given the current circumstances, it is likely that my counterpart in this parallel universe is also present, perhaps even more powerful than I, tasked with safeguarding the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. With this thought in mind, Kakashi resolved to lead Daitu away discreetly, avoiding alarming anyone. Just then, a voice pierced the air, causing both to tense. Oh, so this is where you are. Dezuna, you still remember to show up? Naruto scoffed, observing the two bottles of sake in the other's hands. Irritation bubbling within him. You have money for alcohol, but not for hiring us. Kakashi exhaled, relieved to identify the individual responsible for the mission. Their next step was to draw the group further away while gathering additional information, ensuring their success. As Kakashi meticulously attempted to guide them away, he had already tracked down the bookstore. Customer, you are back. The bookstore owner greeted warmly. He glanced at the ruffian dog on the floor, chuckling softly. However, upon noticing the disinterested gaze directed at him, he awkwardly chuckled. Damn it, you even trained a dog to act tough. Kakashi's brow furrowed, anxiety gripping him. Not again. How many people were with me earlier? Where have they gone now? The bookstore owner, puzzled, patiently responded, "You came here with someone to purchase a few of Jiraiya's books. And then 3 little brats and an old man arrived. You all discussed something and went in that direction." Upon hearing this, Kakashi felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. "Did you really have to go as far as to impersonate me to purchase Intimate Paradise? Naruto, Sasuke, have you not questioned whether they might be using transformation jutsu? Damn it. I overestimated you. You have undergone training related to this." Kakashi silently hoped that the 3 would remain unharmed, then turned his gaze toward Pakken. Pakken, follow them. Pakken, resembling a canine version of Kakashi, nodded and sped towards Naruto's direction. However, it wasn't long before Kakashi spotted the 6-person group ahead. "Naruto, Sasuke, get out of the way." His voice preceded him. "Earth style? Earth Dragon Bomb." Kakashi formed hand seals, summoning an Earth Dragon from the ground, which then unleashed a barrage of earth and mud towards Daito and Kakashi. This maneuver was orchestrated to facilitate the retreat of Sasuke and Naruto. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, the 2 immediately comprehended the situation and distanced themselves from Kakashi. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, brandishing a kunai as he vigilantly observed the 2. "No wonder. It is perplexing that a stranger would approach me with such familiarity. It seems this individual is an imposter posing as Kakashi-sensei. Yet, what transformation technique are these 2 employing? That my Sharingan cannot discern?" Kakashi, upon turning to face the duo, was completely taken aback. They resemble him astonishingly. There is no trace of any transformation technique. Or is it merely that I cannot see through it? The individual before him is nearly his exact counterpart, even down to that melancholic aura and those lifeless eyes. No, he possesses eyes. Kakashi's heart raced with shock. And the person beside him, so similar. That figure from his memories resurfaced. The comrade who had shaken his unwavering commitment to the mission. The one who had given his eyes to him on the Kanabi Bridge, Obito. If Obito were alive, he would surely look just like this. This person is essentially Obito grown up. Not only in appearance, but even in chakra, they are strikingly alike. It appears that the ninjas of this world are far more vigilant than we had anticipated, closing in so swiftly. Kakashi, allow me to gauge the strength of this world's version of you. Uchiha Obito. He retrieved a fan that he had recently acquired, channeling chakra into it, and, employing only taijutsu, shattered the earthen dragon bullets with the ease of a shuttlecock. Haha. Continue. Obito excitedly waved at Kakashi. Kakashi's gaze was heavy as he scrutinized the 2, realizing that the individual before him had effortlessly countered numerous earth dragon bullets with mere taijutsu, indicating he might be a formidable opponent. However, at this moment, his thoughts were consumed by the familiar face and chakra. "Who are you? Are you a ninja summoned by Kato?" Kakashi shook his head. Obito, disheartened, retracted his fan. "What is your relationship with Obito?" Kakashi squinted at Obito. "Obito? I am Obito. What of it?" Obito looked perplexed, wondering how this stranger recognized him in this world. "You are Obito?" Kakashi remained silent, realizing that Obito was already deceased. He had just failed his own test. "If you are not the ninjas brought by Kato, I wish to take my 3 students." The brief skirmish had left Kakashi somewhat wary of the 2. Firstly, there was the mysterious substitution technique and their formidable taijutsu. His current mission was to escort Team 7 and safeguard Naruto. Engaging in conflict with them was ill-advised, as they were positioned so close to Naruto and the others. Should they resort to any unscrupulous tactics, using Naruto as leverage, it would put him in a difficult position. Take them away? Haha. Let us see what you're made of. Obito had no intention of relinquishing the newly acquired Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, nor would he let go of Sasuke, potentially the only surviving member of his Uchiha clan after their annihilation. One was a vital mission target mandated by the Emperor, while the other was crucial for him to understand the Uchiha legacy in this world. It is worth noting that he had yet to secure his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. According to the Emperor, exchanging eyes with his counterpart from a parallel world might awaken an even more formidable eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakashi, let me test the strength of this world's version of you. After years at the Imperial University, without relying on Kimui, he was not a match for Kakashi. He was eager to ascertain whether this world's Kakashi was similarly formidable. Do as you wish. Kakashi sighed in resignation, stepping back, not planning to intervene. The opposing Kakashi observed the scene, analyzing the details. Did he believe one individual could suffice against me? Or was he merely spectating, hoping to catch me off guard? In an instant, countless possibilities flashed through Kakashi's mind, heightening his alertness. Since you claim to be Obito, let me test your fire release. Kakashi's gaze sharpened, his hands swiftly forming seals as chakra surged within him. His breathing became steady and powerful, merging with the surrounding environment. Snake, horse, monkey, boar, rat, tiger. With 6 seals completed, Kakashi formed a circle with his right hand, condensing chakra through the seals, and unleashed a massive inferno, a wave of fire surging towards Obito with intense heat. The temperature of the flames was so high that the air itself warped. Fire release, great fireball technique. Kakashi murmured. The flames blazed brilliantly, illuminating the surroundings. Yet the individual across from him, who also claimed to be Obito, remained unreactive. Kakashi observed his unleashed fire technique with a hint of satisfaction. He was well versed in hundreds of ninjutsu, and this C-rank great fireball technique was second nature to him. Little did he expect that his opponent would remain utterly unresponsive. Was he overly cautious? No. He moved. Just as Kakashi anticipated the opponent would evade, he began forming seals. Humph, it's nothing to be concerned about, if you evade. There may have been a glimmer of hope, but now it is too late. Chapter 12. Sasuke is dumbfounded. Kakashi-sensei possesses the Mangekyo. Obito looked perplexed at the great fireball unleashed by his opponent, unable to fathom why Kakashi bore a mysterious, confident smile. The great fireball technique was a ninjutsu created by their Uchiha clan and served as a foundational technique for many ninjas learning fire release. Historically, the original creation of the great fireball technique required 6 hand seals. Snake, horse, monkey, boar, rat, tiger. These were the 6 necessary seals for the technique. As one's strength increased and control over chakra improved, the steps could be condensed, especially after the emperor made alterations to the chakra system. Even a low-ranking ninja could execute the great fireball with just 4 seals. And he only needed 2. After all, this was merely a C-rank ninjutsu. It is crucial to understand that battles hinge on informational and speed disparities. If one can perform 2 techniques in the same time frame that another performs one, who would prevail? Obito initiated his move. He clasped his hands together, interlocking his fingers. Snake. Next, his index and middle fingers extended straight. Tiger. In the next moment, a torrent of power surged within him. Even as a massive plume of fiery chakra loomed perilously close, Obito remained unflinching. Just as the flames were about to consume him, Obito inhaled deeply, rapidly consolidating his chakra. He puffed out a mouthful of fire tribute chakra. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The C-rank ninjutsu that Obito employed erupted forth like a cataclysmic volcanic eruption, exuding tremendous might. The flames of the great fireball surged forward, promptly engulfing and overshadowing Kakashi's fireball. In comparison, while Kakashi's great fireball technique was formidable, it paled against Obito's execution. The entire space was illuminated by the searing flames, the surrounding air seemingly ignited, crackling audibly. The technique of the great fireball employed by Daito enveloped the great fireball cast by Kakashi and surged directly toward him without a moment's hesitation. Kakashi's expression drastically changed. He could scarcely believe that the opponent could withstand his fireball, especially after only performing 2 hand seals. Was it that their taijutsu was so formidable and their speed so swift that he had failed to notice? No, there was no time for further contemplation. Earth release, earth flow wall. Kakashi hastily formed hand seals, causing a large mass of yellow earth to rise from the ground, forming a substantial wall, particularly accentuated by the dog head sculpture upon it. A wry smile tugged at Kakashi's lips. Was this dog head on the wall an ostentatious display of his mastery over chakra control? The earth flow wall was instantly engulfed by the great fireball. And just as Kakashi thought it would come to an end, the flames began to crack the wall, threatening to burst forth anew. While hesitating over whether to employ water release to cool the wall, Daito ceased his assault. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. But soon a profound sense of helplessness washed over him. Had he nearly required 3 techniques to counter a single fireball? No. It was merely that he was unskilled in ninjutsu. Kakashi could only soothe his inner trepidation with self-reassurance. Beside him, Naruto was still exhilarated by the previous thrilling exchange, while Sasuke stood utterly petrified. During his Chunin exam, hadn't he required over 20 hand seals to successfully unleash a great fireball against Kakashi-sensei? Yet this individual had executed it with just 2. Even Itachi would at least require 5, right? Was he even stronger than Itachi? Kakashi realized he could no longer delay. His chakra had always been a weakness. while it had not been apparent when wielding a short blade. The current clash of ninjutsu left him at a distinct disadvantage. With a resigned sigh, Kakashi raised one hand and adjusted his forehead protector. In an instant, the scar-covered eye opened wide. He needed to end this quickly. In a flash, the three-tomo Sharingan activated. The Sharingan! Exclaimed three astonished voices. Daido gaped, his expression exaggerated as he glanced between Kakashi and himself. He could not comprehend why the eyes of the Uchiha clan appeared in Kakashi's possession in this world. And only one at that. Kakashi himself was equally shaken. It was well known that every clan held their bloodline limits in the highest regard. How had he managed to obtain a Sharingan in this world? Sasuke, too, was taken aback. Why did Kakashi-sensei possess the eyes of his clan? Daido, taking note of Kakashi's rare display of shock, jested, Kakashi, look, this version of you has even acquired the Sharingan. Could my body even endure such a burden? Kakashi shuddered at the thought of how Daido had initially appeared after using the Sharingan, resembling someone who had been utterly drained by a 200-pound woman. Was this version of himself perhaps endowed with a unique constitution? Daido's gaze turned toward Kakashi, excitement rekindling in his eyes. If you possess the Sharingan, then it is known that I, relying on its power, am indeed stronger than you, Kakashi. However, for him, it was a source of shame. To win without using his eyes would be dishonorable. Now, with the opportunity to compete against Kakashi, who also bore the Sharingan, he would certainly give his all. Kakashi, since you also possess the Sharingan, let us engage fully. Daido laughed maniacally, and his eyes began to transform. 1 tomo, 2 tomo, 3 tomo. His ocular prowess had reached an almost divine level, and the transition from black to Sharingan was executed with precise control. Yet, that was not the end. The 3 tomo spun rapidly before completely metamorphosing into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Watching this fellow clansman's 3 tomo transform into the windmill-like Mangekyo, Sasuke was left utterly dumbfounded. Wait, the Mangekyo? What the hell? I just recently awakened my 2 tomo. He can freely activate and deactivate the Mangekyo? As the son of Uchiha Fugaku, shouldn't he my bloodline be the purest? Why am I only a 2 tomo? Am I truly his biological son? His bloodline purity exceeds mine? While Sasuke pondered these thoughts, attempting to recall any clues from their past interactions, he saw Kakashi-sensei's 3 tomo also transform into a Mangekyo strikingly similar to Daido's. What the hell? Wasn't the Uchiha clan thought to be down to a single remaining heir? Why am I encountering 2 individuals wielding the Sharingan today, and both employing the legendary Mangekyo? As for why only one heir remained, in Sasuke's mind, Itachi had long ceased to be worthy of the Uchiha name. He also possesses the Mangekyo? Kakashi, I suspect this person merely resembles you. He might not truly be you. Since you too have the Mangekyo, I shall hold nothing back. With that declaration, Daido unleashed a colossal blue Susanoo. Chapter 13. Does he have any bad habits? What the hell? Is he really going to start this big right away? Kakashi was utterly astonished. Come on, I merely lost an eye. Must it come to this? Alas, at this moment, any further words were futile. After evading an attack from the Susanoo, Kakashi's hand surged with an extraordinarily potent lightning power. This was his most adept ninjutsu, Raikiri. Daido's face flushed, and he appeared momentarily dazed. This ninjutsu was far more suitable for the Uchiha than fire release within the Empire, yet he had never mastered it. Now, witnessing this version of Kakashi effortlessly wield it before him, Daido's pride took a severe blow. His face turned bright red. You bastard! Daido exclaimed, watching as Kakashi evaded his attack and inflicted a massive wound on his Susanoo with Raikiri. Kakashi was equally perplexed. Why had this individual suddenly gone berserk? Amid their tug-of-war, Sasuke's eyes brimmed with admiration. Initially, he had harbored disdain for Daido, yet at this moment, he felt an undeniable pull toward him, even contemplating aligning himself with Daido. If I could possess such divine power, would that man even stand a chance against me? While Sasuke was lost in thought, a voice rang out in their ears. Hey, you 3, what is your teacher's name? Is it Hatake? Kakashi glanced at Daido, who had yet to exert his power but was already panting, and felt a flicker of doubt. Could it be mere coincidence? Our teacher is named Hatake Kakashi, Sakura explained, having sensed that the two bore no ill intentions. Another Hatake? His father must be named Hatake Sakumo, right? This question left Sakura momentarily speechless. We're not too sure. I've never met Kakashi-sensei's father, nor have I heard much about him. I'm not really clear on the specifics. Kakashi was taken aback. Although it was an alternate world, the notion that even the ninja of this village had never heard of his father was somewhat astonishing. Truly, this world is filled with countless powerful individuals. A figure as formidable as his father was renowned in the empire, yet here, even the younger generation did not recognize him. Does your teacher have any bad habits? Kakashi posed another question. Observing the puzzled expressions on the faces of those around him, he elaborated. For instance, spending sleepless nights in brothels or being surrounded by beautiful wives at home. If such things do not exist, could it possibly indicate a preference for conduits? Sakura shook her head once more. Kakashi-sensei never frequents those places and remains single. He merely enjoys reading adult manga. As for conduits, I am not well informed. At this point, Sakura felt her cheeks flush. What is going on? I cannot comprehend this. Kakashi-sensei is rather vulgar. Kakashi lowered his head, deep in thought. This is peculiar. In a world filled with powerful beings, why do I feel so weak? What is the matter with the Sharingan? If my frailty is not the result of excessive indulgence, it must be congenital. If my innate chakra cannot compare to those of my peers, why not utilize my ancestral swordsmanship? Could it be that the lack of parental guidance in this world has led to my failure to inherit? Moreover, is it not true that a non-Uchiha would suffer significant depletion from keeping the Sharingan activated? Is this ocular technique truly so exceptional that it warrants such hidden sacrifices? Otherwise, the disadvantages would outweigh the benefits. Nearby, Naruto listened to their exchange, a look of bewilderment on his face. Can chakra really be exhausted? Isn't it supposed to be inexhaustible? Why has Kakashi-sensei run out of chakra so quickly? I haven't seen him use many jutsu. The innocence in Naruto's large eyes reflected a certain foolishness. Sasuke could not restrain himself and retorted, idiot. That's naturally because he is using something that does not belong to him. Fortunately, Naruto was not entirely dim and soon caught on. Are you referring to that Sharingan? But why would Kakashi-sensei still employ it? Sasuke scoffed disdainfully, his gaze shifting slightly. Naturally, he covets the power of my Uchiha clan. Kakashi, meanwhile, lamented his predicament, wondering why he had encountered such a peculiar situation today. He still had another adversary to contend with. What was he to do? The Hokage had entrusted him with a mission to safeguard Naruto and Sasuke at all costs. One was the host of the Nine Tails, while the other was linked to Itachi Uchiha. The loss of either would deliver a devastating blow to Konohagakure. It appeared he had no choice but to resort to that technique. Kakashi believed in the efficacy of his ultimate skill, Kamui. As Obito activated his Susanoo and began to battle, he suddenly felt an immense pulling force emanating from his body. He was taken aback. Though Kakashi's eyes bore resemblance to his own, there were similar Mangekyo Sharingan within the Uchiha clan of the Empire. However, it was nearly impossible for them to possess identical abilities, as the Sharingan reflects the psyche of its wielder, with each pair of eyes embodying the desires and aspirations of their owner. In an instant, Obito activated his own Kamui, phasing himself and evading Kakashi's lethal gaze. The chakra expended from this usage and the recent battle left Kakashi panting for breath. Obito lost interest in the skirmish, thinking, weak, far too weak. Is this truly Kakashi from another world? Is this ocular technique truly mine? Obito inquired. Kakashi remained silent. Answer me. Obito demanded, anger rising. If you spare my students, I will divulge everything. At that moment, Kakashi's mind was preoccupied with the mission. Do you think you have a choice? I've already mentioned that possessing a Sharingan without being able to utilize Susanoo and having chakra deplete rapidly without even using it indicates that this I cannot possibly belong to you. Obito, slightly vexed, thought of how many of the Uchiha in the Empire were only children, tasked with seeking out their counterparts in parallel worlds. Many did not possess the innate conditions like Sasuke and others, making the awakening of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan a significant challenge. Having just learned of the annihilation of his clan, he was already agitated. And now with clues regarding his counterpart in this world, he was unwilling to delay any further. Kamui. Obito activated his technique, and Kakashi was instantly drawn into the Kamui dimension. As the trio and Tazuna pondered Kakashi's whereabouts, he and Obito reappeared. Obito held a single eyeball in his hand, his left eye appearing even more profound than before. Unlike the original world, this counterpart of Kakashi did not possess Hashirama's cells to utilize Kamui freely. Nevertheless, he had confirmed without doubt that this world's Kakashi's eye indeed belonged to him. Feeling the unique power of the eternal Mangekyo within his gaze and the burgeoning ocular strength, Obito erupted into jubilant laughter. Kamui, the power to distort the void manifested, causing an entire mountain to vanish in an instant. This consumed only a minimal amount of chakra, and the risk of blindness was no longer a concern. Obito laughed heartily. His recent experiment was indeed successful. Within the Kamui dimension, he quickly seized control of this world as Kakashi. Unfortunately, as he lacked proficiency in Jinjutsu, he could only manipulate some wandering ninjas. Kakashi, having undergone training in the Umbu, remained tight-lipped. However, none of that mattered now. After extracting Kakashi's eye, he experimentally placed it within his own. It is well known that the eyes of the Uchiha clan can be transplanted immediately. Indeed, there was no sign of rejection, and the strength within his eye increased, confirming that this eye truly belonged to him in this world. Having acquired the unexpected, Obito lost interest in continuing to toy with Kakashi. This world-esque Kakashi was far too weak. Continuing the battle would be a hollow victory. He cast a glance at Kakashi and slowly spoke. Hey, Kakashi, show this world-esque version of you what true swordsmanship of the Hatake family is. Let him know that it is the true legacy of the Hatake clan. From now on, do not let him dabble in lightning release. Chapter 14. Kakashi, listen. I am the hero of Konoha. Obito, haven't you learned Raikiri yet? Kakashi astutely uncovered Obito's insecurities. The joy Obito felt from acquiring the Mangekyo Sharingan was swiftly overshadowed by embarrassment and fury as he stammered, "Can I blame talent for attributes?" Watching Kakashi stride confidently toward his counterpart, Naruto waved his fists, eager to assist. What a despicable guy. How shameless to attempt a wheel battle. However, Obito effortlessly lifted Naruto like a chick, sealing away all his chakra with a couple of moves and tossing him aside. What do you understand? We are helping your teacher. As Obito approached, Sasuke stifled his rising excitement and asked, "Who exactly are you?" Obito scratched his head in frustration. This is quite vexing. You mentioned something about this world. What do you mean? Are you from another world? Sasuke boldly speculated. Obito regarded him with approval, thinking, this kid is not so dull after all. Why is Minato-sensei's child so dim-witted? As you can see, we hail from another world. That is my partner, Hatake Kakashi. Essentially, your teacher and he are the same person. The revelation left the group's minds reeling. Both are Kakashi-sensei? Three individuals gazed into the distance as Kakashi wielded a blade that cleaved the horizon, slicing through a mountain peak. Unable to suppress a gulp, one of them mused. Are you not aware that using the Sharingan without the Uchiha bloodline will cause your chakra to deplete incessantly? You disappoint me greatly. Did Shikamaru not teach you the art of the sword? Kakashi's words left the other Kakashi in silence. The blade of the leaf's white fang. Was it not something he had once taken great pride in? Are you my counterpart from a parallel world? Kakashi lifted his gaze, realizing only now, having been preoccupied with evasion, that the object in his opponent's hand caused his pupils to constrict violently. Even knowing this was his parallel self, the sight of that white fang stirred a tempest within him. This blade was the sole legacy left by his father, which he had failed to protect during the battle at the Kanabi Bridge. Now, seeing it again, he felt disoriented. In that battle, he had lost so much: comrades, friends, his eyes, his father's relic, and the burden of a right hand forever stained with blood. Kakashi's expression darkened as flashes of steel danced before him, and suddenly, his silvery hair cascaded to the ground. To be dazed in battle still, your prowess is even weaker than I had imagined. I am curious. Why would the last of the Uchiha and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki trust a ninja like you to lead? Kakashi's words brimmed with disappointment. Look at yourself now. Without the Sharingan, you cannot even evade the simplest of attacks. You have strayed from your path. Had you diligently practiced our family's sword techniques from the start, your lack of chakra and stamina could have been compensated. The other Kakashi remained silent. Why did his counterpart in that world devote himself to swordsmanship? Obito was still by his side. He had lost so much. He no longer cared about the strength of his abilities. His father's death had led him to abandon the blade. Obito's demise filled him with guilt. Rin's passing robbed him of his will to live. The loss of his teacher had completely stripped him of direction. Enough. Kakashi, pay attention. I wish to show you just how foolish it is to forsake the sword for ocular techniques. Lightning surged forth. Kakashi's form vanished in an instant. His speed augmented by the lightning, swift as a flash. In a moment, a terrifying arc of the blade rent the air, the atmosphere around them transforming into a vast expanse of nothingness. Witnessing his own inaction, disappointment washed over him. and then the blade pivoted, striking Kakashi heavily with its back. Kakashi collapsed, falling into a deep unconsciousness. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto and Sakura anxiously watched as Kakashi lay motionless. "Do not worry. I used the back of the blade. He is merely unconscious." Obito reassured them. "Ha ha ha. But Kakashi, it seems you are not faring well in this world." Obito chuckled derisively. At that moment, Sasuke suddenly recalled something, his expression turning serious. "Senpai, if you speak of your counterpart in this world, indeed, there was once a member of the Uchiha clan who bore your name." Obito leapt up, nearly pressing his face against Sasuke's. "Speak. Hurry and tell me. I shall reward you handsomely." The matter pertained to his right eye's eternal activation. This clue was of utmost importance. He knew that compared to the left eye, the right eye's ability to distort defenses was a genuine life-saving skill. Sasuke, gazing at Obito's eager expression, hesitated to deliver the news. Sensing Obito's growing impatience, he pressed on. "What is it? Speak. Rest assured, whatever the outcome, I will reward you." Sasuke's mind drifted to a figure recorded in the clan's annals, Uchiha Obito. In this world, Obito was regarded as a hero of Konoha. Obito felt a twinge of discontent. "Wait, this world's version of me has become a hero of Konoha? I have never even received a commendation in the Empire." He seethed internally. "How could I be outdone by myself?" "Elaborate further," Obito urged, wrapping his arm around Sasuke's neck, eager for details. Observing Kakashi still attending to the bleeding from Kakashi's left eye, he shouted, "Forget about that useless version of me. In the Empire, I may not compare to you. But in this world, you are lagging far behind. Your counterpart may be weak, yet I have already achieved the status of a Konoha hero." Gaining Kakashi's attention, Obito gestured for Sasuke to continue. Sasuke glanced at Kakashi, swallowed hard, and began, "In this world, you died during the battle at Kanabi Bridge 50 years ago. At that time, you were 13, during the Third Great Ninja War. After your death, you were posthumously honored as a hero of Konoha." "Obito? What the hell? I died." He couldn't bring himself to turn around, sensing Kakashi's gaze upon him laden with derision. Just moments ago, he had wanted Kakashi to hear this, only to find that his own words now felt like a stinging slap to his face. Once again, he had become the jester. Damn it, how could my counterpart in this world be so inept? I thought that Kakashi here was already a failure, yet this version of me died at 13? In the Empire, I cannot surpass Kakashi, and now in this parallel world, I still fall short? While Kakashi's counterpart may be ineffectual, at least he can lead a team that includes the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura. What about me? I met Ashura and Indra far too early. Is this what it means to be stronger than Kakashi's counterpart? I once thought that a Kakashi who forsook the sword to wield the Sharingan was already pathetic. Yet this version of me, who failed to develop, met an untimely end, is even more pitiable, beyond the issue of pride. What troubled Obito more profoundly was the loss of potential. Have I truly lost the chance to awaken my eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Damn it. He cursed internally 1,000 times over at this world's version of himself. You have truly let me down. Brother, I came to deliver the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to you, and yet you perished? Is your corpse still intact? Obito inquired with a glimmer of hope. Sasuke shook his head. His body was lost on the battlefield and has long since vanished. All that remains are his ceremonial tombs in the clan and Konoha. Damn it. Sasuke hesitated, but, driven by his yearning for power, cautiously spoke. Senpai, the information I possess is limited. Regarding the reward you mentioned, before he could finish, Naruto interrupted. Hey, Sasuke, do you really trust these two inexplicable individuals? They just knocked out Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke shot a dark look at Naruto. Damn it, if this person misinterprets my intentions, it could lead to blame directed at them. Konoha had nothing to do with him. What did that have to do with him? I yearn solely for the supreme power. It matters not who grants it to me. I, Sasuke, would not hesitate to betray everything for it. What? Naruto's pupils widened in shock, and Sakura gazed at Sasuke in disbelief. Sasuke, Konoha nurtured you. How can you be so ungrateful? At these words, Sasuke felt a surge of aversion towards Naruto, and the faint semblance of goodwill he had managed to cultivate vanished completely. Naruto, you do not comprehend that one should not presume to judge another's life with your arrogant notions. Not everyone can be as shameless as you, desperately seeking acceptance from those who despise you. Throughout my existence, I owe no explanations to others. This was the first time Naruto felt a profound estrangement from Sasuke. In his eyes, Sasuke was an orphan like himself, and they should share some common ground. He could not fathom that the pain of losing what one once possessed is far more profound than having nothing from the start. Daito regarded Sasuke with admiration. Truly, he is one of the Uchiha. Konoha is but a trifling matter. With power, one can claim dominion anywhere. However, what did it mean that the child of the fourth Hokage was despised by everyone? As Naruto began to lose control, the chakra of the Nine Tails leaked out, even threatening to break free from the chakra seal that Daito had just placed upon him. Daito swiftly struck Naruto unconscious. The world is still far too complex. Take your time to understand it. Sasuke, you are 12 this year, correct? Indeed, just as I thought. You are identical to the Sasuke of the Empire, Daito murmured softly. Senior, what did you say? Oh, it is nothing. I noticed you can effortlessly transition between the 1-tomo and 2-tomo Sharingan. You should have also awakened the Mangekyo by now, correct? Upon hearing this, Sasuke fell silent, his face flushed crimson. Daito instantly grasped the situation. Oh, you haven't activated the Mangekyo yet. No hurry, 12 is not too late. Show me your 3-tomo, and let me see your current level. Daito's gaze was piercing as he fixed his eyes upon Sasuke. Sasuke lowered his head further. Daito, puzzled, asked, why are you still shy? Let your senior have a look. Rest assured, I have no peculiarities. At last, Sasuke could no longer contain himself, his voice slightly trembling. I have only activated the 2-tomo. Daito was taken aback. What? I thought you had mastered the control between 1-tomo and 2-tomo so effortlessly. You only just awakened the 2-tomo? I awakened mine at 12. Feeling the condescending and scornful gaze from Daito, Sasuke instantly sensed disdain directed towards him. He explained, my current physical form is insufficient to support the activation of the 3-tomo Sharingan. I awakened the 1-tomo 5 years ago. He spoke with a hint of pride. Isn't opening my eyes at 7 an impressive feat? Many in the Uchiha clan never even managed to awaken a single tomo in their lifetime. Daito could hardly restrain his reaction. Not my friend. Do you realize that the other you in another world is on the verge of awakening the Rinnegan? It took you 5 years to transition from 1-tomo to 2-tomo. Is your bloodline truly pure? He felt fortunate for the presence of you within the Empire. Without him, this Sasuke from the parallel world would likely never awaken the eternal Mangekyo in this lifetime. If only Daito knew that Sasuke had awakened the 1-tomo through the sacrifice of his entire clan, he would certainly feel the weight of the loss. Well then, for the time being, accompany me. I shall expedite your awakening of the Mangekyo. You take pride in awakening the 1-tomo at 7, yet in our world, you are poised to awaken the Rinnegan. Sasuke inquired, what is the Rinnegan? Daito facepalmed, utterly exasperated. He began to doubt Kakashi's earlier hypothesis. Kakashi, I feel you may be overly sensitive. This world is fundamentally a fragile, low-power realm, lacking in comparison to the Empire. Daito conveyed telepathically to Kakashi. Now enough of that. Regarding your talents, we shall discuss it later. For now, I wish to understand what you mean by the extermination of the Uchiha clan. A cold glint finally appeared on Daito's otherwise nonchalant visage. Ahem, that Nagato. Such occurrences transpire constantly in the world of shinobi. It is not exclusive to our land of fire. In fact, our land of fire is relatively peaceful compared to others. Jiraiya watched the unfolding scene, inwardly cursing his misfortune. Why did he have to encounter this in such dire circumstances? Is this what you call prosperity and strength in the land of fire? Nagato gritted his teeth, each word punctuated with resentment. The scene before him could hardly be described as chaotic. It was a massacre. Hundreds lay lifeless, rivers of blood flowed, and the raging inferno consumed the majority of the village's dwellings. The panicked civilians fled in all directions, yet found no refuge. The air was filled with screams and cries. This band of rogue ninjas mercilessly reaped the lives of this village simply because one civilian defied them. They spared neither the elderly nor the children. One by one, civilians fell into pools of blood, their eyes wide with terror and helplessness, attempting to resist, but ultimately powerless to alter their fate. In the eyes of the merciless ninjas, there was no compassion, only indifference to life and a perverse joy in slaughter. Faced with these heartless shinobi, many civilians could only watch in fury and despair as their loved ones and friends fell, ruthlessly slain before their eyes. The land was stained crimson, and despair permeated the atmosphere. Nagato was furious, his gaze filled with pity for the innocent victims and rage towards the rogue ninjas. How dare a mere team of 3 genin commit such atrocities against a village of this size? If there had been a jonin present, could they not have wiped out a small nation? Yet this was not the primary concern. The true issue lay in Jiraiya's attitude. To him, it seemed such situations had become commonplace. Nagato wished to utilize the Rinnegan to resurrect the recently slain innocents. In the Empire, such occurrences had not transpired for decades. Not to mention the deaths of hundreds. Even the loss of 10 lives would cause an uproar. In this world. Chapter 16. Do you not know of the will of fire? Enough of this. There is no point in further discussion. Let us see if there are any lives we can still save. Jiraiya spoke, preparing to form hand seals when he noticed Nagato making a move. Shinra Tensei. A powerful gravitational force instantly drew the rogue ninjas towards it. Jiraiya was taken aback, instinctively retreating from the overwhelming pull. Nagato had not formed hand seals. A jutsu of instantaneous activation. This was the power of the Rinnegan. Jiraiya was astonished, realizing that this alternate version of Nagato had become remarkably proficient in utilizing the Rinnegan. What shocked him even more was that he employed it against mere rogue ninjas. Did he not fear the negative repercussions that such ocular power would inflict upon his body? Nagato gazed coldly at the group of wandering ninjas floating beside him, their faces filled with fear. Upon discovering the presence of the two, their expressions turned to one of terror, and the leader hastily exclaimed, "I apologize. I had no idea they were your quarry. I am willing to relinquish everything I just pilfered." At these words, Nagato's countenance darkened further. This world is truly wretched. Were those predecessors merely deceiving themselves? In an era where one cannot even dictate their own life, where ordinary citizens are stripped of their dignity, can this truly be deemed a good age? Naively, Nagato still believed the words of those who, in pursuit of their own ruling interests, spread lies and sought to revive the system of ninja villages. Indeed, for those individuals, the co-governance of ninja villages and daimyos appeared to be a golden age. Seeing Nagato's silence, the group of wandering ninjas assumed their offered bargaining chips were insufficient and continued. "If you feel it is lacking, I can serve you for a time. We know this area well. Just give me 3 days. In that time, I can amass enough wealth for you." Jiraiya had already dispatched a number of shadow clones to check if there were any survivors from earlier, while his true self remained by Nagato's side to prevent him from losing control. "Jiraiya, who are these people?" Nagato's inquiry left the wandering ninjas stunned, their pupils dilating in shock. "Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin?" they thought, panic enveloping them. Jiraiya's expression grew grave as he scrutinized the group. Most of them were rogue ninjas who had learned a few ninjutsu techniques, possessing a modicum of power, yet desired to transcend the established order. The existence of such individuals was commonplace, as they had existed throughout history. Not everyone was willing to accept the cumbersome and stringent tasks of a ninja. Engaging in pillaging and looting was comparatively simpler, provided one stayed clear of ninja villages and did not provoke the powerful under their protection. Nagato's dissatisfaction surged as he observed Jiraiya's nonchalant demeanor. "Can you not control these wandering ninjas in Konoha, or in the Land of Fire? Do you simply allow them to pillage and commit atrocities unchecked?" Jiraiya felt a twinge of guilt. "Well, if someone issues a mission, we have corresponding ninjas to take on the task of eliminating wandering ninjas." Nagato was taken aback. "You only deal with bandits if there's a fee? What purpose do you serve then? If there's no money, you want to act? As the largest military oversight and training institution in the nation, you can't even manage this?" Jiraiya reassured him. "Of course, if the situation is significant, the daimyos will allocate funds for bandit suppression. I can assure you, we in the Land of Fire do this to the best of our ability." Nagato felt a heaviness in his heart. If this is the best the Land of Fire has to offer, then how chaotic must this world truly be? He couldn't help but think of the Empire, where, although the citizens toiled ceaselessly, contributing day and night to its development, they at least had enough to eat and wear. They never worried about losing their lives at a moment's notice. "Yoshida-kun, please, wake up. Without you, how will your mother and children survive? Taniguchi, you are our family's sole labor force. You must not come to harm." Watching the civilians, saved by Jiraiya's shadow clones, yet still terrified and weeping for their lost loved ones, Nagato suddenly felt a profound sense of shame. It seemed he had misunderstood the Emperor far too deeply. Previously, he had dismissed the Emperor's claim that the 996 work schedule was a blessing. But now, as he observed the pallid faces of those holding the corpses of their deceased kin, tears streaming down their faces, he felt lost. Hadn't he initially vowed to overthrow the Emperor's dictatorship? Why was he now wavering? In the Empire, even in the most remote mountainous regions, there were no such emaciated individuals. Furthermore, The elderly had access to pensions, women could engage in suitable handicrafts, and there was compulsory education. It was inconceivable that a family would completely fall into despair upon losing a man. He pondered, why were there so many children in the village? Aren't they supposed to be in school? Observing a group of children lying lifeless on the ground, who could have avoided such calamities had they been in school, filled Nagato with sorrow. School? Jiraiya began to question the world Nagato hailed from. Where would ordinary citizens find the money to send their children to school? The costs of private tutors here are exorbitant. Typically, only the powerful and wealthy landowners can afford to hire teachers. What? Nagato's eyes widened in disbelief. Sensing Nagato's reaction, Jiraiya felt a chill run down his spine. However, if the children of commoners are willing, they can attend the Ninja Academy in Konoha, where tuition is minimal. Of course, most parents would not choose this path, as becoming a ninja is perilous and requires a certain level of talent. Training a ninja is a lengthy process, and they would not wish to lose a laborer from their household. Nagato furrowed his brow. Why is being a ninja considered dangerous? If something is perilous, one can simply refrain from participating, right? Surely, once one becomes a ninja, their efficiency in returning should increase. As Jiraiya found himself discussing a topic he was well-versed in, he launched into an explanation. Are you familiar with the will of fire? It is one of the essential conditions for becoming a ninja. Where the leaves of Konoha flutter, the fire continues to burn. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and nurture the budding of new leaves. This was cultivated by Lord Hashirama, the founder of the Hidden Leaf Village, and has been created and passed down through the long history of the villagers' struggles. Upon becoming ninjas, they inherit the will of fire, transforming into flames that illuminate new branches and foster growth. Listening to Jiraiya's words, Nagato bluntly summarized, So, you mean to say that sacrifice and dedication are required? Once they become ninjas, they must serve the village, forsaking their own parents and families? Jiraiya scratched his head and chuckled. It's not quite like that. They can bring their families to the village. After all, the village has nurtured them, so how could they easily leave? Chapter 17. The Emperor's Variants? Goodness. So it's a CPU. How does this so-called will of fire in Konoha resemble a pyramid scheme? Once one becomes a ninja, must they contribute to the village? Shouldn't people be free? Why do you only speak of dedication and sacrifice? Shouldn't there be reciprocity in any relationship? The intertwining of interests is what ensures stability and longevity. Jiraiya shook his head in response, disappointment flickering in his gaze. No, you are mistaken. The spirit of willingly dedicating one's life and sacrificing for the bonds of kinship is truly noble. Mixing it with interests renders it utterly banal. Jiraiya was profoundly disheartened by Nagato's materialistic remarks. What had the Nagato of another world experienced? Throughout their journey, the two had shared their experiences, becoming aware of the mentor-student bond they shared. Had the Nagato of that world never been taught about the will of fire? Nagato found himself puzzled, realizing that it was not the greed of these rogue and wandering ninjas that was to blame, but rather the distorted upbringing and inaction of Konoha. What are the core values of your society? Core values of centralism? Our values entail dedicating ourselves to the village, do they not? Jiraiya was perplexed, struggling to comprehend. Is there not a notion of prosperity, democracy, and harmony? A ninja merely needs to follow the assignment, sacrificing oneself for the mission and the village suffices. What purpose do those ideals serve? One must recognize that during the execution of missions, ninjas are merely tools. Tools are devoid of emotions. Nagato, who had never experienced life under the ninja village system, could not fathom Jiraiya's sentiments. What does it mean that ninjas are merely tools? Shuriken, food pills, and storage scrolls are tools, are they not? A ninja is but a profession, yet fundamentally, they are living beings. The greatest distinction between humans and animals is the capacity for emotions. Can one still be considered human if they suppress their feelings? No wonder the common folk fear ninjas so profoundly. No wonder ninjas have become synonymous with calamity. It appears that even individuals like Jiraiya, who are inherently ninjas, view their identity as that of mere tools. Nagato gained a new understanding of the pathological world around him. To speak of sacrifice and devotion while perceiving ninjas as tools seems contradictory, does it not? Nagato could not help but interject. Is it contradictory? It is about sacrificing and dedicating oneself for the village, is it not? What of comrades? Comrades are important, yet executing missions accurately is what a ninja must grasp. Nagato found it illogical. Is the mission paramount? One must understand that within the Empire, regardless of circumstances, human life is always prioritized. Here, life is regarded as trivial. It would be a miracle if no one defected. Observing Nagato's silence, Jiraiya quietly distributed his savings to the group of commoners. Nagato silently watched, not uttering a word. Jiraiya found it somewhat perplexing. From Nagato's astonished demeanor, it was apparent that his world might be better than Jiraiya's. However, this cannot be right. If it is indeed a good world, why does the Empire, with its flawless system, allow the flames of invasion to reach parallel universes? Should they not cherish peace like Konoha? Moreover, this young man Nagato had just arrived with evident hostility. As he gazed at the group of wandering ninjas still bickering and pleading for mercy, Nagato clasped his hands together. Impure world reincarnation modified. The deceased individual's hair was covered by Nagato's universal pull technique. Soon, the recently deceased looked at their new bodies with confusion. Their families, overjoyed, embraced them tightly. The scene was peculiar. Inside the impure world were the killers of their kin, while outside stood their grieving families. Nagato, is this a forbidden technique? Is it appropriate to use it in this manner? They might not fare any better than these individuals once they gain the power of immortality. Jiraiya frowned and attempted to dissuade him. However, Nagato's lips curled into a sigh. This is the modified impure world reincarnation. They will consume the life force of the recently deceased wandering ninjas, restoring their abilities and stamina similarly. They are not immortal. Once their life force is entirely depleted, they, too, shall perish. Seeing this, I cannot remain indifferent. Let these wandering ninjas serve as vessels for the impure world reincarnation to atone for those they have slain. As for what follows, Jiraiya swallowed hard, wishing to say more, but Nagato had already stepped forward. Let us proceed to the capital of the Land of Fire. After a moment's contemplation, Jiraiya remarked, though the journey thus far has been fraught with difficulties, I believe you will be awestruck by the prosperity of the Land of Fire. Nagato had lost the initial hope he held for this world, his shoulders sagging as he replied wearily, let us hope so. What? My Uchiha clan was annihilated by a single person? Could it be the Emperor's variant here? A startled voice echoed in Kakashi's ears. He felt dazed. The voice reminiscent of Obito's. Am I dead? Kakashi opened his eyes to see a sleeping Naruto, a vigilant Sakura, a furious Sasuke, and a helpless Dasna before him. Next to him stood a man strikingly similar to himself, along with a lively Obito, snapping him back to reality. So, he used the back of the blade. Kakashi moved slightly, feeling a sharp pain in his neck, and couldn't help but feel regret. Perhaps the edge of the blade would have been preferable. However, now that he was awake, he would continue with the mission, determined to protect his students before him. First, he would observe the plans of these two individuals and regain his strength. There was no need to maintain his Sharingan at all times. Kakashi sensed an increase in his chakra capacity. Nonetheless, the final strike, combined with the lightning release, left him in awe. The Emperor? Sasuke's expression turned quizzical. Although he had heard the name of the Emperor multiple times from the two, he could not believe that Uchiha Itachi could achieve such greatness. Why would he? He is merely a piece of filth who slaughtered his own family. He is also a member of the Uchiha clan, known as Uchiha Senju, Obito stated seriously. If there is an emperor in this world, it is over. The bloodlines of Senju and Uchiha are naturally endowed with the potential of the Sage of Six Paths. Uchiha Senju. Sasuke shook his head at the mention, having never heard of such a person. Obito sighed in relief. Indeed, if such a person existed, how could they remain obscure? Why had this world not been unified yet? Then who is the one capable of annihilating our great Uchiha clan? The disgrace and traitor of our clan, who also possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 18. Itachi would kill his father? You must be under a Jinjutsu. Seeing Sasuke's hesitance, Obito's expression darkened. Kakashi observed Sasuke, a hint of sorrow flickering in his fish-like eyes. Sasuke, you are too fixated on hatred. Knowing the truth does not guarantee a resolution. Kakashi suddenly interjected. He understood that Sasuke's hatred had taken deep root, difficult to eradicate. Yet, he also realized that hatred would only ensnare Sasuke further, leading to his own destruction. You are awake? Both Obito and Kakashi glanced over. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura finally exhaled in relief. Kakashi briefly surveyed the scene before immersing his gaze back into the intimate paradise. Although the aesthetics were rather conservative, there was still a level of enjoyment, particularly in the tantalizing glimpses. Oh, Kakashi, so you know who it is? Tell me. This kid Sasuke is stammering like a coward. I will overlook your theft of my Uchiha clan's eyes. I will say, but I have a condition. Sasuke's face contorted in struggle, but he soon let his clenched fists fall weakly. Speak, young one. Obito harbored a desire to nurture this pitiful remnant of the Uchiha clan in this world. I can reveal who is behind it, but I must take personal vengeance. Sasuke gritted his teeth as he spoke. What a significant issue, I agree. But if you die in your quest for revenge, do not blame me for not assisting you, Obito teased. The perpetrator of the massacre of the entire clan is Itachi. Upon uttering this statement, Sasuke was left utterly weakened. What? Itachi? Dato was taken aback. Are you certain you haven't fallen under a genjutsu? How could Itachi possibly harm the Uchiha? Within the empire, the members of the Ui clan valued familial love above all else. He would rather endure endless suffering alone than place additional burdens on his family. He was exceedingly proud and deeply devoted to his kin. Could he truly annihilate his own clan? Impossible. Genjutsu? As Sasuke spoke, a fleeting look of fear crossed his face, quickly overshadowed by a profound fury. He recalled the terror he felt when ensnared by Tsukuyami. Those 3 days and nights of unrelenting torment. I wish this were merely a genjutsu, but it is not. The murderer is my older brother, that Uchiha Itachi, who loves to call me foolish. Deep down, Sasuke desperately wished to disbelieve that Itachi had eradicated their clan and slain their father and mother. Yet this was the bloody reality. This was the truth. Dato was momentarily stunned. No way, buddy. Are you out of your mind? Patricide. Could you truly do such a thing? Upon reflection, you indeed possessed the capability. And the only one who could make Uchiha Fugaku accept his fate without resistance was you. But why? Why did he leave the Uchiha's sole heir alive? Yu's most beloved person was his younger brother, Sasuke. What could possibly incite him to turn against his entire family? What deep-seated hatred could lead him to stain his hands with the blood of his own kin? Has he fallen under Kotoame Tsukumi? What about Uchiha Shisui? Did Shisui not intervene? Surely, Shisui possessed such strength. Dato knew that within the Uchiha clan, Shisui was the most gentle and compassionate. He would never permit you to harm his entire family. Shisui had passed away long ago. Sasuke's mind conjured the face of that gentle, water-like youth, and a pang of sorrow flickered in his eyes. Perhaps if Shisui had been present, Itachi would not have descended into madness. What? Dato was even more astonished. This ninja world truly faces calamity after calamity. The thought of his family perishing at the hands of their own sent a shudder through him. He too had died, and Shisui had perished as well. Did he also fall victim to war? Dato inquired. No, it seems it was suicide. Dato was left dumbfounded. Although Shisui was compassionate, he could not possibly be so fragile as to relinquish his life upon witnessing the sufferings of the world. What in the world is happening? Kakashi, hey, Kakashi. Dato felt helpless, resorting to calling out his friend's name to ascertain whether he was trapped in an illusion. Kakashi cast him a disdainful glance before returning his focus to paradise. The state of this world, I feel we have lost our grasp on it. Should we contact the Empire? Dato realized he had no other choice but to report this information to the Emperor, as his mission was essentially in jeopardy. Yes, the mission. Are you familiar with the Senju clan? Observing Dato's sudden shift in conversation, Sasuke appeared momentarily dazed. That is the family of the first Hokage. Yes. Where's their clan now? Due to the overwhelming strength of the first and second Hokages, many in the village grew envious, and the enemies they created were numerous. They have since faded into history. However, a small portion of their bloodline remains dormant, ruling over the Land of Fire. And Tsunade seems to be the princess of the Land of Fire. Through years of perusing clan documents, and through personal experiences, Sasuke knew far more than his peers. The Senju clan has vanished from history? Dato had lost count of how many times he had been rendered speechless. Indeed, only the first Hokage Hashirama was truly powerful. Not the clan as a whole. Sasuke replied candidly. And what of the Uzumaki clan? It is said that the Uzumaki clan once ruled a nation, the Land of Whirlpools. But due to the fear of their sealing techniques, they were besieged by multiple nations and have since been extinguished. Not only Dato but also Kakashi lifted his gaze from paradise. Incredible, the 3 strongest clans in the Empire have all perished? What of the Kagaya clan? Within the Empire, the Kagaya clan has seen a surge in numbers due to the Emperor's population control policies, with hundreds of newborns each year. The Kagaya clan? Noticing the look of confusion on Sasuke's face, both men realized, it's over. My mission. Dato felt a pang in his heart. Had this mission already failed before it even began? Upon returning, he had hoped to leverage this mission to request the Emperor for some of the Sage of Six Paths bloodline. But now it felt utterly futile. Could it be that in your world, all clans possessing Kekkei Genkai have perished? Sasuke hesitated briefly, his mind racing. But soon a timid figure from his class emerged in his thoughts. I am unsure about other nations, but in Konoha, the Hyuga clan still exists. Their Kekkei Genkai is the Byakugan. Any others? Dato pressed eagerly. That is good. That is good. Although the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan may be hopeless, perhaps the next world will allow the Emperor to continue arranging matters for himself. As long as this mission is completed satisfactorily, perhaps the Emperor could even assist in awakening my eyes. Any others? None. In Konoha, only this one clan possesses a Kekkei Genkai, and they guard it with utmost vigilance. Unlike Asachihas. As Sasuke spoke, his gaze briefly flicked to Kakashi's left eye. Kakashi sighed. Sasuke, you misunderstand me. Yet this lad is indeed born with rebellious spirit. Without him saying a word, he has revealed everything about his clan like pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Dato felt utterly deflated upon hearing this. Kakashi, contact the Empire. We must report our current situation. Chapter 19. Sasuke, would you be willing to take me as your master? Valley of the End. Shimura Danzo stood before an enormous array. Within the formation, several root ninjas skilled in sealing techniques and space-time ninjutsu were investigating something. Lord Danzo, there are indeed traces of spatial fluctuations present here. Moreover, this power of space is extraordinarily potent, far surpassing our current understanding. One of the masked root members spoke, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Danzo's expression darkened. Rather than believe in the arrival of beings from a parallel universe, he would prefer to think that Jiraiya's intelligence was merely a delusion. However, the brutal reality had completely shattered that glimmer of hope within him. Yet, the events had already transpired, and he was not the type to shy away. Is it possible to seal this location and ensure that no summoning entities can enter or exit? Although they are interdimensional visitors, at their core, they are still entities of summoning. No problem. While devising a reverse transmission pathway may be challenging, sealing it is not an issue. The specialized sealing ninja from Root quickly contacted those nearby to set up a sealing formation. Instantly, the flow of chakra in the area ceased. After confirming that no further issues would arise, Danzo exhaled in relief. Now, it is time to catch the turtle in the jar. Ha ha ha, ninjas from another world. Huh, I am genuinely curious about the formidable knowledge and ninjutsu you will bring to me. Shimura Danzo has already envisioned himself penetrating into an alternate realm, making significant contributions and ultimately becoming Hokage. In the Empire, within the Fire Province, lies Konoha University. As a former coordinate of the Hidden Leaf Village, the natural environment and accessibility of this place are undoubtedly unparalleled. At this moment, countless Orochimaru and medical ninjas are pacing around the grand teleportation array in a vast plaza of Konoha University. The two individuals infused with the powers of the Sage of Six Paths and Hashirama have long achieved chakra freedom. To ensure a continuous flow of chakra, not long ago, Lord Senju sealed the nine tails within Orochimaru's body. Once freed from his shadow clone, he expelled all talents and interns from Konoha University, leaving only the medical ninjas to study under him. With the support of numerous Orochimaru, the pace of his project has accelerated, and he is accumulating knowledge at an extraordinary rate. Observing the increasingly refined interdimensional teleportation project, Orochimaru is filled with joy. Everyone, put in more effort. The Emperor has said that once our interdimensional project is nearly complete, we will capture Otsutsuki for our research on immortal cells. Orochimaru's expression is one of excitement. Previously, the Emperor had introduced a scientific theory to persuade him to serve. At that time, he reluctantly conceded, as survival was at stake. As for why he became utterly devoted and a workaholic afterward, he recalls that fateful night when the Emperor bestowed upon him a drop of blood. It seemed to belong to one of the Emperor's most mysterious wives, who was always elusive. After researching that drop of blood, Orochimaru was utterly astounded. Immortal cells. Genuine immortal cells. Thus, he unhesitatingly became enamored with the Emperor and worked tirelessly for over a decade. Of course, it was not merely these factors that swayed him, but also the Emperor's extraordinary talent and far-reaching vision. The Emperor's willingness to mobilize national resources for a cause he deeply valued is what Orochimaru admires most. Compared to those long-lived, short-sighted individuals, the Emperor is truly a fitting leader. What is a leader? It means being resolute in decision-making. A true leader should bear responsibility for decisive actions, not spend their days calculating the balance of power among factions. Such a person is not a leader. At best, they are merely a meddler in the affairs of others. Orochimaru, it seems there is a problem with the interdimensional teleportation array. It has dimmed, and we cannot locate those 3 individuals. Orochimaru swiftly assessed the teleportation array and recognized the issue at once. It was simple. Modifying the arrival coordinates would suffice. Are you afraid that the new coordinates might not be within this world? Orochimaru asked. The response was a nod of agreement. Then it's easy. We can send someone to the original coordinates to check the situation and then revert the changes. Orochimaru's words sparked an epiphany. Just after modifying the coordinates, he received a message from Kakashi. Lord Orochimaru, there is news about the alternate realm. It's from Kakashi. Oh, let me see. You go ahead and contact the Emperor. Yes. Meanwhile, in the Valley of the End, Danzo, engrossed in his work, remained oblivious to the fact that he had already altered the coordinates before properly setting up the sealing array. In the Land of Waves, Kakashi cast a disdainful glance at Dato. I have already compiled all the information about this situation and informed the Empire. Otherwise, relying on you would have led to disaster. Currently, we have severed communication with the Empire, possibly due to spatial passage issues. For now, let us wait for further updates from the Empire. Dato chuckled. That's why Kakashi is the captain. He always acts a step ahead. It's strange though, when did he send that message? I had no idea. Dato, what I know is all I can share. As for the promise you made me. Sasuke's gaze shifted between Dato and Kakashi, wary that they might deny their earlier agreement. Dato, noticing Sasuke's apprehension, burst into laughter. Kid, rest assured. As fellow Uchiha, I certainly wish for our clan to grow stronger. As for the rewards I promised you, just say the word. Whatever you desire, I shall do my utmost to fulfill. Dato boasted, thumping his chest with enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's face lit up with fervor. I need power. The strength to enact my revenge, the power to kill Itachi. Dato was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a hearty laugh. Excellent. How could this world's fate allow for the slaughter of our clan? Truly outrageous. Kid, are you willing to become my disciple? Dato's joy was palpable. For too long, he had carried the weight of being labeled a fool and an underachiever. No intelligent member of the Uchiha clan would associate with him. Had it not been for his formidable ocular prowess, he might never have graduated from the academy. Now, being able to mentor the reincarnation of Indra from this world, along with being the sole Uchiha heir, he envisioned a future where he could finally earn respect in the empire. Although the system for teaching had changed, no longer were there 3 students following a single teacher. A more refined apprentice system had been introduced. The more apprentices one took on, the greater the rewards from the empire, allowing for the exchange of ninjutsu, forbidden techniques, or sage arts for contributions made through mentorship. Despite having received nearly all known ninjutsu and techniques from the emperor upon arrival, these skills were of little use to Dato. Rather, the honor of cultivating Sasuke into a formidable talent was what excited him the most. Humph, this world's reincarnation of Indra must be Sasuke, even with mediocre talent. It couldn't possibly be too lacking. Having grown up alone, it makes sense that he can activate the 2 Tomo. It's not due to a lack of innate ability. Once I nurture him into greatness, who would dare claim that Dato is devoid of merit beyond his eyes? Dato couldn't help but fantasize about Uchiha clan members eagerly offering their children to him for mentorship, a wicked smile forming as he drooled at the prospect. Chapter 20. The 10 Doors of Escape. The Empire's body refinement technique. Kakashi observed the helpless Sasuke and the lovesick grin on Dato's face. Kakashi glanced at Sasuke, then at Dato, pointed to his head, and nodded. Sasuke was bewildered, then quietly nodded in resignation, showing a hint of regret. Dato snapped out of his reverie, his face turning crimson. Hey, Kakashi, you're the one with the problem. Kakashi smiled slightly, waving his hand dismissively. Sasuke was taken aback, still unaware of the situation, when Dato stepped forward and embraced him. Kid, quickly say it. Are you willing to become my disciple? If you agree, I will grant you the Mangekyo Sharingan and teach you the powerful secrets of our empire. Dato painted a vivid picture, and Sasuke's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded eagerly. Master, my dear apprentice. Dato beamed with joy. Finally acquiring a disciple lifted him from the sorrow of his recent transformation into a mere shadow of himself. Well, he wasn't particularly sorrowful. He merely felt embarrassed in front of Kakashi. Dato, What is this powerful secret of your empire you mentioned? Sasuke inquired, brimming with anticipation. The two individuals before him were extraordinarily powerful, surpassing anyone he had ever encountered. He even sensed that they might be stronger than Itachi. Humph. It is difficult for us to discern the true extent of your strength, but based on your current missions, which certainly reflect at least the prowess of a lower ninja, as well as the performance of your teacher Kakashi, I can deduce that, at the very least, our foundational body refinement techniques in the Empire would greatly enhance your abilities. Although your age is considerable and your foundation is lacking, with diligent effort, even the most modest of gains could lead you to possess half of my strength in no time. Upon hearing this, Sasuke clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He had always taken pride in being the top student at the Ninja Academy, only to realize that his once celebrated talent was inconsequential in the eyes of true warriors. However, before we proceed, I must inquire, do you have warriors here? Dato's expression turned serious. Sasuke shook his head. Here, we only have ninjas. It is said that there may be samurai in other countries, but I can assure you there are no warriors here. Due to the existence of ninjas, samurai have essentially been rendered obsolete, existing only in small nations without ninja villages. Dato nodded. The lineage of the warriors was created by the emperor. And since there is no emperor in this world, it is only natural that there would be no warriors. That aside, what I am about to teach you is the most fundamental, yet crucial and powerful body refinement technique of the Empire, the Uchiha body refinement technique. Kakashi, unable to contain his disbelief, covered his face with a book. This guy really knows how to exaggerate. The Uchiha body refinement technique. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's breath caught in his throat. It sounded incredibly potent. Dato glanced at Kakashi and scratched his head. However, the more fundamental the knowledge, the more it must remain concealed. Exposing it could place our civilization at a disadvantage. Therefore, before you learn, I must place a curse mark upon you to ensure you cannot disclose the existence of this knowledge. Are you willing? Kakashi cast an approving glance at Dato. It seems this guy isn't as foolish as I thought. While the imperial body refinement technique can be practiced by anyone in the Empire, it must not be revealed in this new world, particularly since they do not possess it. The consequences of its leakage would be far more devastating than those of forbidden techniques, as it would enhance the strength of millions. Sasuke, think carefully. Once the curse mark is placed, you will be bound for life. Kakashi finally interjected, attempting to dissuade him. Yet, Sasuke completely ignored Kakashi's words. To him, possessing the power to defeat Itachi outweighed any concerns about servitude. I am willing. Dato nodded in response. Rest assured, as fellow members of the Uchiha clan, how could I bring harm to you? The curse mark merely restricts your ability to disclose the knowledge I impart to you. Moreover, if I truly intended to harm you, why would I resort to such means? Dato formed hand seals and then placed his hands on Sasuke's shoulders. At that moment, Sasuke felt a curse mark inscribed deep within his tongue, designed to restrict his ability to convey certain information. The word binding seal. The term binding pertains not only to spoken words, but also includes the transmission of thoughts through jinjutsu or written expressions. Master Dato, can you now teach me the Uchiha body refinement technique? Sasuke eagerly inquired. Haha, of course. Sasuke, relax. Do not resist. Sasuke gazed into Dato's eyes, suddenly noticing 3 tomo appear. Instinctively, he attempted to use his Sharingan to resist, but upon hearing Dato's words, he chose to completely empty his mind. Within the realm of Jinjutsu, Dato's voice echoed. Sasuke, pay attention. This is a clever application of Jinjutsu. Here, you can perfectly learn the essence of the imperial body refinement technique, and the outside world will seem but a fleeting moment. The imperial body refinement technique was devised by Lord Uchiha Senju based on the 8 gates, suitable for everyone to practice, even ordinary individuals without special attributes. Its fundamental principle lies in harnessing the chakra of the universe to temper the muscle cells of the body. Of course, the effect is greatly enhanced when chakra flows within, stimulating cellular activity. Are you ready? Dato's voice resonated in Sasuke's ears, and a series of movements reminiscent of the 5-animal play began to materialize in Sasuke's mind. This is the most basic form. Next comes the intent. The so-called intent refers to the fundamental method of using chakra to refine bodily cells. Pay close attention. I shall only teach you this once. Though he claimed it would be a single lesson, the memory etched into Sasuke's mind through Jinjutsu was indelible. After Sasuke absorbed the knowledge of how to activate cellular activity with chakra, enabling the body to accommodate more chakra and significantly enhance physical attributes. He was utterly astounded. What kind of world do they inhabit? Compared to their mastery of chakra, our methods feel like primitive civilization. At most, we merely utilize chakra to scale trees and walk on water. They directly use such methods to push the limits of the human body to elevate their potential. By this method, even ordinary individuals seem capable of rivaling elite ninjas. Dato was quite pleased with Sasuke's astonished reaction, a slight smile gracing his lips. Once you master this body refinement technique, you will essentially reach the threshold of the 8 gates. Sasuke, work hard. In a couple of days, I will assess your progress. And if your advancement is satisfactory, I shall impart the 8 gates to you. Master Dato, what exactly is this 8 gates technique? Sasuke could not help but ask. The 8 gates represent the pinnacle of taijutsu, allowing practitioners devoid of any attributes to attain strength rivaling that of the Sage of 6 Paths. This technique was developed by our Imperial Emperor. While opening all 8 gates is fatal, when paired with this body refinement technique, it can lead to death and rebirth, breaking the limits to unlock both the yin and yang gates of the body. Dato proudly explained to Sasuke. Forget it. Why am I even telling you this? Don't aim too high. Focus on mastering the body refinement technique first. Sasuke nodded, eager to put it to the test. However, Master Dato, what level of strength does the Sage of 6 Paths represent? Dato's expression darkened. What kind of education is imparted in this world? You don't even know the most basic levels of strength? That is power that surpasses even the Hokage level. Rest assured, with my guidance, if you put in the effort, you will undoubtedly become a Sage of 6 Paths. Sasuke could hardly contain his excitement, his pride overwhelming him as he bowed deeply to Dato. Thank you, Master, for bestowing this technique. Chapter 21, A World Without Rin. Kakashi could not help but sigh and turn away. The current Sasuke had just left the ninja village, untouched by the harsh realities of society, still untainted by betrayal. Moreover, Dato, being of the Uchiha clan, shared a common enmity with him, making Sasuke's heart more untainted compared to the subsequent events where he was taken by Obito. Of course, this was also because Dato's teachings were devoid of ulterior motives. Dato was well aware that he might not be able to cultivate Sasuke properly, yet he boasted. Once the interdimensional passage is completed, I will recommend you to the Emperor for further education starting from elementary school in the Empire. Upon hearing these words, Sasuke's expression changed dramatically. What? Go to elementary school? I have already graduated from the Ninja Academy. Obito, displaying a hint of resistance, couldn't help but deliver a light smack to Sasuke's head. The prosperity of the Empire is beyond your imagination. You might find it hard to leave. However, Sasuke, upon hearing this, proudly lifted his chin. Impossible. I still seek revenge. The distractions of the nightlife cannot sway me from my path of vengeance. Obito nodded at Sasuke's determined demeanor. Indeed, you won't waver easily. Such resolve is sufficient to shape a grand destiny. In an instant, Sasuke, having just freed himself from the illusion, eagerly began practicing the newly acquired body refinement technique. Kakashi, nearby, put down his book and glanced at his wristband. Has there been no word from the Empire yet? Obito moved closer. Kakashi shook his head, his expression slightly grave. No. Then let us continue our exploration for information. Obito said as he stepped in front of Kakashi. Kakashi, it is time we discuss why you possess my eye in this world. A fierce glint flickered in Obito's gaze. Was it possible that Kakashi had coveted his Sharingan and orchestrated his demise in this world? If so, even if he were Kakashi's counterpart, he would never forgive him. Kakashi's usually dull eyes finally revealed a glimmer of emotional turmoil, seemingly lost in recollection. If you promise not to harm my students, I will tell you. Despite being at a disadvantage, Kakashi still sought to negotiate. Do you not see the situation clearly? Do you have any options left? After speaking, Obito felt a pang of pity for this world's Kakashi, deprived of his swordsmanship and having lost one eye. He softened his tone slightly. While we are here on a mission, it does not mean we must shed blood unnecessarily. We could have acted long ago. Kakashi, reflecting on this, realized that his own information was not of great significance, so he decided to divulge everything. It was during the 50th year of Konoha. Amidst the Third Great Ninja War, we were assigned to destroy the Kaminaraman Bridge. We accomplished our mission, but fell into an enemy ambush. Rin was captured, and Obito chose to pursue the enemy to save her. Kakashi lowered his head, his voice growing somber. I hesitated between my mission and my comrades for a long time. But by the time I arrived, it was too late. Obito pushed me out of the way of a falling boulder, only to be crushed under it himself. I could only transplant his Sharingan to my own eye. I lost my left eye in that battle, and before he died, Obito expressed his wish to be my left eye, to help me see the future. A heavy silence enveloped them as both Obito and Kakashi contemplated the loss of a comrade, with Obito bearing the burden of his friend's eye. What about Rin? Obito finally understood the source of the sorrow he had felt earlier. Indeed, in this empire, he was also a devoted admirer of Rin Noara. Their feelings were mutual, and all that was needed now was a tangible achievement to bring Rin home in glory. Rin? Kakashi's hands trembled involuntarily. Despite countless sleepless nights, how could he ever cleanse the guilt from his hands? Rin died by my hand. What? Both Kakashi and Obito expressed their profound regret upon learning of the tragedy that befell this Kakashi. Kakashi had intended to inquire about the white fang of Konoha, but upon observing this tragic counterpart still grappling with his emotions, he decided to postpone the discussion. Having entrusted his Sharingan to Kakashi, it was somewhat understandable why he had relinquished his swordsmanship. Yet, he pondered whether his father would be disappointed in him for not passing down the Hitaki family's sword techniques. However, it was not the right moment to broach that topic. Although Kakashi had been subdued by the two, he was still a person with rights. The Empire's higher education included psychology courses. There was no need to press further while he was in mourning. Surely, while Kakashi had forsaken his swordsmanship, his father would not be disheartened, for he valued bonds above all else. The sacrifice made for the sake of his comrade's Sharingan would, in his father's eyes, be a source of solace. With a clearer understanding of the situation regarding the eye, Obito and Kakashi found their hostility towards Kakashi evaporating. In their eyes, he was merely a pitiable soul who had lost his companions. Obito, filled with anger, lamented that Rin had perished in this world. Naturally, he felt deep regret for the Rin here and for himself. Observing Naruto, who was still sound asleep, Obito could no longer contain his frustration. He slapped Naruto's face, causing him to stir momentarily before shifting positions and continuing to sleep. This sight only fueled Obito's ire, prompting him to strike Naruto again. With his face swollen, Naruto remained blissfully unaware in his slumber. Kakashi, unable to watch any longer, intervened. Obito, he is the child of Minato-sensei. That is enough. Obito, feeling exasperated, responded. What should I do? I can't just wake him up with water release, can I? There is water over there. Kakashi pointed to a nearby pond. Oh, Obito picked up Naruto and walked toward the pond. In his dreams, Naruto felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had been carried this way before. But the memory was too distant to recall clearly. With a splash, the sound of something heavy hitting the water echoed, and soon, Naruto struggled to rise from the depths, clutching his swollen face in fury as he confronted Obito. Hey, you jerk, what did you just do to me? All right, kid, I have a question for you. What is your relationship with the Nine Tails? With no news from the Empire, it was time to continue gathering intelligence. What Nine Tails? I don't know what you're talking about. Did you just hit me secretly? How shameless of you, being an adult. Naruto's charming elementary school voice rang through the forest. Kakashi's pupils dilated in sudden alarm. Previously unable to discern the ultimate motives of these two, he was now acutely aware that they had thoroughly probed Naruto's secrets during his unconsciousness. Hearing their intentions to target the tailed beast, Kakashi's vigilance heightened. Were they truly from a parallel universe, or was it merely a ruse? Were they actually sent by another ninja village? He had nearly been misled into lowering his guard. He had to relay this information back to Konoha. Countless thoughts flashed through Kakashi's mind. Observing Naruto feigning ignorance, Obito couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. Oh, look at you, quite resilient. Just as Obito prepared to take further action, Kakashi stopped him. Wait, he just graduated from the Ninja Academy. He knows nothing. Chapter 22. Is your mission not people-centric? So you are aware? With matters concerning the Empire at hand, Kakashi and Obito adopted a more serious demeanor. Release Naruto. I shall divulge all that I know. Since he still draws breath, he must not succumb to despair. Completing the tasks entrusted to him by the Hokage remains paramount. He recalls the subtle hints regarding Sasuke and Naruto that the Hokage had imparted before assigning him to Team 7. His foremost duty is to protect both of them. Presently, Sasuke appears to be safe. The primary concern now is Naruto. If their objective is the tailed beasts, our world is home to 9 such entities. Apart from the nine tails residing in Konohagakure, the one tail dwells in the land of wind, Sunagakure, the two tails in the land of lightning, Kimogakure, the three tails in the land of water, Kirigakure, the four tails and five tails both in Iwagakure, the six tails in Kirigakure, the seven tails also in Kirigakure, and the eight tails in Kimogakure. Kakashi hesitated for a moment before revealing this information, which was hardly a secret. He intentionally misreported the location of the seven tails, claiming it to be in Kirigakure instead of Takigakure. Given that their target is the tailed beasts, they must surely be aware of this information, especially since they managed to locate the Jinchuriki of Konoha with such ease. Observing the two lost in contemplation without challenging his statements, Kakashi began to suspect that they might indeed hail from a parallel universe. Could they truly not be ninjas dispatched from other villages? What use would tailed beasts serve them? In Kakashi's mind, tailed beasts were akin to nuclear weapons, serving solely as a means of deterrence. If they originate from another universe, what secrets could the tailed beasts possibly hold? Kakashi fell into silence. In this world, tailed beasts serve as guardians across the various provinces of the empire, functioning similarly to portable chargers and whetstones. Their distribution within the empire is equitable, thanks to the emperor's presence, especially since, in the absence of war, most tailed beasts have become mere batteries. Yet, why is their distribution so uniform in this world? The strength behind it warrants further examination, Kakashi pondered. He had never considered that such nuclear threats could be a clever ruse to solicit assistance from others. How does the strength of the 5 great ninja villages rank? Are they the only 5? No, there are around 10 ninja villages, but the smaller nations are essentially vassals to the larger ones, thus hardly qualifying as true ninja villages. Currently, the 5 great ninja villages of our ninja world are indeed the mightiest. Each village possesses the capability to challenge any ninja village outside of the 5 greats. As for their ranking, they are relatively equal, but if one must establish superiority, Sunagakure, with its one tail, is the weakest in terms of both its tailed beasts and geographical conditions. Seeing that neither of the two expressed dissent regarding his misrepresentation of the 7 tails, Kakashi fell into deep thought. Telling the truth about Sunagakure's situation would surely be akin to inviting disaster upon oneself. His thoughts reflected a desire to divert trouble elsewhere. For apart from Konoha, what concern did he have for the other nations? The people of Sunagakure harbor intense animosity towards his own Hatake clan. Should you release my 3 students now, I would willingly accompany you to seize the tailed beast from Sunagakure. Kakashi resolved. He would allow his 3 students to depart while keeping a vigilant watch over the 2. Hey, Ninja Master, what about my mission? Dasna exclaimed, anxious. The construction of the bridge had come to a standstill. If they could not bring these ninjas to deal with Kato's men, the land of waves would be doomed. Although these ninjas appeared somewhat unapproachable, Dasna felt he had no other choice. Your mission. Kakashi was about to explain that the task itself was beyond their capabilities when Dato interjected. What is the nature of your mission? I have heard some details along the way. As a model youth, Dato was kind-hearted, always helping ladies cross the street and yielding his seat to the elderly. He was not much different from Nagato. His compassion, however, was not solely for Dasna's mission. His thoughts were on the suffering civilians of the land of waves. After all, prioritizing the people was a lesson ingrained in them since childhood as ninjas. This involved the lives and economy of a nation's populace, as well as the ruthless rogue ninjas they encountered along the way, prompting Dato to resolve to assist them in dealing with that merchant named Kato. The emperor had stated that they were here to bring peace to this world. If this world were peaceful, they would come to cooperate. It appeared that fulfilling the mission through the former approach was more reliable. After all, in this world, he had already perished. Was this truly a peaceful trade? Are you referring to the mission entrusted to Dasna? Kakashi began to respond, but was interrupted by Dato. No, I was asking for the specifics of this mission's commission. In the Empire, for instance, the permissions granted to them were exceptionally high. Although this mission was classified as an S-rank task, its core objectives were rather straightforward. First, safeguard your own life. Second, while ensuring your own safety, protect the lives of your companions. Third, gather as much intelligence about this world as possible. Only upon fulfilling these 3 foundational tasks could they proceed to collect tailed beasts, seek individuals with bloodline limits, and establish a means of transport, among other endeavors. As stated from the outset, their arrival in this world was already a monumental achievement. The subsequent tasks would largely rely on their conscience. Mission commission? Kakashi's gaze became vacant upon hearing this. When it came to missions, the memory that lingered most vividly was that of a comrade who chose to abandon the task to save his companions, only to be condemned by everyone, including the very companion he saved, leading to his father's tragic end. Of course, there was also the loss of Dato, who had perished due to his failure to cooperate promptly. Accepting a mission, even at the cost of life, was the duty and essence of a ninja in their world. The village's missions supersede all else. Kakashi paused, leaving his subsequent thoughts unspoken. Besides comrades. Both individuals were left bewildered. Not only was Dato taken aback, but Kakashi was too. What was he saying? Why was he being so stubborn? Do they not understand that human agency plays a role? What does it mean to accept a mission and sacrifice everything, including life, to fulfill it? What then is the standard for assessing the importance of such missions? I am merely curious about the identity of the individual who proposed such a mission system. This system gradually evolved alongside the formation and development of ninja villages, with the standards for importance determined by the higher-ups. It ensures that ninjas can execute tasks in an orderly manner while effectively enhancing the quality and efficiency of task completion. Simultaneously, the mission system serves as a crucial means for managing and controlling ninjas within the village. After all, if everyone acted solely on their own whims, many missions would result in tremendous losses for the village. Observing Kakashi's mind being so thoroughly conditioned, the two were left in a state of confusion. If ninjas lack absolute judgment and decision-making power regarding their missions, how can they be certain that the directives from the higher-ups are correct? Kakashi retorted. Indeed. How can we ascertain that their words are absolutely correct? Kakashi had never contemplated such matters in depth. To him, executing tasks was sufficient. He was merely a tool. Comparatively, their sound judgment certainly surpassed that of the ninjas, as the bystander often sees more clearly than the one embroiled in the situation. Kakashi began to explain, yet even he felt his words lacked weight. And what of the consequences? Is it not the ninjas who pay with their blood to atone for their mistakes and failures? Do you not prioritize human lives in your missions? Chapter 23. Who is Minato? Have you not heard that events are shaped by human agency? Kakashi found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, if one is human, what is beyond their capability? Yet, it is curious. When did the mission system become so pathological? Is it the influence of the Fire Nation's ideology? Kakashi's heart tightened momentarily. Curse it. Almost fell prey to brainwashing. Who issues your missions? What is the process of accepting and fulfilling them? Kakashi inquired. During wartime, the prominent figures of the village issue the missions. In peacetime, our survival as ninjas largely depends on the tasks entrusted by the powerful and the feudal lords. We categorize missions by difficulty and subsequently determine the remuneration. Upon completion, ninjas receive a commission, though the village also takes a share. Kakashi elucidated. So, you mean your existence hinges on missions? Kakashi nodded. Precisely. Of course. The feudal lords provide some development funds to the village each year, but relying solely on that is utterly insufficient. We must accept entrusted tasks. Even the Hokage's appointments are dictated by the feudal lords. Thus tasks are an indispensable part of both ninjas and the village. Kakashi and Daito were left speechless. The Hokage is confirmed by the feudal lords? What authority do they have to do so? What do they understand? A bunch of inept gluttons meddling in the affairs of the ninja village? Moreover, what are you ninjas doing? With such formidable strength, why must you rely solely on missions for survival? Others, like those in power, can manipulate you with wealth. What then is the purpose of your arduous training? Is this not akin to degrading oneself to the status of a dog, with money serving as a chain, binding those who possess it? Daito felt that this world was far from ideal. The ninja village system was no longer as romantic as portrayed by the elders of the empire. What is this? The ninja village system is indeed a malignant growth. Only a unified empire can remedy this. I never understood what the emperor meant before. I once thought 100 flowers blooming was ideal, but in reality, people are shackled by their own greed and desires, leading to endless contradictions and conflicts with the world. This is a flawed world. Kakashi, let us eliminate that scoundrel merchant named Kato. Daito exclaimed indignantly. Upon hearing this, Tezuno was moved to tears. Thank you. Esteemed ninjas, the people of the Land of Waves will remember your deeds. Naruto, nearby, swallowed hard, wanting to interject, but finding their conversation too sophisticated to comprehend. All right, we shall not delay you further. Daito placed the seal on them. Having made the decision to assist, Kakashi hesitated no longer. For them, Eradicating a treacherous merchant was a mere trifle. They need not concern themselves with the political intricacies of the Fire Nation, the feudal lords, or any diplomatic matters. Just do it. They abide by no moral law, exploiting the common folk for their gain without restraint. The people of Konoha may find it troublesome, but they do not. Perhaps winning the people's hearts will facilitate the Empire's integration into the land of waves without hindrance. In the distance, Sasuke finally returned, bloodied and panting. Upon seeing this, Naruto's eyes widened in horror. This was the one who had sacrificed his first kiss. His good friend. How did he end up like this? Sasuke, are you all right? Naruto cast a concerned glance at Sasuke. Noticing Sasuke's dazed expression, Naruto turned his attention to Daito and Kakashi. Hey, you two rascals. What have you done to Sasuke? Naruto roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. He could not bear to see Sasuke harmed, his heart brimming with dissatisfaction and anger towards Daito and Kakashi. Daito looked at Sasuke and couldn't help but click his tongue. The boy was far too ruthless with himself. The imperial body refinement technique required gradual progression, and his intense overexertion had naturally led to his bleeding. Master, Sasuke spoke, directing his gaze at Daito. Naruto was momentarily dumbfounded. He looked at Sasuke in disbelief. Sasuke, do you realize what you are saying, Master? You actually acknowledge these two as your masters? Have you chosen to betray Konoha? Sasuke, how can you do this? Did we not agree to vie for the position of Hokage together, to inherit the will of fire? No, I will not allow this. Naruto shouted desperately, attempting to sway Sasuke back to his side. Sasuke regarded Naruto with disdain, a cold smile gracing his lips. Foolish Naruto, who has any interest in vying for that Hokage position? You have no idea what burden I bear. His heart was consumed only by hatred for Itachi and a resolute determination for vengeance against his clan, rendering the so-called will of fire utterly irrelevant to him. The one with power is the one who commands. He feels no pressure regarding betrayal. Not everyone is like you, Naruto, completely brainwashed by the village. Kakashi cast a glance at Sasuke, sighing. Alas, it is all the village's doing. No, this cannot be. Sasuke is not that kind of person. Naruto's gaze once again fell upon Daito. It must be you. You must have cast an illusion on him. Naruto struggled, attempting to confront Daito and Kakashi. Shadow clone technique. Drawing upon his immense chakra, Naruto immediately created countless clones. Daito was taken aback. Is this the talent of the Uzumaki clan? His strength may be modest, but his chakra surpasses that of most jonin within the empire. Many jonin spend their entire lives without achieving such a terrifying amount of chakra. The shadow clone technique is forbidden because many cannot control their chakra, leading to potential death from overexertion. Yet this boy effortlessly produced hundreds of clones. However, Daito was merely slightly surprised. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A torrent of flames erupted, instantly causing the shadow clones to explode in a cloud of white mist. Soon, Naruto's true form emerged. Daito seized him and placed a sealing curse to restrict his chakra, leaving Naruto bewildered. Feeling his chakra dissipate, Naruto nervously asked, "What have you done to me?" Daito scoffed, "You are reckless and woefully ignorant, boy. I wonder if Master Minato ever educated you properly?" Daito was perplexed, by all accounts. Master Minato was extraordinary in both talent and character. How could this world's Naruto be so pathetic? Was the Master Minato of this world also deceased? But how could that be? His Flying Thunder God technique, aside from its other merits, is undeniably a lifesaver. It is no exaggeration to say that even a shinobi of the rank of Kage would find it exceedingly difficult to pursue him, let alone one of the 6 paths. Sensei Minato? Who is that? Naruto expressed his confusion. Chapter 24. Sasuke, my foolish brother Daito, shifted his gaze toward Kakashi, who displayed an unnatural expression. Kakashi-sensei? Who is Minato? Naruto, with his carefree disposition, had already buried the fear of his chakra being sealed deep within his mind. Observing Kakashi's hesitance, his eyes narrowed with curiosity. He is the 4th Hokage. Additionally, he holds another identity, but Lord Hokage advised me not to disclose it to you just yet. Kakashi explained, directing his gaze toward the 2 outsiders present. As for why Hiruzen Sarutobi chose not to reveal to others, nor allow them to inform Naruto that he is the child of Minato Namikaze, Kakashi trusted that the 3rd Hokage had his reasons. Naruto's expression mirrored his confusion. Lord Hokage? Not telling me. Why? He recalled how the Hokage would always advise him to be kind and brave, to be willing to contribute to the people and the village. and to gain everyone's recognition to become Hokage. Yet, it seemed the villagers would never accept him. Is it related to the fourth Hokage? Naruto speculated wildly. Dato and Kakashi exchanged glances. The relationships among the characters in this world appeared to be quite tangled and complex. They communicated telepathically, realizing that Kakashi was reluctant to speak further, choosing instead to inquire directly with Nagato later. This journey to Konoha would surely yield abundant rewards. Master, I can already sense a slight increase in my chakra, Sasuke interjected. However, my body is too frail to sustain this training for long. Noticing the silence, Sasuke spoke up. Sasuke, you've made a breakthrough? Excellent. That is quite commendable. This process is akin to eating and drinking. It cannot be rushed. It requires diligent practice day and night. Do not be impatient, Sasuke. Take your time. Overexerting yourself could hinder your future potential. Dato spoke softly, adopting a demeanor vastly different from that he exhibited toward Kakashi and Naruto. He rummaged through the scroll, but alas, everything was torn apart during the interdimensional transfer, and Tsunade's healing potions were reduced to mere remnants. He handed it to Sasuke, instructing him to apply it, and soon Sasuke felt a warmth as his cells began to rapidly self-repair. Alright, Sasuke, next we will focus on the unique ocular jutsu training of our Uchiha clan. Sasuke initially wished to conceal his excitement, but the anticipation on his face was undeniable. Next, just like before, relax. Dato instructed, and as Sasuke's expression became most relaxed, his left eye's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan activated. Instantly, Sasuke was plunged into a deep illusion. Although Dato was not a specialist in Genjutsu, for a member of the Uchiha clan, simply opening their eyes allowed them to utilize their innate ocular prowess, surpassing the efforts of a typical ninja who trained tirelessly. Furthermore, at this moment, he was using the eternal Mangekyo, and his opponent was merely a lower-ranked ninja, completely unprepared to empty their mind. The activation of the Mangekyo Sharingan had long been capable of mass production within the empire. The Uchiha's eyes require extreme emotions, be it love or hatred. Training through Genjutsu can yield similar results. For instance, at this moment within the depths of Sasuke's consciousness, he had completely relaxed after being instructed by his master. Yet after a while, he felt no response and turned his gaze toward Dato in confusion. Suddenly, his pupils constricted violently. Standing behind Dato was a figure he knew all too well, the one he yearned to confront, the one he wished to slay day and night. It was Itachi Uchiha. At that moment, a short blade pierced through Dato's chest, and Itachi's perpetually calm and expressionless face betrayed no emotion of joy or sorrow. Sasuke, my foolish brother, your woefully weak power truly disappoints me. Itachi withdrew the blade from Dato's chest, causing him to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Sasuke's face turned pale with terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. You actually killed Dato? Kakashi's eyes were wide with disbelief as he drew the short blade from his back. Lightning release, thunderclap. Kakashi transformed into a fleeting shadow, engaging Itachi in battle, but alas, after merely 2 exchanges, Kakashi too met his demise. Subsequently, Kakashi, Dasna, and Sakura all fell to Itachi's might. Now only Naruto remained, who shouted for Sasuke to flee. Sasuke's heart bled. He wished to move, yet his body was utterly unresponsive. My foolish brother, I shall make you aware that you are a calamity. I will ensure that all those around you suffer and perish, forcing you to eternally repent for your existence. Itachi killed Naruto, and then the Mangekyo appeared, plunging Sasuke once again into the Tsukuyomi realm. In the outside world, witnessing Sasuke frozen in place, Naruto attempted to speak, but upon feeling the emptiness of his chakra, he fell silent. His tone softened, yet he could not resist continuing with his verbal barrage. Hey, Dato-sensei, Sasuke addresses you as master, so why must you torment him with Genjutsu? In response to Naruto's inquiry, Dato exhibited no desire to explain. Kakashi, you are his teacher. Since you once possessed the Sharingan, you should be responsible for informing him. Kakashi turned his gaze toward Naruto, hurriedly focusing on restoring his chakra. Naruto, this is a method of utilizing Genjutsu to stimulate Sasuke's emotions. Such emotional stimulation can allow Sasuke to awaken a stronger Sharingan more swiftly. Naruto, although perplexed, grasped the gravity of the situation. Sakura's eyes glimmered with concern. Now, it's your turn, Kakashi. Allow me to inscribe a curse seal upon you, and we shall embark on our mission. Dato stated as he approached Kakashi. As for Sakura, her abilities were not only troublesome, but barely impactful. Though Kakashi's gaze lingered on the paradise of warmth, he still sent 2 messages to the Empire. After receiving no response, he edited his message and sent it to Nagato. The Empire is currently unreachable. Please exercise caution in any actions. We may have been discovered. Upon return, if the opportunity arises, do visit the Valley of the End. Perhaps that is where the issue lies. If possible, place a protective seal in that location. Kakashi speculated that the problems on their end were likely tied to that specific location, as it was the only possible point of failure due to the one-way transfer. Of course, it could also be an issue with the bracelet, but presently, it was more plausible that the problem lay with Nagato. With no immediate hope from the Empire, they could only proceed with troubleshooting based on existing logic. Received. I am currently en route to the Land of Fire and Konoha. Once this journey concludes, I will promptly investigate the Valley of the End. The message from Nagato returned, and only then did Kakashi refocus on his surroundings. The air began to grow damp, and visibility decreased. A pervasive white mist swept in, soon enveloping Kakashi entirely. Chapter 25, Zabuza Strikes Again. The ground began to grow damp, and Kakashi sensed a chakra in the air swirling the water to create a dense mist. This fog obscured perception and significantly diminished visibility. The sudden appearance of this white mist left the few individuals within it in a state of heightened tension. Naruto, recently sealed of his chakra, wore a vigilant expression. Sasuke, drenched in blood, drew his kunai and assumed a defensive stance. As for Sakura, her scream echoed throughout the area. Everyone, be cautious. This is the mist concealment technique. Kakashi exclaimed, clearly anxious. Naruto, Sasuke, are you still there? With his Sharingan lost, Kakashi struggled to discern the situation within the mist. Here, Sasuke replied, his expression grim. He could feel the alluring yet disorienting effects of the illusion, which had nearly activated his Sharingan. However, to his surprise, this inexplicable mist had disrupted the genjutsu cast upon him by his master. Kakashi-sensei, I'm fine. Hearing the voices of Naruto and Sasuke from all directions, Kakashi's expression darkened. This technique rendered them unable to rely on sound to locate each other. Hee, are you the ninjas from Konoha? How dull. It baffles me how such fragile strength dares to undertake this mission. Had I known, I wouldn't have bothered to intervene myself. But since you've come, please leave behind your hearts and heads. A low, mocking laughter echoed from all sides. Kakashi and Daito felt a twinge of anxiety. Neither had encountered the mist concealment technique before, and this sensory suppression was indeed unnerving. Moreover, the disdainful demeanor of the rogue ninja from the mist made them feel even more threatened. Are you the rogue ninja from the mist, Zabuza Momochi? Kakashi pondered for a moment and quickly deduced the answer. He shouted to convey information to his companions. Compared to this unknown entity, which seemed to harbor malicious intent, Kakashi and Daito were not in immediate peril. Kakashi could tell that they were not currently in danger from Kakashi and Daito. But the rogue ninja from the mist posed a different threat. Daito, also wielding his Sharingan, approached Kakashi's side. Kakashi cautiously raised his blade, but was restrained by Daito. It's me. Fortunately, the sound transmission technique still functioned, allowing Kakashi to breathe a sigh of relief. Have you heard of this so-called rogue ninja, Zabuza Momochi? Kakashi inquired. Huh. Please, how could I know if you don't? According to the divisions within the Empire, he belongs to the Water Province, which is quite far from us. Not even a neighbor. How could I possibly be aware? Daito waved his hand dismissively. He hadn't even recognized all the people from the Fire Province, let alone those from other provinces. If he were to recognize anyone, it would only be the infamous ones, like Gaara of the Sand or the Scorpion of the Red Sand, and even those were from neighboring provinces. Zabuza is a Jonin from the Mist, formerly part of the Mist's Umbu. His expertise lies in silent assassination techniques. He enjoys using the mist concealment technique to obscure his enemy's senses before striking. Often, his victims have no awareness of his approach before they meet their demise. His power is on par with mine. Kakashi rapidly relayed this information, attempting to alert his allies to the presence of 2 formidable adversaries. While he deemed the 2 of them safe, Naruto and Sasuke were another story. It was possible that Zabuza might see these small fry as a nuisance and decide to eliminate them first. As expected of the copy ninja Kakashi. Renowned as Konoha's top technician, you've recognized my origins so quickly. I didn't expect you to hold me in such high regard. Zabuza's voice echoed through the mist. Dripping with sarcasm, Kakashi's expression tightened. He understood that in ninja combat, Information often outweighed strength. He had heard whispers of various rogue ninjas and jonin from the 5 great nations during his time in the Umbu. Daito, laughing heartily, clapped Kakashi on the shoulder. Hey, Kakashi, did you hear that? You're Konoha's top technician. In the Empire, the term technician held a certain connotation, but in this world, Kakashi's variant had gained international renown. Kakashi's expression soured as he glanced at Daito. Have you finished laughing? Daito, momentarily taken aback, nodded. All right. Enough already. Can we dispel this mist now? Kakashi wanted to ascertain the situation regarding this so-called rogue ninja. Although Kakashi's last remark about their comparable strength slightly eased their tension, they remained cautious. What if this was merely a smoke bomb? Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. This was a lesson taught in primary school. Huh. Hee, Kakashi. You know I'm not adept at wind release. Daito chuckled awkwardly. Kakashi shot him a glare. Can't you use fire release either? Daito scratched his head in embarrassment. My student is still inside, and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is with him. Not to mention there's a civilian inside. If my fire release were to hit them. Kakashi disregarded Daito's excuses. The 3 of them were all versatile ninjas, but only Daito could truly wield all elements, with a particular affinity for fire. He sighed helplessly and began forming hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. A fierce gale howled, like an invisible force sweeping across the land. The wind intensified with Kakashi's incantation, carrying an overwhelming momentum. The water vapor churned and twisted in the wind, ruthlessly tearing at the mist, evaporating it bit by bit. The effects of the mist concealment technique weakened dramatically. The once dense fog gradually thinned, revealing the true scene behind it. As time passed, the wind ultimately gained the upper hand. The mist concealment technique could no longer withstand such a powerful force. It was as if a colossal hand had torn it apart, shattering it in an instant. As the mist dissipated, visibility became clear, unveiling everything that had been concealed. At that moment, Zabuza's expression shifted to one of shock. He stood mere inches away from Dazna, his decapitating blade poised for the kill. He could hardly believe that his mist concealment technique had been undone by a mere C-rank ninjutsu. Wait, why is there another Kakashi there? He had not assessed the individuals while enveloping them in his technique, merely relying on instinct. Dazna, now utterly terrified, closed his eyes in despair, faced with the massive blade looming so close. In the next moment, before Daito's divine might could even activate, Kakashi had already appeared before Dazna. Is this the body flicker technique? Zabuza's pupils constricted. Kakashi understood the situation more clearly. There was a mark on Dazna's body. This mark was familiar to him, even exceedingly so. It was his teacher's signature jutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique. When had this mark been placed? Damn it. Since Dazna has been marked with the Flying Thunder God, then we. He cast a glance at the trio, then more warily turned his gaze toward Kakashi. Was it when I fainted? He couldn't fathom how Kakashi, who had seemingly been preoccupied, had managed to accomplish so much in the shadows. It seems that I may never return to the village. In an instant, Kakashi's figure emerged, and with a swift motion, the white fang blade was drawn. A splendid slash was executed, and the body of Zabuza was instantly cleaved in two. However, before Kakashi could revel in this moment, Zabuza transformed into a puddle of water, dissolving into the ground. It was a water clone. Chapter 26. The Art of Ingenious Swordsmanship? Kakashi was drenched in sweat. How formidable. Naruto stood frozen, casting a glance at his teacher Kakashi from another world, filled with genuine awe. Could I possibly be stronger than them? Although Sasuke was covered in blood, he remained fervently enthusiastic. The intelligence was flawed. Damn it, I couldn't discern Kakashi's body flicker technique. I thought it was merely a clone. These two individuals are anything but ordinary. Zabuza's expression grew serious. But if that was a clone, then what was the other situation? To my knowledge, Kakashi's I should be the Sharingan. Zabuza pondered rapidly. Could it be that Kakashi has a brother? The copy ninja Kakashi actually has a sibling. Zabuza's gaze swept over the nearly identical faces of the two, and he felt a surge of excitement akin to discovering a juicy secret. So, it is indeed the Mist's demon. Zabuza Momochi. Everyone, be cautious. The beheading sword in his hand is one of the 7 ninja swords of the mist. It possesses the unique ability of never shattering. It can absorb the iron from blood to repair its own wear. Kakashi began to advise. Never shatter? Kakashi, I'm not well versed in the affairs of the Imperial Army, but Uncle White Fang was in the army, right? I remember their swords have self-repairing properties. requiring only chakra instead of blood. Kakashi nodded, relaying telepathically. Indeed, even my white fang blade acquired this trait 8 years ago, and it has since been reinforced by the collaboration of Chiyo's mechanical creations and Orochimaru's technology. It can now be said that nothing can destroy it except for the power of the Sage of Six Paths. As for the army, they would have had it much earlier. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Dato felt that Zabuza's so-called beheading sword was not as impressive as he initially thought. A weapon mass-produced and standard issue in the Empire is revered as a treasure in this world? How laughable and pitiable. Truly, you are Konoha's foremost technician, Kakashi. Your insights are remarkable. Zabuza caressed the beheading sword in his hand, his infatuated gaze akin to that of a connoisseur admiring a fine model. A chill ran down everyone's spine. Hey, Kakashi, did that hole come from you? Kakashi shot a glance at the beheading sword, his face flushing red. What the hell are you thinking? Humans aren't that large. Kakashi angrily struck Dato, and then turned his gaze to Zabuza. Since you are a master swordsman, let us duel. It is rare to encounter a skilled swordsman. Kakashi did not wish to let this opportunity slip away. Zabuza's face also revealed excitement. Oh, you must be Kakashi's brother. I wonder whose strength surpasses the other? But since you wish to play with me, allow me to entertain you. Zabuza felt an inner delight at the sight of only one opponent before him. If he could take them down one by one, that would be splendid, given your arrogance. Do not blame me. Zabuza mused, intending to feign great effort in dispatching Kakashi's brother, lulling the others into a false sense of security. Zabuza swung the beheading sword, his form launching towards Kakashi like an arrow released from a bow. Kakashi's expression turned solemn, as if facing a formidable adversary. He focused intently on Zabuza's movements, attempting to decipher his swordsmanship. Yet, the technique eluded him like the horns of an antelope, indiscernible. Each strike appeared deceptively simple and direct, yet concealed profound intricacies. As if it were a natural phenomenon, there was no embellishment, yet it exuded boundless power. This swordsmanship could be deemed the pinnacle of artistry, ingeniously simple. The more Kakashi observed, the more alarmed he became. He realized he had encountered a true master. Sweat poured down Kakashi's face. However, when he instinctively evaded the first wave of the sword's momentum with a slight movement, he was taken aback. Is that all? Just this? Oh no. I fell into a trap. Kakashi could clearly see a glimmer of mockery in Zabuza's eyes. Indeed, was it merely a brutish display to lower my guard? You underestimate me. Even when facing a rabbit, a lion utilizes its full strength. We learned in elementary school not to underestimate any opponent. Kakashi placed his hands on the gravity weights at his waist and limbs. After a moment of contemplation, he discarded them. If I wish to improve, I must first lighten my burdens. For now, I'll observe. Although the gravity weights amounted to 1,000 kilograms, Kakashi had no intention of shedding them. Training under constant load was a good habit instilled in them since childhood. Not just him, but Dato and Nagato bore similar burdens. Dato had even more than he did, while Nagato seemed to carry several times that. Oh, not bad. You managed to evade my strike with such ease. Then next, be even more cautious. Zabuza laughed heartily as he swung the beheading sword towards Kakashi once more. His swordsmanship was indeed crude, perhaps owing to his status as a jonin. His physical prowess and strength made him formidable, and he was accustomed to such assaults. Or perhaps this was the extent of his abilities. Kakashi furrowed his brow. Have I overestimated the ninja of this world? This simplistic and brutal technique is considered ingenious? It relies entirely on sheer force. Kakashi was unaware that in this world, the pinnacle of swordsmanship was the white fang of Konoha. With the death of the white fang, the art of swordsmanship regressed by over 100 years. Moreover, Zabuza's entire strength lay in assassination. Without the techniques of the mist, his swordsmanship was utterly subpar. Kakashi and the three young ones observed as Kakashi continued to evade, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Is he merely avoiding confrontation, searching for an opportunity, or a flaw? Kakashi recalled the strike combined with lightning just before he lost consciousness. That swordsmanship had completely surpassed that of his father, Tsukumo Hatake. It seems that this Kakashi teacher may not be a match for this mist ninja. Naruto squinted, trying to analyze the situation. Continuously evading without launching any strong offense was beginning to wear on Kakashi's patience. Perhaps I should attempt a direct engagement. As Zabuza swung the beheading sword again, Kakashi drew the white fang blade from his back. Coward. Have you finally decided to make a move? Not only Kakashi, but Zabuza also felt frustrated. The constant evasion only amplified his irritation, and he felt his strength was being stifled, unable to unleash his full potential. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out. Zabuza, believing Kakashi's evasion indicated a lack of strength, was taken aback as the recent clash left his arm and palm tingling. Kakashi noticed Zabuza's grip on the beheading sword tremble uncontrollably, and his face darkened. What the heck? I was entirely careless. I actually thought he was a master swordsman. Do not speak of strength. He lacks even the most basic swordsmanship. What has become of this world? Kakashi furrowed his brow, visibly perturbed. Zabuza was equally astonished. Are we not comrades? If you possess such power, why do you hide? Why have you not made your move sooner, instead of merely observing me like a fool? Zabuza's face flushed with embarrassment as he swung his sword at Kakashi once more. With merely 2 fingers, Kakashi firmly clamped down on the blade. Emotionless, he gazed at Zabuza and declared, "Enough of this farce. I concede that I overestimated you. You possess no true swordsmanship. The only commendable trait you exhibit is your silence. Your technique and movements are devoid of substance. Perhaps paired with that missed technique, you might have some success. Yet, ultimately, a ninja must rely on their own strength." Upon hearing these remarks, Zabuza's face reddened with fury. He attempted to wrestle his sword free, but regardless of how he strained, he could not dislodge it from Kakashi's grip. Realizing his failure, Zabuza took a step back, forming hand seals with a fierce expression. Strength? Surely you do not believe I am merely a swordsman. Now behold, I shall hold nothing back. As Zabuza spoke, he began to weave his seals. Kakashi's eyes widened as he observed Zabuza's motions, and even the usually composed Dato grew serious, his eyes transforming into a kaleidoscope. Chapter 27. Terror. A ninjutsu with 44 seals. It is well known that the strength of ninjutsu is primarily gauged by the number of hand seals required. Excluding students in the ninja academy who are yet to master their techniques, each ninja from Jinin to Jonin typically adheres to a fixed number of seals. Unless one possesses extraordinary talent to simplify the process, all others must strictly follow the necessary hand seals to perform their techniques. These seals connect and alter the chakra within one's body to unleash ninjutsu. At this moment, both Kakashi and Dato regarded Zabuza as a formidable adversary. However, the 3 young ones were perplexed. Why did they suddenly display such concern? Was there imminent danger? Yet, aside from Zabuza, there was no one else present. Was it that his swordsmanship paled in comparison to his ninjutsu? As an all-around genius ninja, Kakashi had mastered thousands of ninjutsu and had created dozens of his own techniques. But he had never witnessed such a terrifying scene before. When Zabuza completed his 10th seal, both Kakashi and Dato remained unfazed. 10 seals were quite ordinary for an unoptimized technique. However, as Zabuza reached his 20th seal, their vigilance began to rise slightly, though they still remained unperturbed. 20 seals could yield at most an A or S rank ninjutsu, a nuisance but not particularly threatening. But when Zabuza executed his 30th seal, both Dato and Kakashi's expressions grew serious. This surpassed the S rank ninjutsu. It was likely a super forbidden technique. Upon reaching the 40th seal, both men were drenched in sweat, fully aware of the impending danger. Yet neither intervened, with Dato's might and Kakashi's flying thunder god technique. They were eager to witness the pinnacle of martial and ninjutsu prowess. Ren, the 41st seal. Z, the 42nd. Hai, the 43rd. Yu, the 44th. As Zabuza completed his final seal, both men felt their hairs stand on end and their hearts race. It was coming. This super ninjutsu, requiring a staggering 44 seals. Water release. Zabuza raised his head, channeling chakra throughout his body. The flying thunder god marks on Naruto and Kakashi glowed. In an instant, Kakashi could transport them all away. He sensed the space around Zabuza warping, Dato's might. Water dragon jutsu. Kakashi's expression stiffened, and Dato stood frozen. Using his Sharingan, he could perceive the chakra Zabuza had been accumulating. Now fully unleashed, Kakashi was utterly astounded. He had been outmaneuvered twice by a single individual. What he had anticipated to be a grand attack turned out to be an elaborate deception requiring only 3 seals for AB rank ninjutsu. Yet Zabuza had employed a staggering 44. What a fool. Seeing Kakashi remain motionless as the water dragon collided with him, sending him hurtling away, Zabuza erupted into laughter. Dato felt a pang of regret. Activating his kaleidoscope had cost him some of his ocular power. and his right eye had yet to evolve into the eternal Mangekyo. Would he go blind now? Destroy the world. Kakashi felt himself enveloped by the water, the sensation of suffocation intensifying. With a swift movement, he drew the white fang blade and cleaved through the torrent. Before Zabuza could react, Kakashi spoke in a low, steady voice. You are far too extravagant, lacking in substance. Now, let me show you what true swordsmanship entails. Wind release, blade wind dragon twister. Kakashi infused wind chakra into the white fang blade. In a swift motion, powerful tornadoes manifested along the blade's edge, revealing their destructive cutting power. This ninjutsu combined the slicing force of wind with the sharpness of swordsmanship, forming a devastating attack. As he swung, the four cutting tornadoes severed all avenues of retreat for Zabuza. Zabuza's bandages and garments were torn asunder, revealing his twisted visage. He raised his sword to defend, but despite his utmost effort, he could only dissipate two of the tornadoes, as the remaining two, infused with fierce winds, threatened to tear him apart. Zabuza resigned himself and closed his eyes. Suddenly, he felt a chill in the air, shards of ice striking his face as they repelled the wind blades. Ice release, ice rock dome. He recognized it as a unique bloodline limit of Haku. In the next moment, two needles pierced his neck, and Zabuza collapsed, breathless. Kakashi and Dato, witnessing the sudden appearance of a masked figure, felt a sense of unease wash over them. Having just lost a head, it was hard to suppress their discomfort. The masked figure bowed to Kakashi and explained, "Thank you for your assistance in subduing the rogue ninja from our village. But I must apologize for taking the liberty of preserving his body for return to my village." Seeing the bewildered expressions on their faces, the figure continued, "I am part of the Umbu's pursuit unit from the Hidden Mist Village, tasked specifically with handling rogue ninjas. Your contributions will not go unacknowledged. You shall receive our friendship. Now, I must take him back for a report, and I hope for your understanding." With that, he bent down to assist Zabuza. At that moment, Dato intervened. Wait. He could sense that Zabuza's chakra still lingered, not dissipated. He was in a state of false death. He conveyed this information to Kakashi, who narrowed his eyes. "You cannot take him," Kakashi asserted. I was momentarily taken aback. Under ordinary circumstances, revealing his identity as a member of the Kirigakure pursuit unit would have easily allowed him to capture Zabuza. Yet today, he found himself unexpectedly obstructed. "I apologize, but I do not comprehend your intentions. Are you intending to oppose the Hidden Mist Village in the Land of Water?" Bai's gaze narrowed, his tone imbued with hostility. He understood that he could not afford to lose his momentum. Otherwise, he would surely expose his vulnerabilities. Kakashi pondered for a moment before nodding. Indeed, since the opponent is a rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist Village, and given his immediate attempt to eliminate Tazuna, he is likely the mercenary hired by Kato. As a hired ninja tasked with a mission, his actions today were somewhat justifiable. Kakashi considered the possibility of persuading him to serve as a temporary ally, especially since the subsequent opening of the interdimensional passage required experimentation, and a jonin like Zabuza would make an excellent test subject. Moreover, Kakashi's mission involved gathering tailed beasts, rare materials, and bloodline limit ninjas for the Empire, which would inevitably lead to a confrontation with the Land of Water. Given that Zabuza was a rogue ninja from the Land of Water, his jonin strength and mastery of hidden mist techniques were not to be underestimated. Thus, subduing him for the purpose of countering the Land of Water would be far more convenient than searching for allies elsewhere. With this thought in mind, Kakashi intervened in Bai's actions. "All right, I am aware that this individual is not dead. While I may not understand your motives, based on your recent use of ice release, it seems imperative that you remain with us." Chapter 28. You possess a bloodline limit? How fortunate for you. A gust of wind howled past, yet it did nothing to dissipate the heavy tension in the air. The outcome Bai dreaded had come to fruition. This group was not easily fooled. His complexion paled, and his heart raced. In the past, no matter the circumstances, whenever Zabuza found himself at a disadvantage, he would resort to invoking his identity as a member of the Hidden Mist Village, a tactic that had always proven effective. After all, they were in an unusually peaceful period within the ninja world, and no one wished to offend the Hidden Mist Village over a rogue ninja, thereby jeopardizing the relationships between the two villages and nations. But what was wrong with the person before him? Peace is a rare treasure that everyone wishes to cherish. Yet here he was, seemingly intent on declaring war against the Hidden Mist Village. And what did his last statement mean? Did he covet my bloodline limit? Damn it, I should not have revealed that. Yet, who could stand by the river without getting their shoes wet. Since they were unwilling to let him and Zabuza go, there was no choice but to fight. A plume of white mist erupted from Bai's mouth as he resolved to take the initiative. Ice release. Ice crystal mirror. Countless ice crystals formed in response to the white mist, enveloping the area. In the blink of an eye, Bai utilized the mist body technique to appear within the ice mirror. Kakashi watched with keen interest, for it was his first time witnessing a living ice release user. Ice release. 1,000 kill water surge. Bai formed a hand seal, and instantly, countless streams of water solidified into sharper, harder ice. These ice shards transformed into a myriad of projectiles, launching a 360-degree assault on the area. Thus far, his attacks had been aimed at providing cover for Zabuza, seeking an opportunity to help him escape. Fire release. Grand fireball technique. Daito initiated his signature skill. Where the flames spread, the ice was vaporized into water, dissipating into the air. Daito continued to propel the expanding fireball towards the ice mirror. Soon, the mirrors could not withstand the intense heat and began to shatter. Bai maneuvered within them, but ultimately, with the last mirror's destruction, he was forced out of the mirroring space. Ice release is nothing impressive. Daito felt a surge of confidence in his own strength. Relying on his bloodline limit, Bai could execute ninjutsu instantaneously. However, the next moment, his gaze met Daito's left eye, which bore the Sharingan, and he was instantly entranced. Unlike Kakashi, who had undergone training, and Naruto, who possessed the power of the Nine Tails, a unique constitution, and a reincarnated body immune to most genjutsu, Bai was vulnerable. A mere glance left him ensnared in an illusion. Kakashi regarded Daito with approval. Well done, Daito. Feeling a surge of pride, lifted his chin. I can't let you do everything alone. With that, he approached Bai, sealing his chakra and then removing his mask. Beneath the mask lay a face of stunning beauty, eliciting gasps from Sakura and Naruto alike. He's a man. Daito's remark caused Naruto to wilt in disbelief. Next, Daito approached Zabuza and similarly sealed his chakra before extracting the needle that blocked his chakra points. The inherent vigilance of ninjas allowed both to awaken swiftly. Bai glanced at Zabuza, who had regained consciousness before him, his expression tinged with bitterness. I apologized, Zabuza. Zabuza remained silent, lying motionless on the ground, resigned to his fate. Bai sighed, realizing he had once again hindered Zabuza. You claim he is a rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist Village? Are you allies? Kakashi inquired, seeking clarity on their relationship. Seeing Zabuza's silence, Bai opted for full disclosure. It is true that Zabuza is a rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist Village. But I am not a pursuing ninja from the village. I am merely a stray child whom Zabuza once took in. As for our connection, we are both mercenaries employed by Kato. Kakashi nodded, having surmised their backstory. He chose not to dwell on the matter and instead fixed his intense gaze on Bai. Bai felt uneasy under his scrutiny. He had just intended to clarify his gender when Kakashi spoke. May I inquire if you just utilized ice release? Is this your bloodline limit or a bloodline elimination? Bai nodded. This is my bloodline limit, a natural inheritance from my mother. He spoke earnestly, hoping his honesty would persuade the others to spare Zabuza. You are quite fortunate. Bloodline limits are something many strive their entire lives to acquire. Kakashi's eyes briefly flicked towards Daito, who clenched his fists, silently questioning Kakashi's intent. Kakashi paid no heed, his focus unwavering on Bai. Fortunate? Bai, hearing Kakashi's words, shook his head in disagreement, his tone tinged with self-deprecation and regret. To me, this so-called bloodline limit is synonymous with calamity, a death knell for myself and my family. Bai cast a disdainful glance at himself, a gesture that deeply resonated with Naruto. Synonymous with calamity? He recalled the fear and disdain the villagers harbored towards him. Was he not also a demon fox? Confusion filled Naruto's small eyes. Shouldn't he being bullied and doubted prove oneself? How had they betrayed the village? Observing the disdain in Bai's eyes, Kakashi furrowed his brow in perplexity. One must understand that Daito had barely scraped through the ninja academy thanks to his bloodline limit. Without his eyes, he would find it difficult to even graduate as a chunin. Moreover, families with bloodline limits inherently possessed greater power, a natural advantage. In the Empire, particularly among families possessing bloodline limits, there exists a level of freedom unmatched by others. They have the liberty to defy marital laws, engaging in polygamous or polyandrous unions as long as love prevails between them. Furthermore, the empire offers substantial rewards for procreation, A child earns the family a generous stipend. 2 children attract even greater subsidies, and 3 children guarantee a comprehensive pension plan for the entire family. Even those without the power of bloodline limits can rise above the common populace. For instance, a character like Dato, who, through sperm donation alone, can amass a fortune. He visits once a week, earning considerable sums each time. Dato profited immensely from this policy, using the funds to pursue gifts and romantic gestures for Len. Why do you exhibit such disdain for yourself? Is it due to your bloodline limit? The thought of the powerful clans with bloodline limits being nearly eradicated fills Kakashi with a foreboding sense of understanding. If I share this with you, will you grant me a request? A flicker of hope passed through Bai's eyes. Kakashi nodded in response, indicating he would consider any request as long as it wasn't too unreasonable. I sensed that the attention rested heavily upon him, the possessor of a bloodline limit, and his expression gradually shifted. I was born in a village in the land of water, a place perpetually blanketed in snow. The villagers, driven by war, harbored fear and hatred towards those with bloodline limits. Ironically, my mother possessed the very bloodline limit they despised, ice release. Our lives should have unfolded peacefully. My mother concealed her abilities for many years without detection. Tragically, I inherited her bloodline limit, and that is when the calamity began. My father discovered my secret and, without hesitation, incited a group of villagers to eradicate both my mother and me. She perished at the hands of my father and the villagers, and amidst my terror, I awakened my ice release. In a fit of rage, all villagers perished by my hand, pierced by my ice spikes, including my father. Thus, I became an orphan, loathing the bloodline limit within me. If given the choice, I would have preferred to be an ordinary person. Bai's recounting of his past still stings his heart. Had it not been for his existence, for this so-called bloodline limit, he might still be living a peaceful and blissful life in that snow-laden village with his parents. Yet, his words elicited skepticism not only from Kakashi, but even from Dato. The tale is tragic, yet it bears an air of incredibility. Firstly, you claim that the villagers feared war and despised bloodline limits. Why do they not harbor the same disdain for the ninjas who bring about war? Are they not brave enough to confront the ninjas, but dare to attack those with bloodline limits? Secondly, you assert that your mother concealed her bloodline limit for many years. If she possessed it for so long, surely she could have defended herself when threatened? After all, you, having just awakened, could easily slay all the villagers. Thirdly, is it plausible that your father would seek to harm you and your mother merely because of a bloodline limit? Would a father truly act against his wife and child for such an unfounded reason? Dato repeated the question, his gaze fixed on Bai, searching for a flicker of panic in his eyes. Unfortunately, none was found. This child, so young yet weaving deceit without hesitation, is a mockery of their intellect. Kakashi's expression turned to one of astonishment. Well done, Dato. You have begun to think critically. He had initially believed that envy of their power prompted the attack. But according to Bai's narrative, it seemed too implausible. Bai appeared momentarily flustered by Dato's inquiries. It seems so. Calamity and war are wrought by ninjas. What relevance do we with bloodline limits have in this? The villagers do not despise the ninjas they revere. Why do they show such intolerance towards those of us with bloodline limits? It is as absurd as blaming tools like shuriken and kunai for the devastation wrought by ninjas. The killers are the ninjas, while the shuriken and kunai are mere instruments, fundamentally akin to bloodline limits. Why do they not despise war or ninjas, yet harbor resentment towards us? Furthermore, concerning my mother, she possessed the power of ice release, enabling her to resist. If she hesitated to act against my father, surely self-preservation would be enough? Would she not fight for herself, if not for me? Why, then, did my father, who cherished me as his firstborn, call upon outsiders to kill us merely for a bloodline limit? Dato shook his head in disappointment. Kakashi, it is better to end this. There is no merit in allowing someone who speaks not a single truth to live, even if he possesses a bloodline limit. Dato's tone was laced with unmasked regret. As Kakashi unsheathed his dagger and approached Zabuza, Bai's countenance shifted dramatically. Wait, Zabuza, despite his chakra sealed, managed to sit up. I can prove that Bai speaks the truth. Kakashi and Dato exchanged glances, signaling Zabuza to continue. However, their demeanor conveyed a warning. Should Zabuza fail to articulate his thoughts properly, he would meet a swift end. With death looming, and his ambitions unrealized, Zabuza showed no hesitation in betraying the hidden mist village. Under the fourth Mizukage's leadership, the land of water had grown increasingly distorted and incomprehensible. Bai's tale, though outrageous, was neither unique nor the conclusion of the narrative. Influenced by the Mizukage of the Hidden Mist, the people of the Land of Water collectively harbored animosity towards those with bloodline limits. Bai and his mother were merely two among countless victims. As Zabuza spoke, his words dripped with profound resentment. Was he unpatriotic, indifferent to his village, devoid of the will of the Land of Water? No. On the contrary, he held a deep love for his country, and the disappointment now matched his earlier fervor. This overwhelming hatred was not directed at the two before him, but at the Land of Water, the Hidden Mist Village, and the Fourth Mizukage. For instance, my experiences may be familiar to you. Zabuza turned his gaze to Kakashi. Kakashi shook his head in response. I'm afraid I am not acquainted with your story. Sensing their encouragement to continue, Zabuza began. I grew up in the Hidden Mist. I was one of the ninjas nurtured by the village. The Hidden Mist, in its quest to select the finest ninjas, subjected us students to mutual slaughter from a young age, enhancing our abilities and ultimately selecting the strongest among us. The most absurd aspect of this twisted system is the surprising endorsement it receives from many individuals. I find it incomprehensible what those in power are thinking. Thus, on the day of my graduation, I took it upon myself to eliminate all my classmates. I yearned to awaken them through such drastic measures. I wanted them to realize that the Mist Village, which exploits its resources without restraint, holds no future. However, I overestimated the Fourth Mizukage, as well as his supporters, who did not impose any punishment upon me. On the contrary, they deemed my actions exemplary and rewarded me handsomely. You heard correctly. I murdered all my peers, and they rewarded me lavishly. Isn't that laughable? My reasons for betraying the village are quite simple. I believe that the Mist Village, if it continues on this path, is doomed. After a failed assassination attempt on the Mizukage, I found myself unable to escape the village. I hoped to find like-minded individuals to overthrow his regime, and thus, I tirelessly accepted missions, driven to accumulate wealth in order to establish a force against the Mizukage. Chapter 30. Does this world lack bloodline clans? Toppling the Mizukage? Kakashi and Daito exchanged glances, both intrigued. It appeared that the masked man had the unwavering loyalty of Zabuza. Zabuza's ideals resonated somewhat with their own. However, certain matters still required clarification. The Mizukage you speak of is the highest authority in your Mist Village, correct? Kakashi inquired. Our Mizukage is elected through confirmation by the upper echelons and the daimyo. All 5 great countries Kage essentially serve as the supreme rulers of their respective villages. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. Is the Mizukage the strongest in the village? This point is crucial. If he possesses the greatest strength and Zabuza, with such prowess, can escape assassination, it implies that this world is utterly feeble. Although it seems to pale in comparison to the Empire, one must remember that they currently number only 3. The Mizukage is merely the highest ruler, not necessarily the mightiest. Both acknowledged this, likening it to governors of various provinces. Strength does not always equate to power, but political acumen certainly does. Yet why would a dignified Mizukage engage in self-destructive behavior towards his own village? Daito analyzed calmly, suggesting, if he is the highest leader of the village, then a weakened village brings him no benefits. Do you think he is being controlled by someone? Or perhaps replaced? Kakashi nodded in understanding. Or could it be that he was a tyrant from the beginning? Zabuza shook his head. No, before assuming the role of Mizukage, he was quite responsible. I believe no one could control or replace him. I do not understand why this has occurred, nor did the upper ranks intervene, allowing him to act with impunity. Zabuza clenched his teeth, still withholding the fact that the Mizukage is the Jinchuriki of the 3 tails. He has betrayed the will of water and the expectations of us all. Daito expressed his indignation. As a wielder of a bloodline limit himself, he imagined if he had been born in the Land of Water, his antagonism towards this so-called Mizukage would be palpable. Is your Mizukage out of his mind? And the upper ranks as well? Otherwise, how could they be so foolish as to squander the village's fresh blood and combat strength? Daito could not help but voice his frustrations. It should be noted that wherever one goes, bloodline limits and tailed beasts are fundamentally what sustain a village or a nation. To exhaustively slaughter bloodline clans while establishing such stringent promotion systems, especially in a war-torn world devoid of unification among ninjas, is madness. Does your Mizukage believe the village is too powerful and seeks to impose challenges upon himself? Forcing out exceptional ninjas while rallying the populace against bloodline limits. Doesn't this amount to self-destruction? Daito ranted, while Kakashi's expression shifted. This is troubling. Why does it feel as though we're not merely criticizing the mist, but also Konoha? Zabuza displayed little reaction, having long since become numb, while Kakashi felt as though he had been struck by a swarm of flies. Does wanting to impose challenges upon oneself due to a strong village make sense? Forcing out talented ninjas? Exhaustively slaughtering bloodline clans? This operation feels eerily familiar. Kakashi's mind immediately conjured the visage of his father, who was driven to his death by the villagers' pressures, and the Uchiha clan, who were universally condemned within Konoha. Today, the village's exceptional ninjas are nearly extinct, and the mightiest bloodline clan has been eradicated. As for the remaining bloodlines, such as the Byakugan, the village, no, the third Hokage, sacrificed the Byakugan for the sake of peace, disregarding everything. Once the most powerful village in the ninja world, Konoha now seems to be on the decline. The third, with his perpetually benevolent demeanor, floated through Kakashi's thoughts. Did the third truly remain oblivious? This was all tacitly approved by him. Kakashi sank into deep contemplation, Daido's words jolting him from his stupor. When did Konoha's decline begin? It seems to have commenced with the third's ascendancy. Yet upon hearing Zabuza's corroboration, Kakashi felt a sense of relief. It is not only Konoha that possesses the audacity to slaughter its own talented individuals with bloodline limits. The Mist Village does the same. That is reassuring. If everyone is severing their own arms, it at least allows for a semblance of balance. In Daito and Kakashi's minds, this ninja world has become a wasteland. Yet neither anticipated that this ruin could continue to crumble. In contrast, they thought of the empire. Within the empire, the emperor had consistently supported the bloodline clans from the outset, implementing various policies to encourage their proliferation and even the creation of new bloodlines through intermarriage. His unification of the ninja world through bloodline clans was commendable. Many criticized the emperor for establishing privileges merely to placate and maintain these bloodline families for his own rule. However, after reflecting on Zabuza and Bai's circumstances, they realized that they had been mistaken. Look at how the Kage treat bloodline clans. They will never possess the confidence the emperor does. They are consumed by fear and suspicion, wielding their blades against their kin amid this dread and mistrust. After a moment of silence, Daito turned to Kakashi. I have decided to convene a meeting upon my return to rally our clan members for a reclamation effort. Damn it. The emperor merely studied a few Sharingan techniques, yet they continue to chatter endlessly. I want to bring them together to witness that the Sharingan and their proud bloodline limits are nothing more than liabilities in other ninja realms. And they should be grateful they can still live and enjoy the various privileges granted by the emperor. I wish for them to see this clearly. Daito's face flushed with anger. For the first time, he felt the emperor's charisma was overwhelmingly potent. Kakashi patted Daito on the shoulder, his eyes filled with admiration. Well done. Daito, you've finally grasped the situation. Yet Kakashi still harbored doubts about their statements, shifting his focus to Kakashi. Kakashi, is what they said true? Kakashi, still haunted by the horrors of the Uchiha clan's extermination night, snapped back to reality at Kakashi's question. Kakashi contemplated the legends of the Blood Mist, which had long ceased to be a secret in Konoha. Their isolationist policies had persisted for an extensive period, rendering the information common knowledge. He nodded in acknowledgement. His words bore no deceit. The Blood Mist had already been a clandestine matter since the Third Great Ninja War, and the seclusion of the Land of Water had begun prior to that conflict. Kakashi's voice remained unperturbed, as if the Third Great Ninja War held no relevance to him. Nodding once more, he found that Zabuza and Haku's assertions were indeed accurate. However, a singular query lingered. His mother, who possessed the bloodline limit, had perished. Why was that? Chapter 31. Haku and Zabuza, his mother, had also held the rare ice-release bloodline. Why had she met her demise? In response to Kakashi's inquiry, Haku's gaze dimmed, while Zabuza exhibited a hint of disdain. His words, icy and callous, disregarded Haku, who stood beside him. That foolish woman, even in death, would not harm those villagers. Daito and Kakashi exchanged sympathetic glances towards Haku, both distressed by her plight. Yet, more than anything, they felt a profound shock and incredulity. The Imperial Academy instilled in them from a young age that personal safety was paramount, that one's life outweighed all else. This tenet was incessantly emphasized throughout their education, with frequent drills conducted in the school. Scenarios such as celestial invaders, meteor strikes, and meteor showers were commonplace. In the face of life and death, even the 10 tails paled in significance compared to one's own existence. Should one encounter oppression, self-defense was justified. If the adversary exhibited intent to harm, one had every right to incapacitate them. If the foe harbored thoughts of murder, one could strike first without hesitation. As for the innocent civilians, it was a jest. They could easily assault a woman incapable of resistance. Were they still considered innocent? They were nothing short of troublemakers, inherently unstable individuals, best suited for exile on the fringes of society. Kakashi mused that in this world, there existed no compulsory education, and humanity appeared rather dim-witted. How foolish. It could even be termed as sheer stupidity. Was this the so-called dumbing down education described in history books, instituted to ensure and maintain dominion? Kakashi cast an approving glance at Dato. Indeed, it was surprising that you had absorbed this knowledge. Well done, Dato. In contemporary parlance, it could be likened to manipulation. Did you not witness the distortions of my world? I sense there is no saving them, as they prioritize missions over all, treating ninjas as mere tools. The indoctrination in this world is more formidable than we had imagined, sold off and counting coins for the village. The two exchanged thoughts through telepathy. Kakashi turned to Zabuza, placing a hand on his shoulder. Your leaders exploit the common folk. Perhaps you should consider joining our empire. The rulers of your land of water are merciless, and the commoners live in dire straits. Only the empire may rescue your desolate nation. Your leaders have forced you to kneel, but the empire can help you rise. In response to Kakashi's invitation, Zabuza merely scoffed. I believe you may be mistaken. My becoming a rogue ninja does not equate to betraying the land of water or our hidden mist village. I only renounce the current system. It is inconceivable for me to betray the mist. I wager my dignity as a ninja. I would rather die than join another faction or organization. Kill me if you must. Zabuza struggled once more, only to find himself unable to escape Kakashi's seal on his chakra, resigning himself to the ground. He did not fear death, but lamented not witnessing the prosperity of the hidden mist. Seeing Zabuza's resolute stance, Haku lay down before him. If you wish to kill Lord Zabuza, then you must first strike me. Kakashi, observing the determination of both individuals, sighed in resignation. I must admit, your notions of the will of water and bonds are indeed moving. Kakashi recognized that even if he explained the situation within the empire, he could not persuade these two any further. Thus, he resolved to grant them a swift end. Kakashi drew the blade of the white fang. Casting a glance at Zabuza and Haku, he began to understand why some traditionalists remarked that this era was characterized by an enduring will and unbreakable bonds. It was indeed a romantic age, yet could romance suffice as sustenance? I shall not allow two stumbling blocks to obstruct the Empire's future holy war, no matter how insignificant they may seem. Since persuasion had failed, it was prudent to act preemptively to prevent them from becoming future adversaries. While Zabuza possessed a rare bloodline limit, what of it? The Empire's bloodlines numbered in the tens of thousands, if not more. Rest assured, my strike shall be swift. I hold great respect for ninjas such as yourselves, and I shall deliver you to the afterlife with my strongest blow. Zabuza, who had previously displayed a demeanor of resignation, now bore a look of hesitation. Gazing upon Kakashi, who had unsheathed the white fang, crackling with purple lightning, Zabuza finally felt urgency. Wait. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Zabuza. Is this where you falter? So easily undone. Yet, unexpectedly, Zabuza placed his hands on Haku's shoulders, regarding him with a complex expression. Haku, you are not of the hidden mist. You should join them. Zabuza, despite his insistence that Haku was merely a tool and his demeanor ever harsh, was aware of the special bond he shared with the boy, though he was reluctant to admit it. Now, as Haku stood before him, his words had stirred the long-frozen heart of Zabuza. No, Lord Zabuza, I have nothing left to lose. If I lose you, what meaning does my existence hold? Haku declared resolutely, his eyes brimming with unwavering determination. I have never asked anything of you, but this time I implore you, I wish to die before you. There is no other reason. I have already lost my father and mother, and I cannot bear to witness you leaving me. Haku cried passionately, tears streaming down his cheeks, his voice laden with anguish and sorrow. Lord Zabuza, please. Upon hearing this, Zabuza felt a pang in his heart. He sighed deeply, slowly closing his eyes. He understood he could not refuse Haku's plea, for he equally cherished the boy. However, betraying the village and turning his blade upon the innocent citizens was an impossible task. Zabuza opened his eyes, gazing at Haku with a flicker of complex emotion. He reached out, gently caressing Haku's face, feeling his warmth. Then he nodded slightly, indicating his acquiescence to Haku's request. A smile of relief spread across Haku's face as he embraced Zabuza tightly, tears flooding his eyes once more. In that moment, he experienced an unparalleled sense of happiness, even if it might be their final moments. Kakashi, can you truly bring yourself to strike? The voice of Obito echoed in Kakashi's mind. We still require test subjects for the interdimensional transport portal. Surely, you cannot be considering using the likes of Zetsu, Minato, and your own variations? Obito's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He was soft-hearted and could not bear to witness such scenes. He would even delay an examination to help an elderly lady cross the street, let alone be confronted with something so profoundly moving. Kakashi, observing this moment, could not help but shake his head, slowly sheathing the blade of white fang behind him. Very well, let them live a while longer. Chapter 32, The Lavish Emperor. 4 dishes and a soup for a single meal? Within the borders of the Land of Fire, Nagato and Jiraiya were racing across the treetops. The muddy ground necessitated constant chakra application to their feet, making the act of leaping through the trees the most efficient means of travel. Even though they had entered the main thoroughfare leading to the capital of the Land of Fire, the ground was merely compacted by the wheels of carriages. In stark contrast to the well-paved roads within the empire and even the village paths, Nagato found this puzzling. To amass wealth, one must first construct roads. The benefits of road construction extend beyond merely stimulating economic growth. They enhance connectivity between regions, reduce transportation and travel costs, and dismantle geographical barriers, allowing previously remote or inaccessible areas to integrate into broader markets and economic networks. Furthermore, this facilitates economic expansion, lowers logistics costs, and improves efficiency, enabling products to reach various destinations more swiftly and affordably. Additionally, it bridges the transportation divide between urban and rural areas, promoting the exchange of goods, people, and information, thus accelerating national development. Once the roads are established, both quality of life and tourism, as well as national progress, would soar. However, in this world, he observed that not only commoners, but even ninjas traveled solely by their own legs. What a primitive method of transport. Wait, was that a train track? Do you have trains here? Nagato suddenly felt a wave of guilt for having presumed they lacked such infrastructure without further inquiry. Look, there is indeed a train. But why hadn't this master taken him to ride one? Jiraiya, taken aback by Nagato's sudden inquiry, soon understood upon following Nagato's gaze. Oh, you mean steam trains. Those have long been obsolete. Now, they can only be found in some older cities, primarily for sightseeing purposes. Obsolete? Nagato exclaimed, astonished. Has technology progressed so swiftly that even trains have become outdated? In the Empire, trains remained the principal means of travel, even with the advent of airplanes, which were primarily accessible to heads of state and the affluent, leaving commoners unable to afford them. It is worth noting that the chakra consumed during a flight could drain a multitude of elite ninjas, and the Empire's so-called new energy sources still relied heavily on chakra. You have airplanes? Nagato, naive in his understanding, assumed that obsolescence indicated the emergence of more convenient and cost-effective alternatives. Flying chickens? Jiraiya appeared puzzled. I am unfamiliar with this creature you refer to as the flying chicken, but the obsolescence of trains has nothing to do with such summoned beasts. Huh. Nagato's confusion deepened. Are you saying the trains became obsolete without the emergence of a more efficient and economical means of transport? His brow furrowed, his expression strange. A more convenient mode of transport? Jiraiya finally grasped the situation and laughed heartily. This young man was evidently still too innocent, lacking understanding of the broader complexities. The routes of trains are fixed, and their size makes them susceptible to hijacking or destruction by rogue ninjas or adversaries. Even if we station ninjas on each train, complete protection would be unattainable. Every assault on a train results in significant casualties and losses, ultimately leading to a lack of willingness among civilians to board them. Consequently, the feudal lords, unable to profit and burdened with substantial maintenance costs, were compelled to cease operations. Nagato was taken aback. He never envisioned that something so beneficial to the nation and its people as trains could be discarded merely due to their vulnerability to hijacking and destruction. What kind of logic was this? Were they truly willing to abandon such a mode of transport out of fear of sabotage? A wave of sorrow washed over Nagato. Was there no one who considered a long-term solution to these instabilities? Observing the ordinary people wandering the streets, Nagato felt a surge of empathy. They could not survive in their homeland, forced to roam aimlessly. In this chaotic world, aside from becoming bandits or outlaws, what options remained for them? Nagato realized that the issues plaguing this world were multifaceted, with severe flaws present across political, economic, and social structures. He turned his gaze to Jiraiya, who wore a persistent smile, and a wave of disdain surged within him. Jiraiya repeatedly claimed that this world was wonderful, yet in both reality and his rhetoric, Nagato found no trace of beauty. The two continued their journey, arriving at the capital of the Land of Fire by midday. Nagato regarded Jiraiya with newfound respect. The latter had traversed such a distance without a single pause for rest. This man's physical prowess was formidable, maintaining pace with Nagato regardless of the speed he employed. Little did Nagato know, Jiraiya's inner thoughts were filled with astonishment. Under no circumstances should we become adversaries. Even if we must, we cannot allow Konoha to probe their intentions first. Is this the capital of the Land of Fire? Standing before a grand palace, Nagato's expression was devoid of emotion. A religious ball was underway, filled with merriment below. The nobles reveled in dance and song, while the commoners resembled mere shadows of life. Compared to the despondency within the empire, this scene was even more pronounced. Yet, the faces of the nobles were alight with joy and excitement. What do you think? Compared to your empire, is it not more vibrant and prosperous here? Nagato observed a commoner who, while carrying a fruit platter, stumbled and dropped it, only to be kicked and berated by a young noble, who nearly drew his katana in anger. Indeed, it was more lively. Jiraiya, oblivious to such occurrences, gazed at the scantily clad dancers below with a carefree smile. Nagato watched as one dancer hastily departed after her performance, only to be intercepted by a rotund, bald man. The dancer struggled, while the portly man laughed heartily, pulling her into his embrace and leading her toward a room behind a curtain. He called out to several others who resembled him, evidently friends or companions. Jiraiya appeared accustomed to this scene. In his eyes, these individuals, with their security and high incomes, were fortunate. He glanced past these moments without a second thought. These are the feudal lords of the Land of Fire. Our Hokage is essentially appointed by them. Jiraiya observed Nagato lost in thought and ventured a question. Senior, who do you believe is the most indulgent person within our empire? Nagato's sudden inquiry left Jiraiya momentarily taken aback. The most indulgent? He cast a glance at the daimyos below, those wielding the highest power, possessing the greatest wealth, and showcasing the strongest prowess. Without a doubt, it was their emperor. Isn't it obvious? It must surely be your emperor. In Jiraiya's eyes, the emperor lived a life of incessant revelry, seemingly unconcerned with governance, which undoubtedly fueled the discontent among the populace. Hadn't he just witnessed Nagato's demeanor upon arrival? Nagato nodded. Indeed, the most indulgent individual in our empire is our esteemed emperor, Lord Senju. While we manage with a meager supply of military rations and occasionally venture outside the university town for takeout, indulging ourselves in a freshly made bowl of ramen or a steaming platter of grilled meat now and then, our emperor selects the most talented individuals from across the land to serve as his personal chefs. He insists on a minimum of 4 dishes and a soup for each meal, demanding exceedingly intricate cooking methods, even at the expense of several laborers. Listening to Nagato, Jiraiya's expression morphed into one of confusion. He surveyed the scene below. Even the lowest-ranking daimyos were surrounded by attendants, and the servants were no fewer than 4. Was it truly excessive for an emperor controlling the entire ninja world to employ a few individuals for cooking? Furthermore, he enforced monogamy while himself maintaining 3 wives. Jiraiya's face lit up with envy, soon followed by greater bewilderment. What? Not to mention a harem of 3,000 beauties. Even 300 would befit his stature. Why only 3? Yet, despite this, countless elders in the empire criticized the emperor, accusing him of debauchery and moral decay. Chapter 33, The Prophesied Child? That would be less than infinite Tsukuyami. Jiraiya looked at Nagato, struggling to comprehend the implications of his words. Were they feasting on rare delicacies? Ingredients nearly impossible to find in the ninja world? And were those 3 wives truly harbingers of disaster? Nagato pondered briefly before nodding. Though the emperor's meals are quite simple, his expectations are exceptionally high. For instance, he demands a dish of spicy and sour shredded potatoes, for which I once expended considerable effort to procure the requisite pickled peppers. As for his wives, one has betrayed her clan's beliefs, another is fiercely power-hungry, and the last is a gambling addict who has recently taken to drinking. Jiraiya was taken aback. Goodness, such a woman could wreak havoc on a nation, and he has 3 of them. No wonder the people in your empire are so discontented. No wonder, after unifying the ninja world, he seeks to invade other parallel universes. It is lamentable that such a person can still be an emperor. Is there truly no one to overthrow his tyranny? Nagato shook his head. Our emperor is a descendant of the Uchiha and Senju clans. He has perfectly inherited the bloodline limits of both. Jiraiya was astonished. Are you implying that he possesses both the Sharingan and would release? Nagato nodded. Jiraiya inwardly marveled. No wonder such terrifying power could unify the entire ninja world. With the Uchiha's madness and the Senju clan's formidable sage powers and would release, it was understandable. How pitiful. Surely, the people of that world live in dire straits. However, Nagato abruptly shifted his tone, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. I once believed our emperor to be utterly foolish, possessing nothing but strength. Yet today, I have gained profound insight. You so-called daimyos are each as corpulent as pigs, devoid of any chakra power, yet you can easily dictate the dignity, even the very bodies of those around you. This is merely one minor daimyo of the Land of Fire. I shudder to think what horrors they would unleash if granted greater power. And the Hokage of your Konoha still requires their appointment. A glimmer of malice flickered in Nagato's eyes. He sensed the apparent young dancer entering the room, while the daimyos, despite their lavish expenditures, continued to engage in their brutal revelries. The girl had already fainted, yet they found it amusing to douse her with water to rouse her back to consciousness. Jiraiya swallowed hard, realizing that Nagato had changed since arriving here. But why? Though the atmosphere was one of prosperity and celebration, why did Nagato seem to perceive their opulence in such a negative light? In our land, the daimyos manage the nobility and the commoners, while the villages govern the ninjas. We hold one another accountable, ensuring that no single voice dominates. Allowing for harmony between commoners and ninjas, Jiraiya attempted to clarify. Nagato disdainfully echoed Jiraiya's words. Harmony? Yes, once I locate the fabled prophesied child. The conflicts and enmities between individuals will be eradicated, and then the ninja world will know no more war. Jiraiya's expression brightened with fervor. The prophesied child? Nagato furrowed his brow. Does this world possess such a being? Although I was once thought to be the prophesied child by you, can the definition within the empire truly align with that of this world? Moreover, you merely mentioned it in passing without elaboration, only stating that the prophesied child could bring peace. What kind of special bloodline limit does this prophesied child possess? Can it truly eradicate the hatred between people? No. He can mediate the hatred and conflicts between individuals through his very being, ultimately ushering in peace. Upon hearing this, Nagato recalled a forbidden technique imparted to him by the emperor, infinite Tsukuyomi. What you speak of is far less credible than infinite Tsukuyomi. How can the hatred and conflicts between people be resolved by a single individual? Moreover, you profess a longing for peace. Why then do you place your hopes in such an unfounded notion? Why are you unwilling to make tangible efforts for peace? Jiraiya was momentarily speechless, but soon his gaze cleared. I too have my mission. My task is to seek out and guide the prophesied child. Nagato shook his head. This world is utterly absurd. Once, I perceived the empire as dark and drenched in blood, where countless souls, though not physically pierced by blades, bore the scars of torment upon their spirits. Yet upon arriving in this world, I discovered that although the empire constricted the people, this world suffocates them entirely. Jiraiya, if you truly desire peace to reign eternally, let me show you a path, one that has already been realized and validated. This time, Nagato abandoned all formalities. He could no longer tolerate speaking with this teacher, feeling an overwhelming urge to burst with frustration. The so-called prophesied child is mere fantasy. If you genuinely wish for peace to prevail, then unify the entire ninja world. Only then will war cease to exist. Furthermore, the passage of history will no longer be marked by nations, and the shift in power will only affect the uppermost echelons. As Nagato spoke, a realization dawned upon him. He finally understood what the emperor meant. As long as the world was united, it mattered not who was king or ruler. Indeed, the emperor, 2 decades ago, perceived the world more clearly than we, myopic individuals. Jiraiya, however, shook his head vigorously. No, it is impossible. Does the unification of the world not necessitate war? How many lives would be lost in such a time? I absolutely cannot allow such an occurrence. Jiraiya felt an immense inner resistance and discomfort. After all this time, have you truly not absorbed a word I've spoken? Have you grown even more resolute than at the beginning? Do you not yearn for peace as well? Without destruction, there can be no creation. Jiraiya, just because you resist war, does it mean that war will not descend upon us? To my knowledge, your world has already endured 3 great ninja wars. Moreover, conflicts and bloodshed arise between nations every year. If you do not resolve this issue once and for all, war will be an everlasting cycle. Nagato gazed at Jiraiya, his heart resolute. He was determined to implement the Emperor's will to the very end. He understood that his master from another world still longed for peace. And if he could draw him to the Empire, it would be for the best. Noting Jiraiya's silence, Nagato continued, the distribution of interest between nations is exceedingly uneven. Everyone seeks to benefit their own country, but that will change with unification. After unification, everyone will be equal, even if there are power struggles. They will only arise during the election of a provincial leader and will not impact the commoners or ordinary ninjas. Regardless of how many generations power may shift, large-scale wars will cease to exist. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya fell silent. Nagato's words plunged him into deep contemplation. He recognized the validity of Nagato's arguments. Yet he remained unable to accept such a reality. His ideal world was one filled with love, justice, and peace, not one driven by power and desire. Jiraiya looked at Nagato, his voice tinged with a plea. Our world is already perfect and prosperous. May I implore you not to bring war into it. Even unification requires bloodshed, and our world cannot withstand any more devastation. Chapter 34. The Holy War of the Empire. A million ninjas. Even in his most compassionate moments, Nagato found himself amused by Jiraiya's naivety. Is temporary prosperity truly prosperity? His voice grew somber, imbued with boundless sorrow as he gazed silently at Jiraiya, his eyes shimmering with complex emotions. Jiraiya lifted his head, responding with unwavering conviction. But at the very least, it is prosperity, is it not? At least now, no one is bleeding, and no one is grieving the loss of companions and loved ones. This is the benefit of peace, we should cherish it. His voice resonated with a yearning for peace, while simultaneously revealing his aversion to war. Observing Jiraiya's steadfast adherence to his imagined world, Nagato felt a wave of pity wash over him. The emperor once proclaimed, throughout history, there have always been those who, in their self-righteousness, safeguard what they perceive as the most perfect order, even at the cost of their lives and beliefs, for in their eyes, some order is better than none. They deluded themselves, hindering the progress of their era, believing they had made monumental contributions while creating chaos. Jiraiya remained silent for a moment, then let out a soft sigh. He could not fathom why Nagato had suddenly become so pessimistic. Is true change really only achievable through war? He found himself lost in thought. Nagato reminisced about the Emperor's words. At that time, he merely thought the Emperor was introducing himself. With war behind them, everyone could live happily and joyfully. Why then did the Emperor relentlessly urge them to strive, to toil, to exert even more effort? It felt as though something was relentlessly pursuing them. Now, in stark contrast, he understood what genuine effort entailed versus futile endeavors. The Empire's progress was rapid and visible each day. While their world had begun its history much like that of the Empire, pursuing peace since Hashirama's time, he could have unified the ninja world, bringing about true peace. Yet he hesitated to spill even a drop of blood, allowing the entire ninja world to suffer decades of turmoil. And in this moment, Jiraiya had already articulated the stakes. Yet he still clung to his inner convictions. Was this an unbreakable bond of existence? Such rhetoric was merely flowery. In truth, it was obstinacy. The banquet below had already concluded, seemingly signaling the end of his and Jiraiya's connection. Nevertheless, Nagato still hoped to steer Jiraiya back from the brink. Allow me to share the story of our empire. Nagato gazed at the sky, his thoughts drifting into memories. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya took out a notebook, preparing to jot down notes at any moment. He understood that the most crucial information was about to unfold. The other party was finally willing to divulge their intelligence. Our empire, like Konoha, currently operates under the same timeline, essentially marking the 64th year of Konoha. The only distinction is that 20 years ago, in Konoha's 44th year, we transitioned to the imperial calendar. As Nagato spoke, his thoughts delved deeper into reminiscence. I was born in the 33rd year of Konoha at that time. I was already 11 years old, and even though I resided in the Rain Village, I personally experienced many events. The Holy War of the Empire began a year after Hanzo of the Salamander declared war on the three nations, specifically in the 40th year of Konoha, marking the official onset of the Second Great Ninja War. Jiraiya listened to Nagato's account, secretly astonished. Why did their world's developmental trajectory mirror that of his own? Was the divergence that led to distortion rooted in the 40th year of Konoha? What transpired in their 40th year? What exactly was this so-called Holy War? The origins of the Emperor are shrouded in various tales, yet it is certain that the Emperor Uchiha Senju was born amidst the chaos of war. Having lost both parents to it, he seemingly harbored a profound disdain for warfare, for it was the very conflict that claimed his parents' lives. He slew Hanzo, who was regarded as the strongest in the ninja world and one of the chief instigators of the Second Great Ninja War. As Nagato recounted, a flicker of astonishment shone in his eyes. During that time, the might of the first Hokage's would release, and Susanoo instilled fear throughout the ninja world. He returned to Konoha, succeeding the third Hokage. The other nations trembled at the prospect of the first Hokage's bloodline limit, and they were willing to cast aside their differences to eliminate Konoha. The imagined defense of Konoha commenced, yet the first Hokage single-handedly decimated the leaders of the allied forces, and the ninja coalition of 100,000 was reduced by half. Before the Third Great Ninja War could even begin, it had already concluded, with the first Hokage receiving the adoration of Konoha and his status being affirmed. The first Hokage did not rest, seizing the opportunity while the other nations were weakened. He led Konoha's ninjas into battle, thereby commencing the Holy War of the Empire. Nagato felt invigorated as he reflected on this history and experience. Once, he had regarded it with disdain. Now, in light of the comparison, he wished he could travel back in time and deliver a couple of resounding slaps to his former self. Yet within 2 years, the entire ninja world had undergone a regime change. Apart from Konoha, no other ninja villages remained. While the people of Konoha cheered and the feudal lords of the Fire Country bestowed immense honors upon the first Hokage, he rejected their proposals for colonization, instead aiming to establish a unified empire that would abolish all nations. He sought to dismantle the system of ninja villages and the shared governance between feudal lords and ninja villages. The feudal lords were incensed, and the ninja clans were equally furious. They condemned the first Hokage and incited countless ninjas to instigate a civil war in an attempt to thwart him, even providing vast resources to support the remnants of other nations' ninjas. At that time, the entire nation was in rebellion. The Sage of the Six Paths, uncompromising, sought to quell the chaos through bloodshed, mercilessly executing all who resisted, defied, or were merely incited. Over the course of a year, the death toll among ninjas exceeded 100,000, while civilian casualties surpassed 1 million. His ruthless approach made it abundantly clear to all, those who aligned with him would prosper, while those who opposed him would perish. The year-long civil strife came to an end as he purged the majority of the conservative factions and nobility, leaving the remnants too fearful to challenge him. In the early days of the 44th year of Konoha, the empire was proclaimed, and all nations were restructured into provinces. According to post-war statistics from those 3 years, the death toll among ninjas reached 180,000, while civilian deaths climbed to 184 million. Jiraiya, listening intently, felt a chill of sweat trickle down his spine, fully aware of the might of Hanzo the Salamander. Yet, what terrified him even more was that staggering number, 180,000 ninjas. 184 million civilians? It was worth noting that Konoha's entire ninja population barely exceeded 10,000, and even during the Fourth Great Ninja War, they could only muster 80,000 allied ninjas. Was Nagato's so-called Holy War truly responsible for the sacrifice of 18 times the number of ninjas currently in Konoha? Surely, this could not be deemed a holy war. So many lives lost, the world must surely be gravely wounded. The Sage of the Six Paths you speak of is probably a madman of war. Jiraiya speculated that in such dire circumstances, anyone capable of utilizing even a modicum of ninjutsu was forcibly conscripted into the ranks of ninjas. Nevertheless, that figure remained a terrifying prospect. Before even confronting the Uchiha Senju that Nagato spoke of, he already sensed a profound dread. Such a person, a malevolent Uchiha. How dreadful. Have I begun to see the world through colored lenses? Nagato, perceiving Jiraiya's skepticism, cast a glance over the world and sighed deeply. Indeed, during that time, I too found it absurd. So many lives lost. Could it truly be called a holy war? Yet now, I have come to understand. Nagato's tears revealed a steadfast conviction. The Sage of the Six Paths accomplished in 3 years what all his predecessors could not achieve. 20 years after the Empire's establishment. Everyone is equal, and no wars remain. As for your assertion of the world being gravely wounded, it is true that everyone lived in fear back then. However, the Emperor enacted numerous beneficial policies for the populace through iron-fisted measures. During the Empire's first 3 years, he toiled until the early hours, personally conducting inspections to ensure the implementation of these policies. I can assure you, the so-called grievous wounds were healed within 5 years, and by the 10th year, the nation's prosperity far surpassed that of the ninja village era. As far as I know, last year the Empire welcomed over 17 million newborns, with more than 110,000 upper ninjas and 710,000 middle ninjas. The latest figures from the Ninja Academy show a staggering 215,000 enrolled students. Chapter 35. Nagato's transformation. How many is that? Jiraiya gasped, nearly stumbling in disbelief. In our land, the so-called enrolled students essentially refer to the lower ninjas. You heard me correctly, 200,000 lower ninjas. Jiraiya could no longer remain still, pacing back and forth, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. 200,000 lower ninjas? Are you jesting? Jiraiya had never considered that, in just 20 years, a population could flourish to such an extent, experiencing a veritable explosion in growth. Their world's total population was roughly 300 million, with the Land of Fire accounting for around 50 million, and due to prolonged warfare and instability, their population had seen little growth. Was it conceivable that this world alone produced millions of newborns? Could 3 years yield an entire nation the size of the Land of Fire? Moreover, regarding ninjas, since the Sage of the Six Paths established the ninja religion, only his descendants possessed elemental chakra. Ordinary people did not have it. How could there possibly be a million lower ninjas, let alone so many middle and upper ninjas? Unbeknownst to Jiraiya, in a world permeated by the divine tree, every individual inherently possessed chakra, albeit dormant and unactivated. The Empire's training methods could perfectly harness this chakra, albeit without the ability to utilize elemental affinities. There is nothing impossible. Just because you cannot achieve it does not mean others cannot. Jiraiya-sensei, the prosperity of the Empire is beyond your imagination. Join us. With your influence in Konoha, the Empire's advance can proceed with minimal bloodshed. Nagato's declaration of the Empire's ninja numbers and resources aimed to persuade Jiraiya to abandon resistance. Throughout this brief journey, Nagato recognized that this master truly yearned for the arrival of peace, albeit through misguided means. Nagato did not desire a world drenched in blood, nor did he wish for conflict. It was untrue that he harbored no feelings for the Empire. His previous hatred was solely directed at the Emperor. But this journey had clarified his perspective. A swift pain is preferable to prolonged suffering. The Emperor's vision is remarkably forward-thinking. The reason he divulged so much to Jiraiya was that he still retained a fragment of compassion within. He did not want countless lives lost due to foolish resistance. Jiraiya, upon hearing this, looked incredulously at Nagato. Are you implying that you will ultimately turn against us for the sake of your empire? Nagato sighed and nodded. Your world is shrouded in darkness. Your common folk require liberation. They seek freedom and dignity. Listening to Nagato's haughty and critical words, Jiraiya could no longer conceal his disappointment. I will not betray Konoha. Since you have made your decision, let us meet on the battlefield. We, the ninjas of Konoha, will guard our homeland and will never utter the words of surrender, even if we perish in combat. With that, Jiraiya turned away. Nagato, I misjudged you. You are not as benevolent as I imagined. If you intend to bring calamity upon this world, do not blame me for crossing swords with you in our next encounter. As he watched Jiraiya's figure gradually fade into the horizon, Nagato sighed. Witnessing the errors of this world, he understood that the systems of the ninja villages and the Empire could not coexist. The Empire's expansion would not cease due to his lone efforts. Nor did he wish to impede the Empire any longer. Though Jiraiya had been his first guide in this world, providing him with countless insights, the two had ultimately found themselves on opposing sides. Why do you, the remnants of old slaves, cling stubbornly to a flawed system instead of seeking change? Nagato felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Casting a glance at the remaining civilians amid the devastation, he sighed heavily. I should not concern myself with this. He descended to the ground, observing a girl who had been beaten into unconsciousness. Nagato infused her with a gentle chakra to sustain her life. Glancing at the corpulent daimyos, he formed hand seals. The reanimation jutsu altered. In a realm unseen by the others, the Shinigami severed their soul from their bodies, delivering a swift blow. Furthermore, the modified reanimation jutsu would no longer absorb the user's soul. Rather, it would siphon a significant portion of their life force. Thus, these daimyos would forever lose the ability to bear offspring. After completing this, Nagato vanished. His current objective was the Valley of the End. In the distance, Jiraiya hurriedly made his way back to discuss matters concerning parallel universes with the third Hokage. Little did he expect to encounter root ninjas in that very location. Jiraiya cast an irritated glance at them. Had he not left Nagato, would he have encountered them now? Jiraiya, this is a personal letter from Danzo, who insisted that you open it yourself. The root ninja bowed to Jiraiya and presented the letter with both hands. Upon opening it, Jiraiya shook his head. Pain had already departed from the land of fire, and we were powerless to stop him. In truth, we could still pursue him now, but recent experiences had left Jiraiya reluctant to take action against him. Moreover, with the root's involvement, should Pain truly fall into their hands, the consequences would be dire. Jiraiya chose to defer the matter. He glanced toward Pain's direction, murmuring, "This is the last thing I can do for you." In the Valley of the End, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama stood on their respective statues, confronting one another. Madara intended to feign his death to obtain Hashirama's cells and complete his Moon-Eye plan. Just as their battle intensified, a swarm of shadow clones descended from the sky. "What year is this? Hey, who is he?" "Madara, I wanted to ask you that." "Sorry, wrong place." With a thud, Orochimaru's shadow clone dissipated into a cloud of mist. Within the Empire, due to interdimensional transmission, Orochimaru could not access the memories of his clones from another realm. However, they had agreed that if several clones vanished simultaneously, it would signify failure. Undoubtedly, the attempt to alter the coordinates had failed once again. Damn it! Orochimaru pounded on the one-way transmission gate. Without a stable teleportation channel, even a slight change in coordinates could shift the timeline itself. How frustrating. A figure appeared, prompting Orochimaru to bow. "Lord Senju." Hashirama nodded. "So, still no contact with them?" Orochimaru lowered his head in shame. "My subordinates are trying, but the space over there seems sealed. Changing coordinates would lead to a different timeline." So, Hashirama did not blame Orochimaru. He helped him up, offering reassurance. "Let's give them some time. You shouldn't put too much pressure on yourself. At least the timelines on both sides align. It would be beneficial for them to stay there a while longer to hone their skills." Faced with Hashirama's comfort, Orochimaru felt even more ashamed. "I am doing my best to find a way to change coordinates without crossing timelines. It should be completed in 3 months at most." Chapter 36. Are ninjas chickens? Pain, have you arrived at the Valley of the End? Kakashi's message came through. Although they could not contact the Empire, communication among the three remained unaffected. "No, while this world appears quite bleak, that is merely the surface. To ensure absolute certainty, I plan to visit the End of Days to bind some summoning beasts. Otherwise, my strength in the realm of beasts cannot be fully realized." Pain utilized his chakra to transmit the message through the nano wristband. "I see traces on your map. You haven't gone to Konoha, have you?" "No, I have gathered sufficient information. This is indeed a world in need of salvation." "Excellent, Pain. I believe the Emperor would be pleased with your awareness. After confirming that the Valley of the End is secure, regroup with us. We plan to take control of Sunagakure first." "No problem. If there are any abnormalities in the Valley of the End, do not push yourself. Contact us at any time, and we will make the necessary decisions." After their communication concluded, Pain glanced toward their approximate location in the Land of Waves, and his Rinnegan gleamed. At that moment, he was 300 meters underground, his Azura Path exoskeleton enveloping him, offering protection while he entered the End of Days. The End of Days, the 4th place discovered by the Emperor that possesses sage abilities, alongside Mayaboka Mountain, Ryuchi Cave, and the Whetbone Forest. The continent within is countless times larger than the shinobi world, and is said to be a place found by the Emperor while tracking clues about the Shinigami and some evil deities sealed by the corpse demon. It is home to all sorts of bizarre creatures and beings. In the original world, Pain possessed summoning beasts, but in this world, he could not sense or summon them. Perhaps once the interdimensional transmission channel is perfected, that may improve. Now, he needed to bind a few summoning beasts in the End of Days. One method of accessing the end of days is to use the Rinnegan as a key. After forming a few hand seals, Pain released his soul into the end of days using the reverse summoning technique. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a giant centipede charging at him. Without hesitation, Pain employed Shinra Tensei. Even in a spiritual state, the Rinnegan remained formidable. Observing the centipede stunned, Pain swiftly inserted the black rod into its body, unhesitatingly seizing control. With the first giant centipede secured, Pain quickly captured a giant bird, a rhinoceros, a crab, a splitting dog, and a chameleon. This should be sufficient. Feeling his ocular power rapidly depleting, he understood that temporarily binding 6 summoning beasts was his limit. With his soul returning to his body, Pain hastened toward the Valley of the End. Regrettably, he lamented, having dedicated all his university years to learning sealing techniques and Rinnegan techniques. He never learned the Flying Thunder God technique, which was quite unfortunate. With a self-deprecating smile, he summoned the giant bird. The creature had a somewhat grotesque appearance, and with the black rod's control, it resembled a decaying corpse. It was hard to believe such a hideous monster was summoned by him. As the giant bird flapped its wings, it soared 1,000 kilometers in an instant. In the land of waves, Kakashi and Dato had brought the remaining 6 individuals near the newly constructed Naruto Bridge. Kato was an exceedingly greedy and fearsome merchant who used monopolistic and violent means to control all economic lifelines and transportation in the land of waves. Given that everything in the land of waves heavily relied on maritime transport, his control over these routes essentially meant he had everyone in a chokehold. Dasna recounted Kato's many crimes in detail. Is Kato very strong? Dato inquired. The fact that he can easily dispatch someone like Zabuza indicates he possesses some strength. Kato is merely a merchant, but his terrifying aspect lies in his methods, his business acumen, and the band of ruthless individuals he has gathered. Dato was puzzled. Having initially thought Kato was a powerful, violent, and ruthless ninja, only to discover he was just a merchant. Since he is just an ordinary person, why don't you send ninjas to eliminate him? Dasna smiled wryly at this. It's not that we don't want to. Kato has hired countless ninjas, and our land of waves lacks a ninja village or any ninjas. Hearing this, Dato helplessly covered his face. No wonder the people in your world fear and loathe ninjas so much. It seems money can make them do anything. It's disheartening to think that someone with strength can be manipulated by money. What a difficult situation for ninjas in this world. Kato is utterly ruthless, controlling the entire nation's economy and livelihood under the guise of a merchant. Doesn't your daimyo intervene? Isn't there a daimyo in your country? Dasna was overwhelmed by the oppressive aura emanating from the Tsuchikage, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he nervously spoke. Yes, but there are disparities between nations. Our country, the land of waves, is merely a small nation, unable to sustain a hidden village. Thus, we have only one option to deal with Kato, to place a bounty at the nearby ninja village. However, the daimyos are nowhere near as affluent as Kato. We can issue B-rank bounty missions, while he can offer A-rank protection missions. We are utterly powerless. The Tsuchikage was taken aback by this revelation. Isn't that contradictory? One offers protection while the other seeks assassination. Are both sides not likely to clash? Will the ninjas of one village engage in battle over such missions? The Tsuchikage's curiosity piqued. Dasna's mind faltered. He was merely a bridge builder and lacked the depth of understanding. The Tsuchikage turned his gaze toward Kakashi, who hesitated before responding. In theory, we do not accept both assassination and protection missions for the same individual. Typically, it would be Konoha that handles assassinations, while Kumogakure provides protection. The Tsuchikage was astounded, shaking his head in disbelief. Your world is indeed peculiar. Ninjas from 2 villages can be manipulated by a mere merchant. And your absurd system of rules allows for such chaos. How can peace prevail? If one village suffers casualties due to a mission, should the other harbor hatred for the one who issued the task, or for the ninjas who fell? Kakashi found himself at a loss for words. As the roots of such conflict began to crystallize, everyone harbored animosity towards those who harmed their comrades, yet none directed their ire towards the instigator of such discord. Kakashi uncovered a blind spot. Is Kato truly as malevolent as you suggest? He could simply abolish the daimyos and pursue his ambitions without consequence. Dasna's expression shifted dramatically. How could you entertain such a dangerous notion? Let alone Kato being merely a merchant, even those rogue ninjas have refrained from attacking the daimyos. Kakashi remained puzzled. Why not? As far as I know, The daimyos possess power but little else. They could be compared to overfed pigs, powerless and gluttonous. Eliminating them would yield no repercussions. Glimpsing the murderous intent in Kakashi's eyes, Dasna shook his head vigorously. No, you misunderstand. Without the daimyos, our nation would crumble. You must realize that if a daimyo is overthrown, all daimyos worldwide would descend upon that land, and not only usurpers, but even ordinary citizens would be implicated. At that juncture, he would be hunted by all daimyos and despised by every citizen. No one can withstand the pressure from all the daimyos. Even if the nation belonged to you, what would it matter then? It was unfathomable that in such a morbid world, there still existed a semblance of unity. That Tsuchikage's tone dripped with sarcasm. A group of nobles uniting to fortify their power, forming a bulwark against the world. How quaint. While the world is embroiled in conflict, it is the ninjas and common folk who perish, while the privileged remain untouched, merely spectators. It's no wonder ninjas are seen as tools. The wars among ninja clans are akin to the petty squabbles of roosters. They fight and kill each other while the underlying interests remain unchanged. Once a chicken dies, simply replace it with another. Your ingrained servility is profoundly tragic. Chapter 37. The Arrogant Kato. Valley of the End. Nagato had recalled the giant bird summoning beast and was currently employing the earth release, light-heavy rock technique to lighten his body to featherweight, allowing him to conceal himself among the clouds. Through his Rinnegan, Nagato discerned a sealing barrier had enveloped the area. As a member of the Uzumaki clan and a student of sealing techniques at the Imperial University, he could easily perceive the anomalies occurring here. It seemed the sealing had been completed, as only 4 masked root ninjas guarded the corners of the area. Sensing the individuals possessed merely the strength of average jonin, he hesitated no longer. Summoning technique. As Nagato spoke, he made a downward pressing gesture with one hand, and despite the kilometers of distance, countless incantations materialized in an instant. Summoning forth 2 beasts, a colossal centipede and a chameleon. The chameleon quickly blended into its surroundings, vanishing from sight, while the giant centipede burrowed underground, preparing to launch an assault on the 4 root ninjas. Both summoned beasts shared a common trait. Their eyes were Rinnegan, white irises with black and purple pupils, and their bodies were adorned with numerous black spikes. At that moment, the ground began to swell, the entire area trembling slightly from the movements of the giant centipede. What is that sound? One of the root ninjas inquired, alert. Not good. Be cautious. Another ninja sensed the disturbance. Suddenly, the giant centipede erupted from the earth, crashing violently into the sealing barrier. Although the barrier shuddered, it remained intact. This is bad. The enemy aims to breach the sealing barrier. I will contact Lord Danzo. One of the anxious root ninjas exclaimed. The other 3 exchanged glances and responded in unison. Understood. With that, the 3 root ninjas acted simultaneously, unleashing their respective jutsu upon the giant centipede. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Earth release, Yellow Spring Swamp. Lightning release, Earth Walk. As their spells were cast, a powerful fire dragon bullet surged toward the giant centipede. The land beneath the centipede transformed into a mire, restricting its movement. The 3rd member placed his hands on the ground, and terrifying currents of electricity surged through the earth, connecting with the giant centipede. With control, paralysis, and explosive force, the flawless coordination of the 3 resulted in a simultaneous barrage upon the giant centipede. The creature recoiled in pain, letting out a pained hiss. Witnessing this, the 3 root ninjas felt a fleeting sense of relief. However, before they could catch their breath, the giant centipede lunged at them in a frenzy. Summoning technique. The root member sheltered behind the others quickly summoned a dark raven, capturing all the information in a scroll to deliver to Lord Danzo. However, barely taking flight, the raven was ensnared by a tongue several meters long. Not good. There's another enemy. At that moment, the chameleon reappeared. The 4 ninjas suddenly found themselves under immense pressure. One summoned beast had already exhausted their resources, and now 2 were in play. To ensure he remained undetected, Nagato showed no mercy to the masked ninjas. Under the assault of the chameleon and the giant centipede, the 4 root jonin quickly fell victim to their voracious hunger. My apologies, Nagato murmured, ensuring there was nothing left that could expose his presence before descending slowly. A mere glance at the sealing technique revealed its underlying roots. Isolation seal. Is it? Nagato could sense that the space within was isolated. No chakra or matter could penetrate it, resembling a vacuum where everything had been erased. No wonder the Empire could not perceive this realm. With his hands forming seals, Nagato deduced the method to reverse the sealing technique. A forceful breach might damage this space, potentially complicating matters further. Isolation seal release. As the final seal was completed, Nagato pressed one hand against the barrier. The sealing barrier immediately flowed into his body, and he consumed the chakra, maintaining it using the abilities of the Hungry Ghost Path. The losses incurred from summoning the creature path were instantly compensated in that moment. Observing the world returning to normalcy, Nagato formed seals again. Genjutsu Mirage. Instantly, ripples spread through the space, transforming it into an unremarkable forest that melded seamlessly with the surroundings. The environment underwent a drastic transformation under the influence of the illusion. Only after completing these tasks did Nagato expressionlessly attempt to contact the Empire and Kakashi. In the Land of Waves, under the guidance of Tazuna, the group finally arrived at the construction site of the Great Bridge. Dato glanced at Kakashi, who was carrying a sweat-drenched Sasuke, still entranced in the illusion, and reluctantly dispelled the Genjutsu. At that moment, Sasuke, drenched in sweat, surveyed his surroundings and took a considerable time to regain his composure. This Master's Genjutsu is remarkably powerful. Noticing his 2-tomo Sharingan was subtly trending towards 3-tomo, Sasuke exclaimed in excitement. After defeating Zabuza, he could not help but urge his master to use Genjutsu to stimulate him again. This is merely the foundational training in Genjutsu, targeting the Uchiha's ocular prowess. Since you are willing to join the Empire, we shall certainly not be stingy, Dato remarked, casting a glance at Kakashi and Zabuza, who remained silent. As the group approached the vicinity of Naruto's Great Bridge, they witnessed a short, portly man mercilessly attacking several workers with fists and feet. Many laborers lay on the ground, moaning in agony, with numerous tools shattered and scattered about. Upon witnessing this scene, Tazuna's eyes brimmed with tears, and he rushed to assist a worker who had a leg broken and was attempting to stand. Hamada, what happened? Are you all right? Tazuna's eyes were filled with concern. What happened? Haha, naturally, I will not allow this bridge to be completed. A boisterous voice approached, revealing Kato, clad in a black suit, casually extinguishing a cigar on the face of a nearby worker. Behind him trailed hundreds of hired ninjas and subordinates. Naruto, forgetting for a moment that his chakra was still sealed, charged forward in anger. Hey, you bastard. Don't you know that burning someone's face with a cigarette but hurts? Chapter 38. Kato slaps Sabuzero. Kato regarded the slightly taller boy daring to accuse him, a cold smirk forming on his lips. The one thing I detest most is when someone interrupts me before I finish speaking. However, before Kato could finish his sentence, one of his ninjas eagerly stepped forward. Lord Kato, let me take care of this insolent brat. Interrupted, Kato's expression darkened ominously. He leaped in front of the ninja and struck him fiercely on the head with a punch. Did you not know? I despise when others speak before I have finished. Kato's words were cut off, as Sakura, with a worried expression, hurriedly pulled Naruto back, urgently advising, Naruto, have you forgotten that your chakra is sealed? Come back. Kato's face turned utterly grim. You are unforgivable. He scanned the group and suddenly noticed Zabuza, whose expression resembled that of a mournful ghost. Initially surprised, Kato then broke into a mocking smile. You were so arrogant when you left, and now you've been captured by these few people, even disarmed. How pitiful. I can hardly imagine how wretched the Land of Water must be if even a trash trader like you can escape. Zabuza, unafraid of the insult, felt his eyes redden at the mention of the Land of Water. You bastard. Zabuza glared at Kato, his eyes brimming with a terrifying murderous intent that seemed almost tangible. Kato was startled, but upon hearing from his subordinate that Zabuza currently exhibited no chakra fluctuations, he regained his composure, a disdainful smile returning to his face. Ah, so you're merely a paper tiger. What are you pretending for? Kato stepped closer, provocatively regarding Zabuza. Seeing Zabuza, who had clearly been captured yet remained defiant, made Kato wipe the cold sweat from his brow. He then ordered a nearby subordinate devoid of chakra. I see our Lord Zabuza is still defiant? Go and gouge out his eyes. With those wide-open stares, I fear they might dry out. And cut off his tongue as well, to prevent him from spewing grandiose nonsense. Kato approached Zabuza with an air of arrogance and slapped him hard across the face. Damn it! Naruto clenched his fists, finding Kato's arrogant demeanor truly infuriating. Kato, casting a glance at Naruto, disdainfully remarked, This is a matter of the land of waves. As far as I know, you are merely here for an escort mission. Now that Tazuna has arrived, you may leave. Otherwise, Kato leaned closer to Sakura, revealing a lewd smile. I will no longer issue missions through your Konoha. In addition, I will hire other ninja villages to assassinate you. Typically, this statement was effective, particularly against ninjas bound by village ties. Zabuza, already furious, suddenly felt the chakra restraints on him were lifted, the familiar power returning. Although it was far less than before, just a remnant was more than enough to decimate this rabble. A look of confusion crossed Zabuza's face as he glanced at Dato and Kakashi. Kakashi retracted his hand that had released Zabuza's chakra seal and spoke calmly. According to Article 112 of the Empire's law, when a victim suffers a personal attack, they have the right to retaliate in self-defense. Although you are currently a prisoner of our empire, you still fall under the protection of its laws. Kakashi folded his arms, adopting a posture of observing the unfolding drama. Zabuza, who had long resigned himself to his fate, felt a flicker of gratitude upon realizing that his chakra seal had been lifted. Thank you, he thought. Curiosity piqued about the empire spoken of, but his immediate focus was elsewhere. Suddenly, a shadow darted past, a kunai gleaming with lethal intent, swiftly aimed at Kato. As a ninja, a kunai was an essential weapon, and Zabuza was no exception. Without hesitation, he seized the kunai and struck towards Kato. The sound of kunai slicing through the air pierced the atmosphere. Kato's arm, severed by Zabuza Momochi, arched through the air before landing with a dull thud. Only then did crimson blood erupt like a fountain, staining the ground. Kato's anguished scream echoed ominously, sending chills down spines. This strike exemplified Zabuza's extraordinary swordsmanship. Regrettably, he had just faced the heir of the Hitaki clan, Kakashi, a prodigy from the empire and the foremost practitioner of the sword art. Ah, the ninjas of Konoha. I will remember you. Kato dared not threaten Zabuza any further. After all, Zabuza was a rogue ninja, devoid of family ties or weaknesses. The ninjas of Konoha, however, were another matter entirely. As Zabuza prepared to strike again, Kato, his face a mask of terror, cried out, "Help me, ninjas of Konoha. If you rescue me, I will overlook the loss of my hand." Alas, the only response was the sound of another arm crashing to the ground. No, Kato's expression turned to one of despair. I shall remove these two hands stained with sin on your behalf. Now, let us reckon with our personal grievances. Zabuza's voice was like a malevolent spirit in the night, sending shivers through Kato. What are you all waiting for? Come over and kill him. Kato called for the support of his subordinates. Zabuza's actions had occurred in the blink of an eye, leaving no time for anyone to react. However, after that moment of shock, one of Kato's hired jonin ensnared Zabuza in a jinjutsu, while another ninja used earth techniques to transport Kato away. By the time Zabuza broke free from the illusion, Kato had already appeared behind his minions, his earlier fear replaced by fury. Brothers, kill him, and those Konoha ninjas as well. I will pay you more. Whoever kills Zabuza will receive half of my fortune. Upon hearing this, many ruffians contemplating seizing the opportunity were suddenly invigorated. Under heavy reward, there will surely be reckless men. They forgot their identities as mere genin and rushed forward, brandishing their blades at Zabuza and the ninjas of Konoha. Sasuke, my dear disciple, now is the time for your trial. Go for it, Dato exclaimed, directing Sasuke with excitement. Kakashi, who had just released a breath of relief, immediately stood in front of Sasuke and Dato. Wait, we cannot let Sasuke go. Sasuke was momentarily halted, still holding a degree of respect for Kakashi. Dato, puzzled, asked why. A sheltered flower cannot grow into a towering tree without the baptism of blood. Kakashi hesitated but soon spoke. Sasuke is from Konoha, and you two are viewed as Konoha ninjas as well. If we act, word of Konoha's unprovoked slaughter of merchants will spread quickly. This will inevitably sour relations between the land of fire and these merchants, leading to potential sanctions against Konoha's military funding by the daimyo. Now that Zabuza is acting, we need not worry about such consequences. Dato and Kakashi understood his thoughts and fell silent. It was no wonder that a mere commoner like Kato dared strike Zabuza. Did ninjas possess no dignity? After scolding them, he then tasked them with stopping Zabuza. What kind of sense does that make? After years of arduous training to become a ninja, ranking lower than the daimyo, nobility, and even merchants? What was the point of fighting for such an ideal? Sasuke, absorbing Kakashi's words, felt a complex emotion flicker in his eyes. He understood Kakashi's concerns, Yet he felt an urgent need to enhance his strength. This was an opportune moment. What should he do? He cast a pleading glance at Dato. What are you waiting for? Go. Dato pointed at the ninjas, who had already been decimated by Zabuza. Sasuke glanced at Kakashi, then, without looking back, drew the kunai from his waist. Kakashi sighed inwardly as he watched Sasuke's retreating figure. He knew Sasuke's past had inflicted upon him much suffering, yet as a mentor, he hoped Sasuke would find his own path. Kakashi-sensei, these wicked scoundrels must be eliminated. Why should we care what the daimyo think? We are ridding the world of evil. Naruto, seeing Sasuke entangled in a melee with two lower ninjas, worried for his beloved's safety and could not help but glance at Dato. Kakashi sighed again, lamenting Naruto's ignorance. Though I do not know how you have influenced Sasuke, he needs assistance. Quickly, release my chakra. Dato shook his head helplessly. With me here, you need not worry about Sasuke's safety. Dato's Mangekyo Sharingan was nearly invincible, whether for offense or support. Naruto, arms crossed and feeling frustrated, lamented that he had finally been assigned a task that did not involve mundane errands, only to have his chakra sealed upon departure. He would have preferred the mundane task. With a huff, he fell silent, eyes fixed on the battlefield, brimming with eagerness. Sasuke adeptly maneuvered through the crowd, his kunai glinting menacingly. His Sharingan was focused and cold. The battle with two lower ninjas had shifted from equal footing to effortless dominance. Sasuke, be careful. Suddenly, Naruto noticed two blades aimed at Sasuke from his blind spot. Both he and Sakura held their breath in concern. At the critical moment, Zabuza intervened, deflecting the attacker's blades with a kunai, granting Sasuke a moment's respite. Dato's three tomo began to fade, losing the inclination to transform into a kaleidoscope. What? Are you nervous? Kakashi teased Dato. How could that be? He is merely a young apprentice. Dato replied dismissively, though his gaze remained closely fixed on Sasuke's movements. Suddenly, the nano wristbands worn by both men vibrated. It's a message from the Empire. They exchanged excited glances. After lying low for so long, the organization could finally reach them. Dato, should we call Sasuke back? Kakashi asked. Dato shook his head. If he falls here, it simply means he is not destined for this path. The remaining ninjas had nearly all been vanquished by Zabuza, leaving only a few capable commoners. Should Sasuke fall under such circumstances, it would signify his unsuitability as a ninja. They did not shy away from the presence of others. Finding a suitable spot, they sat down and connected the call. In the Empire, telephones had already become widespread a decade ago. Although most of the devices relied on chakra, a higher form of energy converted into electrical power. The Emperor referred to them as telephones, and over time, this term became synonymous with the method of long-distance communication. As soon as the call connected, the nano wristbands absorbed a portion of their chakra, and the faces of the Emperor and Nagato appeared before them. Kakashi and Dato had just established their connection when they heard Nagato reporting to the Empire about the sealing of the landmark in the Valley of the End. The people of Konoha had used spatial sealing techniques to block the flow of chakra in that area. Fortunately, the sealing techniques they employed were remnants of the Uzumaki clan's ancient seals, which could be countered using several methods taught at Konoha University. From what I have gathered, their ninjutsu levels remained relatively low. Then, the voice of Orochimaru resounded. Excellent, Nagato. You have done well. Without establishing a two-way teleportation channel, we would have been unable to easily alter the coordinates. I have attempted to modify the coordinates several times, but regrettably, each modification led us to a timeline no longer aligned with yours. Fortunately, you managed to break through the spatial blockade in time. Orochimaru praised without reservation. All for the Empire. Nagato declared his loyalty to the Empire for the first time. On the other end, Orochimaru exchanged a knowing smile with Senju. My Lord Emperor. Just as you suspected, Orochimaru communicated to Senju. Kakashi and Dato have also arrived. Now that everyone is present, let us begin sharing intelligence. Nagato, please go ahead. Nagato gazed at Lord Senju's face, finding it captivating for the first time. Yes, Lord Senju. First, regarding the current situation of disappearance. Although I have utilized the mirage illusion technique to alter certain appearances and terrain in the area we transmitted to, this is certainly not a long-term solution. The construction of a two-way cross-dimensional teleportation channel is imperative. Concerning the Land of Fire, while I have not visited Konoha, my discussions with my master Jiraiya in their capital and my observations along the way lead me to believe this is a world in dire need of redemption. Their history of 44 years is almost identical to ours, but during the past 20 years of the Empire's two-decade existence, the ninja world has been rife with conflict and strife. Nagato meticulously reported his experiences and gathered intelligence to the group. This world still operates under a dual governance of feudal lords and ninja villages, with the lords resembling the oppressive aristocrats chronicled in history, serving as vampires draining the common folk of their vitality, contributing nothing to the world's advancement, akin to the warrior clans. The ninja villages, on the other hand, function similarly to the military institutions within the empire, serving as the nation's military backbone. The so-called symbiotic relationship is, in truth, controlled by the feudal lords. Due to the unique nature of ninjas, they are often scorned by the common people, who aspire to become ninjas yet live in fear. This is an era where ordinary individuals and common ninjas possess no rights. Chapter 40. What? The Nine Tails is already in our grasp. Nagato's assertions were confirmed by the information we had gathered. Kakashi nodded in affirmation. Well done, everyone. Since we have clarified the background, let us primarily focus on persuasion, resorting to force only when absolutely necessary. Next, let us discuss your respective missions. Senju smiled. Nagato spoke first. My primary task is to gather tailed beasts. I have already acquired some information regarding them. The number and forms of tailed beasts in this world, according to Jiraiya's descriptions, are similar to those in our world. However, the sole distinction lies in the fact that here, tailed beasts are sealed within human vessels, serving as strategic weapons for the villages. These vessels are commonly referred to as Jinchuriki, who coexist with their tailed beasts. When the host dies, the tailed beast perishes as well. Furthermore, the existence of Jinchuriki is a closely guarded secret among the villages, making them difficult to locate. Naturally, since they serve as deterrent weapons for the nation and villages, they will certainly emerge when their villages face threats or destruction. Both Dato and I possess the ocular power to easily control tailed beasts, and I can even summon the outer path golem to serve us, transforming it into a stable energy source for constructing the teleportation channel. Nagato succinctly conveyed the vital intelligence he had gathered. Understood. Given the current instability of the discovered cross-dimensional teleportation coordinates, the primary task remains the construction of the teleportation channel. Nagato, do not act alone. The three of you should stay together for mutual support. Senju issued the command. Rest assured, Lord Senju. I will soon rendezvous with Dato and Kakashi. Meanwhile, Dato and Kakashi exchanged glances, their expressions peculiar. Kakashi, however, wore a grave countenance. This is not good. Ahem. Regarding the cross-dimensional teleportation channel Nagato just mentioned, I believe it will not be long before we can establish it. We currently possess the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Dato remarked, his expression more strained than when he saw his brother in a swimsuit. At that moment, Nagato widened his eyes in disbelief. Nanny, how could it have been such a short time? They managed to obtain the strongest tailed beast Jinchuriki? However, the identity of this Nine Tails Jinchuriki is somewhat special. He is a prominent figure in this world, and I suspect he is likely the reincarnation of Ashura. Naruto, overhearing their incomprehensible conversation, squinted his eyes. Naruto, teacher, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Could you help me buy some medicine from a nearby pharmacy? Also, grab some ramen. We haven't eaten all day. Sakura, you should go with him. Kakashi handed over his pouch of money to the two, and Naruto cheerfully took it, dragging Sakura along to the town. Dato and Kakashi did not intervene, but their gaze remained fixed on Kakashi, who sheepishly scratched his head. Naruto is unaware of these matters. He is still a child. We hope to keep this from him. The two were unconcerned, knowing that Naruto, marked by Kakashi's flying thunder god, could not escape easily, especially since the Great Bridge in the Land of Waves had yet to be constructed, making it difficult to leave. Furthermore, his teacher and Sasuke were also present here. Well then, let us remain vigilant. We must protect that prominent figure from this world. If we can persuade him to serve the Empire, it would be ideal. If not, he could also serve as a crucial subject for Orochimaru's research on the fundamental causes behind Ashura's chakra reincarnation. We must ensure he does not perish. Senju contemplated, aware that not every Naruto from every world is benevolent and righteous. For instance, in a comic he previously read, Naruto, controlled by the Nine Tails, turned dark and attacked Kushina. Although this was a comic world, who knows if they might truly encounter such a scenario? After all, such fantastical occurrences have already transpired. Encountering that version of Naruto would render any collaboration or persuasion valueless. He would simply become a test subject. After parting ways with Nagato, Dato and I have gathered quite a bit of information along the way. The current world is characterized by a tripartite balance among 5 great nations, with smaller countries scattered throughout. We are currently in the Land of Waves, and our initial plan was to proceed to the closed-off Land of Water for clandestine deployments for the Empire. However, with the 9 tails already in our possession, we now intend to capture the 1 tail from Sunagakure, establishing a teleportation channel. While we may not transfer individuals, we must at least ensure that communication with the Empire remains unbroken. Kakashi, serving as the team leader, exhibited the clearest logical thinking. Very well. Feel free to request any support from the Empire. Dato rubbed his hands together and, unable to contain his excitement after Kakashi's words, eagerly spoke up. I have taken Indra of this world as my disciple. Chikage smiled, observing Dato's eager expression filled with a desire for praise, and couldn't help but say, "All right, Dato. It's evident that you are the most promising individual in the Empire, just as I anticipated. When I chose you, I knew it was a sound decision." Reflecting on the differences between this world's Dato and the one from the original narrative, he felt a wave of sentiment. Compared to the Dato who had committed fratricide and slaughtered his clan, this version, having not lost Rin, retained a certain childlike innocence, manifesting in various aspects like a perpetually youthful child. Flattered by the Emperor's compliment, Dato was overwhelmed with joy but also managed to adopt a rare, serious demeanor. I must first address the recruitment of talents regarding my mission. The bloodline limits in this world have been nearly eradicated by their own kind. We have captured a ninja with ice release bloodline limit, yet he refuses to join our empire. Additionally, my disciple Sasuke, who is also a member of the Uchiha clan, is the sole survivor of that lineage in this world. Dato's words lack the succinctness of Kakashi and Nagato. Regarding your speculation about the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Lord Chikage, you are correct. I have successfully exchanged one eye with a variant from this world after implanting the Mangekyo into my left eye. I can feel an infinite surge of ocular power emanating from it. I am certain that I will no longer pose a risk of blindness. However, there is a regrettable matter. Due to the pathological state of this world, the Uchiha clan has been completely annihilated. The mass production of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan you mentioned cannot be pursued here for the time being. Dato's words were tinged with guilt. He felt he had let down the Emperor's expectations. With the bloodline limit families decimated and no prospects for the eternal Mangekyo, he felt hopeless. Never mind. Your task for now is to cooperate with Nagato and Kakashi to construct a teleportation pathway. Kakashi is right. Regardless of the situation, we must ensure constant communication. Even if the pathway is temporarily unstable and cannot facilitate human transport, we must establish it. Yes, based on your descriptions. I will compile some of my conjectures regarding that world and send them to you. Please remain vigilant for messages. Above all, ensure your safety. Life is paramount. Understood. All right. Feel free to reach out with any questions. Thank you all for your efforts. Chapter 41. The Sea Realm's Bridge Technique with a Swift Motion. Sasuke's kunai pierced the heart of the last remaining adversary present. As the strike landed, Sasuke's heart gradually settled. Initially overwhelmed by the bloody scene, he found himself beginning to relish the sensation. He turned his gaze towards Zabuza, silently expressing his gratitude for the 2 occasions he had stepped in to shield him from harm. Zabuza, his expression stoic, harbored a glint of murderous intent within his emotionless eyes. He held a kunai tightly, slowly advancing toward Kato. At this moment, Kato was utterly terrified, crumpled on the ground, entirely bereft of the once mighty demeanor he had previously exuded. Now, he was merely a pitifully ordinary man, rendered utterly helpless in the face of a ninja. I was wrong. Zabuza-sama, I was wrong. Kato cried out, his voice laced with fear and despair. Please spare me. I will give you all my money. He continued to plead, his eyes filled with terror and helplessness. I will be your dog. I will earn money for you. I will amass great wealth for you. I will build a power for you. Seemingly grasping at straws, Kato hastily proposed various enticing conditions, attempting to sway Zabuza's resolve. I beg you, Zabuza-sama, please spare me. Kato's voice grew hoarse, tears streaming down his cheeks as his body trembled uncontrollably from sheer terror. However, Zabuza did not relent in his approach. His face remained impassive, as if he had not even heard Kato's desperate pleas. Had you known this would be your fate, would you have acted differently? Zabuza spoke slowly, his voice devoid of emotion. With those words, 2 razor-sharp shurikens flew from his hand like lightning, precisely severing Kato's remaining legs in an instant. Kato let out a piercing scream, his body losing balance as he collapsed to the ground. Writhing in agony, he attempted to escape this nightmarish scene. But the significant loss of blood dulled his senses, rendering his head heavy and foggy. His struggles appeared futile, akin to a wounded beast making its last desperate attempts at survival. Zabuza observed the scene with indifference, a flicker of disdain and disgust crossing his gaze. He slowly approached Kato, halting before him, looking down upon the once mighty man from a position of superiority. He spat contemptuously at Kato, the saliva splattering onto his face. A declaration of his utter disdain for this scoundrel. Not everyone can be bought with money, nor are they all mere ninjas from the village. Kato, go to hell and repent, Zabuza said coldly, then forcefully kicked Kato's immobilized body into the icy sea. Kato's body arced through the air before plummeting into the turbulent ocean. The water quickly engulfed his form, as if seeking to drag him into an abyss from which he could never return. Gagging on the water, Kato, who had just lost consciousness from blood loss, was jolted awake. Due to the absence of limbs and the buoyancy of the sea, he surprisingly found himself floating. This area soon became stained red with his blood, attracting countless fish. Kato's face was twisted in pain and despair. Ninjas of Konoha, save me, and I shall gladly comply. Alas, before Kato could finish his plea, an unknown fish seized him and dragged him into the depths. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sakura returned, with Naruto surveying the scene of fallen bodies and beginning to search for Sasuke. Upon confirming Sasuke was unharmed, he broke into a grin. Sasuke, are you all right? Sasuke nodded, and Naruto distributed some of the medicines he had procured for Sakura to deliver. Zabuza glanced at the profound depths of the sea, contemplating for a moment before deciding to retreat. Skilled in water techniques, he was confident that entering the ocean would significantly enhance his chances of escape. Moreover, he sensed that his departure would not incite any wrath upon Haku. However, he felt like a failure and did not wish to be a traitor anymore. He walked back to Kakashi and Dato, signaling for them to seal his chakra. No, never mind. As fellow ninjas, I cannot bear to witness another being struck down while powerless to resist. Dato cast a glance at Zabuza before choosing to ignore his complex expression. Sasuke, your performance was commendable. Keep up the effort. This is a reward for you. Dato tossed a scroll towards Sasuke, who, upon receiving Dato's affirmation, beamed with joy. Thank you, Master. Upon examining the contents, Sasuke's pupils contracted before he erupted with excitement. The scroll contained not only optimized C-rank fire techniques, but also several B-rank ninjutsu. According to the teachings and principles inscribed on the scroll, these B-rank ninjutsu have been simplified to a level comparable to that of C-rank. Fire Release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fire Dragon Technique, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, Fire Release, Storm Dance, Fire Release, Great Fire Extinguishing Sasuke. Pay attention and learn well. Once you master these techniques, I shall impart to you the more potent fire release developed by our Uchiha clan. In response to his master's grand promise, Sasuke resolved to strive diligently to attain it. The citizens of the Land of Waves began to gather around a few individuals, supporting one another, as they expressed their profound respect for the heroes who had just saved them, the Great Bridge, and the nation itself. Among them, Sasuke and Zabuza received the most admiration and praise. Sasuke, though feeling somewhat unaccustomed to his newfound role as a hero, was met with Naruto's envious gaze. The sensation of being recognized was exhilarating. Alas, why was it not himself basking in the glory? Zabuza, on the other hand, felt a deep sense of disorientation. He was an entity to be feared, whether due to his visage or his status as a rogue ninja. How splendid it would be if this atmosphere existed in the Land of Water. Just as the crowd continued to cheer, a sudden, clear, and resounding cry echoed from the sky. Immediately thereafter, a colossal bird, soaring high, came into view. However, unexpectedly, this majestic creature did not descend to the ground. Instead, it swiftly transformed into a cloud of white mist, vanishing without a trace. Concurrently, a small black dot plummeted from the sky at an astonishing speed, resembling a falling star. Kakashi and Zabuza exchanged puzzled glances. What? Someone is falling from the sky? Naruto shouted in terror, torn between the urge to assist and the fear of being crushed. What should we do? Someone save him. As the black descended, Kakashi and Zabuza recognized the distinctive red hair of the figure. Could it be someone from the Land of Whirlpools? They both pondered simultaneously. The civilians below began to fall into chaos. Some speculated in fear. Could he be one of Kato's subordinates? While others voiced their concerns, surely, he does not intend to destroy our bridge. The atmosphere grew tense. Fortunately, in the crucial moment, the mysterious figure showcased extraordinary skill just before landing. His body became as light as a feather, gracefully descending and finally standing beside Kakashi and Dato. Nagato, you've arrived. Nagato surveyed the surroundings and smiled. It seems I missed quite a spectacle. However, upon seeing the numerous corpses, his expression faltered slightly. Dato explained the mission and Kato's circumstances to him, and Nagato nodded in agreement. Indeed, their deaths were not in vain. Seeing that the newcomer was allied with the recent heroes, Dasna led the citizens of the Land of Waves in expressing their gratitude. Dasna, shouldn't you settle the payment for our mission? Kakashi interjected, his tone tinged with mild resentment. If it weren't for this fellow issuing erratic missions, I wouldn't have found myself captured alongside Naruto and Sasuke. What I thought was merely a C-rank escort mission turned into a B-rank task due to encountering rogue ninjas. I had expected to handle it with my elite Jonin skills, but then came the small fry, accompanied by a white-haired one, escalating the difficulty to a rank. Before I could even suggest abandoning the mission, an alternate version of me arrived with his best friend, turning this into an S-rank undertaking. Here I am, dragging along 3 liabilities to execute an S-rank mission while being compensated with C-rank rewards. What a predicament. That is only natural. Dasna nodded repeatedly. Well then, Kakashi jested. If it were purely for money, I would have abandoned you at the first encounter with 2 ninjas. Engaging in conversation, Kakashi realized that despite being a tool of adaptation, he still possessed a semblance of humanity. Thank you. I owe my gratitude to both of you, Dasna expressed. Though our Land of Waves may be impoverished, we can still offer some treasures. As he spoke, he waved in the distance, and soon individuals appeared carrying bags of local specialties and precious metals. A small gift. A token of respect. Kakashi shook his head, only taking a few seafood items. That's enough. While we too are in need of money and supplies, it would be unwise to accept your offerings when you are struggling to feed yourselves. Dasna's disappointment was evident as he noticed his gifts remained unreceived. Then, how about you name this bridge? The Land of Waves will forever remember today, Dasna suggested, hoping this would serve as a gesture of thanks. Huh, that sounds splendid. But you misunderstand. The gratitude should not be aimed at us, but rather at the empire behind me. This bridge shall be named the Empire Bridge. You may also discuss with your people. Since your daimyo neglects you, you can await our empire's full entry into this realm to join us. The empire will treat every citizen equally, no matter the location. Dasna had learned throughout this journey that although these ninjas were reluctant to join for their so-called beliefs, he was captivated and awed by the grandeur they described. Is it truly possible? Can I decide for everyone now that we wish to join the empire? He inquired, though fear flickered across his face as he thought of their daimyo. Dato chuckled and patted his shoulder. Fear not. There is no rush. When the empire fully integrates into this realm, simply join without resistance. Hearing the willingness of the people from this land to join the empire, Nagato felt a sense of joy. The long-suppressed feelings within him were released, and seeing the people of the Land of Waves so perceptive, he turned to Dasna. In that case, allow me to present the Land of Waves with a welcoming gift from the Empire. Earth Release, Sea World Bridge Technique. Chapter 42, Naruto. The Jinchuriki is truly evil. Earth Release, Sea World Bridge Technique. The terrifying chakra unique to the Uzumaki clan surged around Nagato. The onlookers were bewildered. Witnessing Nagato transform in a manner reminiscent of a scion, an overwhelming surge of chakra emanating from his being. Gradually, Nagato began to levitate into the air. The citizens of the Land of Waves were utterly astonished. Is this a god? Dato and Kakashi observed Nagato performing this technique for the sake of the citizens, both letting out a sigh. It seemed they were destined for a restful night ahead. It's all right, the road ahead is long, and the tasks within the Empire cannot be completed swiftly. Nagato activated the powerful sensory abilities of the Uzumaki clan, dispersing all creatures within the sea. He meticulously examined the underwater terrain, the speed of the currents, and the variations in tides, employing his powers for comprehensive analysis. If one were to gaze from a great height, they would witness massive black bases slowly rising from the seabed, spaced every 100 meters. The terrifying power of the earth element surged forth, manifesting magnificent bridge piers across the sea, a feat that others would find insurmountable. These piers, of extraordinary density, were more solid than any bridge surface constructed by the most skilled workers of the Land of Waves. Dasna gazed in awe at the sudden emergence of these piers. His heart filled with astonishment. He could discern with precision that these structures were far sturdier than those he had previously built, capable of withstanding the relentless assault of sea winds and waves. The people of the Land of Waves were equally spellbound by this extraordinary sight. They stared, wide-eyed, at the rapidly forming bridge, feeling as though they were immersed in a surreal dream. Not only they, but even Zabuza, Haku, and the members of Team 7 were transfixed, their expressions betraying their fear. They gaped at the figure hovering above, silently pondering. Who is this person? How does he possess such terrifying chakra? Is he truly a god? Does such a deity exist in this world? Yet, this spectacle was far from over. The piers continued to grow, the soft earth atop them seemingly alive, spreading towards each other. As they interconnected, they began to expand wildly. Ultimately, as Nagato successfully joined the last segment of the bridge, a colossal structure lay across the sea, resembling a great dragon coiled upon the waters. Breathless, yet smiling with satisfaction, Nagato beheld the magnificent bridge inscribed with the name of the empire. A wave of accomplishment swelling within him. Gradually, the onlookers shook off their shock, surging excitedly onto the newly constructed bridge. They ran, laughed, and celebrated this historic moment. Dasna trembled as he watched Nagato and Kakashi, along with Dato, floating before him. He fell to his knees, weeping profusely. Thank you all. Thank you, Empire. Upon witnessing Dasna's kneeling, others joined him, tears flowing freely as they collectively expressed their gratitude. Yet, many noticed that the moment they knelt, a gentle force lifted them back up. Universal pull. Is it possible to use it this way? How enviable. When will I awaken my Rinnegan? Dato stared at Nagato in disbelief, admitting to himself that he felt a tinge of jealousy. You? Don't even think about it. Only the reincarnation of Indra can achieve that. Why? Didn't Lord Senju unlock it? Can you even compare to Lord Senju? He grafted the power of Lady Kaguya. If you have the capability, go find yourself a wife like Lady Kaguya. Forget it. I am loyal to Lin. Kakashi shot a glance at Dato. As night fell, the citizens of the Land of Waves spontaneously retrieved their most cherished ingredients and fine wines. A grand bonfire celebration unfolded upon the bridge. Zabuza observed the conflicted expressions on Kakashi's trio, but he soon spoke up. Are you in need of supplies? I know where Kato's riches and treasures are. The three of them exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. If you could help us retrieve them, that would be splendid. Zabuza fell silent, feeling uncomfortable as countless individuals regarded him as part of the heroics. He had merely sought revenge. He had no aspirations of being a hero. Watching Zabuza depart, Sasuke gazed questioningly at his master. Master, aren't you afraid he might take the supplies and flee? Dato shook his head. He is merely a jonin. If he runs, so be it. Hearing Dato's words, the members of Team 7 were left in awe. Such arrogance. Kakashi, still bound in chakra, nonetheless felt revitalized after consuming some food. He regarded Nagato with a deep gaze. Compared to Kakashi and Dato, he felt a greater wariness towards Nagato. The technique that created the bridge across the sea, Kakashi was proficient in the 5 elemental natures, yet he knew he could only create a single pier, and its density would pale in comparison. Yet, Nagato created a bridge without breaking a sweat, only slightly winded at the end. And that red hair, reminiscent of his mother. Are you from the Uzumaki clan? Kakashi could no longer contain his curiosity. They did not seem to regard him and the others as captives. And Nagato appeared more approachable than Dato and Kakashi. Indeed, Nagato nodded. Naruto's gaze turned to Nagato, filled with envy. Seeing his teacher speak, he could not resist interjecting. Hey. But as Naruto hesitated, Nagato kindly directed his attention towards him. He had not noticed during the day, but now he perceived a sinister force and formidable sealing techniques emanating from Naruto. As a specialist in sealing, he instantly recognized the seals within Naruto. A combination of 2 4-symbol seals forming a Bagua seal. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the future Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto. Why do you share the same surname? And could you teach me that technique you just used? Naruto was entirely oblivious to the fact that he was still a captive. He wished to learn the technique to build bridges for everyone and gain their acceptance. Of course, Nagato replied with a warm smile. Sakura shot an exasperated glance at Naruto. You just said Sasuke betrayed the village, and now you want to learn techniques from someone else? Naruto flushed, scratching his head in defense. I just want to learn a technique. who said anything about betraying the village. Moreover, I've made it clear, I am destined to be Hokage. Nagato maintained his smile. Your zeal for the fire will surely rival Jiraiya's. He often spoke of wanting to be Hokage, just like you. Kakashi's expression darkened at Nagato's musings. Jiraiya? The legendary Sannin is already aware of our situation, but if he is well, then does that mean? I have parted ways with him due to our differing philosophies. Regrettably, I could not persuade him to join our empire. Conflict is inevitable. Nagato's tone was tinged with regret. Hey, Nagato, when can you teach me that technique? Observing Naruto's impatience, Nagato ruffled his blonde hair. Do not rush. Your current condition makes it difficult to learn. Naruto opened his mouth to speak again, but Dato interrupted. Nagato, regarding the information on the Jinchuriki we discussed over the phone, the Emperor has sent over a dossier. Please share your insights based on what you know. Dato's gaze turned disdainful as it fell upon Kakashi. This guy, I extracted many details. Yet he could not articulate anything substantial. Kakashi's heart raced. They had refrained from discussing it with Naruto present, but Zabuza had just come from Jiraiya. Perhaps. The information on the Jinchuriki is consistent with what the Emperor provided us. Upon hearing this, Dato gasped in disbelief. How terrifying. This backward world harbors such utterly despicable things. What is a Jinchuriki? Naruto inquired, bewildered. Apart from Kakashi, Sakura and Sasuke also exhibited expressions of curiosity. Please, don't tell them. I'm begging you. Kakashi urgently interjected. If Naruto learns the truth, everything will be over. His connection to the will of fire is still not profound enough. What if he discovers his darker side and seeks revenge against the village? Dato, brimming with a desire to express himself, disdainfully glanced at Kakashi. What a pitiable, backward world. Unable to confront its own mistakes, afraid to let the Jinchuriki know the truth behind their existence, Dato scornfully remarked on Kakashi's shortcomings before casting a complicated look toward Naruto. The concept of the Jinchuriki must be traced back to the first Hokage. Since the Sage of Six Paths established the ninja sect and divided the Ten Tails chakra to create the nine-tailed beasts, they existed within the ninja world. Initially, they lived in peace, yet as human desires grew, the power of the tailed beasts became the target of ninjas' greed. To ensure peace in the ninja world, Hashirama intentionally captured 8 tailed beasts for distribution. All but the Sand Village shared the 2nd to 8th tails. The power of the tailed beasts is not easily controlled, and they harbored a deep-seated hatred for humanity, resenting their exploitation. In a bid to control this power, the villages annihilated the land of whirlpools, learning their sealing techniques and ultimately creating the Jinchuriki. The so-called Jinchuriki are akin to living sacrifices, binding the tailed beasts to their vessels through the means of a living ritual and subsequently utilizing sealing techniques to gradually consume and harness the beast's powers. If the Jinchuriki can manage the tailed beasts well, they will gain substantial chakra. However, the tailed beasts can also dominate their vessels, leading to total chaos should they take control. Listening to Dato's narrative, Naruto furrowed his brow. Must the Jinchuriki be used to control the tailed beasts? Is it impossible to coexist peacefully? Compared to the risk of a Jinchuriki losing control, harmonious coexistence seems the optimal outcome. The very existence of the Jinchuriki is malevolent, stripping the tailed beasts of their freedom while rendering the vessels unstable. A look of righteous indignation adorned Naruto's youthful face. Chapter 43. What? Minato is also dead? Upon hearing Naruto's words, Nagato's expression turned complex as he gazed at him, revealing an indescribable emotion. Why are you looking at me like that? It's making me a bit scared. Naruto felt a shiver down his spine under Nagato's stare, instinctively clutching his chest in a vigilant manner, as if fearing a sudden attack. Observing this scene, those nearby wore expressions of disbelief, internally questioning, what on earth is this kid thinking? Why such a bizarre reaction? After a moment of silence, Nagato finally spoke. He is the altered version of the original. Dato and Kakashi exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement with Nagato's assertion. Nagato let out a deep sigh, his expression tinged with helplessness. Please, let Naruto and the two of them step aside, Kakashi implored once more. Yet, Naruto was unwilling. Kakashi-sensei, what secrets are you trying to hide from us? Do you wish to betray Konoha as well? Ignoring Naruto, Kakashi observed that the 3 individuals before him showed no intention of letting Naruto leave, and finally resolved to reveal some information. You may not understand, but the emotions of a Jinchuriki are crucial. If their emotions become unstable and they rage, the tailed beast may seize the opportunity to take over their body. Furthermore, there is a possibility of detachment from the Jinchuriki. If a tailed beast separates from its Jinchuriki, the vessel will die. Now, Kakashi could only gamble, betting on the imperial laws they spoke of, hoping they would treat their group fairly. However, in response to Kakashi's revelation, the others turned their gazes towards Nagato. He nodded, and Dato immediately exhaled in relief. Haha, let me introduce you. This individual before you is a genius ninja of our empire. He majors in sealing techniques. You may not understand what majoring means, but I can tell you that he has chosen Earth Release as one of his elective ninjutsu, and he can easily perform that terrifying technique you just witnessed. Now, you can imagine how formidable he is. Not only could a tailed beast not detach from a Jinchuriki, but if Nagato took action, it wouldn't even have the chance to attempt to seep any chakra. The others looked at Nagato in shock, disbelief etched on their faces. Naruto, on the other hand, was brimming with excitement. Oh no, Nagato and I. Does that mean you have many techniques? Can I learn from you? I want to learn that flying technique too. Nagato regarded Naruto with a gentle gaze and nodded. Oh yes, but before that, may I ask you something? His soothing voice made Naruto feel comfortable. As long as it's not about betraying Konoha, I can tell you anything, Naruto assured, thumping his chest. Do you know your identity? Identity. Currently, I am a Genin, but in the future, I will be Hokage. Observing Naruto's incessant references to the will of fire, Nagato sighed. Come here, let me see what's on your stomach. Oh, Nagato lifted Naruto's shirt, and even without activating his Rinnegan, he could discern the sealing techniques present within Naruto's body. Although he had sensed the seals through chakra moments earlier, the intensity was now far greater. The primitive sealing methods neither effectively sealed the tailed beast's chakra nor reasonably controlled its overflow. No wonder this kid remains a Genin at such an age. Naruto didn't comprehend the earlier statements, but understood the latter part. Huh, what do you mean by that? I do feel a presence that disrupts my chakra during training. But unfortunately, the teachers say it's because I'm not focused enough. As Naruto rambled on, he suddenly lost his composure. What? Is being a Genin weak? Nagato and I. Even Sasuke is still a Genin now. Sasuke's forehead suddenly bulged with veins. Naruto's words instantly offended both Sasuke and Sakura, yet he remained oblivious. In your world, is there also a version of me? How strong is the me from that world? Nagato gazed at the sky, hesitating for a moment before deciding to speak the truth. In our world, the original is the same age as you and already possesses power at the level of the Sage of Six Paths. Upon arriving in this world and formally activating his Rinnegan, Nagato could feel a boost in his power, but compared to his last encounter with the original, his current Six Paths level power felt akin to that of a gatekeeper. Six Paths? What does that mean? Who is stronger, that or the Hokage? Nagato pondered for a moment before earnestly replying. If we were to calculate according to the power levels in our empire, the original could easily defeat dozens of Kage. Naruto's eyes widened, his mouth agape, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground. What? Nanny? Sasuke, did you hear that? The me from that world is so powerful. Sasuke scoffed dismissively. So what? That doesn't he make you strong? Naruto retorted defiantly. If he can do it, so can I. Nagato ruffled Naruto's blonde hair, his gaze sharpening. All right, enough about that. Now, let us discuss what kind of existence you or your family has offended. Just how great is the grudge against your family? Why is the nine tails sealed within you? Are you still relying on the utterly indifferent gossip sealing technique? Nagato finally voiced his thoughts, and Kakashi's last shred of hope evaporated completely. With a flick of his dead fish eyes, he simply lay down, surrendering to the situation. The nine tails? Naruto squinted, suddenly recalling how the villagers often referred to him as the demon fox. Many refused to sell him goods, frequently hurling rotten eggs and wilted vegetables at him, claiming he had killed their loved ones. At that time, he had not understood the reason behind their disdain, but now, upon reflection, it became clear. He was not the reincarnation of the demon fox. He was merely its vessel. Noticing Naruto's prolonged silence, Nagato furrowed his brows. Could it be that they chose to seal the nine tails within him simply because of his Uzumaki lineage? As far as I know, your father was the fourth Hokage, thus making you a Hokage's descendant. Although this world is quite twisted, surely they wouldn't treat a Jinchuriki as a mere omen of misfortune? Or is this the burden that the child of a Hokage must bear? The price of becoming Hokage is that one's family must endure such unfairness? Nagato speculated that this might very well be the nature of this world. People often spoke of sacrifice and devotion, expecting nothing in return. Naruto remained in a daze for a considerable time before finally speaking in a dazed tone. My father is the fourth Hokage? How is that possible? Besides, didn't the fourth Hokage sacrifice himself long ago? Moreover, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. Listening to Naruto's incredulous questions, Nagato's eyes widened in astonishment. Jiraiya had informed him on their journey that his most proud disciple was none other than the fourth Hokage, Naruto's father, Minato Namikaze. What was happening? Did Naruto not know his father was the fourth Hokage, and that he had perished? Nagato contemplated this, while Kakashi and Dato were equally astonished. Another death? Kakashi could no longer remain passive. He could not allow Naruto to face this reality alone. Since avoidance was not an option, it was time for honesty. Naruto, there are certain truths you must learn now that you have matured. It was never my intention to keep this from you, Kakashi stated, narrowing his eyes. Dato was equally indignant. Naruto was indeed a child of this world's mentors. How could he endure such treatment? Initially, he had thought Naruto was unskilled, but now he learned that his teacher had died. What about his teacher's wife? Surely she would not allow Naruto to suffer such indignities. Chapter 44, Naruto. Do you hate your father? The story traces back 13 years to the night of Naruto's birth. Kushina, the previous Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, experienced a weakening seal during childbirth, allowing the Nine Tails to be exploited. To prevent further harm to the village and countless sacrifices, as well as to protect the swaddled Naruto. Both Minato and Kushina were pierced by the claws of the Nine Tails. Dato's face was filled with skepticism. Are you certain that the Nine Tails killed Minato? Was he not betrayed by the people of Konoha? Faced with Dato's doubts, Kakashi sighed in resignation, fully aware of the complexities of the village's situation. It was only natural for him not to trust. Indeed, Minato was capable of the Flying Thunder God technique and was well-versed in space-time ninjutsu. How could he possibly be slain by the Nine Tails? In their eyes, tailed beasts could only perform tailed beast bombs in physical combat. Couldn't they evade defeat? Moreover, could the intelligence of a tailed beast truly rival that of a human? The Nine Tails had inflicted tremendous damage upon Konoha. Minato, unable to bear the destruction, had to intervene, employing the dead demon consuming seal and the 8 trigram sealing style to control the Nine Tails. As for Kushina, she willingly relinquished her chance at survival to save Naruto. Nagato remained expressionless, while Kakashi and Dato felt a whirlwind of emotions. This was Kakashi's teacher, a figure who had also shaped their lives. Who would have thought he would perish under the weight of responsibility? As for making Naruto a Jinchuriki, that was Minato's decision. He wished for Naruto to be a hero in the eyes of the villagers, to be recognized as the one who sealed the Nine Tails. However, with so many enemies, and the village's circumstances being so complicated, Minato feared that once he was gone, Naruto would be subject to retaliation. Sealing the Nine Tails within him was both a means to elevate Naruto to heroic status and to protect him. The more Kakashi spoke, the more bitter his words became. If Minato were alive, would he blame himself or the third Hokage? He was all too aware of the life Naruto had endured. In Konoha, one could say even a dog had more dignity than Naruto. The mere fact that Naruto had survived until now was a testament to the villagers' restraint. Kakashi could not fathom the third Hokage's absurd decisions, forbidding anyone from harming Naruto while simultaneously making his status as a Jinchuriki common knowledge. Naruto's head hung low. He seemed lost in thought. Fortunately, Kakashi did not envision an outpouring of the Nine Tails chakra. Everything remained eerily calm. Nagato and the others understood the political intricacies at play. The village would not expend energy to protect the son of a deceased Hokage, but as a Jinchuriki, Naruto would certainly receive special protection. Yet, if he was indeed under such protection, why was no one looking out for him now? His malnourished physique suggested a lack of proper care. Is this how Konoha treats the children of heroes? Kakashi yearned to explain that he was indeed strong, but recalling the recent battle's outcome, he chose silence. Kakashi gazed at the silent Naruto, letting out a deep sigh. The third Hokage provided Naruto with a monthly allowance, calculated at the highest standard for orphans in Konoha. However, before Kakashi could finish, Naruto raised his head, tears streaming down his face. But the villagers refused to sell to me. They all call me a demon fox. Even if I offer 3 or 4 times the price, no one is willing to sell me anything. No one would accept him. To draw attention, he often squandered his money on paint and pranks. His diet had mostly consisted of instant noodles and milk, Whenever someone was willing to sell him something, he would buy as much as possible, fearing that they would refuse him in the future, often letting it go past its expiration date. Without proper nutrition, naturally, Nagato felt a pang in his heart as he witnessed Naruto's plight. He understood everything. Thankfully, Naruto possessed the Uzumaki lineage. Otherwise, his condition might have been far worse. Is this how you treat the child of a hero? Dato was furious. Initially, he had thought Naruto lacked proper upbringing and was quite reckless. Only now did he realize that Naruto had no family at all. I should be ashamed. Naruto, join our empire. Our Minato and Kushina would surely welcome you. This world's Naruto was inherently good-natured, perhaps even innocent. Dato had faith that Minato would nurture him well. However, Naruto shook his head in refusal. No. Everyone says I'm a demon fox, but I must prove them wrong. I am Uzumaki Naruto. I will become Hokage. Naruto clenched his fists, reiterating the words he had repeated to himself countless times. Kakashi pressed his forehead, while Dato covered his face in despair. Damn it, this fellow is beyond redemption. If one were to ask them what is good in this world, they would undoubtedly claim that brainwashing techniques surpass even those of the Empire. Naruto, do you harbor any resentment towards your father? Kakashi hesitated before speaking, his eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. Naruto fell silent for a moment, a bittersweet smile gracing his face. Resentment? How could I possibly resent someone I have never met? He slowly lifted his gaze, peering into the distance, hoping to glimpse the father he had never known across the moonlit sea. Despite the turmoil of confusion and regret within him, true hatred eluded his heart. After all, his father was a hero, the Hokage who sacrificed everything for the village, the very person he aspired to become. Yet, deep within Naruto, there resided an indescribable feeling. He silently vowed that if he ever encountered his father, he would deliver a powerful punch, making him understand the grievances and solitude he had endured over the years. Sasuke, sitting nearby, listened quietly, a sense of shared suffering washing over him as he recalled his own lineage. His deep-set eyes regarded Naruto with newfound understanding and sympathy. In that moment, Sasuke felt an uncanny resemblance between himself and Naruto. Typically, Naruto presented himself in a rather foolish manner, his carefree and unconcerned personality often eliciting laughter from others. Yet now, Sasuke grasped the reasons behind this facade. Sakura, too, remained silent, her eyes shimmering with tears. Frequently dismissive and critical of Naruto, she now felt a wave of shame and pain upon learning the story behind his struggles. Meanwhile, Haku sat quietly, clutching his legs tightly, his gaze distant and empty, lost in contemplation. Perhaps he was reminiscing about his own past, grappling with the capriciousness and inevitability of fate. Pain. Can you release the nine tails from within Naruto? It is not a boundary. In the Empire, it is said there exists an exceedingly mysterious organization, whose every word and action can influence the policies of our world and the Empire. Kakashi remarked, I have also heard that this enigmatic organization is connected to the otherworldly beings, penguins, mentioned by the Emperor. Pain, do you know what it is? Pain responded, I have seen their marks and codes on a stone tablet in the land of End, a sequence of numbers, but regrettably, I could not comprehend it. The numbers seemed to be nearby. Chapter 45, Kakashi said, since childhood, my mother told me that extracting the nine tails from Naruto would be effortless for me. I merely need to summon a portable toilet to easily detach the tailed beast from him. However, such an action would inflict severe harm upon Naruto. Even though he possesses the Uzumaki clan's physique that might allow him to survive the extraction, he would undoubtedly become a mere shell of a man. Naruto listened with anticipation, hoping that the extraction of the fox spirit within him might alter his fate as the perennial underachiever. More importantly, would this not earn him the recognition of the villagers? What should we do? The Emperor stated that there must be no issues concerning Ashura and Indra in this world. Do not fret, I would never harm this innocent child, and I shall conduct my research thoroughly. Pain declared, his fingers curling as he pressed them against Naruto's abdomen. Startled by Pain's sudden movements, Naruto instinctively attempted to recoil, yet was restrained. The moment Pain's hand made contact with Naruto, he felt an unusual force emanating from Pain's touch, seeping through his skin and into his body. This power, though not overwhelming, instilled a sense of inexplicable dread within Naruto, as though something was being drawn from his very essence. As Pain's hand roamed over Naruto's abdomen, the peculiar force intensified, accompanied by an indescribable anguish that surged from within him. This suffering was not merely physical. It pierced the depths of his soul, compelling him to stifle a scream. Yet Naruto gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, for he aspired to be the Hokage. What was this minor discomfort in comparison? Moreover, he did not wish to burden Kakashi with excessive worry. Pain seemed to sense Naruto's reaction, but he was at a critical juncture, on the verge of entering Naruto's ceiling space, and could not afford to hesitate. Finally, Naruto could bear it no longer and let out a low, muffled groan. His complexion paled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as his body began to tremble slightly. Kakashi, reassured that they would not harm Naruto, felt a weight lift from his heart. However, the thought that these individuals might soon discover a method to extract the Nine Tails filled him with dread. At that point, even if Konoha managed to avoid conflict with these few, the loss of the Nine Tails' deterrent power would not go unchallenged by other ninja villages. After all, Konoha had always been perceived as a tempting target, and without the formidable presence of the Nine Tails, other villages would surely seize the opportunity. Thus, Konoha would once again be plunged into war. With this thought, Kakashi's brow furrowed in worry. Pain's hand rested on Naruto's ceiling mark, and he entered a state of focus. Meanwhile, Naruto hung his head, seemingly drawn into the depths of the ceiling space. The long night stretched on, and the group engaged in casual conversation, even Sasuke refraining from his usual provocations regarding the Sharingan. He savored the roasted fish that Sakura had prepared, filled with a yearning for the so-called empire. Master, what is the empire truly like? If Naruto is already so strong, what about me? Sasuke found it impossible to suppress his competitive spirit, his youthful pride igniting curiosity about his potential in the empire. It feels strange when you call me master. Just refer to me as teacher. As for the empire, it is so prosperous that I find it difficult to articulate. Once the passage between the two realms stabilizes, I shall send you there to attend elementary school. As for your standing in the empire, like Naruto, you would have surpassed the level of a Hokage, reaching that of the Sage of Six Paths, though I cannot discern the specifics. 6 paths? Have I awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? Sasuke inquired with curiosity. Wouldn't the version of me in that world be of the same age? With such terrifying Jinjutsu training methods and Uchiha body refinement techniques, I should have awakened my Sharingan long ago. I just wonder what my current situation is. Mangekyo? I admit I am the genius of our Uchiha clan. But the version of you from that world is an even greater genius. In our empire, the left-handed Sasuke awakened his Mangekyo at 8 and attained the eternal Mangekyo at 12. Alas, I, the first genius of the Uchiha clan, have only just awakened my eternal Mangekyo, and even then, it is only one eye. Kakashi observed Dato boasting, noting Sasuke's gullibility with disdain. Huh, shameless. Kakashi muttered. Kakashi, what did you say? I said I am truly fortunate to have a partner of your caliber. Dato replied, his pride evident. See, even Kakashi, the genius of this empire, extols my virtues. Sasuke, do you now comprehend the prowess of your teacher? Sasuke nodded repeatedly. Teacher, it is truly a blessing to have you as my mentor. Sasuke had initially intended to inquire about his family in that world, but Kakashi interrupted him. You say Kakashi is a genius of the empire? Kakashi's gaze shifted towards the affectionate Kakashi, and a flicker of curiosity about the empire arose within him. Indeed, Kakashi's swordsmanship and mastery of the 5 elemental jutsu are renowned throughout the empire. Setting aside our clans with bloodline limits, Kakashi stands as the pinnacle of ordinary individuals. If one were to draw comparisons, only a handful could match him. Dato spoke of Kakashi with far more enthusiasm than he would about himself. This was primarily because he had little of substance to share. Could you tell me about yourself and your world? Kakashi, intrigued, found his years of experience in the Umbu had rendered him unflappable, yet the knowledge of a parallel universe, where Sasuke and Naruto were formidable and where his variant and Dato also existed, prompted him to indulge in some gossip. Perhaps this could even be considered intelligence gathering. Kakashi reassured himself in this manner. The Kakashi of our empire is a paragon of excellence. He became a Jonin at 6, attended the ninja university, and by 8 was already an elite Jonin. He mastered an extensive array of courses and theoretical knowledge at the Imperial University, and during his studies, he trained under the legendary White Fang of Konoha, mastering swordsmanship by 12 to the extent that he could rival those of the Kage level. Both Kakashi and Sasuke were left dumbfounded by Dato's words. Astonishing. Judging by the context, their university must hold immense value. It was hard to believe Kakashi graduated at 12. Moreover, without any bloodline limit, Becoming a Jonin at 6 and being comparable to Kage level at 12? Kakashi felt a bit embarrassed by Dato's introduction, finally retracting his affection for Kakashi's accomplishments. In truth, my life is quite ordinary, much like anyone else's. I did not come from a well-off family. My mother always told me that children from poor families grow up quickly. With my parents' nurturing, I simply worked a bit harder than others. Followed in my father's footsteps in learning swordsmanship, possessed a slightly stronger innate talent, and managed to get into university. It's really that simple. Kakashi. Chapter 46. Did White Fang die, or was it suicide? For the first time, a hint of jealousy flickered across Kakashi's face. Despite his heart being frozen, upon hearing the words of this Kakashi from another world, he lost his composure. You mean, Tsukumo Hatake and your mother are both alive? Are you joking? Kakashi could hardly believe it. Growing up under the care of both parents, leading an ordinary life? Do you realize how many people such a perfect life surpasses here? And you consider that ordinary? Kakashi's composure shattered, his usual calm demeanor replaced with turmoil. Among the present company, aside from Sakura, the positive experiences of the three of them combined could hardly compare to Kakashi's. In that moment, Kakashi found himself harboring an urge to swap places with the other. I have lost both my parents, while yours are thriving. Are you serious? I genuinely envy the peaceful world you come from. This was the first time Kakashi voiced such sentiments. Though incredulous, it was evident that the other's world was far more perfect than the one he inhabited. You needn't envy us. Soon, this world will also embrace peace, and war will be no more. However, Kakashi vehemently rejected this notion. That is unnecessary. Sakura looked puzzled. Teacher Kakashi, you say you envy them for their lack of war, yet why do you resist the peace they offer? Kakashi gazed deeply at Sakura, shaking his head. Sakura, you are still young. While peace is easy to speak of, what is the cost of its implementation? How much blood must be shed? How many lives lost? I have little left to lose. Kakashi's mind briefly flickered to the man who constantly spoke of youth and passion. If war were to come, then, Kakashi stared at Kakashi, curious about why this world's version of himself appeared so dejected. You speak of having nothing to lose, yet your parents are alive. What does that mean? Share your life story. It seems much more complex than mine. My life. Kakashi heard this and lifted his gaze to the vast starry sky, lost in contemplation. If I were to summarize my life in 2 words, it would be tragic. Kakashi's tone returned to its initial calmness. Tragic? Dato queried, but soon comprehended. It seems your world excels at creating tragedies. Kakashi's expression grew somber, yet he refrained from arguing. Though my father was not exceptionally strong, he provided sufficient protection for our family. Why do you describe yourself as tragic? Kakashi furrowed his brow, soon formulating a bold hypothesis. Could it be that in this world, your father is also gone? To be fair, it seemed plausible that all notable figures from Konoha had perished in this realm. It was not impossible for his father to be among them. Moreover, given the way he spoke of comrades and brothers, could he truly survive in a world dominated by missions? Yet, it seemed improbable, as the history of this world mirrored that of the Empire from 20 years prior. How could his father, with his mastery of swordsmanship, have died? Who could possibly kill him? From the moment of my birth, I have been ensnared in tragedy. I have never seen my mother. At least, I have no recollection of her. Kakashi continued, I was raised solely by my father. And while my innate talent should be comparable to Kakashi's, fate dealt me a different hand. At this point, a self-deprecating smile tugged at Kakashi's lips, visible even beneath his mask. However, at the age of 5, the Second Shinobi World War broke out, and my father sacrificed his mission to save his comrades. As Kakashi spoke, the hearts of those present sank. In an era where the system outweighed human life, he chose comrades over duty? What were the consequences? Was he expelled from Konoha? Following the war, news of his father's failure due to prioritizing his comrades spread, causing significant losses to Konoha. And countless villagers began to blame him, even those he had saved. A true man fears not mere words. The White Fang of Konoha had honed his swordsmanship to perfection, and his heart was as steadfast as rock. Surely this had little to do with the tragedy you speak of, right? Kakashi's heart raced. Despite being the father of this world, he could empathize with the overwhelming sense of frustration and sorrow. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, then, in a daze, continued. Unable to bear the disapproval and blame from everyone, my father ultimately chose to take his own life. Kakashi, Dato, are you suggesting that a supreme master of the sword, a formidable warrior who is merciless to his enemies and slashes without shedding blood, would take his own life due to the vile words of a few individuals? How can that possibly be true? Before Kakashi could respond, Dato could no longer contain himself. Such a strong-willed individual, resolute as iron, would not succumb to suicide, even if met with disapproval from the villagers or even his own kin. To drive a master of the sword to such an end, what manner of people are you in that village? Have your tongues been bewitched? Kakashi, perplexed by their intense reactions, attempted to clarify. Indeed, his father was overwhelmed with guilt over a decision that led to a failed mission and the village's suffering, ultimately choosing to atone with his life. Kakashi and Dato exchanged glances, and Dato cautiously inquired, "The significant loss you mentioned, does it refer to the hundreds, possibly thousands, who perished due to this mission's failure?" Kakashi pondered for a moment and shook his head. No, the failure of his father's mission did not result in casualties. Then the grave loss you speak of pertains to the alteration in the war's trajectory, resulting in substantial land and resource losses? Dato pressed. Kakashi replied, "Not quite so severe. Our Leaf Village did not suffer defeat, but this incident did prolong the timeline of the war, which is a tangible fact." Both men were left feeling embarrassed. "So you mean there were no casualties, no loss of territory, and even the economic damage was not significant?" Kakashi nodded in affirmation. Indeed. However, he couldn't help but internally critique his father, thinking that a ninja should prioritize missions above all else, only considering the well-being of comrades thereafter. Was his father's strength so feeble? Even with his IQ of 249, Kakashi could not fathom why. Could it be that the fathers of two worlds possessed differing talents? Was his father in this world deemed weak and thus discarded by the higher-ups, who fabricated a suicide under some pretext? Otherwise, how could such a powerful figure abandon his child and the potential for extraordinary contributions to take his own life? It must be understood that without formidable willpower, even the most gifted ninja would find it challenging to rise to greatness. Chapter 47. The Persuasion of Kakashi. The name of the Leaf's White Fang is known far and wide. Even beyond the confines of the Leaf Village, it resonates throughout the entire ninja world. Zabuza, burdened with a massive box taller than a man, carried several chests of gold in his hands. All the most valuable items are here. The remaining goods will be delivered before dawn. Zabuza's eyes narrowed, aware that the group bringing the items were undoubtedly the subordinates left by Kato. Kakashi and Dato nodded, signaling for Zabuza to take a seat. They did not bother to inspect the contents. With a mere shift of Dato's divine might, the items vanished without a trace. Once everything was settled, Kakashi nodded and said, "Now, let us continue discussing your father's affairs. What was his true strength?" Kakashi did not conceal the truth, responding directly. "At that time, my father's strength ranked among the top 3 in the Leaf, if not in the entire ninja world. Otherwise, the village would not have entrusted him with the task of stealing confidential documents from the Cloud Village." A sigh escaped Kakashi, his heart heavy with myriad sentiments. Had his father still been alive, would the subsequent tragedies have transpired? Would the Third Great Ninja War have fared better with one more top-tier combatant? During the Ninetales incident, would his teacher have perished had he had an additional ally? These questions weighed heavily on Kakashi, who harbored a deep resentment for his father leaving him alone in this world, yet also empathized with his father's choice to escape due to the collapse of his beliefs. "You cannot comprehend." Dato inhaled deeply, striving to keep his tone steady, though it remained laced with intense dissatisfaction. His emotions flared, and his speech quickened. "You speak incessantly of the will of fire, of bonds and sacrificial spirit, yet is it all merely to uphold your dominion?" Dato's gaze was sharp as a sword. Fixated on Kakashi, his tone dripping with derision, seemingly mocking their hypocrisy and selfishness. The White Fang of the Leaf chose to abandon his mission for the sake of bonds. What would your village have to say about that? A cold smirk appeared at the corners of Dato's mouth, convinced that those who uttered such words were perhaps lacking in mental development, especially when so many accepted this so-called bond and will with fervor. With bloody history laid bare, the continuation of such beliefs was nothing short of a farce. If ninjas are but tools devoid of emotions, then why speak of bonds and the will of fire? Would it not suffice to be like puppets? Why the need to embellish the will of fire? It seems all the sweet words are reserved for your village. Yet the ultimate authority lies with the higher-ups, who twist the narrative whenever they err. Dato's voice grew increasingly fervent, his questions resonating like thunder throughout the space, stirring the hearts of those present. Isn't it the case that when there are no missions, one must have bonds, the will of fire, and a spirit of sacrifice, so that they may work for free? Yet when a mission arises, everything must revolve around the task, ensuring the interests of your ruling class are maintained. Dato's words sliced through the facade of the higher-ups, exposing their grotesque reality. Kakashi stood rooted, mouth agape, yet no words escaped him. Perhaps there was some merit to his reasoning? Kakashi found himself wavering. Had it not been for Tendo's interference bringing him into the Nine-Tails consciousness space, Dato's current verbal prowess would surely have left him speechless. Kakashi fell into contemplation, recalling his father's teachings from his childhood and the myriad experiences within the village. He began to question the ideals he had steadfastly upheld. Had they been living in a web of lies and deception all along? Kakashi's thoughts wandered back to the war, where countless lives that might have survived were instead lost due to merciless missions. If the village extolled bonds, why then did they persist in insisting that ninjas could die? That missions must succeed, never considering the value of life? Time and again, missions took precedence over lives. Sensing the moment, Kakashi seized the opportunity to say, "Kakashi, you have witnessed far too many tragedies. If the so-called will of fire merely serves as a shackle binding you into instruments, why should we cling to it?" Kakashi's gaze grew increasingly bewildered, as if he had lost his way. Furthermore, based on what you have recounted, is your father's demise truly so simple? One statement left Kakashi in profound reflection. Consider this carefully. At the time, your father, being among the top 3 combatants in the Leaf, would have undertaken tasks of utmost importance. Otherwise, such a significant outcry would not have arisen from a failed mission. If it were merely a task of finding a cat or dog, the loss of a companion would hardly incite such uproar. Kakashi continued, however, since this was an important task, it must have been classified. Why, then, did this mission become widely known after the war concluded? Who, besides the Leaf's higher-ups, could possibly have knowledge of it? How is it that upon the war's end, it became common knowledge? Do you have a penchant for publicizing completed missions? In response to Kakashi's analysis and inquiries, he could only shake his head. No, even failed missions must not be disclosed. For no one can predict whether the information contained within could have grave repercussions for the village. Is that not evident? If missions are not permitted to be made public, then why has your father's mission become common knowledge? Kakashi observed his silent counterpart, knowing full well that he must escalate the dosage. I am uncertain if there are laws in your village. In our empire, the indiscriminate leaking of confidential information is punishable by the crime of defamation with severe consequences, and the authorities would publicly refute any such rumors. What about you? Your village gives me the impression that they intentionally allow this matter to fester, inciting debates among the villagers. Setting aside the fact that this mission was classified and did not result in significant losses for Konoha, who among ordinary citizens would blame a person for rescuing their comrade? Why magnify the conflict between comrades and their missions? Even if someone were to cast blame, why does your government not defend its officials? Surely, you are all part of the same entity, are you not? The village stands by, permitting their antics without intervention? Are the affairs of ninjas open to public discourse? Taking immense risks to complete missions only to face societal backlash upon failure. Does your so-called village truly care so little for the feelings of its ninjas? Moreover, I perceive that the people here regard ninjas with a certain trepidation. Do they genuinely dare to speak out? After expressing these thoughts, Kakashi rose and sat before Kakashi, his expression grave. Thus, I believe there must be a hidden hand orchestrating all of this, a force driving these events. Chapter 48, Kakashi's Dilemma. Such a potent verbal assault. Beneath the moonlight, the Imperial Bridge appeared exceptionally tranquil. The sky was adorned with countless stars, twinkling like jewels embedded in a black tapestry, radiating a faint yet brilliant light. These stars seemed to be the eyes of the cosmos, silently observing all. Yet, even amidst such a dazzling array, not a single star could illuminate the confusion residing in Kakashi's heart at this moment. He sat quietly on the ground, gazing at the distant campfire in silence. The civilians, including Tazuna, had wisely retreated, leaving the space to the few esteemed ninjas present. Observing the taciturn Kakashi, Kakashi continued, "Consider this. Your father saved his comrade, which should have been a noble act, yet the failure of the mission did not have severe repercussions. Still, they incessantly emphasize your father's choice to rescue his comrade over completing the task. The village did not punish him. Yet public opinion ensnared your father in a web of mental exhaustion. When the mission failed, why not simply assign another team to accomplish it? The absence of such action indicates that there was no one else capable of fulfilling it besides your father. They refrained from sanctioning him out of fear that such a powerful warrior might distance himself from them due to this incident. To blame him now would be akin to slapping themselves in the face. Yet, they are unwilling to relinquish control over a figure of his strength. Thus, they wield public opinion as a weapon against him, attempting to instill the belief that the mission supersedes all. They naively believed they could manipulate your father, but alas, he could not reconcile the discord between his beliefs and the harsh realities he faced, and chose to escape. He took his own life. Kakashi's words struck Kakashi's heart like a heavy hammer, causing his mind to buzz as if it might explode. He had never contemplated these issues before. But after Kakashi's incisive analysis, he felt an overwhelming urge to return to Konoha and confront the third Hokage. As memories of the Uchiha clan's long-standing disdain and ostracism from the villagers surfaced, a chill coursed through him. Coupled with the realization that Naruto's identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was supposed to be a secret, yet had spread throughout the village. It all seemed intricately tied to the third Hokage. After all, how could such events transpire without his tacit approval? How could no one intervene? Wait, what am I questioning? Am I truly questioning the will of fire? The brainwashing techniques of these individuals are truly formidable. Kakashi, how could you, a former Umbu captain, so easily fall prey to their verbal manipulation? Kakashi shook his head, attempting to dispel these thoughts. It is futile to change the past. Neither my father nor Obito nor Rin can return. What is imperative now is to cherish the present, to cherish the fleeting peace, and to treasure those who are here now. Kakashi cast a wary glance at the two, leaving them momentarily stunned. You don't think we're defaming Konoha, do you? Obito exclaimed, springing to his feet. Kakashi nodded, then shook his head. Alas, your world is already a wasteland. Do you really need to defame it further? It appears that not only are there many foolish loyalists in our mist village, but you have your fair share in Konoha as well. Knowing that all crows are black brings me some measure of comfort. Zabuza chimed in. Over the years, if Konoha hadn't crippled itself, the other ninja villages would hardly have fared any better. If I ever get the chance to meet your higher-ups in Konoha, I would like to express my gratitude on behalf of all the ninja villages. Zabuz's jibe left Kakashi feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Fortunately, I have already joined the Empire, Sasuke remarked, equally apprehensive, as he instinctively touched his chest. This only served to further provoke him. Once the seeds of doubt are sown, it merely requires time for them to take root and flourish. Inside Naruto's mind, within the ceiling space, ever since their consciousness entered, all five senses had been immersed in this realm. Tap, tap. The two walked slowly through the dim, damp space. Naruto looked at Nagato with confusion. Big brother, where are we? How did we suddenly end up here? I feel an inexplicable familiarity with this place. In response to Naruto's inquiry, Nagato patiently explained. This is the space of the 8 trigram seal, the very seal upon your belly. To be precise, we are within the sealing space of your consciousness. So this is what you meant earlier, the space that serves as a vessel for my body? Naruto responded, somewhat astonished and struggling to accept the notion. Indeed, that is one way to understand it. And what about the demon fox? You cannot refer to it as a demon fox here. It is a rather adorable little fox known as Kurama, Nagato replied with a gentle smile. Kurama? Naruto questioned, puzzled as to why the infamous demon fox bore such a peculiar name. Observing Naruto's skeptical expression, Nagato gently ruffled his blonde hair. Naruto, they are quite innocent as well. They originally lived far from human civilization, but humans coveted their power, employing illusions, sealing techniques, and other means to control them, disregarding their dignity and depriving them of their freedom. Thus, over time, they have developed a deep-seated resentment towards humanity, deep within the consciousness space. The Nine-Tails slightly lifted its eyelids upon hearing Nagato's words, casting a disdainful glance toward their direction before lowering its gaze again. Despite its proud demeanor, it was evident that it was not as calm as it appeared on the surface. Listening to Nagato's explanation, Naruto expressed his understanding. They may sound innocent, yet they should not harm so many humans, should they? Initially, they sought to coexist peacefully with humanity, but humans have consistently imprisoned them in various ways, leading to an escalating conflict over time. This is merely a conjecture made by Nagato based on the information sent by the Emperor. So where is it now? Follow me. Nagato, sensing the presence of the Nine-Tails, took measured steps closer. Naruto's heartbeat quickened as he approached the Nine-Tails. As the colossal iron pillar came into view, Naruto's heart raced to its peak. A massive figure loomed behind it, only a vague outline visible. Its form was mountainous, towering like a peak, with 9 tails akin to enormous serpents swirling chaotically in the air, obscuring the sky. What filled Naruto with dread were its eyes, resembling 2 enormous lanterns, radiating a blood-red glow that sent chills down his spine. The 9 tails merely lay there in silence, yet it exerted an immense pressure upon him. Are you Kurama? Chapter 49. Unsealing, Minato appears Kurama? The 9 tails' lips curled into a sneer, exuding a terrifying aura. Who permitted you to address me in such a manner? Just a moment ago, you were calling me the fox demon. The 9 tails rose, frightening Naruto to the point of panic. Ah, big brother, save me. Are you saying this creature has been inside me since childhood? How could such a massive being fit within my body? Naruto felt tears welling up. As the creature's claws viciously dug into the pillar, its long nails inching closer to him. However, just 2 inches away, it was halted by the seal. The 9 tails looked at its host's pitiful state and scoffed. Very well, Kurama, you are likely aware of the situation outside. To speak plainly, I desire your cooperation. The 9 tails cast a glance at Nagato, its signature red hair provoking an involuntary baring of teeth. Unfortunately, this tactic did not intimidate Nagato. I offer you freedom. You will assist our empire in constructing a teleportation pathway. All you need to do is contribute your chakra. Of course, it will not be without reward. Once our 2 realms are interconnected, you may learn sage techniques from the Kurama within our empire. Yet, the 9 tails was unmoved by Nagato's proposition. You humans are the most cunning, cloaking your words in sweetness, speaking of freedom while binding me in chains. Nagato merely smiled, refraining from rebuttal. The tailed beasts are indeed treasures. They are akin to perpetual motion machines, accumulating chakra at a rate exponentially faster than any single ninja, even outpacing the Uzumaki clan. With the empire's rapid development, their chakra is a strategic asset that cannot be easily relinquished. However, the empire does not exploit them around the clock. They work a maximum of 12 hours a day, followed by abundant sustenance, unlike being sealed within a host, where they cannot stretch their limbs and are forced to relinquish their power without compensation. Kurama, have you forgotten the very purpose of your creation? Nagato narrowed his eyes slightly. The 9 tails paused, then became enraged. You are not entitled to speak of such matters with me. If that is the case, then I shall ensure you gradually experience the Empire's affection. Nagato's eyes slowly transitioned into the Rinnegan. Wait. Everything can be negotiated. I should have said it sooner. The moment the 9 tails beheld those eyes, it was taken aback. It truly did not wish to become a puppet. The sensation of losing control and going mad was unbearable. You should have mentioned you possessed the Rinnegan. I choose to join the Empire. I will join the Empire. The 9 tails nodded repeatedly in agreement. Only then did Nagato's expression soften. Those who recognize the times are truly wise. Kurama, you shall take pride in your choice today. However, the 9 tails did not absorb this sentiment, as its mind was already crafting an escape plan. Naruto, remain calm. I am preparing to release the 9 tails from within you. The moment they entered this space, Nagato had devised a flawless method for extracting the tailed beast. All Naruto had to do was relax, and if the 9 tails did not resist during its exit, it would pose no harm to the host. All right, Naruto nodded. In the external world, Nagato extended a strand of consciousness to begin unraveling the sealing technique on Naruto's abdomen. The others paused their conversation, directing their attention toward Naruto and Nagato. Within the realm of consciousness, Nagato also formed hand seals. Both internal and external must be connected to fully eradicate the overwhelming chakra emanating from the 9 tails. The sealing technique is released. Outer path, extraction technique. At this moment, Nagato employed a grafting method, swiftly transferring the 9 tails into his own body at the very instant the seal was undone. This was his primary reason for entering the realm of consciousness. Naruto watched as the seal on the 9 tails gradually opened, a familiar chakra beginning to spread and engulf him. It was the chakra that had disrupted his training sessions. Hee, you naive child of the Uzumaki clan. How could I easily fall into your human trap again? The 9 tails roared, attempting to break free from the seal. Nagato shook his head. The 9 tails was truly innocent. Just as he was about to activate the Rinnegan, a familiar flash of yellow light darted past, and the sealing gate was once again locked. Naruto and Nagato stood in stunned silence, gazing at the man who had appeared out of thin air. This is a spiritual form. He is Minato Namikaze. Nagato glanced at the two, then instinctively withdrew from the realm of consciousness. Within the realm, Minato breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Nagato depart. The pressure emanating from the other was overwhelming. He was uncertain how he arrived here. Was he targeting the tailed beast? Was he friend or foe? Had Naruto been deceived? However, considering the timeline, the nine-tailed seal had likely weakened over the past 2 years, and with that unmistakable red hair, it was clear he belonged to the pure-blooded Uzumaki clan. With such a crucial entity under the village's care, Naruto was undoubtedly safe. Why worry about the life of someone who is already dead? The pressing matter at hand was to observe his son closely. Casting a glance at the now-grown Naruto, Minato's eyes finally revealed a hint of pride. Is that you, Naruto? Minato smiled warmly at Naruto. Naruto stared at the newcomer, who bore a striking resemblance to him, and was momentarily stunned. You are the fourth Hokage? The Hokage robes and the bold characters on his back proclaimed his identity. It appears you already recognize me. The fourth Hokage. The Nine Tails roared in fury, attempting to break free from its seal, but Minato promptly locked it down once more. This place is too noisy. It is not suitable for conversation. Let us change locations. With a snap of his fingers, the space surrounding them transformed instantly. For a moment, they exchanged silent glances. Minato greedily scanned Naruto from head to toe. Though not exceptionally tall, he exuded a sunny charm. His clothes were somewhat faded, yet their quality was evident. Naruto, Minato spoke. You are the fourth Hokage, and also my father? Minato smiled gently, nodding in affirmation, gazing into the eyes of the other. Filled with adoration, Naruto began to tremble uncontrollably. Such a gaze, such a look, he wished to perish in that moment. Throughout his life, he had only encountered looks of hatred, disdain, and contempt. This was the first time he had seen love reflected in someone's eyes. A profound love, an unparalleled love. He had ample experience dealing with the glares of animosity, yet this gaze brimming with affection left him utterly unprepared. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. Yet Naruto smiled, a smile filled with joy. Nevertheless, his fists were clenched tightly, very tightly. Chapter 50, Danzo's Coup, the Third's Abdication in the Land of Fire. Within the Hidden Leaf Village, at the Hokage building, Tsunade and Mito stood on either side, while Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the center. Danzo stood ominously among them, his expression dark and foreboding, as if he could summon rain with his glare. His single eye fixated on Hiruzen, brimming with fury, yet a deeper sentiment lay hidden, relief. Hiruzen felt uncomfortable under Danzo's intense scrutiny. He set down his large pipe and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Danzo, what troubles you? Hiruzen's voice bore a hint of confusion and apprehension as he regarded his longtime partner, who had always been a source of frustration for him. And a wave of worry surged within him. Upon hearing the third's words, Danzo's lips curled into a cold smirk. Look at you. This is the Hokage you have chosen. Internally cursing the second Hokage, he tossed a scroll to the three of them. Hiruzen, how dare you ask what is wrong? You, the Hokage, have lost the village's Jinchuriki, and you remain oblivious. Hiruzen furrowed his brow as he picked up the scroll Danzo had thrown, scrutinizing its contents. Within were images depicting scenes of Team 7 in the Land of Waves. Two Kakashis? No, that must be the enemy from the parallel universe that Jiraiya spoke of. Have they been captured? Wait. The final image freezes on Nagato's fingers touching Naruto's abdomen, where the sealing technique resides. Hiruzen's pupils contracted. Observing Hiruzen's reaction, Danzo let out a disdainful snort, satisfied with Hiruzen's expression. I imagine you are still unaware. One of them is Kakashi from the parallel universe, and the other is Obito, a former comrade of Minato from the Uchiha clan. According to my informants stationed in the Land of Waves, they witnessed this individual using the Manjikyu Sharingan. As for the one attempting to unravel the Jinchuriki sealing, he resembles Jiraiya's former student from the Land of Rain, and is likely from the parallel world as well. Aside from his blood-red hair indicating his Uzumaki lineage, he probably possesses sage eyes. In Danzo's words, Naruto was nameless, merely referred to as the Jinchuriki. That is Naruto's true identity. Where did you obtain this information? Are they still in the Land of Waves? Hiruzen's voice was laced with disbelief. As Hokage, you lack any vigilance. This information was relayed by my rude intelligence department. You arranged for them to go to the Land of Waves, didn't you? Danzo's tone was somewhat aggressive. To be honest, it was sheer luck that I had spies disguised as ordinary citizens in the neighboring countries. Who would have thought that this group from the parallel universe, along with Kakashi, would be spotted by my agents in the Land of Waves. They sent information back to me. Of course, the spies didn't report on Kakashi's capture. They merely served to relay general information. As they were not privy to Naruto's identity or Team 7's situation, they saw Nagato descending from the sky, constructing a bridge across the sea, and reporting on Kato's demise. Suspected to be the work of Konoha ninjas. Those were the main points of their report, along with descriptions of those individuals. By sheer coincidence. They also witnessed the scene of the Jinchuriki and the ceiling being discovered. Heaven helps me. Danzo felt a surge of excitement. The third was aging, and the fifth had yet to be chosen. Now, having made such a grave error, if he volunteered to retrieve the Jinchuriki, wouldn't the position of Hokage naturally fall to him? He could then exert pressure on the daimyos and consult with Tsunade and Mito. If necessary, he would also restore the power of this eye. The position of Hokage was within arm's reach, unbeknownst to Hiruzen, who was unaware of Danzo's inner thoughts. He took a deep puff from his pipe. It is true that I approved the mission to the Land of Waves. However, it was merely a C-rank mission, and Kakashi was to accompany them. Hiruzen's emotions were complex, his aged face devoid of expression, leaving no indication of his thoughts. A C-rank mission? Heh. Ever since Jiraiya relayed the news, the entire village has been on high alert, yet you allowed them to leave Konoha unchecked? Hiruzen, if the Nine Tails is lost, the blame rests on your shoulders. Hiruzen quickly made a decision, rising to express, I will arrange for Jiraiya to protect Naruto immediately. He will ensure his safe return to the village. In Hiruzen's view, the sealing technique on Naruto's abdomen was not something the enemy could easily unravel, and there was still an opportunity to rectify the situation. Arrange? By the time you finish your arrangements, I fear the Nine Tails will have already become someone else's prize. During the Nine Tails incident, I warned you to let me train the Jinchuriki, yet you refused. There is no need to wait for your arrangements. I have already led the elite of Rude on their way. Beside them, Mito and Tsunade felt a sense of relief upon hearing this, casting approving glances at Danzo. Danzo, thank you for your efforts. Please ensure the Nine Tails is safely brought back to the village. Danzo nodded. Naturally, as a member of Root, I am Konoha's last bastion of hope. However, I wish to state something in advance. Sometimes, when one has occupied a position for too long, one becomes numb. Perhaps it is time to grant opportunities to those more capable? As he spoke, Danzo turned away. Danzo, your capabilities have been evident over the years. I am aging, and my strength wanes. When you return, I shall surely entrust the position of Hokage to someone more capable. Hiruzen's voice echoed behind him. He had long known what his old friend's ambitions and desires were. Now, with the impending invasion from the parallel universe, Hiruzen truly felt overwhelmed. Perhaps allowing the ruthless Danzo to rise to power would better ensure Konoha's stability in these turbulent times. Certainly, a significant part of his reasoning stemmed from the impending disaster. He was already old, and facing any new problems might be insurmountable. Rather than become a bearer of responsibility, a sinner leading Konoha to devastation and loss, it would be wiser to resign and pass the mantle to another. My old friend, I apologize. After so many years of service, both in triumphs and tribulations, it is enough. It is indeed time for me to step down. Yet Danzo harbored no such calculations. Hearing Hiruzen's assurance, a barely perceptible smile graced his face. He hadn't anticipated Hiruzen to be so perceptive. All those years of undertaking the dirty work had not been in vain. Since that is the case, the position of Hokage is already a certainty. The mere thought of triumphantly returning to become the fifth Hokage fills Danzo with an uncontrollable thrill. Rado, remember your words. I hope you do not go back on your promise. With that, Danzo's figure dissipated into a wisp of white smoke. It turns out that what was present here was merely a shadow clone of his. Cloud Hokage test. How many eyes can Danzo open? Chapter 51 Naruto. Even if I go to the Empire, I will be an undercover agent. Nagato, why are you here? Is the sealing situation somewhat complicated? Why has it been unsealed only to be sealed again? Kakashi had long been attentive to Naruto's situation. If the Nine Tails went berserk, he and Dato would naturally need to support Nagato. There is still a hidden hand within this seal. Now that Naruto has met his father, I will step back for a moment to grant them a bit of private space. Nagato, you truly move me to tears. Dato patted Nagato's shoulder. Realizing why many younger girls admired him, he was exceptionally gentle. Naruto has met his father? Sasuke and Sakura exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. Minato-sensei? Kakashi's heart raced. Will Naruto's current state trouble my teacher? within Naruto's consciousness space. Thud. A heavy silence was interrupted by a sudden impact. Minato clutched his abdomen, unable to suppress a cough. Although both were forms of consciousness, they could still interact with one another. Let us not think about Kushina and Naruto as collisions. I assure you, I'm being quite serious here. Feeling the pain in his abdomen, Minato wore a bittersweet smile as he looked at Naruto. Dad. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Naruto's face, soaking through his already faded clothing. Why did you seal the nine tails within me? Naruto's voice trembled. Thanks to you, I have truly endured so much suffering. His voice cracked with emotion, conveying the intensity of his feelings. Because of the nine tails, everyone in the village treated me with disdain. They all said I was the reincarnation of a demon fox. I always believed I had no father or mother. Growing up, it was incredibly difficult for me to have a friend. No matter how hard I tried, no one would acknowledge me. I finally passed the Ninja Academy's exam, met Irika-sensei and Kakashi-sensei, formed bonds with Sasuke and Sakura, and now I have a chance to break free from the identity of the demon fox. Naruto covered his face, tears still flowing, yet he could not summon any resentment towards his father. I don't even know whether I should cry or laugh right now. Minato listened to Naruto's words, his heart heavy as he placed a hand on Naruto's head. Naruto, do not blame your father. The circumstances were quite complex at that time. On the night of the Nine Tails, the mysterious masked man appeared, and I could not defeat him. For your safety, I had to seal the nine tails within you. My intention was for you to become a hero of the village. Minato sighed, never having imagined that his child had endured such hardship over the years. However, at that moment, his eyes sharpened. Who was that person just now? That person? Naruto thought of Nagato. That big brother came to help me break the seal. He is willing to assist in releasing the nine tails within me. Because of the influence of the nine tails chakra over the years, my body requires significantly more energy than others to practice any ninjutsu. Minato's brow furrowed deeper upon hearing this. Is this a decision of the village? He speculated, having judged by the red hair on Nagato's head. No, this is my decision. Upon hearing this, Minato ceased speaking and smiled gently at Naruto. Since it is your choice, I trust you have made your decision. Naruto looked perplexed. Are you not going to ask? After all, you went through so much to seal the nine tails within me. Minato chuckled, feeling at ease. I believe in you. As he observed the crescent-shaped curve of Minato's eyes, Naruto's pupils involuntarily constricted. Is this the feeling of being acknowledged? No matter where one is, one should steadfastly believe in their children. After all, that is what parents do. Minato's voice was as gentle as water, yet it stirred turbulent waves within Naruto's heart. I can sense that the chakra I left behind is gradually diminishing. So Naruto, it is time for me to leave. With a reluctant gaze fixed upon Naruto, Minato endeavored to memorize every detail of him. Naruto was momentarily stunned, then quickly exclaimed, What? Wait, just a moment. However, Minato's form began to fade uncontrollably, slowly dissipating within the confines of this space. Watching his father's figure gradually vanish, Naruto's gaze hardened, and he shouted, Thank you, Dad. I will not let you down. In the ceiling space, Nagato reappeared. Sensing the strange chakra fluctuation dissipate, he immediately entered Naruto's consciousness space once more. Originally meant to write within, but I feared you might misinterpret it. Lately, you've led me down an impure path. Deep within the ceiling space, the nine tails began to show its teeth in vigilance. Although it could sense a certain goodwill emanating from Nagato, it was not abundant. Moreover, the initial goodwill had now transformed into a hint of malice. Indeed, humans are adept at disguise. Naruto once again saw Nagato appear. Feeling deeply moved by the private space he had just created for both him and his father. Thank you, big brother Nagato, for allowing me to meet my father. At this moment, Naruto's thoughts were pure. If not for this big brother before him, perhaps he would never have had the chance to see his father. Nagato's lips twitched slightly, yet he remained silent for a while. This child is so easily satisfied. Indeed, at such a young age, having lost his parents and clan. It's all right. When the time comes, you can stay at Minato-sensei and Kushina's home in the Empire. They seldom see their son. And having you there will surely bring them joy. Faced with Nagato's invitation, Naruto was momentarily at a loss. If it were before, he would have unhesitatingly refused. Going to the Empire was out of the question, but having met his father, his heart was in turmoil. Did he still need to become Hokage to gain everyone's recognition? That world seemed so beautiful, filled with the familial love he had always longed for. And now, With his father acknowledging him and believing in him, was that not enough? Without experiencing Jiraiya's guidance and the subsequent bonds formed, Naruto's will was merely an extension of the third Hokage's influence. Regarding the concept of bonds, he had yet to comprehend its depth. How could others' parents treat someone else's child kindly? I will not betray the village. Naruto's voice trembled as he spoke. Since childhood, whenever he played with other children, no matter what they gave him, their parents would violently snatch it away when discovered. Not only that, but they would also instruct their children to never play with him. Minato's parents are not my parents. They surely would not treat me kindly. Yes, I cannot be brainwashed. I am Uzumaki Naruto. I aspire to become the Hokage. Even if, due to unforeseen circumstances, I am taken to their empire, I shall endure and bide my time, becoming a spy and finding a way to save Konoha. Chapter 52. Extracting the Nine Tails, the true form emerges. Nagato gazed at Naruto, who was still barely holding on, without uttering a word. Actions speak louder than words, and time will ultimately reveal the truth. All right, Naruto, let us proceed with the extraction of the Nine Tails. Having calmed down outside, Nagato conceived a more efficient and secure method. The extraction of the tailed beast from its Jinchuriki merely signifies the abrupt severing of their symbiotic relationship, which would inflict severe harm upon the Jinchuriki due to the tailed beast's unleashed chakra. Thus, if we first drain the Nine Tails, it will no longer possess chakra, and the uncontrolled overflow of chakra will not occur, relieving Naruto of this risk. Once the Nine Tails is sealed within me, I can gradually train and reform it. The immediate concern, however, remains the Empire's conquests. In Nagato's eyes, the emotions and attitudes of a tailed beast pale in comparison to the Empire's battles. After all, a tailed beast is not human. Regardless of its willingness, it can be utilized for one's purposes. All right, Naruto responded, making way for Nagato. Wait, I will grant you a portion of its chakra. You may utilize this chakra throughout your life, but remember to stay true to yourself. The state Nagato envisioned was akin to that of the golden and silver horns. Although Naruto would lose the Nine Tails, he would gain the opportunity to freely use its chakra. Despite years of physical training and being of the Uzumaki clan's bloodline, he knew he could not absorb the entirety of the Nine Tails chakra alone. With Naruto, the reincarnation of Ashura, and the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, they could evenly divide the chakra and thoroughly drain the Nine Tails. Hey, are you trying to bribe me? Even if you grant me this power, I will not join the empire you speak of. Nagato chuckled. You think too much. I am merely concerned that your strength is too weak, and you might be torn apart by the chaotic currents upon entering the teleportation portal. Naruto's face flushed at this remark. How infuriating to be underestimated. Nagato's gaze shifted to the Nine Tails, his eyes gradually transforming into the Rinnegan. Kurama, since you harbor such distrust towards humanity, I shall no longer waste time with you. For now, you will serve the Empire. With that, Nagato clapped his hands. The Hungry Ghost Path's extraction technique. Countless chains erupted from his body, piercing through the seal and striking the Nine Tails. Even under the illusion of the Rinnegan, the Nine Tails let out a pained roar. Soon, its chakra began to flow through these chains into Nagato's body. This was a new technique developed by the Uzumaki clan within the Empire, used to extract chakra from tailed beasts or other summoning beasts, rapidly replenishing oneself. With the power of the Rinnegan's Hungry Ghost Path, this extraction technique transformed from a mere straw to a powerful pump, resulting in a massive loss of chakra from the Nine Tails and its instinctual howls of agony. Naruto, prepare to receive this chakra. Remember, stay true to yourself. Nagato felt his body swell like a balloon, on the verge of bursting, as he spoke rapidly. Before Naruto could react, several blood-red chains emerged from Nagato's body, swiftly lunging towards Naruto and piercing into him. Chakra transfer technique. Nagato's deep voice resonated, imbued with an irresistible force. A torrent of violent and potent chakra surged through the long, sturdy chains into Naruto's body. Naruto felt an overwhelming influx of chakra swelling within him, akin to a raging flood that he could not control. As the chakra continued to pour in, Naruto became increasingly agitated. His body trembled, his eyes reflecting a struggle and ferocity. With the ongoing effect of the chakra transfer technique, more and more chakra from the Nine Tails was infused into Naruto. This chakra gradually coalesced into a formidable power, causing significant changes in Naruto's physique. His skin became coarse, red fur sprouted, and a thick layer of tailed beast fur began to manifest. One tail. Naruto's face retained some semblance of calm, yet his eyes, now influenced by the nine tails' power, became somewhat dazed. Three tails. A fierce expression emerged on Naruto's face, emitting a low growl. As his body was gradually consumed by the fox demon's power, his skin became increasingly rough. Seven tails. The chakra within Naruto surged uncontrollably, and the seventh tail among the nine had fully manifested. At this moment, Naruto had completely lost his sense of self. His eyes turned blood red, his mouth opened to reveal sharp fangs. Now, Naruto was utterly out of control, moving and behaving like a ferocious beast. He recklessly sought to attack Nagato, clawing and attempting to destroy everything within sight. Eight tails. Just as Nagato was about to act, he felt a familiar presence wash over him. The nine tails had now been drained, and with a sigh, he once again made way for Naruto. Kushina, sensing Naruto's imminent loss of control due to the nine tails' power, activated the seal set by Minato in advance, and she appeared. Naruto. Kushina spoke gently. Her words instantly restored much of Naruto's rationality. What is happening? Besides me and Big Brother Nagato, why is there another unfamiliar voice? And how does this person know my name? Naruto, bewildered, scanned his surroundings, noticing that Nagato had vanished. How strange. Wasn't I just battling the evil power of the nine tails? Upon hearing Naruto's self-mutterings, Kushina smiled and said, I see. Naruto, now guess who I am? Huh. Naruto looked at the unfamiliar woman before him, puzzled. As his gaze slowly swept over her, he noticed her striking red hair, reminiscent of the nine tails, along with an incredibly familiar aura that hinted at the answer forming in his mind. Noticing his gaze, she lowered her head and chuckled softly. Her laughter was warm as spring, laced with playfulness. Naruto's expression tightened, feeling a surge of vigilance at her affected laughter. Could it be? Naruto whispered, a thought flashing through his mind. Kushina observed Naruto's dawning realization, her heart leaping with joy. It seems you have figured it out. With eager eyes, she looked at Naruto, anticipating the name she had longed to hear. Seeing her expression, Naruto revealed a knowing smile, confidently pointing at her and declaring the truth. You are the true form of the nine tails. Last issue's answer, 13, the one about hemorrhoids, also counts. This issue's reading comprehension. Why did Nagato sigh when he saw Kushina appear? Chapter 53, Naruto, I want to join the Empire. You are the true form of the nine tails. Kushina laughed heartily at Naruto's delayed realization. As laughter echoed, Naruto's resolve only solidified within him. Indeed, it was you, Nine Tails. Your laughter is rather coarse. You dare attempt to deceive me by transforming into a woman? Oomph, I shall remain steadfast. Thud. Kushina's fist landed squarely on Naruto's head. In a fit of exasperation, she exclaimed, that's not it. Feeling the sudden impact, Naruto clutched his head and could not help but cry out. However, confusion soon clouded his expression. Not it. Can the Nine Tails even utter such words? Observing Naruto's pained visage, Kushina scratched her head, a look of remorse crossing her face. My apologies, I got a bit carried away. It's just my nature to be impulsive, and my rapid speech has led to some peculiar catchphrases. Although I usually try to restrain myself, excitement gets the better of me. As she explained, Kushina's gaze turned concerned as she looked at Naruto. You don't have any strange catchphrases like I do you? Hearing her words, Naruto's cheeks flushed. Do I? I don't think so. Not at all. Kushina noticed Naruto's bewildered expression and couldn't suppress a wry smile. It seemed that Minato had said nothing at all. What a shame. At that moment, Naruto's lips pursed tightly as he struggled to contain the tremor of his teeth. Yes, I am your. Before Kushina could finish her thought, Naruto had embraced her fiercely. A punch from Dad, a hug from Mom. This is my ninja way. Feeling Naruto tremble, his arms clung to her. Yet he seemed hesitant to apply too much pressure, fearing he might hurt himself. Kushina's expression softened as she savored this rare moment of tranquility. I've always wanted to meet you, Mom. Naruto finally confessed, tears welling in his eyes. Kushina gently wrapped her arms around him. Memories of Naruto crying in her embrace during his childhood flooding back. You've grown up, she thought. As they reunited, Kushina glanced at the waning Nine Tails, realizing that she wouldn't need to employ the sealing technique to control it this time. With a little more chakra available, her time with Naruto had extended slightly. They conversed about many things, the love between parents, the hardships of being a Jinchuriki, and the enigmatic masked man involved in the turmoil with the Nine Tails. Is he still alive? As Naruto absorbed these secrets from his mother, He resolved to uncover the truth behind past events with newfound determination. As for becoming Hokage, he would contemplate that later. Unbeknownst to him, Naruto's convictions began to waver. If the Nine Tails had not been sealed within his mother, if the village hadn't forced her to bear such burdens, perhaps he would not have spent his childhood in solitude. This dark thought startled him. After all, he was merely Naruto from the year 64 of Konoha, freshly graduated from the Ninja Academy, embodying the essence of Team 7's Naruto. His inner flame of resolve did not yet run as deep or steadfast. Suddenly, Kushina wiped her eyes, tears streaming uncontrollably. She sensed that her time here was limited. Naruto? He snapped back to reality. There is so much more I wish to share with you. Kushina's voice brimmed with helplessness and regret. I long to live alongside you, Naruto. I love you. I'm so sorry. Forgive me for not being able to live with you, for not being able to give you more love. Listening to his mother's voice, tinged with sorrow, Naruto could no longer hold back. His eyes turned crimson, tears cascading down his cheeks. He attempted to wipe his tears with his fingers, but they continued to flow, as if unable to cease. In the end, he resorted to using his sleeve to shield his eyes, not wanting his mother to witness his grief. Naruto, don't cry. Boys must be strong. Please, uncover your hands so I can see you again, she urged gently. With trembling hands, Naruto slowly moved his sleeve aside, revealing his bloodshot eyes. He fought to suppress his emotions, yet tears continued to spill. Mom, I love you too, he choked out, his voice heavy with sorrow. Kushina reached out, gently pressing her hand down on his arm, her gaze unwavering as she studied his face, as if trying to etch every detail into her memory. Her voice trembled with tenderness. Thank you for being my child, Naruto. Each word was imbued with profound affection. Thank you for allowing me to be your mother. Tears slipped from her eyes, yet her gaze remained warm and loving. Naruto listened quietly to his mother's words, feeling an overwhelming heaviness in his heart, as if it were being torn apart. His tears flowed uncontrollably, tracing paths down his cheeks. To have you as my child, I am eternally grateful. Kushina's voice quivered, her sincere language expressing her love for him. She had so much more to convey, yet she had not the time to ask Naruto if he had heeded her past advice to eat well and behave. Regrettably, time was fleeting, and those words would remain forever unspoken in her heart, never to reach Naruto. She wished fervently to embrace him once more, to feel his warmth. Yet, as she reached out, she discovered her fingers disintegrating into dust, drifting into the air. Kushina realized she could no longer remain in this realm. This was her final opportunity to connect with Naruto. She attempted to grasp him, to offer one last embrace, but her body betrayed her, gradually fading away. She became increasingly translucent, like a wisp of smoke, slowly vanishing into the ether. Transforming into purest energy, she departed with blessings and affection for Naruto, slowly dissipating from this realm of consciousness. Meanwhile, Naruto stood silently, gazing at the unfolding scene. Tears streamed from his eyes, his heart laden with anguish and longing. He understood that this was his last encounter with his mother. Thereafter, they would be separated by realms, never to reunite. Memories of his childhood solitude and neglect flooded back, reminding him of the days filled with scorn and isolation. He had often fantasized about the joy of meeting his parents, and now that dream had finally come true. Yet why was the happiness so fleeting, so ephemeral? Naruto closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, striving for calm. The masked man, his heart suddenly felt liberated. Join the Empire. If the Naruto within the Empire is so formidable, why could he not aspire to be the same? Only with sufficient strength could he uncover the truth behind his parents' demise and protect those he cherished. Chapter 54. The new Jinchuriki, the Outer Path, Sealing Technique. Nagato's Rinnegan manifested, employing a technique more expedient than the Phantom Dragon 9 seals. Chains emerged from his form, piercing instantly into the sealing array within Naruto's abdomen. Subsequently, Nagato unraveled the 8 trigram seal on Naruto, fully unbinding the Nine Tails. Regrettably, the poor Nine Tails was once again sealed within Nagato before it could assert its dominance. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Nagato, endowed with formidable power, did not require the intricate 8 trigram seal employed by Naruto. He simply utilized a basic 4-symbol seal to confine the Nine Tails within himself. Upon regaining consciousness, the Nine Tails found itself once more imprisoned and felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. After all, it was the mightiest among the tailed beasts. How could it be so easily subdued by a mere human? Humanity, it seemed, was rife with deceit. The Nine Tails cursed and raged, but to no avail. Compared to its captivity within Naruto, this situation was even more confining. In the outside world, Kakashi observed the crimson cloak of the tailed beast manifesting around Nagato, and he understood that their situation was dire. Indeed, the Nine Tails had been extracted from Naruto. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Dato appeared exhilarated. This was a monumental advancement. However, Nagato's brow furrowed with concern. "What troubles you, Nagato?" the two inquired, sensing his unease. "Although I have never bound the Nine Tails within the Empire, I can perceive a significant absence of its shadowy attributes," Nagato replied, casting a glance at Naruto. "Naruto, do you understand the reason behind this?" "Huh." Naruto began to ponder, still enveloped in the sorrow of having just parted with his parents. The once sunny and cheerful boy was nowhere to be found, leaving even Sakura astonished. "I've never seen such an emo side of Naruto." "Oh, I just remembered," Naruto exclaimed, recounting how his mother had mentioned during their time in the sealing space that half of the Nine Tails' power was sealed within Minato. Sakura and Sasuke exchanged incredulous glances, while Kakashi grappled with his tumultuous emotions. "Naruto, did you meet your teacher Minato and Kushina?" "Yes, but it was only a fleeting manifestation," Naruto replied, his spirits sinking once more. Upon hearing this, Nagato's expression shifted to one of understanding. Dato, however, wore a look of astonishment. "Is it true? Minato is so distrustful that he split the Nine Tails into two parts for sealing, and he extracted half of its power?" Kakashi remarked, his brow furrowing as Dato grew increasingly agitated. "With only half the power of the Nine Tails, won't we still need to gather another tailed beast?" Kakashi gently patted Dato's shoulder in an effort to calm him. "Calm down. No. Kakashi, let us petition the Emperor directly and conquer this world ourselves. The so-called strongest of Konoha must sacrifice its highest leader merely to control a single Nine Tails. What kind of strength is that?" In the sealing space within Nagato, the Nine Tails erupted with anger. "What am I half power? Allow me to demonstrate my might." It attempted to influence Nagato with its chakra to express its dissatisfaction, to convey that even half of its power was fearsome. Yet, despite its efforts, there was no response, and ultimately it slumped helplessly to the ground. Kakashi hesitated upon hearing Dato's words. "It might not be entirely impossible," he mused. Dato chuckled gleefully, sensing an opportunity to unleash his potential upon this feeble world. "Prepare for a thorough invasion by the Empire. Soon, I shall ascend as the deity of the new world." However, it was too late for such plans tonight. They would seek the Empire's guidance tomorrow. Kakashi and Zabuza exchanged a few words, seemingly deciding the fate of this world, and a sense of melancholy washed over them. "Nagato, what do you think?" they asked, turning to him. At that moment, a layer of the tailed beast cloak had already begun to envelop Nagato. It was undeniable that the Nine Tails retained formidable strength, as it had quickly gathered enough chakra to form another tail, even in its sealed state. "I sense hostility," Nagato declared, casting his gaze toward a throng of civilians nearby, confusion etched on his face. "That individual harbors considerable malice. Otherwise, I would not perceive it." "What? These people are utterly ungrateful," Dato shouted. "Nagato, eliminate him." Of course, he merely jested, as he knew Nagato's compassionate nature would prevent him from doing so. "All right." Dato paused, and even Kakashi looked at Nagato with uncertainty. Without hesitation, Nagato clapped his hands, and a jutsu was unleashed. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bomb. A small, hand-sized earthen dragon shot toward a crowd of people engrossed in celebrating the construction of a bridge, completely oblivious to the impending threat. However, one individual appeared unusually vigilant. Upon seeing the Earth Dragon Bomb hurtling toward him, he sprang into action, narrowly evading it. Alas, the Earth Dragon seemed to possess a will of its own, veering midair to pursue him once more. The onlookers were initially bewildered by Nagato's actions, but soon, they were astonished by their companion's unexpected agility. Realization dawned upon them. It was clear that Nagato could not be at fault. Rather, this individual posed a significant threat. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. The man finally could no longer restrain himself, erecting a barrier to block Nagato's attack. Disappointed, Nagato shook his head and activated the universal pull technique. He struggled, but it was futile. In an instant, he found himself before Nagato, who had seized him by the throat. At that moment, he resembled a helpless chick being lifted. "Is this all the strength of a Chunin?" Nagato murmured to himself. Meanwhile, Dasna hurriedly approached. "Moin, you." You're a ninja? Dazna's eyes widened in disbelief. Kakashi turned to Dazna, asking, do you know him? Dazna, his expression grim, replied, yes, he came to the land of waves 4 years ago. We took him in, feeling pity for him, and he worked diligently, willing to do any dirty work. I never expected such a turn of events. A wave of betrayal washed over Dazna, and the expressions of those around him darkened. You are indeed a ninja. We thought you were just a poor soul washed ashore. The bystanders scoffed. Main remained unfazed, offering only a cold smile. His gaze fixated on Nagato, and he opened his mouth but uttered no sound. In the next moment, he suddenly gasped, his head tilting, and he perished. Nagato furrowed his brow, and upon noticing Main's lifeless body and the unconscious opening of his mouth, he realized, the cursed seal of tongue cutting? How ruthless. Nagato. Kakashi and Dato inquired, looking at him. Nagato shook his head. I can no longer sense malice. This individual likely does not belong to the land of waves, he concluded. The others remained indifferent to the revelation, and Nagato turned to Kakashi, respectfully offering, should we keep this person for you to return to Konoha? Kakashi, wary and suspicious, thought, this kid is trying to deceive me. However, he feigned confusion. Why would we keep him for Konoha? I don't even know him. This chapter of the Turing test. Who is Dato? Chapter 55. Nagato, you truly are a demon. Sasuke, in his quest to revive the Uchiha clan. Shouldn't the process commence with the creation of offspring to bolster the population? Sakura gazed affectionately at Sasuke, clad in a swimsuit, suggesting that if he desired, they could embark on the noble endeavor of human propagation at any moment. Sasuke swallowed hard, sensing an oddity. Yet he recognized that reviving the Uchiha clan solely through his efforts was implausible. The optimal approach would be to branch out, allowing the Uchiha bloodline to flourish throughout the shinobi world. But I have yet to exact my vengeance. Sasuke struggled with these conflicting thoughts. How much time could you squander on me? Sasuke, come on, don't resist. We are no longer mere children. Even in your absence, I can raise our child to adulthood. Waves of electric sensation coursed through Sasuke's body as Sakura took charge without hesitation. He ceased to resist, allowing her to take the lead. He pondered that as the last of the Uchiha, he indeed ought to leave a legacy. Otherwise, should he perish, the Uchiha lineage would face extinction. As the clan's young leader, he could not allow such a fate to befall his family. Regrettably, Sakura would bear the burden. Wait, Sakura? Sakura? Sasuke was stunned to find that the enchanting figure of Sakura in a swimsuit had vanished, replaced by a grinning blonde boy. What the hell? Naruto? What the hell are you doing? Sasuke looked at Naruto, who was perched atop him, feeling utterly repulsed. What had he just done? What the hell was happening? He gagged, grasping a kunai and lunging toward Naruto. Yet Naruto paid him no heed, continuing to sway about. The cacophony echoed within the room, while outside, Naruto was absorbing the chakra of the Nine Tails, his expression one of confusion. Huh, what's wrong, Sasuke? Sasuke sat up, wiping the cold sweat from his back, still in a state of shock. Was it merely a dream? After drinking last night, he had felt dizzy and collapsed into the room arranged by Dazna, unexpectedly falling into a nightmare. But why had he dreamed of Naruto? Was it due to that kiss? Damn Naruto. Outside, Dato was washing up when Kakashi approached, patting his shoulder. Hey, Dato, aren't you worried you might drive him insane? What kind of illusion did you cast on him? Dato muttered, still spitting out foam from his mouth. This is just the beginning. As my apprentice, he is inherently inferior to others. Thus he must work harder to compensate for his shortcomings. I am doing this for his own good. Don't worry, I have it under control. Kakashi rolled his eyes at this. You have it under control? There is no one in the Uchiha clan more unreliable than you. The Empire's call is connected. Nagato's voice echoed in the open area outside. Let's go? Kakashi urged Dato. Dato hurriedly wiped his mouth, casting another illusion on Sasuke while he was distracted, and rushed to join the new meeting. The land of waves could serve as a foothold for our empire. The common folk here have largely been subdued. But the only drawback is the lack of usable ninja. The Nine Tails has been sealed within Nagato, but unfortunately, only half of it remains here. The other half was sealed by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, within himself, taking it to the afterlife. The reincarnations of Ashura and Indra show little resistance to joining the empire. The only pity is that they have yet to achieve significant accomplishments at an age most suitable for cultivation, which relates to the cultivation system of this world. Our next objective is to head to the Land of Wind, to capture the One Tail and determine if we can establish a communication channel using the Nine Tails. Kakashi, as the team leader, reported on recent developments. Uchiha Senju nodded in agreement. Based on the information you provided, I have begun to form a judgment about that world. Our primary goal remains to establish a communication channel, followed by gathering as many ninjas from that world as possible. I have compiled a list of important figures. Please endeavor to fulfill this task, and remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not kill them and send them to the Pure Land. Alright, if you require any support from the Empire, contact us promptly. Wait, Dato interjected. Lord Senju, this world is incredibly weak. I believe the three of us can conquer it. The Empire need not expend any more effort here. Senju couldn't help but chuckle at this. Your desire to contribute to the Empire is commendable. But the unification of any world does not rely on sheer power. What truly influences a world is the strength of the Sage of Six Paths currently. We lack sufficient intelligence, so it is best for you to remain discreet. After a brief communication, each person's wristband received a new message. Dato appeared puzzled. What does it mean not to easily kill and send to the Pure Land? Nagato, who had a better understanding of Six Paths ninjutsu and sealing techniques, provided Dato with an explanation. Upon death, souls enter the Pure Land. Only those within can be revived through techniques such as impure world reincarnation or rebirth. Can you understand this? You may interpret it as a form of heaven and hell within the Empire. The Pure Land is such a world. Oh, I see. So the Emperor means that if we must kill them, we shouldn't allow them to enter the Pure Land? Dato ventured uncertainly. Nagato nodded. Damn. Not even the souls are spared. Truly, my Emperor has a ruthless heart. Kakashi, who had just come out, nearly stumbled upon hearing this. Wow, this Empire is merciless. People die but just bow their heads to the ground, and yet you won't even spare their souls? What now? If we can't send them to the Pure Land, doesn't that make killing them quite challenging? Dato had a plan. Just seal them in Kimui, and Nagato should be able to seal them as well. But what about Kakashi? Just look at the information the Emperor provided us. Not everyone is off-limits to kill. However, I am not in favor of killing. Dato was not surprised by Nagato's stance. He was too soft. We can capture them. As ninjas, as long as they are alive, their bodies will naturally absorb and refine chakra. We can imprison them and use the chakra extraction sealing technique to turn them into vessels for the Empire's descent, or make them a source of energy for the communication channel. Nagato, you have changed. This sounds eerily similar to a cult organization that once existed within the Empire, which drained people of their blood. Confronted with the gaze of Daitu, Nagato remained impassive. They had not aligned themselves with the Empire, nor did they wish to be captured. Thus, they were devoid of the Empire's legal protection. It was an honor for them to serve as a source of energy, bearing the arduous mission of ushering the Empire into this realm. Chapter 56. An ambush in the Land of Wind. Danzo emerges. Land of Fire. Name: Uchiha Sasuke. Significance: reincarnation of Indra, capable of awakening the Rinnegan, possessing the bloodline of the Uchiha clan. Cannot be killed. Name: Uzumaki Naruto. Significance: reincarnation of Ashura, host of the Nine Tails, possessing the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Cannot be killed. Name: Sarutobi Hiruzen. Significance: third Hokage of Konohagakure, proficient in the 5 elemental jutsu, knowledgeable of the village's secrets. Priority to capture. If not, then kill and capture the soul. Land of Wind. Name: Chio. Significance: master of puppetry, skilled in medical ninjutsu, capable of resurrection techniques, advisor of Sunagakure. Priority to capture. If not, then kill and capture the soul. Name: Gaara. Significance: 5th Kazekage of Sunagakure, host of the One Tail. Priority to capture. If not, then kill and capture the soul. The above information is for reference only. The three glanced at the list, which primarily comprised ninjas from Konohagakure and Sunagakure. Gaara, the son of the 4th Kazekage, right? It seems so. Chio is the grandmother of Sasori, isn't she? Proficient in puppetry, she certainly is. Kakashi and Daitu exchanged a knowing glance and nodded. Although the Emperor mentioned the possibility of killing and capturing souls, it would be prudent to refrain from such actions. Daitu pondered anxiously. If Sasori and the 4th Kazekage were to discover that their respective grandmother and son had been slain by their own hands, would there not be repercussions? After all, one was the founder of the Akatsuki and the other a governor of the Wind Province. The Empire also adhered to the nuances of human relations. Daitu voiced his concerns, and Kakashi nodded in agreement, suggesting that it was not imperative to eliminate them. Selling them back to their kin would still be a favor. Nagato remained silent, previously dismissive of such matters, but now he committed to memory the words of Daito and Kakashi, analyzing them meticulously. Cultivation is not merely about combat, but also about human relations. This phrase inexplicably resonated in his mind. And what of Sarutobi Hiruzen? Nagato inquired. Daito and Kakashi exchanged glances, both shaking their heads. That man lacks significant background or influence within the empire, and he was executed for his ideological differences when the emperor unified the ninja world. Although he is a noteworthy figure, he is inconsequential to us. We shall capture him if possible, and if not, we shall kill him. Kakashi listened, heart racing. As the trio defined the future of their Hokage, fear gripping him. Their tone was disturbingly casual, akin to debating whether to eat chicken or fish for dinner. Naruto furrowed his brow, attempting to defend the third Hokage. Grandfather Hiruzen is a good man. Could you not harm him? Nagato glanced at Naruto, nodding in acknowledgement. If he is sensible, we shall spare his life. However, if he insists on obstructing us, Naruto, we shall have no choice but to employ ruthless measures to suppress him. Naruto felt considerably reassured. Grandfather Hiruzen is understanding and deeply cherishes peace. If you communicate with him clearly, he will certainly consider your words carefully. After bidding farewell to Tazuna, the group continued on their journey toward the Land of Wind. Along the way, their impressions of the area were decidedly dismal. Kakashi and Daito had never visited the Wind Province, thus they could not ascertain the quality of the environment. The howling winds stirred up a tempest of yellow sand. In this boundless desert, the dunes rolled like the surging waves of a tumultuous sea. The fierce winds and sand eroded everything in their path, rendering the land particularly desolate and inhospitable. The sun, obscured by the yellow dust, cast only a faint glow, as if imprisoned within this chaos. The arid air was suffocating, each breath laden with the taste of sand. Walking through this desert, the scorching sand beneath their feet felt as though it might scald them. The relentless winds occasionally whipped up sandstorms, making every step a challenge. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but yellow sand, devoid of any sign of life. It was hard to fathom how the people of the Land of Wind managed to survive in such an environment. As an exchange student from Konohagakure, I once visited Sunagakure. During our lengthy journey, Nagato shared some insights. Although we traveled by airplane at the time, I could vaguely see a great river traversing the province from the sky. While it was not a lush paradise, I could still spot scattered drought-resistant plants. It was certainly not akin to this place, where an oasis was a rare sight, with cacti and shrubs few and far between. Nagato's words conjured vivid images in the minds of the group. How could there be a river in the desert? Naruto squinted, engrossed in his own tailed beast chakra. Since acquiring this formidable power, he had been tirelessly familiarizing himself with its use. It was said to have been developed from the Land of Rain, solving its incessant rainfall issues while providing the Land of Wind with a vital source of life. Nagato recalled the first time he beheld that great river in the Wind Province, as the person beside him provided explanations. Sasuke observed Naruto, now adeptly wielding the Nine-Tails chakra, and felt a surge of impatience to enhance his own chakra-enhancing techniques. Boom! Sasuke lost control for a moment, causing his cells to rupture and his body to be drenched in blood. Damn it, you foolish boy. I know you seek vengeance, but you must not push yourself to such extremes. What will happen to your foundation? Daito exclaimed, his heart aching for Sasuke. You work so hard. What if you surpass me one day? Nagato's hand gently rested on Sasuke, and soon his complexion regained its color. Hell Path, Life Restoration Technique. Under Nagato's chakra, Sasuke felt his damaged cells mending as if they were clothing, and not only that, the regenerative capacity of the restored cells seemed to accelerate subtly. The winds and sands around them quieted, gradually descending into stillness. Daito glanced at Kakashi, who activated his Sharingan to scan the surroundings. Kakashi, do you not sense that this place is perfect for an ambush? Kakashi nodded in agreement. Indeed, the chakra here is sparse, affecting even the 5 elemental jutsu. Whoosh! In the next moment, 5 beacons shot skyward from various directions, and a massive barrier surged into being. A dark purple-red barrier enveloped an area of several hundred meters, sealing it tightly. Within, the sky dimmed instantly, even the overhead sun becoming obscured. 5 sealing red sun formation. The figure of Danzo gradually emerged, hands clasped behind his back. The seal on his right hand released, but wrapped in bandages. It was evident that he had made a resolute decision to ascend to the role of Hokage. His gaze swept toward Naruto, and upon noticing the faint glow of the Nine-Tails chakra around him, he let out a sigh of relief. As long as the Nine-Tails is not extracted, all is well. His attention then fixed upon Kakashi, and he spoke in a low tone. You are even more useless than your father, White Fang. He could at least save his comrades, while you cannot even manage the Jinchuriki. Kakashi, if I were you, I would take my own life in atonement. Chapter 57. Danzo, the position of Hokage is secure. Regarding the death of the White Fang of Konoha, Danzo has felt a lingering gloom. He initially intended merely to suppress the young and talented White Fang, to make him aware of his limitations. However, the outcome was beyond his expectations. The White Fang chose the extreme option of ending his own life. This left Danzo in a state of confusion and helplessness. The death of the White Fang was entirely orchestrated by him. He had confidently assured that, following this incident, the White Fang would become obedient like a loyal dog to the village. Little did he anticipate that he would resort to suicide. The third Hokage had not been easy on him during that period, constantly curbing and suppressing his influence. Now, upon seeing Kakashi, a wave of disdain surged within Danzo. Kakashi, being the son of the White Fang, served as a constant reminder of Danzo's past mistakes. Gazing into Kakashi's indifferent eyes, he sensed a deep-seated hostility emanating from him. Yet, as the leader of Root, Danzo encountered many who loathed him. Kakashi hardly ranked among them. Hey, you old man, what are you saying? Kakashi-sensei has always done his utmost to protect us. Naruto exclaimed with indignation, glaring at Danzo. Kakashi-sensei, who is he? Is he from Konoha too? Naruto asked, looking at Kakashi, who shook his head. He is the leader of Root, responsible for maintaining the village's peace and order. Sasuke also cast a glance at Danzo, feeling an inexplicable aversion towards him, a deep-seated dislike that he could not articulate. Was it due to the insult towards Kakashi-sensei? Just as Sasuke pondered why he harbored such intense emotions toward a stranger, Kakashi had already made his move. Kakashi formed hand seals, rapidly gathering chakra in his hands, which he then infused into the White Fang blade. Purple Lightning Blade. This technique was born from Kakashi's mastery of advanced lightning release ninjutsu, fused with his swordsmanship. He swung the White Fang blade, and arcs of purple lightning coiled around the blade, forming a tremendous lightning strike. This strike possessed the speed and destructive power of the Chidori, enhanced by the unique properties of purple lightning, granting it greater penetration and paralysis effects. As Kakashi swung his blade, a force akin to a thunderous chasm stirred up a cloud of yellow sand, striking fiercely against the barrier shield. At the moment of impact, the purple lightning erupted, wreaking havoc in that area. Unfortunately, the crimson flames swiftly devoured the lightning, absorbing it and augmenting the barrier with an additional layer of thunderous power, enhancing its defensive capabilities. Outside the barrier, Danzo erupted into laughter. I concede you have some strength, but before my Root, it is still woefully insufficient. His gaze swept over the 10-man team maintaining the seal, a smirk gracing his lips. He had already envisioned the Hokage position beckoning to him. Ever since I learned of your existence, I have fortified my ultimate sealing techniques. Surrender, and I can guarantee your survival. In that moment, Danzo contemplated capturing a few individuals to extract information about parallel universes. Kakashi, are you capable? If not, allow me to take over, Dato jested, looking at Kakashi with a teasing grin. Sasuke, initially worried about their chance of entering the Great Empire, felt somewhat reassured upon observing his master's calm demeanor. Shut up. If you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. Kakashi retorted, slightly irritated. He had just expended a considerable amount of his limited chakra with such a grand technique, only to have the opponent's barrier absorb it. However, he understood that this was not the time for rashness. The enemy seemed to possess knowledge of the three of them, and the audacity to ambush them indicated they had means to counteract their abilities. Despite a slight relaxation of vigilance, he had not underestimated the situation. Shadow Clone Blade Dance. Kakashi formed hand seals, utilizing the shadow clone technique to create multiple clones. While shadow clones do siphon chakra, for him, taijutsu and swordsmanship were his forte, and the reduction of chakra had a minimal impact on him. Each clone wielded the White Fang blade, scattering to attack and cover the entire barrier, launching a rapid and dense series of blade dance assaults. This method of attack not only had a wide coverage, but was also unpredictable, allowing for a comprehensive assault on the barrier. Are you attempting to exploit a weakness? Danzo, a veteran from the Second Great Ninja War, despite having rarely fought in recent years, still possessed acute battle instincts. He quickly discerned Kakashi's intentions. Upon realizing that ninjutsu could be absorbed by the barrier, he switched to sword techniques. He was indeed more perceptive than our Kakashi from Konoha. Danzo held a high regard for Kakashi, yet as an adversary, he would show no mercy. As the extensive assault continued, the barrier trembled but suffered no damage. In contrast, many of Kakashi's shadow clones were dissipated, reduced to mist. Kakashi withdrew, directing his gaze toward Nagato. Have you gleaned any insights? His recent actions were merely to generate data for Nagato's reference. Kakashi was acutely aware of his limitations. While he possessed super shadow level strength, it was suited for one-on-one combat and attrition. He could engage in swordsmanship against others using ninjutsu for an entire day effortlessly. However, now, the enemy had set traps in advance, and they were knowledgeable about them, with a barrier that could continuously siphon chakra from within, negating his advantages. I have made a judgment. This barrier is a combination of the Crimson Sun formation and 5 sealing barriers, activated by the 10 elite shinobi outside, augmented by sealing symbols. The space and chakra here are sealed, and the barrier also employs a chakra extraction technique. Nagato recalled a previous instance of spatial sealing. This one bore a resemblance. Typically, the 5 sealing barriers are created with sealing symbols, which can be easily dismantled by destroying the symbols. However, they had transferred the sealing symbols outside the barrier, inscribing them onto individuals. Nagato glanced at the 5 individuals at the pentagon, who were the moving focal points of this barrier formation. They would never progress in life and would perpetually need to sustain their bodies. Moreover, this barrier was also enhanced by the Crimson Sun formation. Our ninjutsu and attacks would not only be eroded by the Crimson Sun's power, but touching it would also result in burns. To dismantle this barrier, apart from relying on brute force, the only option left is for me to devise a method to gradually unravel it from within. Chapter 58, The Power of the Gods. Susanoo. As the foundation of Konoha, Danzo possessed numerous treasures. This time, he managed to create some trouble for the 3 of them, despite being thoroughly prepared. Upon activating his Kimyui, he completely vanished from sight and reappeared at the home of Dazna in the Land of Waves, the very place where he had last marked with Kimyui. A sigh of relief escaped him. If pain could not resolve the situation, he could still rely on Kimyui to help everyone escape. That space was restricted, yet it was not bound by Kimyui's limitations. Frustrated, he thought to himself that he should have marked a few more locations along the way. Just as he was about to return, a shriek pierced the air. Tsunade appeared before him, utterly bare, crying out, "Ninja-sama, could you please turn around?" Danzo realized his sudden appearance was quite impudent, and without uttering a word, he hastily left the scene. Once inside the confines of the 5 seals of the Crimson Sun formation, a wicked thought crossed his mind. His Kimyui had awakened during a moment after class when he wished to explore the woods with Rin, only to be discovered by his teacher and classmates. In a moment of panic, he had yearned for an undisturbed space under his control, and thus his Mangekyo Sharingan was born. Who would have thought that this ability could serve such a function? If he were to apply this technique to Rin, not out of malice, but from a place of concern, he could monitor her safety at any moment. Danzo contemplated finding an opportunity to mark Rin's bathroom and bedroom upon his return to the Empire, but quickly dismissed the idea. No, that was too wicked. It did not align with his bright and sunny disposition. Besides, it would be difficult to explain if Rin found out and became angry. However, he mused, perhaps he could assume Kakashi's appearance? Rin wouldn't have the Sharingan, making it difficult for her to discern his true form. Outside, Danzo was at a loss. What on earth was happening? How could the individuals inside have completely vanished? Despite his considerable investment in sealing techniques, they were unable to contain them. Pain was still analyzing the formation, while Kakashi looked at Danzo with a blank expression. "What are you thinking?" Kakashi inquired. "Huh. Oh, nothing." Danzo quickly averted his gaze, realizing that his earlier thoughts might have merit. After all, wasn't he at the responsibility of comrades to shoulder burdens together? He was analyzing the formation. Pain had mentioned that brute force could shatter it. So it was time to put that theory to the test. Sasuke, open your eyes. Witness the true divine power of the Uchiha clan. Susanoo, a massive, surging blue chakra enveloped Danzo, forming ribs and 2 gigantic arms of blue chakra. Sasuke, take a good look. This is the initial form of Susanoo. Although it did not fully envelop him, this form provided considerable defense. Next came the first form. As Danzo spoke, his chakra surged once more, enveloping his entire being. His body transformed into a colossal skeleton, far larger than the previous form. In that moment, he embodied a mighty spirit, radiating an overwhelming presence. Sasuke felt his blood boil, filled with a yearning for power. Is this the strength of our Uchiha clan? It's truly magnificent. Second form. Danzo's voice echoed again, and the skeletal structure began to morph. The once hollow bones filled out, sprouting flesh and skin, rapidly forming a half-constructed human figure. Though composed entirely of chakra, this Susanoo now bore a striking resemblance to a living being, exuding a sense of vitality. In this form, the user was entirely shielded by Susanoo, imparting an unshakable sense of security. Then came the third form. Danzo inhaled deeply, channeling his chakra with all his might. A layer of hard armor suddenly enveloped Susanoo, tightly encasing it. This Tengu armor made Susanoo appear even more formidable, transforming the once ordinary skeleton into a valiant warrior, exuding an aura of invincibility. Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, overwhelmed by the intoxicating power. Danzo-sensei, keep going. Danzo's expression stiffened momentarily, but he quickly regained composure. Given the current circumstances, the third form of Susanoo is sufficient. The 5 seals of the Crimson Sun formation could absorb ninjutsu chakra, and Kakashi's sword techniques were ineffective. Therefore, his Susanoo was the best means of physical destruction. Uchiha Danzo commands the colossal Susanoo. The giant conjured a razor-sharp sword and struck fiercely at the 5 seals of the Crimson Sun formation. The formation quaked violently, the very space seeming on the verge of collapse. Outside, the ninjas performing the technique could not suppress the surge of blood as their organs trembled from the immense backlash. Danzo's forehead was beaded with sweat, although the power of the Crimson Sun was scorching and diluting the chakra of Susanoo's sword. If this continued, the formation would surely be shattered. Devour that thing. Immediately, gather the 5 seals of the Crimson Sun formation at the fastest speed. Danzo commanded, and the root ninjas obeyed, consuming pills akin to military rations. Their chakra surged exponentially, but their skin visibly wrinkled, and their hair began to turn white. This was a pill that temporarily enhanced their power at the cost of their vitality. Just moments ago, Danzo had reveled in the superiority of his strike compared to Kakashi's, displaying a proud demeanor. The next instant, his sword was severed in half. While the 5 seals of the Crimson Sun formation grew exponentially stronger, gradually contracting towards the center. Danzo-sensei, show them the ultimate strength of our Uchiha clan, Sasuke exclaimed, excitement radiating from him. Surely, Danzo would unleash his full potential now, for he knew that the true complete form of Susanoo could surpass even the first Hokage's would release. Danzo turned his back to Sasuke, remaining silent. Kakashi quietly leaned closer to Sasuke, whispering in a tone audible to Danzo, your teacher can only reach the 3rd stage. Danzo stumbled slightly, quickly gritting his teeth. How could he concede in front of his pupil? And that damned Kakashi, couldn't he keep his voice down? Yet, he now possessed half of the eternal Mangekyo's power. Surely he could unlock the 4th stage, right? If only he had worked harder earlier. He wouldn't have had to sacrifice so many of his little comrades. Kakashi, I've been hiding my strength precisely to alleviate your pressure, yet you think I'm truly weak. Sasuke, watch closely. The 4th stage of divine power. Susanoo. Last episode answer. Duel Arena. This episode's Cloud Shadow test. Is the shark skin male or female? Chapter 59. The Earth-Shattering Star. Heavy casualties in the route. The evil Uchiha. Tuanzong narrowed his eyes, greedily fixated on the formidable figure of Dato within the 5-sealing sun array. The enigmatic space-time ninjutsu and the overwhelming Susanoo displayed Dato's extraordinary talent once more. Harnessing the power of an eternal kaleidoscope, he successfully awakened the 4th stage of Susanoo. A colossal blue skeletal structure enveloped his form, radiating a mysterious light as if imbued with boundless strength. The visage of Susanoo bore a fearsome countenance, its eyes glinting with a menacing light that exuded an aura of dread. Towering and majestic, it wielded a massive Susanoo sword, capable of effortlessly annihilating any adversary. Dato stood atop the head of Susanoo, feeling the immense power it bestowed, instilling him with confidence to vanquish any opponent. Kakashi, what do you think? With that, Dato swung the Susanoo sword towards the 5-sealing sun array, resulting in a more significant backlash for the ninjas outside. The 4th stage of Susanoo possessed a more potent chakra, making it increasingly difficult for the power of the sun to erode it. Nevertheless, the contraction of the five-ceiling sun array continued at a slow pace. In no time, several individuals would be utterly obliterated within. Indeed, Tuanzong had abandoned any thoughts of capturing them alive, struggling to propel Susanoo. Dato felt the powerful ocular and chakra energy rapidly deplete with each swing of the Susanoo sword. Kakashi was not idle either, without the need for words. The two of them coordinated a fierce assault on a specific target, both intent on dismantling the area piece by piece. The 10 elite ninjas applying the seals were on the verge of collapse, their condition far more feeble than during the Fourth Great Ninja War against Nagato. Tuanzong understood it was time to retreat. Having formed two shadow clones, he cast a glance at the chakra levels of Dato and Kakashi, which had diminished considerably, and resolutely made his decision. If I miss this opportunity, I may never have the chance to become Hokage, with all of my roots unleashed. I refuse to believe I cannot handle these three. Tuanzong wrestled with his thoughts momentarily before resolving to act. Having previously missed the Hokage position due to cowardice, would he allow himself to falter again? Besides, he still possessed that eye capable of altering everything. With this thought, Tuanzong's gaze sharpened. The five-ceiling sun array had shrunk to 100 meters, and the Susanoo giant was gradually being eroded by the sun's power. Just as Dato intended to activate his Kimui to escape with everyone, Nagato opened his eyes. What kind of eyes were they? Deep, devoid of any discernible emotions. The purplish-white Rinnegan bore intricate patterns that conveyed no feelings. Planetary devastation. Nagato clapped his hands, and a high-density chakra sphere, both evolving and collapsing, slowly ascended. Once liberated from the pull of gravity, this black orb began to voraciously absorb all energy within the vicinity, including the power of the sun and the sealing forces of the five-ceiling sun array. The sealing ninjas entangled with this array began to have their life force drawn away by the barrier. Tuanzong watched helplessly as a carefully nurtured young sealing prodigy from the Whirlpool clan was drained of all vitality, transforming into a mere skeleton, filling him with sorrow and pain. He squinted slightly and gently clapped his hands. Prepare to engage. In an instant, over 20 ninjas appeared, stepping forward to surround the area, completely enveloping the barrier. As soon as the barrier broke, they would unleash everything to prevent the escape of the individuals before them. The situation appears quite perilous. Dato had already retracted Susanoo, his Kamui flowing incessantly. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Naruto were sent into the Kamui space. The battlefield was now devoid of any combatants, and a true battle was about to erupt. The planetary devastation began to tremble violently, becoming increasingly unstable as the entire space tore apart. Subsequently, the 10 ninjas controlling the sealing techniques simultaneously succumbed to bloodshed, and the five-ceiling sun array was thoroughly breached. Universal pull, Nagato shouted, unhesitatingly unleashing the overwhelming power unique to the Rinnegan. Instantly, the dozens of individuals at the base were uncontrollably drawn towards the sky, where the planetary devastation was about to explode. Tuanzong felt himself suddenly liberated from gravity, and in the next moment, he was being propelled towards the sky. Filled with the power of the sun, panic surged within him, and he no longer considered the exposure of his right hand. The bandages burst open, and a massive tree began to sprout from the ground beneath him. Would release, great forest. The giant tree stood before him, preventing him from being uncontrollably launched into the sky. Once he managed to extricate his hand, he promptly used would release to ensnare several root members, ensuring they would not perish before the battle even commenced. Would release, life seed. With a gentle command, a massed root member swiftly formed hand seals, and countless green seeds fell like raindrops. Upon touching the ground, these seeds rooted and sprouted at an astonishing speed, transforming into sturdy vines in the blink of an eye. This masked man also mastered would release ninjutsu. These resilient vines ensnared several individuals, yet many others remained unrescued, continuing their ascent towards the heavens. Simultaneously, 2 root members clad in black robes began to disintegrate, morphing into a swarm of dense black insects. These insects rapidly dispersed, partially evading the effects of gravity. However, this was merely a temporary measure, unable to sustain itself for long. Super Beast Imitation, Cloud Bird. Another root member executed a unique ninjutsu, swiftly sketching a massive cloud bird in the air. The bird flapped its wide wings, gently lowering him back to the ground. At that moment, the the planetary devastation erupted completely, and the remaining elite root ninjas could no longer escape its overwhelming force. They were mercilessly torn apart by the power of the sun, unable to emit even a single cry of despair, and were reduced to ashes, dissipating into the air. Tuanzong watched in horror as 2/3 of his root members were annihilated. Tianzong, Sai, Yamanaka Fu, you deal with that Uchiha. Get to work, Longma, Hongya Sanyue. You handle that Kakashi. The remaining individuals are to confront this Whirlpool clan member alongside me. Tuanzong swiftly issued commands, and soon the assembled individuals divided into 3 teams, each identifying their respective opponents. It must be said that Tuanzong, as the leader of the root, perfectly tailored his strategies to counter the enemy's formation. Tianzong was specifically summoned from the Umbu to control the Nine Tails. He was also currently the most adept at using wood release and one of only 2 individuals capable of employing it. In confronting the formidable Daito, who wields the power of Susanoo, his wood release techniques proved to be exceptionally effective. As for the remaining Sai, his ability to utilize the super beast imitation technique for ranged assaults renders him less susceptible to the Uchiha Sharingan. Yamashiro Kazekage, being a member of the Yamashiro clan, is well versed in mental ninjutsu. Against Kakashi stands the Oil Woman clan, whose insect-based transformations inhibit Kakashi's mastery of blade techniques. Additionally, there are Nara Koyo, proficient in shadow binding technique, and Kazama Sogetsu, skilled in various ninja tools and taijutsu. On our side, Danzo faces immense pressure yet remains remarkably composed, even harboring a sense of anticipation. What does it matter if all root members sacrifice themselves for the position of Hokage? Meanwhile, Daito gazes at the Sharingan in Danzo's possession, his eyes ablaze with fury. Who is this man? How did he acquire so many Sharingan from our Uchiha clan? This is unforgivable. Daito's Susanoo power envelopes him once more. It appears they have assigned those individuals to confront me and Daito. Nagato, this one shall be yours to face. Kakashi unsheathes his white fang blade, adopting a warrior-esque stance. Since only 4 individuals have been designated to contend with him, he is eager to test their true organizational strength. Observing the unfolding scene, Kakashi feels a surge of anticipation, devoid of any panic. Even stripped of chakra, he possesses the capacity to fight vigorously all day long, given his commendable taijutsu skills. At that moment, Oil Woman Ryoma and Oil Woman Torigane simultaneously weave hand seals to perform their ninjutsu. Secret technique, Insect Swarm. As their incantation concludes, a multitude of insects erupts from their bodies, surging toward Kakashi like a black torrent. Shadow binding technique. Concurrently, Nara Koyo manipulates her shadows to closely pursue Kakashi, attempting to restrict his movements. Thousand Shuriken shadow clone technique. Lastly, Kazama Sogetsu, employing a summoning scroll, instantaneously unleashes thousands of shuriken, dispersing them into countless fragments. In an instant, the entire area becomes saturated with these weapons, creating a dense net of offensive maneuvers. One controls, another restricts movement, while the last 2 unleash toxic strikes. The environment becomes exceedingly complex, where even the slightest misstep could yield fatal consequences. However, Kakashi remains remarkably calm. Narrowing his eyes, he launches 3 kunai with unparalleled speed. These kunai penetrate the barricade of shuriken, with one striking precisely beside Oil Woman Ryoma and Oil Woman Torigane, while the other 2 land adjacent to the other 2 adversaries. In the blink of an eye, Kakashi vanishes, reappearing with his white fang blade ruthlessly piercing Nara Koyo's body. Though Koyo's shadow attempts to approach Kakashi through the shuriken, it is all too late. Her chest is impaled, blood swiftly staining her garments, leaving no time for her to utilize the body replacement technique. How could this be? Kazama Sogetsu is profoundly shaken, having never anticipated Kakashi to possess such capabilities. Alarm bells ring in his mind as he hastily employs the body replacement technique. The next moment, just as he feared, that lethal blade pierces through his substitute with the same angle and force. As Kazama breathes a sigh of relief, he suddenly feels a chill down his spine. Years of battle experience inform him that this is a signal of impending danger. Without a moment to spare, he conjures a massive shield at lightning speed to shield himself. In nearly the same instant, 2 sharp collision sounds echo. Kakashi had effortlessly thrown 2 kunai before plunging his white fang blade into Kazama. Kazama's eyes widen in disbelief as he gazes at the kunai embedded deep within his shield. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. His heart races, and his breath quickens. What technique is this? Kazama mutters, incredulous. Kakashi is a master of silent death. His prowess as a ninja is truly terrifying. Although Kazama narrowly escapes, his mind remains unsettled. He realizes that had he not reacted swiftly, he would have surely become a lifeless body. With this thought, his hands tremble slightly. This is the flying thunder god of the fourth Hokage. Oil Woman Ryoma discerns the origin of Kakashi's instantaneous technique. Utilizing insects, he casts away the kunai, refraining from closing the distance with Kakashi. Secret technique, toxic mist technique. Oil Woman Toragain begins to envelop herself in a layer of poisonous fog. Secret technique, insect barrier technique. Oil Woman Ryoma cooperatively cloaks the outer layer of the toxic mist with sensory-blocking insects. In an instant, they vanish without a trace within the poisonous haze. Beginning their infiltration toward Kakashi. Kakashi sneers. Insignificant tricks. Wind release. Blade wind tornado. A terrifying gale erupts, shredding the swarm of insects into mere dust. Meanwhile, Daito engages with Yamato and Sai. Wood release. Thorn killing technique. Yamato resolutely forms hand seals, as Daito's Susanoo giant, already battered by the sealing formations, becomes ensnared by Yamato's wood release. Wood release. Wood man technique. A colossal wooden statue is conjured by Yamato, seated upon the ground. Its wooden wheel above its head and hundreds of giant hands behind it. Compared to the first Hokage's wood man technique, Yamato's resembles a gigantic root sculpture, akin to a Buddha emerging, yet still capable of unleashing 5 nature transformations. Sealing technique, Tiger's gaze. Sai unhesitatingly draws his scroll, beginning to paint. The ink-painted tiger of the super beast imitation technique begins to tear at Daito's Susanoo giant. Aware that he cannot entirely seal Daito's Susanoo in one go, he aims to tear away portions of its flesh ensnared by Yamato's thorn-killing technique and seal them within the scroll. Mind-turn technique. At this moment, Yamashiro Kazekage has fully charged, directing this powerful Yamashiro clan secret technique at Daito within the Susanoo. They wear expressions of mild satisfaction, believing that the controlled Daito is now devoid of hope, trapped in a life-and-death crisis. Yet, Daito, with a smirk, declares, "Your coordination is indeed flawless, but you are mistaken. I am not limited to Susanoo." Daito dispels Susanoo, instantly regaining his freedom. Fire release. Fire Dragon Fireball. A torrent of flames, imbued with a ferocity surpassing standard fire release, morphs into a colossal fire dragon, ruthlessly shattering Yamato's thorn-killing technique. The ink-painted tiger also evaporates under the searing heat of the fire dragon. The fire dragon shows no signs of abating, continuing its relentless charge toward the wooden statue created by Yamato. Due to the inability to control anything beyond a straight line, the Wind of the Mountain's heart technique failed. Water release. Great waterfall technique. Without hesitation, Yamato also activated an immensely powerful water release, accompanied by the wooden clone. In an instant, a waterfall erupted from the wooden clone, covering a broader area and releasing more water than he could summon himself. Normally, fire release techniques would pose little threat to his wood release, merely drying out the summoned wood. However, facing a member of the Uchiha clan, he dared not be careless. Hadn't this individual just effortlessly shattered his Thorn of Death technique with a single ninjutsu? Ninjutsu, Ink Flow. Sai swiftly combined his Ink Flood technique with Yamato's Waterfall technique, directing it towards Daito. Unfortunately, upon mere contact with the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, both techniques were instantly evaporated. The two continued to exert their strength, consuming several breaths before finally extinguishing the fireball in front of the wooden clone. Regrettably, 2 subsequent techniques followed closely behind. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. Countless fireballs infused with terrifyingly high-temperature chakra surged towards the trio. Fire release, Headbutt. The headbutt, intermingled with Phoenix Fire, randomly exploded, creating a broad vacuum area. The wooden clone began to suffer damage, sustaining numerous cracks and charred pits. Daito, unimpressed, cast a disdainful glance at the 3, resolving to take lethal action. "You are so feeble that I see no reason to continue this trivial engagement." Divine Might. Observing Sai, who relied on the ink bird to unleash various super beast pseudo-paintings from above, Daito lost his patience. Sai suddenly sensed a tearing sensation in the surrounding space and hurriedly performed the ink clone technique. As he urgently relocated a certain distance, that tearing sensation swiftly followed. How could his speed of displacement compare to the swiftness of Dato's gaze? Now he could only attempt to curl himself into a ball, but it was already too late. Within the realm of Kemui, Zabuza and Haku sat beside the members of Team 7. Naruto remained puzzled as to why Haku was so beautiful, only to discover that he was a boy. Sakura, meanwhile, was beside Sasuke, worried about his recent bloody ordeal. Kakashi wore an expressionless face, seemingly still lost in contemplation over a statement made by Danzo moments earlier. Suddenly, a head fell from the sky without warning, startling everyone. What is that noise? Upon recognizing the sudden appearance of the head, Naruto let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Haku and Zabuza had long since grown accustomed to such occurrences. After enduring the trials of Tsukuyomi, Sasuke had developed a certain immunity to such sights. Though he still broke into a cold sweat. Naruto, can you refrain from your theatrics? Sakura scolded Naruto, who, upon seeing the object, clung to Sasuke's neck and shut his eyes, too frightened to look. Naruto felt a pang of jealousy, baring his teeth as he glanced at Sasuke and Sakura. And you, Sakura, let go of Sasuke. You're choking him. But tell me, whose head is this? Why did it just appear out of nowhere? Sai's pale head remained unblinking even in death. Outside, Dato watched as Sai's soul was consumed by Nagato's hell path, breathing a sigh of relief. Although their return to the Pure Land was inconsequential, it was best to avoid unnecessary complications. Yamato glanced at the sacrifice of his former comrade, increasing the frequency of his jutsu. Would release, would clone. He had just created 2 clones, only to have Dato erase their heads with his divine might. Shocked, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Meanwhile, the situation for the Wind of the Mountain was even more dire. After dodging 2 Phoenix Fire techniques, he was directly struck and turned into a charred husk, the air filled with the stench of burnt flesh. Yamato was determined to hold Dato back. He no longer expected to defeat him, but merely to restrain him from aiding his companions nearby. In a moment of carelessness, Yamato's mask shattered. Dato paused momentarily. Yamato? Although the wood release bloodline limit was not uncommon within the empire, it was still exceedingly rare, as not every member of the Senju clan possessed the wood release, like Hashirama. However, how could this world's Yamato utilize the wood release? Dato was perplexed. In his world, Yamato had nearly died from a severe illness during childhood, later subjected to experiments by Orochimaru, who implanted Hashirama's cells to ensure his survival, thus awakening his wood release. Could it be that this world's Orochimaru was similarly skilled in research? The thought of capturing him for the Empire's purposes or conducting experiments left Dato with no desire to kill. Better to capture him alive. This one is rather special. Currently, within the Empire, wood release was still quite rare, with a low probability of inheriting the bloodline limit, as the population of those capable of wood release was limited to only a few dozen. The Yamato from this alternate world had no rights whatsoever and could easily be taken for bold experimentation. Yamato noticed that the enemy's offensive had slowed and was no longer aggressive, leading him to deduce that Dato was likely running low on ocular power. Meanwhile, Kakashi's battle had escalated to a fever pitch. He drew forth the gravity rod concealed in his limbs. Thud! As the gravity rod struck the ground, a dull sound resonated, creating a massive deep crater. Having to wear this thing constantly is truly bothersome. Kakashi suddenly felt his limbs were weightless, freed from the pressure and pull of the gravity rod, feeling as swift as the wind and as light as a feather. Everyone, the game ends here. Although the members of the Yamanaka clan had transformed into tiny flying insects, Kakashi skillfully slashed through the heads of each insect with his white fang blade. Numerous dark insects fell to the ground, signaling the impending end of the Yamanaka clan members' lives. The situation increasingly turned unfavorable for Danzo. His battle with Nagato had also reached a critical juncture. Several of the ninjas at his side were annihilated in an instant as Nagato utilized universal pull to collide their bodies with the mechanical arms he tore from them. Azura Path, Mechanized Armor. Chapter 62, The Distressed Danzo, Izanagi. Wind Release, Vacuum Wave. Danzo suddenly opened his mouth, unleashing a highly compressed column of air that surged toward Nagato with formidable pressure and velocity. Shinra Tensei. However, Nagato showed no fear. He merely raised a hand, and an invisible force effortlessly dispersed the vacuum wave. Summoning Jutsu. Nagato swiftly formed hand seals, and as his seals shifted, a gigantic summoning beast from the realm of termination materialized. Simultaneously, other summoning beasts under his control appeared in an instant. unwilling to be outdone. Danzo also performed the summoning jutsu. With his voice echoing, a massive dream eater appeared beside him. Yet, in comparison to the beasts summoned by Nagato, Danzo's dream eater seemed somewhat lacking. Confronted by the colossal and imposing giant bird, the immensely powerful rhinoceros, the ferocious crab, the agile splitting dog, and the chameleon that revealed itself upon summoning, Danzo's summoned beasts appeared utterly incapable of mounting any resistance. A twinge of fear welled up within Danzo as he realized he may have underestimated the strength of his adversaries. Before him stood Nagato, who was able to summon such a multitude of formidable beasts simultaneously, while his own side required the collective efforts of the Dream Eater and all members of the Root to merely withstand these summoned creatures. Alas, all those skilled in sealing techniques on my side are dead. Watching as the enemy's summoned beasts could be slain only to emerge again as infants from the mouth of the King of Hell, Danzo felt a heavy weight in his heart. The enemy had effectively confined him with the mere power of their gaze. Nagato stared expressionlessly at his opponent, draining the souls of Root members he had slain using the Hungry Ghost Path. The Empire's expedition could not tolerate any obstacles. This group before him was undeniably formidable, and thus, the only recourse was to eliminate them as a warning. As time passed, the battle grew increasingly unfavorable for Danzo. He regretted not having fled from the outset. Shadow Clone Technique. Without hesitation, Danzo created 10 shadow clones, his true self mingling among them as half of the clones scattered to escape. The remaining clones engaged Nagato to distract him. Wood Release. Great Wood Pillar Technique. A robust tree erupted from the desert, temporarily restraining several summoned beasts, only to be swiftly cleaved apart by Nagato's Wind Release. Wind Release. Windblade. The summoned beasts broke free from their constraints and launched an all-out assault on the remaining Root ninjas. Nagato cast a glance at Danzo's retreating form and followed without hesitation. Behind him, Obito's voice resonated. Nagato, I'm coming. Remember to leave one alive. I need to know the origin of that eye he possesses. Obito cast an irritated glance at Dei, who was still casting Wood Release, lamenting his own inability to utilize anything but Fire Release. He had finally managed to fulfill one of the Emperor's tasks, yet the enemy was unwilling to be captured. A mere application of his Fire Release or Susanoo would surely result in their demise. How could he proceed? Observing Kakashi, who had concluded his battle and was reattaching his gravity rods, Obito blushed and called out, Kakashi, help me knock him out. My strength is too great. I fear he cannot withstand it. Kakashi's brow furrowed slightly at Obito's words. Obito, are you implying that I am weak? Obito hastily attempted to clarify his earlier statement. No. I merely meant your control over your strength is exquisite. Danzo raced toward Konoha, acutely aware of his shadow clones being obliterated one after another, suffering backlash in the process. The summoned beasts had also been gravely injured, automatically releasing their summoning. A sense of despair enveloped Danzo. His shadow clones had failed to create any diversion, as Nagato effortlessly dismantled them with his mastery of the 5 elemental natures. I have yet to become Hokage. Danzo's resolve intensified. He could not perish here. He had too many reasons to survive. Wind Release. Vacuum Sphere. Nagato expelled a ball of compressed air, infused with powerful cutting force, directed toward Danzo's final form. Here it comes. As expected, the moment the universal pull activated, Danzo felt his body uncontrollably drawn towards the vacuum sphere. His shadow clones had predominantly perished from this technique. Nagato's universal pull, combined with various elemental jutsu, was simply insurmountable. There was no evading it. Wood Release. Exploding Gun Tree. In an instant, Danzo's arms split open, conjuring a massive tree that took root in the ground, allowing him to escape the universal pull's grasp. The vacuum sphere collided with the tree, severing it in half, yet he narrowly avoided disaster. Fire Release. Great Fire Destruction. Nagato swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of flames that surged towards the wooden structure. The flames of Great Fire Destruction blazed with a fervent red, threatening to incinerate all in their path. Witnessing this, Danzo felt a surge of anxiety. He understood that should this raging inferno strike him, it would likely spell his end. He immediately employed powerful Wood Release techniques, summoning towering trees from the ground to form a sturdy defensive barrier. However, the sheer might of the Great Fire Destruction was overwhelming. The flames swiftly engulfed his defenses, the trees crackling under the intense heat. The clash between fire and would generate tremendous energy fluctuations. Flames consumed the wooden constructs. Billowing thick smoke, the acrid scent of charred wood permeating the air. Though the wood release was resilient, it began to weaken under the extreme temperatures of the great fire destruction. Nagato, what have you done? Obito's anguished voice echoed from afar, Kakashi following closely behind. Without this little man, how could I uncover the secrets of my clan's annihilation? Obito's words were exaggerated, yet without malice towards Nagato, as Sasuke's teacher. He sought to unearth the truth to prevent future burdens on Sasuke's heart. He would rely on him to become the premier instructor within the empire. Fear not. Even if he dies, I can imprison his soul, Obito remarked, glancing at Nagato, where the king of hell stood. Upon hearing this, Obito couldn't help but smile in flattery. I knew you were the most reliable, Nagato. The flames of great fire destruction spread, melting many grains into glimmering glass, and Danzo's presence faded entirely. Yet in the next moment, he appeared, gasping for breath, one of his Sharingan now closed. Is that Izanagi? Last issue's answer, alternating current, which has pulses and irregular forms. This issue's discussion, the ending of Naruto, the power rankings of Sage of Six Paths Madara, Sage of Six Paths Obito, Kaguya, Naruto. And Sasuke, what are the reasons? Half-Sage retort. Many brothers argue that Danzo could unify the ninja world, while the Empire's 3 legendary ninjas are inept. However, in these chapters, both Root and Danzo are utterly powerless against the onslaught, with the only diversion being 10 elite jonin using drugs to set up a ceiling barrier that managed to contain 3 individuals for a brief period. I have pondered this concern for quite some time, and both Naruto and Sasuke conceal Kaguya. The barrier set by 10 elite jonin to restrain 3 should not be considered a bug, right? Furthermore, consider the backgrounds of the 3, apart from Kakashi. The other 2 are akin to naive university students. However, more individuals from the Empire will soon be introduced. A hint, the Empire's Naruto and Sasuke will arrive. Chapter 63, The Roots in Darkness. Izanagi? Nagato and Kakashi both furrowed their brows slightly. This is a secret technique of the Uchiha clan, allowing one to reverse unfavorable situations on the battlefield, preserving advantageous circumstances at the cost of losing one Sharingan. Obito shared this information with the 2 of them. They had indeed heard of it. The 2 nodded in acknowledgement. However, you mentioned preserving advantageous situations. I have yet to see any benefits. Nagato frowned slightly, aware of his lack of practical experience. What advantages could Obito be referring to? Would it potentially impact the 3 of them? He had not perceived it. Obito glanced at Danzo, who appeared terrified, his arms and limbs trembling slightly. The only favorable situation for the opponent seems to be that they are still alive. Nagato sighed in relief, thinking it wasn't as ruthless as it appeared. Danzo's gaze was fixated on the 3 individuals ahead, a wave of despair rising within him. His despair did not stem from the thought of his own demise, but from the realization that he had unwittingly drawn such formidable foes to Konoha. Why? What kind of world do they inhabit? How could they possess such immense power? Danzo's eyes scanned Nagato and Itachi, completely disregarding Kakashi. There were 9 chances left. He needed to devise a plan to eliminate at least 2 of them. He absolutely could not allow Konoha to harbor such a terrifying threat. Nagato unleashed a couple of casual jutsu, prompting Danzo to expend 2 of his Sharingan to activate Izanagi. This stalemate could not continue. Danzo had firmly resolved himself. His gaze locked onto Nagato. He had made a decision. Compared to that Uchiha, the individual before him wielding the Rinnegan was far more suitable for employing Kotoa Mitsukami. Danzo tore away the bandage from his right eye, as 5 Sharingan implanted with Hashirama's cells simultaneously closed, to activate Shirsue's Sharingan in advance. Danzo unhesitatingly sacrificed them in exchange for the ocular power and chakra necessary to utilize Kotoa Mitsukami. Nagato sensed Danzo's unwavering gaze fixed upon him, and an ominous premonition surged within his heart. Danzo's right eye began to spin rapidly, transforming into a kaleidoscopic pattern. This was perilous. Against the Uchiha clan, the most dangerous aspect was the unknown ocular techniques. At this moment, witnessing Danzo activate his Mangekyo, Nagato resolutely employed Genjutsu, although he was not particularly adept at it. Under the enhancement of the Rinnegan, he could momentarily restrain Danzo. They were surrounded. Senju Tobarama kept his eyes closed, sensing the chakra fluctuations emanating from afar. It seemed to be the pursuit team from the Cloud Village, led by the Golden Horn, with approximately 20 members. Tobarama spoke gravely, including the second Hokage. There are only 7 of us. Mito Minion chimed in. In this situation, we must leave one person behind as bait to divert them. Uchiha Kagami calmly articulated his thoughts. Bait? In this scenario, that person would surely perish. Who will it be? Akimichi Torafu directed his gaze toward Tobarama, who was scanning the 6 individuals before him. Danzo's face reflected his inner turmoil. As he opened his eyes, he was transported back to that fateful day, the day that altered his destiny and filled him with lifelong regret. I am a ninja. From the very first day I became one, I was prepared to die on the battlefield. I cannot hesitate. I will go. I will go. Both Sarutobi Hisashi and Shimura Danzo voiced their intentions simultaneously. Danzo clenched his thigh tightly. Hisashi, let me handle this. I entrust everyone to you from now on. Enough. The bait will naturally be me. Tobarama interjected. You are all still young. The village cannot afford to lose you. You are the inheritors of the will of fire. No. Lord Tobarama, you are the Hokage. Let me be the one. Danzo insisted, thumping his chest. Danzo, I understand your and the monkey's spirit of sacrifice. But now is not the time for reckless heroism. What you all need to do is unite and swiftly retreat under my cover. As he spoke, Tobarama's gaze swept across their faces, finally settling on Sarutobi Hisashi. Monkey, protect those who admire and trust you. Become someone worthy of the next generation. Starting tomorrow, you will be the Hokage. Danzo's pupils constricted. Why? Why was he not chosen? No. Wait. Am I not supposed to be safeguarding Konoha against the 3 legendary ninjas from a parallel universe? Is this an illusion? Danzo's eyes flew open, only to find Kakashi charging at him with a blade. Yet, how could a mere blade outpace his consciousness? Kodo Amitsukami. At this moment, Danzo successfully activated the technique, his ocular power infiltrating the mind of his opponent. Now, he merely needed to implant his thoughts into their consciousness to complete the technique. You will forever obey me. This was the thought he implanted at that moment. Nagato staggered, his Rinnegan not truly belonging to him. Thus its effectiveness was significantly diminished. Moreover, as he was not of the Uchiha clan, the burden of utilizing the Rinnegan was considerable. Despite the 6 paths chakra solution provided by the Emperor, it merely reduced consumption without increasing the limit of ocular power usage. Danzo's eyes did not belong to him either. But with Hashirama's cells and the 5 sacrificed eyes providing ocular power, he could currently exert 8/10 of Shursue's power. However, attempting to control someone wielding the Rinnegan with the Mangekyo was ultimately a fool's errand. He could feel the resistance of the opposing consciousness against his attempt to implant his will, and reluctantly, he had to modify his subjective intent into a more subtle, objective influence. Protect Konoha with your life. This was his next thought. Nagato clutched his head, writhing in agony. Kakashi's blade had already pressed against his neck, and he felt the coldness of the steel against his skin. Seeing the potential for success, Danzo altered his thought once more. Let Konoha endure forever. At this moment, Danzo sensed his ocular power rapidly depleting, realizing that his attempt at consciousness manipulation had succeeded. A smile crept onto his face, and the next instant, the blade glided past his head, his body becoming transparent and slowly vanishing. In the next moment, he reappeared. Kakashi, upon his reappearance, cleaved him in two with the white fang blade. His Sharingan had finally been completely exhausted after several encounters. You have no more chances, old man. Reveal the secrets of those eyes in your possession. Itachi's gaze was fixed upon Danzo's right eye as he retrieved a petri dish, preparing to capture the Mangekyo. Ha 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 ha. Danzo suddenly erupted into laughter. Nagato had already been implanted with his thoughts, and the 2 individuals stood right beside him. He was about to fulfill the mission of his final task. For the world of ninjas. For Konoha, I will not allow you to live. With that, Danzo tore open his clothing, and a torrent of black blood surged forth. Chapter 64, Danzo's Demise, Entering the Sand Village. The 4-symbol seal. Danzo revealed the sealing technique he had long concealed within his body. Blood poured forth through the seal, transforming into a torrent of black water. Although the jutsu was instantaneous, it was still possible to escape, despite its rapid coverage compared to the exaggerated evasions of Sasuke in the original world. Kakashi activated the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly appearing beside Nagato. As for Itachi, he instinctively phased out of his corporeal form. Seeing Danzo still frozen in place, Kakashi grew anxious. Itachi, what are you waiting for? Hurry and retreat. Itachi's face displayed a struggle. His Mangekyo still had utility. Come back. Nagato is not in a good state. I can't discern the roots of this sealing technique. Upon hearing this, Itachi ultimately chose to withdraw. Although I aspire to achieve great deeds, I cannot harbor unwavering confidence in my abilities under the current circumstances. Should the opponent's sealing techniques prove excessively formidable, coupled with Nagato's compromised state, my presence here could result in significant losses. As for Danzo, he is far too preoccupied to attend to the two of us at this moment. Hisashi, I ultimately fall short in comparison to you. Regrettably, I have yet to ascend to the position of Hokage. You are the radiant leaf basking in sunlight, while I am but the root buried in darkness. Now, I can no longer draw nourishment for Konoha. Henceforth, let the roots I have newly established safeguard the village. Hisashi, you must ensure the enduring existence of Konoha. Dato and Kakashi observed Danzo from the sidelines, their hearts heavy with emotion. This individual is indeed ruthless. It is a pity he bore the seals upon his body. As they spoke, Dato returned to Danzo's corpse. His eyes have been destroyed. Alas, he was a commendable adversary. Out of respect for him, Dato resolved to utilize his remains as material for constructing a future interdimensional transit pathway within the Kamui space. Kakashi listened in a daze to the report from Tenzo. Captain Kakashi, the roots have been nearly obliterated. How are the three of them faring? Kakashi inquired, essentially unscathed. What? Kakashi knew the trio was formidable, yet he had never anticipated their strength to be so overwhelming. Reflecting on his own previous encounters with two of them, he could not help but feel a sense of relief that he was still alive. However, the thought of Konoha's potential demise left him with an odd sensation. Is it sorrow? Not quite. In the next moment, the space warped. Just as they believed they could see the light of day again, Danzo's body plummeted into the void like a dead dog. This is Danzo. Kakashi and Yamato's pupils constricted. The individual who had tirelessly labored for Konoha since its inception has actually perished. Both were engulfed in conflicting emotions. The unification of the parallel ninja realms is inevitable. They began to ponder. Outside, Nagato felt a sense of disorientation. Clearly, the influence of Danzo's use of the Kotoeme Tsukumi had left a profound impact on him. Initially, there was a notion that compelled him to submit to Danzo. The pressure of that idea was immense, yet he dismissed it with disdain. The subsequent thought urging him to protect Konoha was laughable. Was there even a need to safeguard such a Konoha with his life? He still did not accept that notion. Ultimately, the idea of ensuring Konoha's eternal existence emerged. It is a noble aspiration, yet simultaneously an exceedingly arduous task. However, when this thought entered his mind, it seemed to merge with his very consciousness. Konoha's eternal existence, indeed, under the glorious radiance of the great empire, beneath the principles of national equality in a unified realm, guided by the tenets of red communism. Only then can Konoha truly endure. To ensure Konoha's permanence, the unification of the ninja world must be realized. To secure Konoha's survival, the system of ninja villages must be abolished. Only in this way can Konoha exist forever, eternally. Nagato turned his gaze toward Konoha, his resolve growing more steadfast. Nagato. You. Kakashi sensed the overwhelming, sword-like aura emanating from Nagato, causing a bead of cold sweat to trickle down his forehead. Nagato, are you all right? Nagato nodded. I am fine. I will ensure Konoha's everlasting existence. I shall illuminate this wretched world with the Emperor's ideology and the Empire's radiance. Kakashi, Dato, I need your cooperation. Dato and Kakashi exchanged bewildered glances at the suddenly fervent Nagato. Indeed, we will certainly cooperate. Our ideologies, thoughts, and missions align. Dato replied with confusion. Yes. Now, let us depart. Destination, Sunagakure. All the souls of the root ninjas have been consumed by the King of Hell. Only Danzo has been sacrificed to the afterlife. To facilitate their journey, Nagato summoned a giant bird, while the other summoned beasts were returned to the realm of oblivion. With each flap of the giant bird's wings, the distant landscape seemed to recede. Sasuke, released by Dato, initially felt apprehensive, but soon stood on the bird, overwhelmed with emotions as he gazed down upon the land. Sasuke, my dear apprentice, familiarize yourself with this sensation, revel in it. We Uchiha are born to soar as eagles high above the heavens. Dato encouraged Sasuke, who eagerly nodded in agreement. In the land of wind, Sunagakure stands as a colossal city amidst the desert, nestled among towering mountains. Its grand scale and magnificent sights evoking awe. Even from afar, one can perceive its unparalleled grandeur. In contrast to Konoha, the structures in Sunagakure exhibit a brown hue, seamlessly blending with the surrounding desert environment. Despite the protective mountains and imposing city walls, the relentless winds and sands continue to infiltrate from all directions. These sands permeate the village, imparting a sense of desolation and decay. While the village's architecture is vast and powerful, it lacks vitality and vigor. They resemble fortresses in the desert, sturdy yet unyielding, devoid of any compassion for life. This atmosphere renders the entire village exceptionally silent, as if time itself has come to a standstill. This unique geographical environment has shaped Sunagakure's distinct character as a tourist destination. It possesses unique charm and could yield substantial profits from ticket sales. However, as a place of residence, it is utterly inadequate. It is hard to fathom how the inhabitants of this windswept land managed to survive amidst such conditions. Dato had encountered glimpses of Sunagakure in geography textbooks. Although it may not match Konoha's prosperity, it is not as if it were a desolate wasteland. The Empire's greening initiatives for the Land of Wind may have been stalled due to the interdimensional transit pathways. Yet countless graduates from various universities and mid-level ninjas continue to strive to improve their hometowns every year. Currently, Sunagakure, while not a verdant paradise, is not perpetually engulfed by swirling sands, nor do its inhabitants need to don white veils to shield themselves from the scorching sun and dust. This issue's Yunin test. What is the longest jutsu name in Naruto? Chapter 65. Obito, Dato, you brother. In the land of rain, within a hidden cavern, Obito slowly emerged from the ground, gazing at the masked figure cloaked in a red cloud-black robe, a smirk playing on his lips. Obito, recent events in the ninja world have been quite significant. The masked man showed no interest in Obito's words. His gaze fixated on the walls adorned with Sharingan immersed in cultivation fluid, lost in thought. Unperturbed by the man's indifference, Obito chuckled. I hope that once I finish speaking, you can still remain as composed as you are now. The masked man turned his head slightly, the Sharingan concealed beneath the mask quietly scrutinizing him. Obito felt uneasy under that gaze and reined in his playful demeanor. According to the messages relayed by my doppelganger in the Land of Waves, they witnessed the extraction of the 9 tails from the Jinchuriki by Nagato. Obito's pupils constricted slightly. Nagato? Impossible. Was it Pain who did it? Obito retorted. No. It was not Pain. It was indeed Nagato, the one with red hair and the Rinnegan. Furthermore, there's an intriguing detail. I discovered 2 Kakashis on site, as well as your brother. Heh, he looks just like you, as if crafted from the same mold. I didn't realize you had a brother. Your family has kept that a well-guarded secret. Face tone shifted from serious to teasing. Obito glanced at Faye with his Sharingan, his brow furrowing slightly. Kuro, go check if he's under Jinjutsu. I couldn't discern anything with my Sharingan. Faye smirked at the smudge of blackness drifting from Obito. Obito, I've watched you grow. Do you not trust me even a little? Ignoring him, Obito soon heard Kuro's voice echoing from the mouth of Shiro. Faye was correct. The Shiro clone in the Land of Waves indeed saw Nagato absorb the 9 tails, and there were 2 Kakashis along with your brother. Obito, when did you acquire a brother? Even Kuro was puzzled. Obito looked bewildered, his frown deepening. I will go find Nagato and inquire about the situation. You all keep an eye on this place. With that, Obito's form was gradually drawn into that eye, vanishing from sight. In the Land of Wind, Sunagakure, surrounded by towering mountains, it was a natural fortress, difficult to breach. Here, as long as the gates of Sunagakure were well guarded, enemies would find it nearly impossible to infiltrate. Of course, that was unless they came from the skies. At this moment, the giant bird had been dismissed by Nagato, and the 3 individuals plummeted freely to the ground. Due to the effects of gravity, they had to constantly utilize chakra to control the sound and disturbance of their descent. Nagato, employing the lightweight rock technique, became as light as a feather upon landing. Obito summoned a cube with Kamui to step on, dissipating his momentum. Kakashi relied solely on taijutsu, rolling upon impact to lessen the force, absorbing the shock through his body. As for the second pillar, despite his anxious expression, he refrained from uttering a sound. As he neared the ground, he couldn't close his eyes, channeling all his chakra into his legs. However, in the next instant, he felt as light as a feather. Universal pull. Nagato silently retracted this technique after Sasuke landed. Obito, Sasuke's mentor is you, not Nagato. Can you not be so self-absorbed? Kakashi couldn't help but interject. Obito chuckled, straightening up when Sasuke cast him a glance. Ahem. I naturally have my ways to ensure your safe landing. I was merely testing you. Obito's words carried a hint of awkwardness. All right, I did indeed forget. Sasuke thought to himself, feeling a sense of embarrassment at Obito's demeanor. Family, we live another day. By the way, is it too late to change masters? The descent of the four did not attract the attention of a single soul in Sunagakure, prompting them to form a rough assessment of the village's defensive capabilities and strength. One must admit, the impoverished are also weak. We did not conceal ourselves much. Yet not a soul noticed us. Obito released the individuals from Kimui's space, as delaying any longer would result in unfortunate consequences for them within. He had plans to arrange the space to his liking. Finally out, I could have suffocated in there. Naruto gasped for fresh air, only to have the wind and sand fill his mouth. Cough, cough, what is this? Naruto glanced around at the environment, starkly contrasting with that of Konoha, and found himself momentarily stunned. Kakashi-sensei, Nagato and I, where is this place? This should be Sunagakure. Zabuza provided the answer. Yamato trailed behind, silent, as his chakra was sealed, rendering him and Kakashi merely background figures. As for rebellion, for now, that was best left unconsidered. We must find a way to gather intelligence here. What if there is a chance to return to Konoha in the future? Yamato pondered, reflecting Kakashi's thoughts. Before conveying this idea, Kakashi had hesitated. Is there still a chance to return to Konoha? However, he feared that Yamato's stubbornness might lead to his demise. Their group had expanded from the initial 3 in the Empire to 10. The 4 from Team 7, along with Zabuza and Haku, as well as Yamato. Let us find a place to eat something and gather intelligence. Kakashi commanded. In any situation, intelligence remains paramount. Although the One Tail resides in Sunagakure, its exact location is uncertain. Should the Jinchuriki become frightened before revealing themselves, it would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The 10 split into 3 groups to gather information. Nagato took Naruto and Sasuke. Kakashi accompanied Yamato. Zabuza led Sakura and Haku. Obito opted to act alone, seeking to collect vital materials for constructing a teleportation pathway within Sunagakure, lest they alert the enemy while transferring supplies. Having regained his execution blade, Zabuza, for the time being, earned the trust of the 3 due to his substantial accumulation of wealth. As for inflicting damage upon other ninja villages, he welcomed their swift demise. Thus, he fiercely threatened Sakura before fervently collecting intelligence with Haku. The dead do not hinder the living. Sunagakure, you impoverished place should have perished long ago, Zabuza proclaimed. Entering a clothing store with Haku to procure matching accessories, while simultaneously gathering information about the current state of Sunagakure. Nagato, on the other hand, lacked Zabuza's concerns. In his view, gathering intelligence was simply a matter of visiting an establishment to drink tea and dine, dispersing wealth in the process. After all, that was precisely what he had done upon arrival. This straightforward and brute force method sufficed, as he didn't expect to extract any significant intelligence, merely an overview. He trusted that no one could withstand a single blast from his Deva path. Chapter 66. Entering Sunagakure, the sand and gold trade? Kakashi and Yamato, loyal believers of Konoha, were no longer confined to Kimui's space, a decision made by Kakashi after careful contemplation. After all, they were unfamiliar with this place, and their understanding of Sunagakure's circumstances was somewhat greater. With their presence, they could more effectively discern the authenticity of the information gathered. A peace treaty existed between Konoha and Sunagakure. Although the specific details remained unknown, at least they should possess some knowledge of the situation. If they could manage to extract information from them, it would greatly aid in navigating the current predicament. Compared to Nagato and Obito, Kakashi had engaged with the Empire's core and executed missions from an earlier age, experiencing more and possessing a relatively mature mindset. Additionally, there were psychological factors at play. Their loyalty lay solely with Konoha, and they would certainly seize any opportunity to strike at the enemy nation. Thus, there was no risk of them withholding critical information. Even the 2 individuals were delighted to share more information with them. Kakashi guided these 2 from Konoha through the streets and alleys of Sunagakure, subtly probing for details, while Yamato and Kakashi feigned innocence, revealing everything they knew about Sunagakure. What? The 3rd Kazekage was powerful but died mysteriously? The esteemed Kazekage developed magnet release specifically to extract rare metals for the finances of Sunagakure? Hey, Dato, did you hear that? Sunagakure possesses many rare minerals like gold sand, which are precious materials for constructing teleportation pathways. Kakashi gleaned a wealth of information from their conversation, and both Kakashi and Yamato felt a mix of sorrow and relief for the impending fate of Sunagakure. It was likely that Sunagakure would become a forward base for the three legendary ninjas of the Empire to establish cross-border teleportation routes. The good news was that Konoha had temporarily escaped disaster. With Sunagakure around, they could withstand the onslaught for a while, if not avoiding losses, at least buying some time. The bad news was that if Sunagakure could fall, Konoha's collapse was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, Nagato, Sasuke, and Naruto found themselves in a modest tavern. Lavishly, Nagato ordered drinks for everyone present, significantly reducing the hostility directed at the three enigmatic figures. "You're not locals, are you?" A dark-skinned, older man with bleary eyes approached them, reeking of alcohol. Nagato slightly furrowed his brow, but quickly concealed his reaction. "We've been engaged in commerce for generations and have heard tales of the abundant minerals in your Sunagakure. We brought our two young ones to seek some fortune here." Nagato smiled. Naruto marveled inwardly, realizing that his elder brother Nagato, seemingly honest and straightforward, could tell a fib with such ease and composure. Sasuke sipped his tea, appearing indifferent. Yet his ears perked up with interest. So, this was a viable excuse. How foolish of him to remain tense, fearing exposure. You're here for gold sand too, aren't you?" What a pity. Upon hearing the man's hesitance, Nagato's interest was piqued. There might be potential here. However, the man fell silent, pouting, his gaze peering into an empty bottle, then glancing at Nagato, deliberately tilting the bottle to shake it. After a long pause, a single drop slowly emerged, which the drunken old man greedily licked away. Observing this spectacle, Nagato realized the man's intentions. Though internally disdainful, he maintained a courteous demeanor. "Hey, could you get this old man a few more bottles of your finest?" With the treasures provided by Zabuza, the group felt affluent. The old drunkard, upon hearing Nagato's request, beamed with delight and continued to chatter. "Previously, I would have said you could profit handsomely from reselling gold sand, but that is no longer feasible." "Oh, how unfortunate. May I inquire about the reason?" Nagato feigned a look of regret. In the past, he had dismissed such concerns, but now, with his experiences in the ninja world, he understood that the means to an end mattered little, as long as the outcome was favorable. For instance, the permanent peace brought about by the Empire's slaughter of a third of the ninja population. Countless voices proclaimed that the ninja world was finished, utterly doomed. He had once found the process difficult to accept, but now he realized that as long as the result was good, all was well. With the Empire's current knowledge and results as a reference, did the process still hold significance? The inebriated man, satisfied with Nagato's demeanor, glanced around to ensure no one was overly attentive before speaking gravely. "If it were anyone else, I wouldn't share this, but considering your generosity with drinks, I'm willing to divulge this secret. If you're looking for gold sand, I'm afraid there's none left. Even if there were, it would be exorbitantly priced. It's likely that there won't be any gold sand business to pursue in the future. Instead, I have a good suggestion. Our Sunagakure is perpetually lacking in various fruits. You might consider finding a way to supply some. If preservation proves challenging, you could brew wine for sale. There is certainly a substantial market for it." The old drunkard licked his lips, appearing enthralled. Noticing Sasuke and Naruto's stares, he felt a flush of embarrassment. "Why are you looking at me? It's not just me. Many here enjoy it." Nagato nodded, recalling his studies in psychology within the Empire. By echoing the old man's sentiments and adding compliments, he could quickly bridge the gap between them. Tentatively, he responded, "Absolutely, old senior. I'll remember your words. Your needs are essentially everyone's needs." The old drunkard chuckled foolishly, gesturing for Nagato to consider that this was merely a humble suggestion. "Not a problem, old senior. However, I wish to inquire why the gold sand trade has become so challenging." Nagato lowered his voice, revealing 2 gold nuggets in his hand. The old drunkard's eyes widened, nearly drooling. "My goodness, what are those? Gold the size of pigeon eggs. How much could I exchange for this? I could drink freely for years." Alas! In the next moment, Nagato clenched his hand around the gold. The old drunkard, recognizing the value of the individual before him, gritted his teeth and resolved to divulge everything. After all, he was merely a businessman. Sharing this well-known secret could earn him a couple of golden eggs. Why not seize the opportunity? I don't believe this merchant will cause any negative repercussions for Sunagakure upon learning this information. Last episode answer. The secret technique of taijutsu, super fire release, illusion technique, and the big shuriken technique, used by Hashirama to boast to Madara in his childhood. Followed by the techniques everyone mentions of Minato. Current episode test. What is the well-known secret the old drunkard mentioned? Chapter 67. The Kazekage has left? The Jinchuriki has departed? The old drunkard glanced warily around once more, then leaned closer to Nagato, whispering, I'm telling you this because I feel a connection. You must not disclose this to anyone else. Our Kazekage has temporarily left the village, and now the demand for gold sand is overwhelming, far exceeding supply. Thus, I advise you to explore other business opportunities. Nagato's brow furrowed slightly. The Kazekage has left the village? Could it be that they are aware of our situation and seeking reinforcements? No, that is not right. When did we leak any information? That is impossible. Seeing Nagato's incredulity and his refusal to relinquish the gold nuggets, the old drunkard, though intoxicated, understood that mere words would not sway him. He took a deep breath and decided to divulge more. I can tell you're a level-headed individual, but you must keep this to yourself. My son is a ninja, and he informed me of this. The Kazekage has taken the Jinchuriki to Konoha. It's unlikely he'll return anytime soon. As for the gold sand trade you were hoping for, it seems bleak. The Hidden Leaf Village now lies in a state of weakness. Our esteemed Wind Shadow has ventured to Konoha. According to my son, he claims that all the elites from Sunagakure have accompanied him, ostensibly to execute Konoha's destruction plan. Consequently, we may soon be able to depart from this wretched place. Thus, it is highly likely that our sand gold business will come to an end. The old drunkard poured out the information he had like beans from a bamboo tube. It is hardly his fault for being so agitated. The allure of the golden beans in his hands was simply too captivating. Nagato remained silent for a moment before placing a golden bead in the old man's hand. Thank you, esteemed elder. With this knowledge, I am now enlightened. After settling the bill, he departed with Sasuke and Naruto, leaving the old drunkard clutching a golden bean and cursing Nagato for his lack of martial ethics. Outside, Nagato concealed himself alongside Sasuke and Naruto in the shadows. New information. He transmitted the details via his wristband to Dato and Kakashi. The Wind Shadow is not in Sunagakure. Additionally, it seems the Jinchuriki has also departed. According to my reconnaissance, they are likely heading to Konoha, presumably to carry out some plan of destruction. Meanwhile, Kakashi relayed the information to Yamato and himself. What? The Konoha destruction plan? Yamato exclaimed, astonished. These wretched individuals. They had signed a peace treaty with Konoha, and yet they seized this opportunity. How despicable. Kakashi gritted his teeth. He longed to relay this news back to his village, yet he felt a profound sense of helplessness in his current predicament. This opportunity? Kakashi seized upon the flaw in Kakashi's words. Yes, the Chunin exams are imminent, and we have invited individuals from other ninja villages to participate in assessments in Konoha. As a former Umbu captain and the current instructor of Team 7, Kakashi had been aware of the village's arrangements and intelligence for months. Sharing this context was merely to introduce the background. He also felt some anticipation that these individuals might intercept their comrades from Sunagakure in light of the Jinchuriki's presence. Understood. Dato, do you have any developments on your end? Kakashi sent the message to Dato, who was currently in a secret warehouse within Sunagakure. He gazed in awe at the towering piles of sand gold that had accumulated since the era of the Third Wind Shadow. This desert village appears impoverished, yet it is, in fact, exceedingly wealthy. I nearly fell for their ruse. Dato lamented, recalling the desolate scenery outside Sunagakure and feeling pity for its people, unaware of the immense wealth they had amassed. Various metals, an abundance of sand, gold, and iron. Such strategic resources are of paramount importance within the empire. Who would have thought they had stockpiled so much? The empire largely still relied on antiquated gold mining methods, as magnet release ninjas had other, more pressing duties, and the consumption was considerable. However, the Wind Shadow himself had acted as a gold miner, and due to supply and demand, a vast quantity of rare metal resources had been accumulated. What a waste. Dato scoffed. If these resources were utilized wisely, they could arm Sunagakure to the teeth or develop numerous technological tools for the convenience of their citizens. Yet, the people of Sunagakure had hoarded everything. Money begets money. Hoarding will only lead to depreciation. His wristband vibrated once again. Kakashi had sent a message. Dato suppressed his excitement, and hastily replied, "Kakashi, it's all good. You have no idea how much sand, gold, and iron this village has stockpiled. With their resources and half of the Nine Tails, we can open a temporary teleportation portal. And as the Emperor mentioned, we can adjust our coordinates in this world, enabling uninterrupted communication with the Empire." Kakashi felt invigorated upon reading Dato's message. Finally, they were on the verge of accomplishing a part of their plan. Yet, he harbored a deep-seated fear that someone might destroy that coordinate, leaving them stranded in this world. He could not bear to remain here any longer. There was no ghostly father, nor a cohabiting girlfriend. Considering the time, several chapters should have updated by now. I would love to return and check. Dato, well done. Store all those resources. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. There may be other locations where resources are stored. Make sure to search thoroughly. Dato quickly acknowledged the message. At this moment, Kakashi observed the dark-hearted Kakashi, who had thoroughly depleted Sunagakure, yet wore an unconcerned expression. He tentatively inquired, "Didn't you say the Empire was wonderful? Why then do you act so nonchalantly while plundering their resources?" Kakashi shot him a glance and replied earnestly, "What do you mean by plundering? This is merely borrowing. Once our Empire's formidable warriors and scientific talents arrive, those willing to embrace the Empire's ideology will experience a rebirth. In return, they will receive at least tenfold, if not 100-fold, of what we take from them." Kakashi asserted firmly, "All right, I shall not prolong this conversation. Since Dato has located suitable materials, we merely need to persuade the people of Sunagakure to construct the teleportation portal." It must be said, the environment of Sunagakure is quite splendid. It is a remote and desolate area, likely devoid of visitors, perfect as a forward outpost for the Empire. A genuine smile finally graced Kakashi's face after such a long absence. "Huh, persuade Sunagakure? How do you intend to persuade them?" Kakashi questioned, puzzled by his own transformation into something he could not comprehend. Naturally. We will persuade them with words. I will first enlighten them about the Empire's philosophy." Yamato raised an eyebrow. "How could they possibly accept your ideology?" Kakashi nodded in agreement. "You have a point. If words cannot persuade, then we shall resort to this." Chapter 68, Guest from Afar, Earth Dragon Bullet. As Kakashi drew forth the white fang sword, both individuals were rendered speechless. In the end, it seemed they would rely on brute force to instill their ideology. The Empire is truly terrifying. Don't wear those expressions. Once the teleportation portal opens, you two will definitely be the first to be thrown in for experimentation. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, the two men did not react much. "Who are you?" Suddenly, the three were spotted by a patrol of ninjas, who approached them with grave expressions. One among them appeared to recognize Kakashi, his face paling as he exclaimed, "You are the White Fang of Konoha?" The White Fang of Konoha. This was the ninja who had slain countless elites from Sunagakure. That white hair and that blade. This was indeed the White Fang of Konoha. "Quick, inform Lady Chiyo." The patrol team immediately split, with 2 members sprinting towards the Wind Shadow Tower, while the remaining members eyed the trio with utmost vigilance. "What are you doing? What are you all doing?" A nearby elite jonin, having heard the commotion, rushed over. "What's the matter with the White Fang of Konoha? They traveled from afar as guests. Is this how you treat visitors? Have you forgotten the peace treaty we signed with Konoha?" The elite jonin rebuked the others, then turned to Kakashi and his companions, who were still in a state of confusion. Quickly, he approached them with an apologetic smile. "Please, do not take offense. Our village has been in a constant state of readiness for battle. Everyone is simply too tense." As he spoke, the elite jonin patted Kakashi on the shoulder. The remaining individuals subtly formed an encirclement around the three. "Is that so? I understand. Kakashi nodded. "We have come with goodwill and intentions of peace. We wish to utilize the grounds of your village for a moment." "Oh, is that so? Since you are friends from the Leaf, then the use of the grounds is certainly permissible." The elite jonin from the Sand Village expressed his stance with great ease. However, his actions contradicted his words. The commotion had already attracted the attention of the hidden sentinels within the Sand Village, and another squad of jonin hastily arrived at the scene. "I have long heard that Leaf ninjas are the most formidable. Before using the grounds, I would like to consult with you." As he spoke, his arm began to exude flowing sand, enveloping Kakashi entirely. Kakashi sneered coldly, then swung his blade, instantly severing the grains that scattered uncontrollably to the ground. "How is that possible?" The sand ninja clutched his shoulder, unable to recover, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could utilize the sand technique to transform his body into sand, which not only granted him greater strength than his current form, but also allowed him to repair himself with chakra at any moment. But why could he not restore his arm? As the sand ninja observed the layer of chakra enveloping Kakashi's blade, the reason dawned upon him. The white fang of the leaf. Truly, it lived up to its reputation. Gritting his teeth, he leapt back, distancing himself from the three. Although I do not understand why you have come to our sand village, now that you are here, you shall remain forever. Earth-style, flowing sand. The sand ninja formed hand seals, and the ground beneath the three transformed into quicksand. A mere trick. Earth-style, earthquake core. Kakashi also formed hand seals. Being well-versed in all 5 elemental natures, he knew over 10 methods to counter the quicksand beneath them. As Kakashi completed his seals, the sand beneath their feet was compacted, solidifying the ground with chakra, rendering it impervious to any ninjutsu. Quite impressive, the sand ninja praised. In that case, let us not hold back. Attack. Earth-style, Earth Dragon Bullet. The sand ninja unleashed an Earth Dragon Bullet larger than the others. Wind-style, Wind Hiding Technique. One sand ninja slowly dissipated into the air with the wind. Fire-style, Crimson Sand. The red sand formed hand seals, combining sand and fire techniques to unleash a torrent of scorching, hard grains from his mouth. Sand-style, Sand Curtain. Sand Clone Technique. A vast expanse of sand engulfed the area where Kakashi stood, while 2 sand ninjas created numerous clones to attempt to disrupt Kakashi's focus. Kakashi sneered, slowly twirling the white fang blade in his hand. A mere trick. Blade Tornado. Kakashi relied solely on taijutsu and the technique of wielding the white fang to conjure a blade-tipped tornado, successfully blocking the crimson sand and the earth dragon bullet. Wind-style, Gale Blade. Following that, Kakashi's blade, imbued with wind-style, sliced through the dense smoke and dust. Surrender now. I do not wish to cause unnecessary bloodshed. Kakashi threw 2 kunai. The sand ninja scoffed at Kakashi's words. Arrogant. Sand Armor. Rock Technique. He activated both techniques on himself and was just about to use his special flowing sand body to counter Kakashi when, in the next instant, Kakashi vanished. What happened? Where did he go? He watched as the other 2 remained motionless, a surge of fury filling his heart. These leaf ninjas are too arrogant. Does one man think he can take on all of us? The next moment, Kakashi reappeared behind him, the white fang blade gliding past his neck. Despite the dual enhancements of the rock technique and sand armor, he was still beheaded in a single stroke. The nearby sand ninjas gasped in shock. Surrender now. Unfortunately, in the face of the man who just killed their captain, their anger surged, completely disregarding Kakashi's words. How dare you kill our captain? Here, within the sand village? Do you wish to incite war between our nations? The red sand looked at Kakashi in disbelief. How could he? Wasn't the leaf known for its cowardice and ineptitude? They had previously sought peace, even willing to sell out their own clans Byakugan to others. Why the sudden boldness? War? You hardly have the qualifications for such a thing. Kakashi declared before vanishing once more, reappearing beside the fallen figure of the wind hiding technique user. It was a lithe woman, her form transformed into wind. Yet for some unknown reason, she was still snatched by Kakashi. What you rely upon is merely the ability to transform into sand and wind. Now that I have dealt with 2 of you, surrender. The persistence of the weak is meaningless. Kakashi regarded them with a hint of exasperation. Surely, killing 2 should serve as a warning, right? Alas, he underestimated the bonds they shared. I will kill you. As a few of them charged at him frantically, Kakashi had no choice but to render them all unconscious. With the one tail absent, the chakra of the 9 tails was halved. Although these individuals possessed negligible chakra, collectively, they still held considerable value. Constructing a teleportation pathway, the more abundant the energy, the better. However, just as Kakashi completed this task, a shrill voice echoed, accompanied by 10 grotesque puppets of various forms. White Fang of the Leaf, you are exceedingly arrogant. This is the Sand Village. Return my son to me, and the lives of my Sand Village warriors. Last issue's answer, the collapse plan of the Leaf. This issue's Cloud Shadow test. How many masks has Obito worn in total? Chapter 69. Chio, the Leaf has laid a grand chessboard. Report. Lord Chio, our patrolling ninjas have detected individuals from the Leaf Village. 2 sand ninjas appeared within the Wind Shadow Tower. Individuals from the Leaf Village? Chio furrowed her brow, with the Wind Shadow absent. She was currently the most powerful figure in the Sand Village. As a highly qualified advisor, She naturally resided in the Wind Shadow Tower. Are there many of them? What are the identities of the ninjas? Based on our observations, 2 ninjas from the Leaf Village have arrived, both wearing the Leaf's forehead protectors. Additionally, one, though not wearing a forehead protector, bears a striking resemblance to one of them, likely a brother. Currently, Lord Sand has already intercepted them, if all goes as expected. They may have already engaged. The informant spoke rapidly, with the Wind Shadow and the Jinchuriki in the Leaf executing the collapse plan. It was only natural that they would take the initiative to control those coming from the Leaf. Given the current situation, the ninjas from the Leaf Village pose significant suspicion. Taking action is indeed prudent. Where are they? Take me to them at once. Chiyo stood, shouldering 2 scrolls and following the ninja before her to where Kakashi was located. As they drew closer, she beheld the white-haired man wielding the white fang blade. He looks so familiar. No, he is utterly identical. Witnessing 2 of her elite sand ninjas fall at his hands, Chiyo's fury ignited. Is this the White Fang of the Leaf? Was he not already dead? How can he still be alive? White Fang of the Leaf, you are exceedingly arrogant. This is the Sand Village. Return my son. Return the life of my beloved son. Chiyo's hands produced several kunai, which she hurled directly at Kakashi. Attached to the kunai were nearly imperceptible chakra threads, detectable only by those with exceptional sensory abilities. Puppet technique, manipulated blades. As Kakashi dodged several of the kunai, a barely noticeable smile crept onto Chiyo's lips. The chakra threads, released with the kunai, swiftly coiled around Kakashi, seeking to ensnare and strangle him. Unfortunately, the anticipated scene did not unfold. Kakashi merely wielded his white fang blade, imbued with chakra, slicing through all the threads effortlessly. You are not the White Fang. I must be getting old. You are Kakashi, the son of the White Fang, aren't you? Very well, he killed my son. So I shall take his son's life in return. Chiyo drew a scroll from her back, and in the next moment, 10 uniquely shaped puppets appeared on the battlefield. The White's secret technique, 10-man assault. Old woman, relying solely on these will not suffice to defeat me. Kakashi glanced at the 10 puppets. Although they appeared menacing, they paled in comparison to the puppets within the Empire. These puppets could only be likened to the graduation projects of students from the Wind Province's Sand-Hidden Village. Let the true skills reveal themselves. Chiyo wasted no words, commanding her 10 proud puppets to charge at Kakashi. Once, she had annihilated an entire nation with 10 puppets. These fearless creations could pose a challenge even to the Wind Shadow. Without the destructive power of a tailed beast, they would hardly be a match for her. Lightning release, thunder flash. Kakashi enveloped himself in lightning chakra and transformed into a bolt, vanishing from his position. In the blink of an eye, his white fang blade cleaved through more than half of the puppets. What? Chiyo's pupils constricted sharply, but she reacted swiftly, retracting the remaining 5 puppets to form a more formidable ninjutsu. Puppet technique, triad absorption. 3 puppets arranged themselves in a triangular formation and unleashed a powerful gale from their mouths. Puppet technique, mechanical light shield. Chiyo coordinated the remaining 2 puppets to create a defensive barrier, enveloped in her chakra, steadfastly protecting the puppets executing the triad absorption. However, against all this, Kakashi simply retaliated with a wind-based attack. Wind release, tornado blade. As Kakashi unleashed this attack, a small vortex emerged from the air, absorbing the wind produced by the triad absorption and rapidly expanding into a colossal tornado. Chiyo's expression soured. For the first time, she felt a sense of helplessness. How could the son of the Leaf Village's White Fang be so powerful? The commotion drew an increasing number of sand ninjas to the scene. On the other side, Dato had just emerged from a treasury, unable to contain his elation when he witnessed the unfolding spectacle. Who has been discovered? He glanced around and quickly spotted Kakashi engaged in combat with hundreds of sand ninjas. Susanoo. Without hesitation, Dato activated his trump card. On this day, the sand ninjas felt the fear of being dominated by a giant. The third form of Susanoo transformed into a towering figure, standing 100 meters tall, its blue eyes flickering ominously, fixated on the surrounding sand ninjas. In the next moment, it waved its hand, sending countless ninjas flying. Many sand ninjas quickly regained their composure, launching various ninjutsu at the giant's body. However, unless they possessed exceptional strength, they could not penetrate Susanoo's defenses. Sometimes, in the realm of ninjutsu, 1 + 1 does not equal 2. This group could not even breach Susanoo's defenses, let alone withstand its attacks. Upon witnessing this, Chiyo immediately understood. Shock flashed in her eyes. I comprehend. I understand. Dreadful Leaf Village. Cunning Leaf Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen. What a surprise. Beneath that benevolent facade lies such treachery. All logic began to coalesce in Chiyo's mind. Recently, Orochimaru had contacted the Wind Shadow, summoning the Jinchuriki, claiming that the Uchiha clan within the Leaf Village had been completely annihilated and that no formidable ninja remained, making it easy to manipulate. And what was the outcome? Just after sending off the Wind Shadow and the Jinchuriki, the Leaf appeared. The realization struck her. The Leaf had orchestrated this plot years in advance. Years ago, it had first announced the defection of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. In truth, it was a ruse to shed his identity as a Leaf ninja while simultaneously convincing other ninja villages of his enmity with the Leaf. Then came the proclamation of the Uchiha clan's extermination, leading everyone to overlook the mighty power of the Uchiha. Indeed, who would be foolish enough to eliminate the strongest clan within their own village? After all, the Uchiha were one of the founding families of the Leaf. The most absurd part? They actually believed it. How could it be that the Uchiha annihilated their own clan? The more Chiyo pondered, the more beads of sweat formed on her brow. Two seemingly unrelated events now intertwined. Orochimaru's defection was, in fact, a covert alliance with the Leaf to select targets. The Uchiha's declaration of extermination was a secretive strategy, allowing them to develop without drawing attention from other ninja villages. Now, with Orochimaru inviting the Wind Shadow to the Leaf. As soon as the Wind Shadow left, the Leaf arranged for the Uchiha to attack the sand-hidden village. They likely intended to swiftly conquer the sand, keeping it under wraps, and once the Wind Shadow arrived at the Leaf, they could fabricate a story of the Wind Shadow assassinating the Hokage, followed by a retaliatory attack on the sand village. Despicable. The people of the Leaf are far too insidious. They had laid such a grand scheme many years prior. The entire ninja world was being manipulated at their fingertips. Chapter 70. The interdimensional portal opens. Achu. In the Hokage building of the Leaf Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen sneezed several times before directing his gaze towards the Umbu member before him. Has there been any word from Danzo? None. Since Lord Danzo departed with the root members, there has been no news. Sarutobi's brow furrowed deeply. He trusted Danzo's loyalty to the Leaf. But why was there not a single word? Could it be that he was plotting a greater conspiracy? As for Danzo's death, Sarutobi did not believe that. That man was far too cautious to die easily. Furthermore, with so many root members accompanying him, even if they attempted to take down the sand-hidden village, how could they possibly deal with Kakashi from the parallel world? Sarutobi took up the large pipe and could not resist taking a puff. Third Hokage, please take care of your health. I noticed you seem to have a bit of a cold. Sarutobi waved his hand dismissively. No matter. We need not concern ourselves with Danzo's matters for now. The Chunin exams should be nearly ready. This time, we have invited participants from 4 ninja villages to hold the event in the Leaf, primarily to showcase the strength of our new generation of ninjas, to promote the might and prosperity of the Leaf, and to express our yearning for peace. Let us execute it well and not disgrace ourselves. Understood. Third Hokage, should we address the issues pertaining to the parallel universe? The Umbu captain hesitated to speak. Sarutobi's gaze turned contemplative as he scanned the distance. After a moment, he shook his head. This matter must remain confidential for the time being. Understood. In the Wind Country, Sand-Hidden Village. As Nagato joined the battlefield, Chiyo felt a sense of resignation. Ebisuzawa appeared as well, barely clinging to life, gasping for breath. Chiyo's eyes turned red. She struggled and hesitated, observing the nearly incapacitated sand shinobi beside her, her heart aching. I surrender, she uttered, and upon hearing her willingness to capitulate, Obito retracted his Susanoo. Nagato scoffed nearby, questioning the necessity of enduring pain to accept reality. Chiyo remained silent. Her sand ninja consciousness prevented her from easily surrendering to the enemy. Yet the bloody truth lay before her. There was no choice. If she did not surrender, the price would be the annihilation of the Sand Village's ninjas. Had there been even a glimmer of hope to overcome the enemy, she might have persisted, but witnessing the 3 before her, Nagato not attacking, Kakashi merely breathing heavily, and Obito standing unharmed, she felt utterly despondent. She could not comprehend why Konoha, possessing such formidable figures, resorted to such insidious and underhanded tactics. Chiyo-sama, we are not afraid of death. Do not surrender. One ninja shouted. Yes, Hold on until Lord Gaara returns. He will make these invaders pay. Another exclaimed, only to be swiftly drained of all chakra by Nagato's hungry ghost path. Chiyo gasped, then sighed, urging everyone to cease their defiance. I understand you all wish to sacrifice for the village, even your lives, but futile deaths and wasteful expenditures serve no purpose. Please, listen to me and refrain from resisting for now. Her words rendered them silent. Join our empire. Nagato reiterated his previous suggestion. Chiyo responded with a cold laugh. Impossible. We Sand Shinobi will never betray our village and beliefs. Furthermore, you Konoha are merely Konoha. Do not speak of empires, you filthy creatures. Even now, you wish to shirk responsibility? If you could graciously acknowledge your own failings, I might have regarded you with a modicum of respect. Even at this juncture, Chiyo believed Konoha feared condemnation from other ninja villages, thus fabricating an empire that did not exist. I have chosen to surrender. Be aware. I do not fear your so-called empire. I simply do not wish for the sons of our sand village to sacrifice any further. But this does not signify our fear of death. A resolute expression crossed Chiyo's aged face. Nagato sighed softly. Time will reveal the truth. Very well, Obito. Proceed to search for those rare materials and metals as Chiyo-sama indicated, Nagato commanded. Obito and Kakashi exchanged glances, both sensing Nagato's shift in demeanor since his battle with Danzo. He had become somewhat aggressive. Something felt amiss, exceedingly so. Kakashi, contact the Empire. The interdimensional transport channel can now be activated. We require guidance and support from within the Empire. Understood, Kakashi replied, feeling a twinge of annoyance. But I'm the captain here. Unfortunately, Nagato, consumed with the desire for Konoha's survival, overlooked all else. Their actions were observed by Zabuza, Kakashi, and Yamato, who exchanged glances filled with shock and fear. Had the Sand Village truly fallen? Was the Empire's army really on its way? The group felt parched, their hearts racing in disbelief. It was surreal. However, deeper within their minds lingered a hint of anticipation. What exactly was this empire they spoke of? Kakashi sent messages to Orochimaru and the Emperor, and soon, their holographic projections appeared before Nagato and Kakashi. Obito also returned just in time. Have you secured those materials? Nagato inquired. Obito nodded, then activated his Kimui, summoning a mountain of various sand gold, sand iron, chakra metals, and natural chakra materials. Chiyo gazed in astonishment, nearly fainting at the sight. She had always refrained from utilizing precious materials to upgrade her elite 10-man squad for the betterment of the Sand Village's citizens. Yet now, these invaluable resources were seized in one fell swoop. Lord Senju, Lord Orochimaru. The call from the Empire was connected, and the three spoke reverently, their voices laced with awe. Although the Empire did not adhere to traditional kneeling customs, they still bowed slightly to express their respect for the two dignitaries. What is the current situation? Are there any new breakthroughs or developments? The deep, resonant voice of Uchiha Senju inquired, exuding authority and gravitas as his gaze fell upon the trio, eagerly awaiting their response. Yes, we are currently in the Sand Village, and through our efforts, all materials required for the interdimensional transport have been prepared. We can construct a positioning anchor based on the design you provided, and the remaining materials will enable us to open the transport channel. Chapter 71. Tsunade. Do you want to play with two worlds? Kakashi, well versed in these matters, informed the Empire of their situation. However, he remained uncertain about how long the interdimensional channel could be sustained. Oh, a temporary channel? Are there unresolved difficulties? Upon hearing the Emperor's words, the trio exchanged glances, their scalps tingling with apprehension. They were exceedingly unfortunate. The 9 tails they had captured contained only yang power. The full 9 tails had been sealed away by the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, during the 9 tails rampage. The current young 9 tails was sealed within a living host in this world and was now under Nagato's control. After acquiring the young 9 tails, they rushed to the Sand Shinobi village, hoping to secure the 1 tail and utilize the materials at hand to stabilize the transport array. Regrettably, upon their arrival, the 1 tail Jinchuriki had already been taken away by the Kazekage for a plan to bring down Konoha. Senju nodded, memories long buried within his consciousness resurfacing. The plan to topple Konoha. Now the node in that world lay at the Chunin exams. Since it was the Chunin exams, they could seize this opportunity to deliver a slight shock to those in that world. Moreover, it would serve to announce the existence of the Empire. If they could conquer that world without bloodshed, it would be ideal. If unnecessary, he truly wished to avoid causing slaughter. The Empire could provide ample food, abundant resources, and training methods. In the ninja world, chakra was primarily divided into natural chakra and that derived from the divine tree. The more people there were, the more individuals could cultivate, and thus the richness of chakra in the ninja world would increase. Not everyone could cultivate sage techniques. He hoped to merge the two worlds swiftly, identifying those talented enough to master both sage techniques and physical prowess. After all, against the Otsutsuki, the 5 elemental jutsu were ineffectual. Only natural sage chakra and physical techniques would suffice. Yet, the number of individuals capable of mastering these two powers was exceedingly scarce. If the two ninja worlds could merge and more individuals train together, the richness of chakra in the ninja realm would amplify, hastening the birth of geniuses. The current limitations of strength within the ninja world are notably insufficient. He senses that he has long reached a plateau, primarily due to the meager chakra present in the natural realm. His fundamental objective lies in merging with other parallel ninja worlds, harnessing the divine tree's fruits, and creating an abundance of spatial energy through the training of more individuals. Subsequently, he intends to utilize this power to acquire even greater strength. No matter, this is not your fault. Your time has been limited, and achieving such progress in a short span is commendable. Receiving the Emperor's acknowledgement, the 3 individuals, aside from Kakashi, display a hint of bashfulness on their faces. Previously, they had dismissed such praise, believing it was only fitting for those deemed sycophants of the Emperor. Now, however, they find themselves humbly identifying as his loyal servants. Well then, we can commence the construction of the teleportation array. You will communicate with Orochimaru, and I shall oversee the activation when the time comes. Indeed, in the Empire, within the Land of Fire, lies Konohagakure, though the name of the village remains unchanged. The environment has transformed dramatically. The ruins of the Hokage building have long since been repurposed into Konoha University, while the Hokage Rock has been preserved, serving both as a historical monument and a scenic area classified as a Grade A attraction. The Valley of the End, on the other hand, is rated Grade A as well. Konoha University is where Uchiha Senju has taken up residence. At this moment, Uchiha Senju sits in his office, accompanied by Tsunade. Principal Senju, I see you're back in a hurry. Is there something you wish to convey? Tsunade, having rushed over upon receiving the summons, is slightly breathless. Her chest rises and falls with each hurried breath. The temporary interdimensional teleportation channel is about to be activated. Is it finally commencing? A flicker of excitement dances across Tsunade's face, for she knows that the endeavor this man has anticipated for countless years is on the verge of realization. The ability to send individuals across dimensions and retrieve them would solidify the stability of the teleportation channel. What news do you have regarding that world? Is there a version of me there? If so, what am I like? Uchiha Senju ponders, recalling that, according to the original narrative, there should indeed be a version of her, most likely an elderly virgin in her 40s or 50s. What? Tsunade gasps, shocked that she is so unappealing in that world. No way. Regardless, you must not harm her. Bring her back to me when the time comes. I wish to see what my counterpart is like in that world. Tsunade playfully gazes at Uchiha Senju, her lips drawing near to his ear, a warm breath whispering into his mind. Don't you wish to experience the sensation of having 2 versions of yourself across different worlds? Uchiha Senju chuckles wryly, shaking his head. Tsunade seldom maintains a serious demeanor around him. I'm too old for such caprices. I simply lack the energy for it. He waves his hand in refusal. Were it not for the Otsutsuki clan's presence, he might entertain the notion of being a sovereign in a world of indulgence, but that is not feasible now. Tsunade understands his disinterest in matters of romance. Her union with him and Kurenai Mito was politically motivated. However, as time has passed, both women have grown to genuinely admire and respect him. It is known that women are often drawn to strength. They do not favor docility, but are instead attracted to those who exude power and charisma. Well then, if not for desire, do it to alleviate my workload. Tsunade interjects once more. Rest assured, soon there will be fewer matters to attend to. Once the interdimensional teleportation is established, Orochimaru's technology will collaborate with the Akatsuki to develop artificial intelligence robots. At that point, your responsibilities will diminish significantly. Tsunade's determination solidifies, her fists clenched. Noticing her rising agitation, Senju endeavors to soothe her. Do not fret. I originally intended to bring back the Tsunade from that world. I have long been intrigued by her Byakuga techniques, which can store chakra. Tsunade rolls her eyes at him. You jest. I'm not playing around with you. Now, tell me, what is the purpose of summoning me here? The temporary interdimensional teleportation channel is about to be established. Relying solely on Kakashi, Nagato, and Dato feels too slow. I wish to arrange for another group to enter their world, which is currently in the midst of the Chunin exams. I aim to send our empire's rising stars to create a ripple of astonishment in their realm. What do you think? Who should I arrange? After contemplating, Tsunade shakes her head. You decide. You are the head of the household, the leader of the academy, and a sovereign of this realm. Who do you wish to send? Chapter 72. The eye-rolling Chiyo Uchiha Senju falls into deep thought before swiftly proposing a list of names. These individuals must be capable of participating in the Chunin exams, preferably those from Konoha University and Suna University. According to the original storyline, these two great nations' ninja villages primarily participate in this event. As the smaller villages lack the stature to establish universities within the empire, only existing in the 5 major provinces. My current plan is to send Gaara and Kankuro from Suna University into that world. From Konoha University, I propose Hinata, Sakura, Nara Shikomu, Yamanaka Ino, Yamamoto, and Uchiha Sasuke. Tsunade maintains her composure until she hears the last 2 names, causing her to gasp in shock. What? You would dare send those 2 precious gems into that world? Are you not concerned about their safety? Uchiha Senju responds with a shadow of a smile. The power of yin and yang left by the Sage of 6 Paths still lingers in that world. They are seeking to transcend into the 6 Paths. Having them replace that world Sasuke and Naruto to reclaim that power would be ideal. As for losses, if they truly suffer any, it merely indicates their inadequacy. They cannot blame others. Very well, you will handle the contact with these individuals. Have Gaara and Kankuro from the Wind Province summoned as well, and bring them to the 64th Ninja Realm. But isn't Kankuro currently imprisoned? Can he participate in the interdimensional mission? Uchiha Senju nods, smiling. She has always upheld the ninja village system. Let her witness the differences between her so-called ninja village system and our empires. Suddenly, he feels a tremor from the bracelet on his wrist. Upon checking, he sees a message from Dato. Your Majesty, I wish for you to arrange for one of our clan elders from the Uchiha to visit this world. Let them observe the true nature of the so-called ninja village system they uphold. A smile graces Senju's lips as he continues. Aside from those 7 strong ones in Konoha, summon one more individual. Call upon Uchiha Shana from our clan. Understood. In the 64th Ninja Realm, within the Land of Wind, in Suna Village. 2 days have elapsed since the initiation of the teleportation channel's construction. Chiyo watches helplessly as the wealth accumulated by generations of wind shadows through magnetic release is squandered in an instant. Her heart shatters upon witnessing the rare materials, sand gold, sand iron, and other precious resources, transform into pure energy to fuel the formation as an unusual totem materializes. It's all gone. Everything is lost. The Empire can now sense and pinpoint the coordinates you have transmitted. Prepare for the connection and the opening of the teleportation channel. All right. Nagato meticulously inscribes the formation, while Dato employs Kimui to enhance the materials. Kakashi is responsible for connecting with the Empire. As more materials were infused into the array, spatial tremors began to manifest around it. The next step was to infuse energy. Dato directly offered up the corpse of Danzo, whose body, endowed with Hashirama's cells, instantaneously stabilized the spatial disturbances. The violent quakes akin to an earthquake dissipated, giving way to a state akin to gentle ripples. Orochimaru-sama, can we now inject chakra energy? Over there, Orochimaru's countless shadow clones were meticulously calibrating every piece of data. Wait, do not rush. It will be ready shortly. We are currently establishing the coordinates. The positioning is now completely fixed. Next, the Empire will first deploy materials to initiate one-way transmission. Upon receiving the Empire's transmission signal, you will immediately utilize chakra energy to establish a connection. Good. Prepare. Begin. With Orochimaru's command, the space surged once more, and a rift tearing through the void became visible to the naked eye. Connect. Kakashi commanded, and Nagato and Dato followed suit, channeling their chakra. Nagato sacrificed the 9 tails, sealing it with several powerful seals, transforming it into a battery that was entirely drained by the transmission passage. However, the energy was still insufficient to connect to the Empire's realm. In desperation, Nagato employed the universal pull technique, drawing numerous ninjas from Sunagakure towards him, quickly using the Hungry Ghost path to channel energy to the transmission passage. Chiyo attempted to intervene, but seeing that these individuals merely lacked chakra, she hesitated and silently crouched down. Dato was not idle either. He began to extract his own space power from his Tsukuyami, hoping to bridge the two worlds. Kakashi, possessing a certain talent for spatial perception thanks to his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, stood as the overall commander despite his limited chakra. His gaze shifted to Naruto and Kakashi Daigo beside him, and a sinister smile crept across his face. Kakashi-sensei's variant, can you not look at me like that? It frightens me. Naruto, go. Kakashi thrust Naruto into Nagato's hands. Nagato's Azura path had sprouted dozens of arms, each draining the ninjas from Sunagakure. As soon as Naruto ascended, he felt his body slipping out of control, as though his very soul was being siphoned away. In mere seconds, he felt lightheaded, reduced to a state of weakness, as if everything within him had been extracted. Now, the distance to the interdimensional passage was reduced to mere inches. Kakashi shouted, releasing the seals on Daigo and Kakashi, and tossed them to Nagato. Zabuza and Haku could not escape. Sasuke, eager to avoid being cast aside, voluntarily offered up his meager chakra. Sakura followed suit admirably. In the end, Kakashi's ravenous gaze even fell upon Chiyo. What do you intend to do? Chiyo rolled her eyes. Her chakra had already been drained by Nagato. At last, the interdimensional passage was fully established. In an instant, everyone present felt a torrent of rich natural chakra from the Empire flooding into their world. The sensation was akin to being drenched in sweat on a sweltering summer day, only to pass by a bubble tea shop and be refreshed by the cool breeze at its entrance before indulging in a large gulp of ice water. Even though they had just been drained, they felt their pores open wide, a wave of unparalleled comfort coursing through their skin into their very limbs. Various strange sounds erupted, especially from Chiyo, who felt her wrinkled skin beginning to regain a youthful luster. What is this? Dato cackled triumphantly, exclaiming that they had succeeded, inhaling deeply the air from the Empire. At first, I didn't notice, but now that I've stayed here for a while, I realize how polluted and foul the air here is. Orochimaru-sama, the transmission passage has successfully connected, Kakashi reported to the Empire. Good, I'm monitoring it. Next, we will conduct experiments to determine the stability of our cross-dimensional passage. Now, quickly arrange for someone to come over. Chapter 73, Empire Naruto and Sasuke. Is this another version of me? Kakashi surveyed the situation. Currently, there were those with bloodline limits, ordinary ninjas, jonin, chunin, and even the synthesized. Hurry. Time is of the essence. The transmission passage won't hold for long. Orochimaru's urgent voice crackled through the communicator. Gritting his teeth, Kakashi declared, "You, get in there." He seized Kakashi and pushed him through the portal. I'm sorry, variant, but you must go? Soon, a flash of white passed through the spatial tunnel, and in an instant, it vanished. Success. Kakashi, your variant has arrived. Now send the others through. Good. This had been prearranged. Daigo was a must. Followed by the remaining captives, such as Chiyo. Kakashi successfully crossed over, closely followed by Zabuza. Next, the one with the bloodline limit, Haku, entered. After confirming that those with bloodline limits would be unharmed, Daigo also successfully entered the Empire. Chiyo was pushed through as well. While the sand ninjas nearby had long since fainted, none could obstruct or comprehend what was happening. Finally, it was Sasuke and Naruto's turn. Dato, protective of his own, allowed Naruto to go first. If it were Sasuke, Naruto would willingly sacrifice himself for the experiment, struggling with anticipation for so long. A layer of tailed beast chakra enveloped his body. His grand-tailed beast cloak swayed, reluctantly glancing back at this world, Sasuke, and Sakura before he dove in. It must be said that the Nine-Tails chakra restored rapidly. Moments after being drained, Naruto was able to gather up Kakashi's chakra, encased in the tailed beast cloak. He could withstand a degree of danger from the spatial transition. Fortunately, the anticipated dangers did not materialize. He merely felt as though he was soaring through an ethereal expanse. Countless stars swirling around him like dust in their cycles of creation and destruction. A flash of white light later, he felt the solid ground beneath him. The familiar sensation of gravity returned, and as Naruto opened his eyes, which had been tightly shut, he found himself surrounded by a group of people, all staring and pointing. With the chakra of the Nine Tails, he sensed no malice in their gestures. Rather, they were filled with surprise and curiosity. He smiled, chest out. As he stepped out of the transmission array, "You are Naruto?" Hyuga Niji opened his Byakugan, instantly perceiving every aspect of Naruto. Naruto frowned at the unfamiliar figure before him. What was happening? There was no malice, yet he felt a shiver run down his spine. He asked rather short. Yamanaka Ino quipped. "Is this the Naruto from that world?" Gaara cast a glance at him, feeling somewhat disappointed. Naruto felt the gazes of the people around him. He experienced little trepidation. Compared to the hostile stares back in his village, these individuals were 1,000 times gentler. "Hey, it's my first time here. Please take care of me." The imagined hellish blood sea did not materialize. The distant Hokage rock still stood, albeit with only 3 heads. The 2 figures he recognized were the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. As for the third one, he was unfamiliar. Why wasn't he at the third Hokage? Naruto pointed at the Hokage rock, somewhat perplexed by the similarities and differences between this world and his own. "Oh, you're referring to the third one. That is our esteemed emperor, who was also the third Hokage of Konoha," Nara Shikamaru explained. Naruto nodded in acknowledgement. "Hey, is that you, Sasuke?" In an instant, Naruto felt a blur before him, and a figure appeared. This person stood tall and composed, exuding an aura of superiority with every gesture. His frame was slender, yet conveyed an endless sense of strength. Upon closer inspection, Naruto was taken aback by his chiseled features, defined cheekbones, sword-like brows, piercing eyes, a prominent nose, and thin lips, all contributing to a strikingly handsome visage. Particularly captivating were his deep-set eyes, cold and sharp, as if they could see through everything, leaving one utterly entranced. Dressed in an opulent robe, simple yet dignified in color, he appeared exceptionally elegant. A purple sash adorned his waist, adding a touch of regal splendor to his presence. His garments billowed gracefully with his movements, reminiscent of a celestial being. His dark hair cascaded like a waterfall, gently swaying at his temples, making him seem as though he had descended from a realm of divinity, evoking an awe that made it hard to look directly at him. Naruto's mouth gaped open, exaggeratedly wide, as if he could fit an adult Hinata inside. "Sasuke?" he exclaimed, jumping up in surprise, momentarily forgetting that this person was not the Sasuke he knew. He tugged at the doppelganger's face, inspected his teeth, and even caught a whiff of his armpit. "You really are Sasuke?" Naruto's heart raced, bewildered by the striking handsomeness before him. Why are you so stunning?" "That is Sasuke." The doppelganger, now dubbed Zwazwa, observed the amused glances of those around him. He hoisted Naruto up, but upon seeing Naruto's flustered expression, he felt a pang of sympathy. The Naruto from this world appeared so frail and small. In an instant, Zwazwi's irritation vanished. Naruto awkwardly scratched his head. "I'm sorry, I got a bit carried away. I have a close relationship with Sasuke, and seeing you made me forget you're not him. So, where's my counterpart from this world?" Naruto inquired with curiosity, believing he couldn't be too different from Sasuke. "Oh, he relies on the flying thunder god technique. Always arriving just on time. I wonder who he learned that from." In the next moment, Zwazwa's flying thunder god insignia flickered, and a flash of yellow light passed by. "Hey, my counterpart from this world. Greetings." Naruto gazed upward, his eyes filled with confusion and uncertainty. He blinked, striving to acclimate to this unfamiliar individual. Gradually lifting his gaze, he focused on the boy who bore an astonishing resemblance to him, standing in the sunlight. It bathed him in a golden glow. His golden hair shimmered softly, slightly tousled, yet exuding a sense of carefree elegance. Particularly, when their eyes met, he displayed a radiant smile that could warm the coldest winter. Unlike the unsightly six-path whiskers, he was noticeably taller than Naruto. If Zwazwa resembled the cold December snow, then his counterpart appeared as the warm sun of March. Suddenly, Naruto felt a sting in his eyes, tears welling up uncontrollably. A wave of bitterness surged from his throat, spreading to the corners of his mouth. Is this truly my counterpart from another world? Chapter 74. The second wave of advanced troops. Transport completed. For the first time, the typically carefree Naruto displayed a sense of inferiority in front of others. At this moment, he could not even muster a forced smile. Is this really me? His appearance and aura shone like a blinding light, making it difficult to bear. The Naruto from that world must have endured so much hardship, right? His counterpart gently patted Naruto's shoulder. "Mom and Dad are on their way back now. Just wait a moment. They'll be here soon." Naruto parted his lips, but hesitated, unsure of what to say. Should he refuse? After all, they were not truly his parents. Yet, how could he turn them away? Recalling his mother and father's presence in the sealing space of the Nine Tails, he felt a deep yearning for familial love and tangible affection. The transport portal rippled once more, and in the next moment, Sasuke arrived in this long-awaited world. As he stepped out of the portal, he shielded his eyes from the blinding light illuminating the transport array, squinting to locate Naruto and Kakashi. "Hey, kid." Sasuke marveled at the technologically advanced surroundings when an unfriendly voice broke the silence. Frowning, he turned toward the source of the sound. In an instant, he too was left in stunned silence, mirroring Naruto's reaction. "Is that me?" Zuazua gazed at his alternate self, a disdainful smile creeping onto his lips. "What a pitiful weakling. Your chakra is shockingly thin. What is your Sharingan level?" Zuazua casually inquired. Knowing that the Uchiha clan's worth cannot be solely gauged by chakra, but also by ocular power, Sasuke felt anger bubbling within as he watched his counterpart harbor such disdain. "I'll be able to activate the 3 tomos soon." Although Dato had mentioned that this world's Sasuke possessed exceptional talent, he had confidence in his own abilities, fueled by his inner pride. "What?" Zuazua exclaimed in surprise. "What a piece of trash. It's hard to believe you are the variant from my world." Facing Zuazua's repeated insults, Sasuke's temper flared. "Humph. I don't know where you get your sense of superiority. I have left our world and come to the Empire. Surpassing you is merely a matter of time." As the skies cleared and the rain ceased, Sasuke regained his confidence. Zuazua merely scoffed at him. "What a disgrace." "All right, Zuazua, enough already." Mingren stepped in to break the tension. He understood that his good friend was merely frustrated and that his words, though harsh, were meant with good intentions. He had already sent his brother Yu ahead, and their mother, Mikoto Uchiha, was preparing a grand feast at home. In contrast to Zuazua's sharp tone, Mingren radiated warmth and generosity. "Zuazua, didn't he mean it? He has made considerable preparations for your arrival." In the distance, Luwan had already begun calling for Zuazua and Mingren, who waved his hand. "Once the transport channel between that world and this one stabilizes completely, let us all gather and chat." "Humph." Sasuke stared blankly at Mingren, then glanced at his good friend Naruto, before finally speaking with a dry mouth. "So, is that you from this world?" Naruto was momentarily taken aback before accepting this reality. In the 64th Shinobi world, Kakashi, as the commanding officer, had received intelligence from the Empire. "All right, Naruto and Sasuke from the 64th Shinobi world have arrived. So you need not send more personnel. The Empire has arranged a batch of reinforcements for you. Prepare to receive them." The voice of Yakushi Kabuto emanated from the wrist communicator. Nagato quickly pulled back Sakura, who was halfway into the portal, as he too deemed the lower-ranked ninja's presence unnecessary. "We are ready on our end. The Empire can dispatch personnel now." Just as Kakashi finished speaking, Shinra emerged from the teleportation array. Evidently, after the previous experiment that involved transporting the 3 of them, the Empire had gained ample experience in personnel deployment. Just before entering the teleportation array, Shinra had caught sight of her doppelganger. Unfortunately, aside from noting that the other was older and more haggard than herself, they had no opportunity for conversation. She merely observed the fleeting expressions of shock and disbelief in the other's eyes before Yakushi subtly nudged her into the portal. In stark contrast to the wind-swept Suna village, the yellow sands of this realm immediately disoriented her. This was still near the teleportation array. In the next instant, the fellow criminal Uchiha Shana also emerged through the teleportation array into this shinobi world. Before he could indulge in a maniacal laugh, Nagato swiftly slapped him aside. "Get out of the way. Don't block the path." Uchiha Shana glared at the red-haired youth, his eyes blazing with fury, but before he could voice his displeasure, Dato pulled him aside. "The activation time for the teleportation array is limited. Senior Shana, please understand." Upon realizing it was Dato, his fellow Uchiha, Shana decided to save face. Although he had been imprisoned due to his adherence to old traditions and protests against the Emperor's research on the Sharingan, he felt little different from being in a retirement home. As one of the clan elders of the Uchiha, he commanded respect from every Uchiha, which had somewhat inflated his ego. Now in this new world, he felt something unfurl behind him. Yes, indeed, it was a pair of invisible wings. Yet, upon arriving in this realm, a grand ambition naturally surged within him. To have sent me to this world is my opportunity. I shall lead the Uchiha of this world to rise, and then instigate a regime change in the Empire. The honor and might of the Uchiha are unmatched and unassailable. With this thought, he patted Dato on the shoulder. Thanks to you for facilitating my arrival in this world. You have done well. Dato, faced with Shana's praise, forced a smile and nodded. Little did this old man know that the Uchiha had been annihilated. One could only wonder if he would still be able to smile. Never mind. It was crucial to focus on the pivotal moment of cross-dimensional teleportation, and it was best to keep that information until Zosuke arrived. Two beams of light flashed once more, and Gaara and Kankuro successfully arrived in this shinobi world. Closely following was Rasha. Is this the 64th shinobi world? What a filthy and impoverished place. Rasha surveyed his surroundings, his brow furrowing in discontent. As the governor of the Wind Province, he had been dispatched to unify Suna village in the Land of Wind, fortifying the Empire's outpost to provide stability for future military incursions. The teleportation array trembled again, and the 5 young heroes from Konoha, Sakura, Narashikamu, Aburame Shino, Hinata Niji, and Yamanaka Ino, arrived shortly thereafter. Calling the Empire. Calling the Empire. The teleportation array here is beginning to falter. Hold on. Naruto and Zosuke have just entered the teleportation passage. Unfortunately, before the message could be completed, the array quaked violently, dispersing into raw chakra energy. Chapter 75. Dato, the hope of the Uchiha. Just as Kakashi's pupils dilated and Dato wiped the sweat from his forehead, Nagato prepared to forcefully sustain the teleportation passage for one last moment. A flash of yellow light appeared before their eyes. Flying Thunder God, Naruto, clutching Zosuke, finally broke into a sheen of cold sweat upon arrival. He had inscribed the Flying Thunder God seal on Kakashi long ago. That was close. Almost got lost. The next moment, he glanced at the others and laughed heartily. Everyone, it is an honor to join you as the second wave of advanced troops for the Empire. A collective sigh of relief washed over them. Had the Empire's stars become lost within the collapsing teleportation array, it would have been a grave loss. Now that we've arrived, can we let go? Zosuke complained, shaking off Naruto's grip. Naruto scratched his head and smiled innocently. It's not our first time, after all. Nearby, Ino chuckled, causing Zosuke to blush. You fool, Naruto. As the cross-dimensional teleportation passage closed, several wrist communicators trembled. Indeed, among those present, aside from Shinra and Uchiha Shana, everyone else is equipped with wrist communicators from the Empire. A new mission? The group exchanged glances. I am tasked with controlling Suna village, stabilizing all the sand ninjas, building high walls, and stockpiling resources, Rasha stated, outlining his mission. Shana, Nagato, and I will be responsible for the subsequent construction of the teleportation passage, aiming to gather the 7-tailed beasts, excluding the 9 tails. Dato added, my mission is to bring these youngsters to Konoha for the Chunin exams? Naruto exclaimed. Oh, the Emperor intends to announce our Empire's arrival this way, after the exams. We will directly take control of Konoha and then unite with Suna to radiate influence across the entire shinobi world. Kakashi quickly grasped the underlying logic. Then I will have Gaara temporarily become the Jinchuriki of Shikaku, and once the exams are concluded, we will return to Suna. After collecting enough tailed beasts and rare metals, even materials from the Sage of Six Paths, we can initiate the next phase of the teleportation passage. They deliberated on their respective missions before swiftly springing into action. I will head to the Land of Lightning, to Kumogakure, while you two go to the Land of Earth, to Awagakure. We must gather all the tailed beasts as swiftly as possible. Nagato issued his command. Shana opened his mouth to interject, but a mere glare from Nagato silenced him, and he summoned a giant bird to soar away. Senior Shana, don't stoop to his level. Shana was merely struggling with his pride, as deep down, he still clung to the sense of nobility associated with being an Uchiha elder, regardless of his imprisonment. Dato, my dear boy, I always knew you were the hope of our Uchiha clan. Let us disregard the Emperor's words. Now, take me to Konoha. We share the same blood as their Uchiha. Moreover, we possess the Empire's abundant intelligence and secrets. I still have a voice in our clan. Together, we can mount a two-pronged attack, and it is not impossible for our Uchiha clan to become rulers of the shinobi world. Do not bear any psychological burdens. The Senju are unjust, and do not blame us for being merciless. As an Uchiha, he failed to uphold our dominion, and even sought to research the Sharingan with the intent of implanting it in everyone. Is there such a beastly act? It is my own naivety that led me to believe that the good days of the Uchiha were upon us when I followed him to battle. only to discover that he was turning against us. Truly despicable. Uchiha Shana remained absorbed in his delusions of grandeur. Although Daito felt a pang of reluctance, his intention was to unveil to this traditionalist the current state of the Uchiha clan in this new world. After much contemplation, he ultimately shattered Shana's illusions. In this world, the Uchiha clan has been annihilated. Initially, Shana had been exuberantly envisioning a grand future, but upon hearing Daito's words, he froze in disbelief. What did you say? Our esteemed Uchiha clan has been eradicated? By whom? Who is responsible? As a seasoned veteran who once fought alongside the emperor, Shana had long activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. In this moment of intense emotion, his eyes transformed into the kaleidoscope of the Mangekyo, and he grasped Daito's collar, spitting out words in a frenzy. The investigation is ongoing, but according to Sasuke's account in this world, it was you who slaughtered all our kin. Daito, observing Shana's gaping maw, held his breath in astonishment. You? Impossible. How could that be? Absolutely inconceivable. Shana vehemently rejected the notion. Calm down, Shana-senpai. Let us first gather the tailed beasts. I will explain the details along the way, and I assure you, I will uncover the truth behind this vengeance. Daito's underlying goal was to help Shana comprehend the hardships faced by a bloodline clan devoid of the emperor's protection and to explore the Uchiha's plight in a history untainted by imperial influence. Moreover, the emperor's research on the Sharingan had been thwarted, and now, the Uchiha had vanished. Kakashi, watching as Daito pulled Shana away, sighed. This foolish lad has truly summoned one of our clan's elders. His gaze shifted back to the present situation. Sakura, at that moment, was starry-eyed, gazing at Sasuke, then uncontrollably glancing towards Naruto. Her vision was blurred, and she lamented her lack of the ability to focus on both at once. Is this the kind of teammate you have under the ninja village system? Nara Shikamaru cast a glance at the infatuated Sakura, unable to suppress a facepalm. What a troublesome individual. If we were to participate in the Chunin exams, she might inadvertently reveal our true identities. Sakura snapped back to reality. Right. They are our enemies. But Sasuke is so handsome, and Naruto too. She realized that her disdain had not stemmed from Naruto's mischief, but rather from a jealousy of his insufficient appeal. If only this Naruto were to pursue her affections. Sakura pondered, her thoughts becoming increasingly muddled. Kakashi elucidated the class system of this world, which primarily consisted of 3 genin paired with 1 jonin. The others grasped the structure easily. So you are Mai and Naruto's teammate? Sasuke shot a cold glance at her. What a rather bold character. Meanwhile, Naruto was appraising Sakura. Her pink hair resembled his mother's, making her both cute and beautiful. Faced with Naruto's compliment and Sasuke's inquiry, Sakura shyly nodded. Look me in the eyes. Sasuke suddenly spoke in a frigid tone. Sakura instinctively raised her head, only to find herself ensnared by the gaze of Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan. Jinjutsu. Sharingan. Chapter 76. A meeting of friends across realms. In an instant, Sakura's eyes reflected the image of Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan. Her expression turned vacant, and she became a mere puppet, entirely at Sasuke's mercy. Ino, come here. We need to clarify the intelligence of this world. The Emperor has tasked us with participating in the Chunin exams in Konoha. Although we have received some information, more specifics are necessary. Yes, Ino felt the weight of the task, understanding she lacked the qualifications to be part of the second wave of cross-dimensional scouts. She recognized her family's secret technique would be instrumental for this mission, which is why she had been selected. In truth, her strength barely qualified her as a jonin. Ninjutsu, memory reading technique. This advanced technique, developed by the Yamanaka clan, allowed her to read others' memories. However, the effectiveness of the technique depended on the target's strength and mental fortitude. Fortunately, Sakura was currently under Sasuke's Jinjutsu, enabling Ino to achieve her goal with minimal effort. Squinting her eyes, Ino swiftly glimpsed most of Sakura's memories. So in this world, Sasuke is called Sasuke, and Naruto is called Naruto? I was actually competing for Sasuke's affection? Naruto is the underdog? She recalled her late-night fantasies about Sasuke, feeling a surge of bitterness. How infuriating. My idol has been tainted. In no time, Ino opened her eyes. The intelligence of this world closely mirrored what the Emperor had provided. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura were in the same class. As for Neji and Lee, their status remained unclear, as Sakura's memories offered no insight. Shikamaru, Choji, and I were in the same class. Hinata, Kiba, and Shino were together. Gaara and Kankuro's situation was uncertain. Ino relayed the information in detail. Very well, we will seek further information in Konoha. Now let us depart. Kakashi led the group as they made their way toward Konoha. Father, I'm off. Gaara and Kankuro bid farewell to their father, Raza. Raza's expression was solemn. Having been in office for so long, he had learned to conceal his emotions. Kakashi, and you too, Gaara, there is something I must trouble you with. Kakashi halted. Governor Raza, what is it? Raza's eyes narrowed as he spoke with an emotionless tone. If you encounter my counterpart in this world, do not hold back. Eliminate him immediately. He deserves to face death 1,000 times for reducing Sunagakure to such a state of poverty. Kakashi's demeanor grew serious. Understood. Father, what about me? Gaara was momentarily taken aback. You? You decide for yourself. Watching the group gradually vanish into the desert horizon, Raza sighed softly. What a destitute world this is. Sendai, gather the villagers. When these ninjas awaken, summon them to the Kazekage Tower. As soon as they left, Raza, alongside Sendai, began to address the mess left by Nagato and his associates. As a provincial leader, he was well versed in personnel management. With the assistance of Sendai, an antiquated expert in ninja village systems, it would not be long before he could entirely transform the sentiments within Sunagakure, subtly encouraging its inhabitants to accept and fervently join the empire. Nagato, have you captured the Nine Tails? The masked man from the Uzumaki clan materialized in a dimly lit room, his frail, emaciated frame lifting a weary face to address the man before him. Obito, where did you acquire this information? Did you not say it was not the right time? Beside Nagato stood a woman with blue hair and a beauty mark near her mouth, speaking on his behalf. Was it not you? Obito furrowed his brow. What is it? Is someone pursuing our target? Nagato's hoarse voice emerged. Should we send the 6 Paths of Pain to investigate? Obito shook his head. The current intelligence is insufficient. If anyone attempts to seize the tailed beasts from us, let them be. Without the outer path golem, their acquisition of tailed beasts would merely serve as a wedding dress for us. However, we must also act swiftly. Let the Akatsuki set aside their recent tasks and gather intelligence from various villages while discreetly assessing their conditions. Very well. Nagato, keep a close watch on the outer path golem and inform me immediately of any developments. Obito felt a lingering unease and worry within. Yet the thought of years of planning finally coming to fruition ignited a sense of excitement, which he stifled. Achieving great things is seldom a smooth journey. Within the empire, at Konoha University, Orochimaru and Uchiha Senju stood side by side, silently observing the group of visitors from the 64th ninja realm in the distance. Your Majesty, will you not go and greet them? Senju inquired, shaking his head in response. Not everyone possesses value. Let them first acclimate to the environment of our empire. Your execution of this cross-dimensional transfer was commendable. Here is a fragment of the Sage of 6 Paths soul, entrusted to you. We also have a member from the Otsutsuki clan beyond the heavens in our empire. Once my power advances further, or he senses something amiss, I shall take you to apprehend him for your experiments. Do well. Orochimaru, follow me, and eternal life shall not be but a dream. Orochimaru gazed at the irregular, dim light in the emperor's hand, his expression brimming with excitement. The soul of the Sage of 6 Paths, a legendary figure indeed. I never imagined his essence would be captured by the emperor. Be cautious. Do not let yourself fall under possession, Senju warned, watching Orochimaru's fervent demeanor with trepidation. That's impossible. I am the immortal Orochimaru. In the distance, observing the emperor and Orochimaru depart, those responsible for welcoming the visitors understood the situation without needing explicit instructions. Since there were no additional orders, it was up to them to decide. In that case, you may all return to your respective homes. Do not disturb my use of the experimental grounds. There are individuals outside awaiting your arrival. Hurry along. The pharmacist began ushering people away, leaving Naruto perplexed. You don't need to use us for experiments? The pharmacist glanced at the others nearby, who were secretly sweating profusely, and chuckled. What do you think this place is? An evil human experimentation site? Depart quickly. There are people waiting for you outside. Now that you're in the empire, you are no longer mere tools without rights. Remember, here you are living beings. Enough said. The pharmacist sent the group away, then focused intently on recording the experimental data from the cross-dimensional transfer. Outside, as a few individuals stepped out of the experimental area, their pupils contracted in shock. Is that you, Scorpion? Chio stammered, unable to believe her eyes as she gazed at the renegade grandson before her. Even more astonished were three voices, one filled with rage, another choked with emotion, and the last numb and dazed. Itachi? Mother? Father? Chapter 77. Chiyo, did Scorpion kill the third Kazekage? 7 years since the Valley of the End battle. Uchiha Madara's heart remained tumultuous. According to the stele at Nanha's shrine, he had relied on his fake death to acquire Hashirama's cells. Now, all that remained was to orchestrate the ninja world and await the awakening of the Rinnegan. Yet, for reasons unknown, a sense of fear and unease pervaded his being. I, Uchiha Madara, have never feared death. Why do I feel this peculiar sensation? Vivid memories of that day when he battled Hashirama, encountering those pallid figures with serpentine eyes, flooded his mind. My Mangekyo Sharingan scanned the entire battlefield multiple times before the clash with Hashirama. It is impossible for anyone to hide in the shadows. Who are those figures that appeared out of nowhere? Should I alert Hashirama to be cautious? No, he has already betrayed our former oath. He has become one willing to strike me down for the village. Kagaya, I need power. I require the strength to protect the ninja world from unforeseen calamities. In the 64th Ninja Realm, Wind Country, Sunagakure. Within the Kazekage Tower, dozens of elite shinobi were huddled together, each bearing a grave expression as if mourning a loss. How could Sunagakure have been so easily infiltrated by a handful of Leaf Village ninjas? The most troubling part is their utter inability to retaliate. The weight of their powerlessness weighed heavily on each of them. Lady Chiyo, what transpired after we lost consciousness? Where are those Leaf ninjas? One Sand Ninja attempted to adjust the white cloth on his forehead, trying to conceal his astonished gaze towards Lady Chiyo. The Lady Chiyo before them had transformed. It was not merely a shift in her aura, her appearance had changed as well. Previously, she exuded an air of frailty and decay. Yet the Lady Chiyo standing before them now radiated vitality. Moreover, her visage appeared significantly younger, seeming to be around 60 years of age, with only faint lines remaining where deep wrinkles once resided. Could it be that Lady Chiyo has experienced a resurgence? The thought filled the Sand Ninja with sorrow and melancholy. Chiyo, naturally, noticed the curious glances directed her way, but she felt no inclination to explain herself. You shall all find out soon enough. After speaking, she pulled the Sand Ninja closer and whispered in his ear, Have you seen Scorpion? Upon perceiving his bewildered expression, she continued, My grandson, the Red Sand Scorpion. The Sand Ninja suppressed his own unease and slowly explained, Scorpion defected from the village after assassinating the third Kazekage many years ago. Chiyo felt as though her mind had been struck with a hammer, her thoughts buzzing. Seeing her tremble unsteadily, the Sand Ninja was alarmed. Lady Chiyo? She shook her head, dispelling the shock. Regarding the Scorpion from this alternate world, as he was also her grandson, she found herself harboring a degree of affection. Moreover, given that this Scorpion likely held a significant position within Sunagakure, her fondness for him deepened. The reason was simple. She held considerable dissatisfaction with the Empire's abolition of the village system. While Scorpion had risen to become the Empire's chief puppeteer and president of the Red Sand mechanism, frequently attempting to persuade her to dedicate her skills in puppetry to the Red Sand mechanism. She had never wavered in her resolve. In her view, her grandson had long forgotten the Sand Village consciousness she once imparted to him. The so-called dedication to the Red Sand mechanism was, in fact, a contribution to the Empire. Rather than surrender her puppetry to the Empire, she would prefer to be buried alongside her village. In truth, she had wished for death ever since the day Sunagakure ceased to exist, longing to be entombed in the annals of history. Alas, her children had intervened, and Scorpion's anguished cries softened her heart. Little did she expect that in the end, they would all join the Empire. Repeatedly lecturing her about being remnants of a bygone era, that the village system was obsolete, and that she must embrace new ideals and knowledge to progress. She was unaware of the reasons behind the transformation of her children and beloved grandson. In her eyes, it was undoubtedly the Emperor who had cast his puppetry upon her family, brainwashing them into espousing their ideologies to her in succession. However, the more they promulgated their beliefs, the more resolute her inner conviction grew. She must not perish. Otherwise, her future descendants might forget the deep-seated blood feud and the principles of the Sand's consciousness she once revered and upheld. In her confinement, she endured hardships. But fortune smiled upon her, granting her this opportunity. Although she was monitored by the loyal sycophant, Rasha, the Sand Ninja village still existed in this world. Under the political dynamics of the ninja village system, She felt confident in her ability to resist Rasha. The pressing issue now was to locate her grandson, son, and daughter-in-law. Yet, upon hearing that Scorpion had defected from the village, she felt as if the sky had fallen. She was well aware of her grandson's puppet mastery. Collaborating with him might not be devoid of the possibility of confronting Rasha. But why had her grandson killed the Wind Shadow and defected? Why? Had this world not informed her of the Sand's consciousness? If Scorpion had betrayed them, what of his parents? Why had they failed to discipline him properly? Upon hearing this, a sense of unease enveloped the Sand Ninja, yet he became more resolute about one thing. Lord Chiyo had sustained severe injuries in the recent conflict, rendering him dazed. Now was merely a moment of fleeting brilliance. The thought of this elder, who had devoted his life to the village, nearing death brought tears and respect to his eyes. Lord Chiyo, have you forgotten? Scorpion's parents were slain by Konoha's White Fang and Kiki Sakumo during the Second Great Ninja War. Later, Scorpion blamed the Third Wind Shadow for everything, assassinated him, and then defected from the village. You even vowed to personally eliminate him if you found him. Overwhelmed by this influx of information, Chiyo took a long while to nod and acknowledge, yes, indeed, I did declare my intent to kill my grandson. Haha. My son and daughter-in-law perished in the Second Great Ninja War? Haha. I seem to have forgotten. Thank you, young man. Caught in a whirlwind of emotions, her demeanor spiraled out of control. She had initially thought this opportunity to enter a parallel ninja world as a prisoner was her chance. But she never anticipated that the version of herself in this world was utterly alone. The only remaining bloodline, she had publicly vowed to kill him. It was indeed true, for the so-called Sans consciousness, he had slain the Wind Shadow, and naturally, she had to set an example to ensure their enmity remained unresolved. But why was she so unfortunate? How could both versions of herself across two worlds be so wretched and pitiful? Chapter 78. The Resolute Chiyo. I would rather starve the Chiyo from the Empire found herself engulfed in profound doubt. Since arriving in this world, she realized she had failed to properly observe the Sand Hidden Village. She entrusted the summoning task to the recently appointed Sand Ninja Jounin and aimlessly wandered away from the Wind Shadow building. The Sand Hidden Village appeared much the same as it had 20 years ago, without any notable changes. Suddenly, Chiyo was jolted awake. She lifted her gaze, feeling perplexed. She had learned from the summoner that the timeline here aligned with that of the Empire, and aside from the addition of a few buildings, the village exhibited no significant changes. 20 years. A full 2 decades. Why did the Sand Hidden Village remain in such a state? In the Empire, the surroundings of the Sand Hidden Village were lush with greenery, with patches of green and vast expanses of sandthorn and shrubs beginning to retain moisture in the soil. The issues of yellow sand and fierce winds had long been resolved, at least in the Sand Hidden Village. It was no longer necessary for everyone to wear veils to protect against the sandstorms. This was the result of forestry management. Yet why had this world, after so many years, seemingly intensified the sand and wind in the air? Chiyo, in her contemplation, began to feel disappointment towards the Sand Hidden Village in this world. Wind Shadow Building. When the assembled Jounin noticed Rasha seated high on the fishing platform, a flicker of understanding washed over their faces. It turned out that the Wind Shadow had returned. Indeed, how could that group of individuals possibly rival the Wind Shadow? Wait, Wind Shadow? Weren't you supposed to be executing the Konoha collapse plan? How did you come back? One person voiced the question, prompting many to cast skeptical glances at Rasha, who occupied the Wind Shadow's seat. Yes, wasn't the Wind Shadow supposed to be in Konoha? Konoha was reputed as the strongest in the ninja world. How could it have been so easily conquered? Humph. Is it not your incompetence that has led to this? If I had not learned of the village's attack, would I have abandoned the golden opportunity to assault Konoha? Some breathed a sigh of relief, while others grew increasingly vigilant. Wind Shadow, are you truly back? What else would it be? Rasha's gaze bore down on the speaker, causing them to break out in a cold sweat. The Wind Shadow's pressure had intensified. No, something was amiss. After his outing, the Wind Shadow seemed even more domineering, his aura of authority stronger than before. Something was not right. Where were those intruders from Konoha? Rasha's icy stare fixated on him. I have already expelled the Konoha forces. They have fled. Now, it is imperative that we gather more resources and materials to renovate and maintain the Sand Hidden Village. Furthermore, our Sand Hidden Village has too few Jounin. We cannot execute powerful combined jutsu. This is the Sand Fire Body refinement technique. Distribute it so that everyone can learn. I expect to see at least double our current numbers within a month. Rasha issued a stern command. At this moment, not only the questioned individual, but the rest also hesitated to speak. Observing their hesitance, Rasha sneered. Am I not aware of your thoughts? You doubt whether I have been replaced by a Konoha substitute technique. A bunch of useless fools. With that, Rasha gradually formed several hand seals. Magnet release, gravity magnetic field. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of weight, exceeding 10 times their own mass, began to crush everyone present. Instantly, more than half of the sand ninjas fell to their knees, while the remaining few struggled to endure. However, before they could muster their strength, Rasha merely let out a cold snort, and they were further pressed down, their knees shattering the floor of the Wind Shadow building. After enduring such torment, rather than anger or frustration, the faces of the group revealed expressions of ecstatic delight. Wind Shadow, your magnet release has improved. Wind Shadow, you are so powerful. With your formidable talent and strong bloodline limit, we shall no longer fear Konoha. Countless flattery echoed, yet Rasha's countenance remained unchanged, neither joyful nor sorrowful. Enough. Now, disperse and collect resources. Additionally, ensure that those in the village capable of learning ninjutsu do so. For those who cannot, practice the sand fire body refinement technique I just provided. The sand fire body refinement technique was a method of physical training that had been abandoned by the Empire many years ago. However, at that time of scarcity, this technique was well suited for the ninjas of the sand-hidden village, enabling practitioners to increase their chakra limit from 10 to 20. Now, after more than a decade of regime change, it had progressed to a level of 70 to 100. He could never bestow upon the people here the perfected body refining techniques. Instead, he provided them with a rough, rudimentary version for practice, primarily to facilitate the subsequent opening of a teleportation portal. This way, when chakra energy was required, the villagers of Sunagakure could merely transform into living power banks. After all, a considerable amount of energy would be needed when the Imperial Army crossed space to enlighten this group of savages. Lord Kazekage, Rosha furrowed his brow. If everyone learns ninjutsu and taijutsu, will we have enough food supplies? You need not worry. I will handle it. But where is Kankuro? He glanced over the crowd, realizing Kankuro was nowhere to be found, yet he felt indifferent. This was Scorpion's grandmother, who had come as an assistant. Likely due to Scorpion's desire for her to witness what her steadfast ninja village was like, having presumably made arrangements with the Empire beforehand. A significant portion of the GDP within the Wind Province was supplied by Scorpion's Akasuna mechanical group, so there was no need to provoke this old lady. With this thought in mind, he retrieved his communication device and sent a message to Daito. Find a way to procure a batch of food. Additionally, capture some water-style ninjas. You have one day. Daito was engaged in a discussion with the clan elder of his family, Shana, about how to exact revenge on the beasts that had harmed their Uchiha clan when suddenly his device vibrated. What? A message from Governor Ro? He wants me to gather food and water-style ninjas? As a genius of the Uchiha clan from the Fire Province. How dare he command me in such a presumptuous manner? It's as if I am one of his subordinates. What nonsense. He even mentioned allowing me to work in the Wind Province, as if I couldn't find work in the Fire Province. I would rather starve or perish outside than agree to work in the Wind Province. Daito dismissed the first two messages from Rosha with contempt. Who was he? He was a genius within the Uchiha. He would never squander his talents and gifts working in the Wind Province. Shana nodded in satisfaction, patting Daito on the shoulder. Well done. Among the younger generation, you are the one I value most, especially your attitude that defies all powers in the name of our clan's honor and dignity. The device vibrated again, and Daito cast a disdainful glance at it. The next moment, his pupils constricted, and he spoke with a dry throat. Elder Shana, let us depart. We must first gather food and water-style ninjas. Chapter 79. Sasuke meets you. Shana watched in astonishment. What happened to your earlier indignation and bravado? Daito, noticing Shana's incredulous expression, awkwardly scratched his head. Governor Ro mentioned that if I accomplished this task, he would cover my previous internship at Akasuna Mechanical. And he even offered me a nominal position in the Wind Province, where I would receive a salary without any responsibilities. I would be part of the system now? Elder Shana, please don't misunderstand. I'm of an age where a stable job would surely convince Lin's family to agree to our marriage. I would never dishonor the dignity of the Uchiha clan. However, since Governor Ro has provided me with such an opportunity for the continuation of the Uchiha lineage and the expansion of our clan, he has practically begged me. so let us assist him. Daitu found himself quite taken with Governor Ro's mix of sternness and sweet persuasion. He had even managed to self-convince himself. Before he could fully bask in the excitement of his new position, his device vibrated once more. This time it was an unfamiliar call, leaving him puzzled. Everyone present had exchanged contact information when they separated, so it was odd to receive a new call. Could it be a mistake from the Empire? Daito's expression darkened. But believing it impolite to ignore a call, he answered with a brusque, "Who the hell is this?" Soon, a sultry voice emerged from the other end, leaving Daitu in a cold sweat. "Daitu, how dare you raise your voice at me?" Daito's sluggish mind raced to respond. "You dare to hide and use a transformation technique to seduce me. You will pay for this. Fire style, great fireball technique. Hee, I have my principles. No matter how beautiful or alluring you may be, you are but a mere red-skinned skeleton in my eyes. Hello? Who is this? I was just handling a little matter." On the other end, Lin's voice had calmed. "Hey Daitu, did you miss me? When are you coming back?" Daitu felt a surge of sweetness within. Disregarding the clan elders nearby, unable to resist becoming a lovesick fool. "Of course I miss you, Lin. I will return as soon as I complete the tasks assigned by the Empire. I have good news. I have secured a position, and I won't have to work for it. I'll still receive a salary every month, and when I'm older, I'll enjoy a retirement pension from the civil service." The two had not connected for a long time, sharing their longing and recent updates. "By the way, where did you get this number?" Daitu finally inquired about it. "Oh, I got it from you." He said the communication channel between the Empire and the 64th Ninja World has opened, but only specific numbers can connect. "I got it as soon as possible to call you. It hasn't interfered with your task, has it?" Daitu felt a rush of affection. So it was his little brother who had helped him. He was such a good person. "Lin, I'll handle things here, and then I'll call you back." Within the Empire, Noera Lin smiled brightly at Uchiha Yu, bowing respectfully. "Thank you, brother." You smiled faintly. "Sister-in-law, you're too kind. We will all be family in the future. All right, you get back to work. My brother from that world is about to arrive. I must go and give him a warm welcome, as it is Sasuke's special request." "Yes, haha. I'm looking forward to seeing what Daitu from that world is like. You take care. I'll be on my way." Lin waved at you and disappeared into the bustling streets. You watched her vanish around the corner before stepping toward the entrance of Konoha University. Before he could enter the gates, a striking figure sped past. The mechanical roar mingled with the cyberpunk aesthetics of a motorcycle as it drifted to a halt at the school entrance. "Hey, it's you." Seeing the red-haired youth stow his motorcycle into a scroll, you greeted him with a smile. "Scorpion, you've arrived." "Yes, I brought Lord Ro and Grandma here. And I'm also here to fetch my grandma from that world. They haven't arrived yet, have they? It seems I made it just in time." Scorpion chewed on bubblegum, looking relieved. "I must say, the Ichiraku ramen in your fire province is quite delightful. After delivering Grandma and Rosha, I indulged in 2 bowls. Too bad the chain hasn't opened in the Wind province." Seeing the wistful and blissful expression on Scorpion's face, you couldn't help but chuckle. You certainly have the capability to create a portable version and store it in a scroll. However, Scorpion smiled ruefully. The taste just isn't the same. Only steaming hot ramen is truly delicious. All right, enough chatter. I'll head in first. You continued walking, filled with anticipation for his brother from the other world. Would he be similar to Sasuke from this world, aloof and proud? I hope he is more like Minato. Just as he thought of Minato. A woman with long crimson hair and a flowing dress hurriedly approached. You. It seems I'm not late. How wonderful." As Kushina gazed at you, a sense of relief washed over her. Being punctual was a comfort as she prepared to meet her son from that world. She was determined not to present herself as an unpunctual, indifferent older woman. The pair soon arrived at the playground of Konoha University, while the cross-dimensional teleportation zone remained sealed, with a considerable crowd gathered outside. It's you and Kushina," exclaimed a voice. "Good morning, Uncle Shiranui," you greeted, to which Shikaku nodded with a smile. "Are you here to see your son too?" Kushina queried, recognizing a kindred spirit. "Indeed, I left my official duties behind to visit Kakashi from that world," Shikaku replied. "So did we. We just returned from the Land of Waves, where we managed the aftermath of the disaster," Kushina added. "What about Minato?" "Oh, he is at home cooking," came Shikaku's response, prompting laughter among those present. As time progressed, they sensed that the cross-dimensional fluctuations had long since ceased. Just as curiosity began to stir, the barriers surrounding the area unraveled, and those inside emerged with bewildered expressions. "It seems it's over," Let us return to our respective homes with our families, Shikaku suggested. Making his way toward Kakashi, Kushina nodded, her eyes immediately drawn to a short, blonde-haired boy. A pang of pain struck her heart as she internalized her grievances toward her counterpart in that world, yet instinctively, she opened her arms and approached Naruto. You stood still? His emotions deeply buried. Although he yearned to embrace his brother from that world, he feared that the latter might struggle to accept his existence. To his astonishment, as soon as Naruto laid eyes on him, a violent reaction surged within him. Itachi. Chapter 80. Sasuke in a frenzy. Am I still in elementary school? Before arriving in the Empire, Sasuke had lived each day in a state of heightened tension, his nerves taut. Due to Dato's influence, the omnipresent and silent Jinjutsu had significantly accelerated the growth of his Sharingan, yet his mental state began to waver. In simpler terms, he occasionally found it difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion. At this moment, upon seeing you, an overwhelming impulse surged within him. Kill him. Kill him. Scenes of Itachi murdering their parents and clan replayed in his mind. In an instant, Sasuke's eyes transformed into the two-tomo Sharingan, and without hesitation, he drew a kunai and lunged at you. Uchiha Itachi, I will kill you. Sasuke's face flushed crimson, clearly in a state of rage as he thrust the kunai toward you, disregarding the astonished onlookers. In the next moment, Yu's abdomen was pierced deeply by the kunai. He barely had time to smile before his body dissipated into crows. A hand then landed on his shoulder from behind, leaving you momentarily bewildered. What on earth is wrong with my foolish little brother? Why does he want to kill me on our first meeting? It feels as if I am his father's enemy. He mused, dodging Sasuke's attack and playfully ruffling his hair. Sasuke, what is the matter with you? How can you be more foolish than my other brother? Is it customary to engage in combat upon meeting your elder brother for the first time? Did my other brother bully you, prompting you to vent your frustration on me? Is that world-S version of me so easily bullied? Only then did Sasuke slowly begin to regain his composure, albeit still flustered. He felt the eyes of many onlookers fixed upon him, and he gritted his teeth, unable to meet Yu's gaze. Are you a variation of Itachi? He asked hesitantly. If you have an elder brother in your world, then I am indeed that, you replied earnestly. Sasuke struggled to look up, fearing he might lose his grasp on reality once more. You sensed Sasuke's disquiet. Hey, foolish little brother, did I often torment you in that world? Why do you lack the courage to look me in the eye? Sasuke kept his head down, his expression darkening, yet remained silent. How could he explain that the counterpart of you in his world had killed their entire family? Perhaps it was best to gauge the situation with you here before speaking further. Realizing Sasuke's reluctance to answer, you tactfully refrained from pressing him further. As he observed Sasuke, he noted the stark contrast in strength. He felt no pressure from Sasuke that he typically experienced from his own brother, who exuded an aura that was both intimidating and formidable. This Sasuke resembled his sibling before any training. Are you still a genin? You recalled that the ninja system persisted in Sasuke's world, and due to the absence of unification, warfare perpetually ravaged their lives. In such a turbulent era, one would expect ninjas to be stronger, yet Sasuke's expression darkened, as if a sensitive spot had been struck, and he quietly lowered his head, nodding slightly. You, understanding the unspoken weight of Sasuke's thoughts, inquired, from what I gather, war is a frequent occurrence in your world, and you are 13 now, correct? Why then? Are you still merely a genin? Upon hearing this, Sasuke felt as though he had been pricked by a needle, a sharp pain coursing through him. His face stiffened, lips trembling as if he struggled to articulate his feelings. Finally, with a hint of despair and resignation, he softly murmured, Am I really that weak? These few words encapsulated an abyss of disappointment and self-reproach. Sasuke had always held himself to exceptionally high standards. However, learning about the Empire's existence and witnessing his counterpart's capabilities left him feeling utterly defeated. Doubts began to seep in, making him question whether he was indeed as weak as you and his brother suggested. The weight of this self-doubt plunged him into a profound anguish. Dato had said as much, and you had echoed it, while even his own variation confirmed it. The accolades and sense of achievement he had once felt as a prodigy in the Ninja Academy now felt like a distant memory, difficult to reconcile with the perception of himself that others now conveyed. You hesitated before responding. Given that you are a variation of my brother, your potential is undoubtedly remarkable. Perhaps the educational standards in your world are simply lacking. Brother Yu, what level do you believe my abilities correspond to in your empire? I can handle the truth. You need not be so delicate, Sasuke insisted, his head lowered and teeth clenched. With a sigh, Yu replied candidly. Your strength in our empire is equivalent to that of a novice in elementary school. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's face flushed with shame, not merely from embarrassment, but from a deep sense of inadequacy. If you were to enroll in elementary school, you would have to start from the very basics. What? Sasuke panicked. He had come to the empire with dreams of attending the prestigious Imperial University, where he hoped to graduate with strength comparable to Itachi's. If he had to begin at elementary school, revenge would be a distant dream. Observing Sasuke's sudden despondence, Yu gently patted his shoulder. However, you are a member of the Uchiha clan. Once you awaken your Mangekyo Sharingan or attain the rank of Jonin, you may be granted special permission to enroll in one of the 5 prestigious universities of the empire. Let us return to my clan. Upon hearing this, Sasuke nodded. Having a method was reassuring, and the sooner, the better. As the two of them traveled together, their rapport grew, and the conversations became increasingly abundant. Sasuke felt a strange sensation within him, yet it was overshadowed by a sense of familiarity. This world's brother resembled his own world so closely. The fleeting happiness allowed him to momentarily forget the deep-seated blood feud he carried. Sasuke, what heinous act did the me from that world commit to incite your profound hatred? You inquired curiously. Sasuke pondered for a moment before deciding to confide in Yu, eager to see his reaction. It was Itachi who slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan, personally killing our parents. I am still uncertain of his motives. I am investigating. I also do not understand why he spared me. I truly wish I had perished that night. I despise him. I once had a perfect family, a strict yet loving father, and a caring mother who did not indulge me. He ruined everything. Upon hearing this, Yu's expression darkened. The counterpart of himself in that world, that beast. Why did he do such a thing? He comprehended the answer all too well. It was likely to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, and as for why he spared you, it was undoubtedly for the sake of the eternal Mangekyo. Yu surmised, using his foot to deduce the thoughts of his counterpart in that world. It must be said, that world is truly terrifying, capable of birthing such a creature as himself. Enough of this sorrow. Here, you can still receive love from family. Yu comforted Sasuke. Yet, Sasuke remained silent. How could they be considered parents if they were not his biological ones? By the way, how many tomo does your Sharingan have? Chapter 81. Each returns to their home. Yu suddenly recalled something and asked. Me? I currently have 2 tomo. However, I feel that reaching 3 tomo is merely a matter of months. Sasuke said excitedly, sensing that under the recent stimulation of illusion techniques, he was on the verge of awakening the 3 tomo. Upon hearing Sasuke's exuberance, Yu was momentarily stunned. What on earth? 2 tomo? That's what it takes to awaken the Sharingan. Sasuke, oblivious to Yu's expression, gently caressed his eyes. The night of the massacre was the agony of my life. The most despairing night I've ever faced. That day, my Sharingan awakened early. However, due to my physical condition, I could only manifest 1 tomo. The second tomo was only awakened a few days ago. What? No way. Yu was dumbfounded. The entire clan was slain, and you awakened only 1 tomo? Your physical condition? The Uchiha rely on emotional strength, not physical condition. Yet you refrained from voicing these thoughts, fearing they would discourage his younger brother. Let us go. We should head back. By the way, regarding the matter of our Uchiha clan being annihilated by my counterpart in that world, remember to keep it confidential for now. Yu thought to himself, pondering if there was an opportunity for the emperor to arrange for him to confront that individual and question him. Why? Meanwhile, Naruto was tightly embraced by Kushina, who was filled with warmth. Naruto was at a loss for how to respond, while Kushina enthusiastically held him close, gazing at her hair and face, which bore a striking resemblance to his mother's. Naruto felt somewhat dazed. As Kushina pressed him into her embrace, he could feel her warmth, which was even softer than the Ninetales' consciousness space, causing his eyes to well with tears. Despite having held back for so long, he could no longer contain himself. This woman before him was the mother of the bright Naruto. He was the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, yet she displayed no resentment or disdain. Having received a portion of Ninetales' chakra from Nagato, Naruto felt that this woman was filled with love and regret for him. Truly, I need to understand what happened in that world. Did she not prepare nourishing meals for him daily? Even if he was reluctant to eat, she should have ensured he was fed. Why does he appear so malnourished? Kushina's heart was filled with self-reproach towards her counterpart in that world. The disparity between the Naruto before her and her own son was staggering. However, Both children from the two worlds were still her children. She would not favor one over the other. Auntie, my mother has advised me to eat well. Naruto wiped his tears and spoke with a choked voice. Advising? That won't do. No more tears. A man must not cry. Kushina feigned sternness. Yet, observing Naruto's effort to hold back his tears, she felt her heart soften. All right then, I'm not angry with you, Kushina said awkwardly. Her own son had always been gentle and obedient. He had never cried. So she was unsure how to comfort him. Auntie, I know Kushina wanted to say that he could call her mother. She wouldn't mind. However, fearing he would take offense, she decided to keep that to herself for now. Naruto, standing here isn't a solution. Your father and uncle have prepared a meal at home. Let us go. We can discuss everything while we eat. We specifically rushed back from the land of waves for this, and I gathered some rare ingredients from the land of fire along the way. You've definitely never tasted them. Kushina took Naruto's hand, and he did not resist. He was still caught in a tumultuous internal conflict. On one hand, he recognized that this was not his mother. On the other, he yearned for familial affection. As for the fiery consciousness within him, he decided to temporarily bury it deep in his mind. After all, I will never betray Konoha. I cannot betray the trust of the third Hokage. Nor can I forget Iruka-sensei's teachings. I must not succumb to the allure of this world, which does not belong to me. Naruto contemplated, even forgetting to greet Sasuke before leaving. Kakashi, regarding your situation, Shomo has already informed me. As one of the top leaders in the Imperial Legion, he received the news much earlier than others. Moreover, his son was among the first wave of advanced troops and captains, so he was well aware of what Kakashi had experienced in that world. Kakashi bit his lip, yet no sound emerged. What should he say? What could he say? What was there to say? He was engulfed in confusion. Before arriving in this world, he had anticipated being treated as a prisoner, with everyone desperately extracting information about Konoha from him. Yet, what transpired? They seemed entirely unconcerned about him. That was not even the most difficult pill to swallow. The hardest truth to accept was that they had summoned his relatives from this world to meet him. What was happening? Were they attempting to extract information through gentle means? But their main force had already moved on. Any information gathered through gentle means would likely be too late. So why were they still here? To be honest, I also feel regret and pity. It's hard to fathom that I would take my own life in that world. I believe the samurai spirit instilled in me from the samurai era to the ninja era would make me resilient, yet he proved to be so fragile. To dare act, but not dare to face the consequences. He was truly selfish. Seeing Kakashi remain silent, Shomo let out a sigh. It is indeed wrong to speak ill of others' fathers in front of children. With that, he raised his hand to slap his own mouth, completely disregarding the presence of others nearby. Kakashi was taken aback and hurried to grasp Shomo's hand. Deep down, he had often contemplated whether his father truly loved him. Given the choice of silence and death, seemingly indifferent to his future and its repercussions. Such an attitude, paired with a mature worldview, made it difficult for him to accept the notion of fatherhood in this world. Yet at that moment, a flicker of emotion stirred within him. Uncle, you are merely speaking your truth. Such thoughts are entirely natural. There is no malice in what you say, Kakashi reassured him, gazing at the otherworldly father before him, whose forehead was already etched with fine lines. He felt a sense of disorientation. If his own father were present, he too would likely bear a similar visage, wouldn't he? Noticing Kakashi's forgiveness, a smile crept onto Shomo's lips, although the wrinkles deepened beneath it. Let us go. I have prepared a feast at home. I shall let you sample the fine wines of our empire. Today, we shall not rest until we are intoxicated. Shomo clapped Kakashi on the shoulder and led him toward his abode. Chapter 82. The Sinister Toilet. Is this the Konoha of a parallel world? Chio squinted her eyes, having observed her surroundings since stepping through the teleportation portal. Inside, in the confines of the research facility, she felt little, but upon emerging, the grandeur of this place struck her profoundly. Towering buildings, reaching heights of over 100 meters, their exteriors adorned with layers of glass reflecting sunlight, left her dizzy and awestruck. Such edifices would not be remarkable if they were mere landmarks. Yet before her eyes, there were no fewer than 10. Initially believing she had come here as a prisoner, she was bewildered by her unexpected release. Though she considered herself of considerable strength, the lack of attention made her feel lost. Were they not concerned that she might harbor resentment and wreak havoc here? As Chio continued to gaze at these structures, far more advanced than those in Sunagakure, a familiar voice rang in her ears. Hey, Grandma, I'm over here. She trembled at the sound, It was far too familiar. The person she had longed for day and night stood there. Her incredulous eyes followed the voice, and indeed, there he was, the striking boy with crimson hair, exuding a charm that seemed out of place in this world, waving at her with a nonchalant expression. Chiyo held a wary heart towards any enemies or forces outside Sunagakure. Yet, in her old age, especially as one of the remaining elders without a single relative by her side, her only brother, Hoka, having recently perished in the conflict, she found herself at odds with her feelings. She ought to despise the Empire. However, upon seeing Sasori, she felt an overwhelming urge to forgive everything. "Ah, I'm here. Are you Sasori?" Chiyo approached him, her aged face softening with a smile. "Yes, I am indeed Sasori," he replied patiently. "I just came to escort Raza and you back home. Would you care to return with me to the Wind Province?" Sasori displayed no hint of impatience as he explained the events that had transpired. "So, the Land of Wind is now called the Wind Province? That is fine. I have no acquaintances or familiar places here. I shall accompany you back if you do not mind this old woman." A tinge of insecurity coursed through Chiyo. In the face of adversaries, she could summon her puppets to attack without hesitation. Yet, when confronting family, especially the polite Sasori, she felt uncertain of how to respond. She acknowledged that during her cross-dimensional transit, she had caught sight of her doppelganger, whose complexion was rosy and garments opulent. In stark contrast, her own attire, worn for the sake of Sunagakure's economy, was outdated, and the relentless winds had left her looking travel-worn, akin to a beggar. Sasori, noticing the state of his grandmother's counterpart, felt no disdain, only a sense of compassion. After all, she was his otherworldly grandmother, and given the Empire's teachings that emphasized filial piety and care for the elderly, he would not harbor any contempt, not even for a common old lady. "Grandma, do not speak of yourself in such a manner. I understand you have faced hardships. Please do not feel resistance or inferiority. I am your grandson in this world and your family. There is no need for formality between us." As a youth, Sasori preferred straightforwardness over unnecessary circumlocution. Chiyo hesitated, wanting to clarify that she was not living in dire straits. But the state of her attire and her aged visage spoke otherwise. "Come, Grandma, let us first get you a change of clothes. It is nearly noon, and I shall treat you to a fine meal before we return to the Wind Province." "Hurry, Grandma. My parents are waiting for us at home. We shall dine together this afternoon." Upon hearing Sasori mention his parents, Chiyo quivered and quickly followed. "You mean your parents are waiting at home? Are they your real parents?" "Of course, your son and daughter-in-law. However, I am uncertain if my mother is still your daughter-in-law in this world. Nonetheless, given the similarities in our appearances, she should be the same." Sasori guided Chiyo to a public restroom within Konoha University. "Well, Grandma, you will know once we get home. They said they would have lunch ready for us this afternoon, so let us not dawdle." He retrieved a scroll and handed it to her. "Grandma, this is a set of clothes I prepared in advance. It contains various styles. Once you arrive in our world, there is no need to wear such coarse garments." Chiyo understood that Sasori was concerned for her well-being and nodded in agreement. "Then once I change, we shall return?" Sasori shot her a gentle, exasperated glance. "Grandma, let us eat lunch before we leave. There is no rush." Chiyo nodded repeatedly. She was hungry, and besides, her grandson needed to eat as well. All right. I will follow your lead." Chiyo took the scroll and entered the restroom. Engaged in conversation with Sasori, she had not noticed until now the vastness of the space within. A sign indicated women alongside a simplified illustration to distinguish the genders. Chiyo paid little mind to those details. As she stepped inside, a fragrant aroma filled the air, accompanied by a low humming sound from the ceiling. As a puppeteer, she could discern the airflow and subtle suction, allowing her to deduce the mechanism above. "Is this for circulating the air? How lavish Konoha Village is." Chiyo mused to herself. While she could certainly create a similar exhaust system, it would require chakra to operate. She pondered the amount of manpower required. If it involved chakra, it would demand a ninja's time, which seemed an extravagant waste. Observing the dense cluster of small houses on either side, she felt somewhat bewildered. Soon, the sound of rushing water echoed, and a youthful, vibrant girl emerged from one of the small houses. Chiyo craned her neck, eager to discover what lay within. The girl blushed, glancing at Chiyo. "Grandma, are you looking for a restroom? You can use the stalls over there. I've just used this one, and it might not smell very pleasant." Noticing Chiyo's indifference, the girl kindly opened the adjacent partition to reveal the space within. Although she found it odd that an elderly woman could enter Konoha University, she refrained from asking further questions. Chiyo watched the girl leave, forgetting to express her gratitude, and numbly walked into the restroom stall. As she observed the minimalist design inside, she could not comprehend why the locals referred to this place as a restroom. It was nothing short of opulent. Contrary to her preconceived notions of a restroom filled with foul odors and swarming flies, where neglect could lead to unsightly layers of grime. Having spent many years in Sunagakure without venturing outside, she had fallen somewhat out of touch. Chiyo retrieved a scroll, reflecting on her disheveled appearance, and resolved to clean herself promptly. Her gaze fell upon the glistening white surface of the ceramic basin filled with water, and an idea sparked within her. Chapter 83. Swimsuit. Chiyo hunched over for a brief wash. The water was clear and sweet, imbued with a subtle plant fragrance. However, the only drawback was the low height of the countertop, which caused discomfort in her back. Having finished cleaning her body, Chiyo hesitated before plunging her head into the basin. In Sunagakure, where water was scarce due to its arid climate, the inhabitants had long adopted the habit of infrequent washing, reserving it for significant occasions. Most ninjas from Sunagakure, owing to their geographical environment, lacked water-based chakra, predominantly wielding earth and wind techniques. Thus, employing water ninjas from neighboring villages was impractical, given the village's impoverished state and the potential for aiding adversaries. Furthermore, the fleeting nature of water release could not truly alter the circumstances in Sunagakure and Wind Country. Consequently, even as a prominent figure in Sunagakure, Chiyo exercised frugality regarding water resources. Now confronted with such pristine water and the persistent discomfort on her scalp, she decided to linger a little longer. After cleaning her body, the discomfort on her head became more pronounced as she noticed the stark contrast. As a puppet master, she had quickly discerned the simple structure of the flushing ceramic basin, a water supply pipe connected to it, and a mechanism button. Feeling pain in her back, she could not help but mentally curse the fool who designed this contraption. Is this even suitable for human use? She wondered. She fumbled to press the button, and a refreshing stream of water cascaded down her head, though it was regrettably short-lived. Annoyed, Chiyo lamented the wastefulness of the locals, questioning how much water was squandered by allowing it to flow ceaselessly. Moreover, what kind of design was this? The water could not be retained, and the large opening made it impossible to wash anything without obstruction. With this thought, she considered how Sunagakure had been ravaged by them, and in a spirit of defiance, she resolved to press the button continuously. You brought me here. You should bear the consequences of my water waste. The more she contemplated, the more fervently she pressed. However, recalling her impending return to Sunagakure, she thought it unnecessary to waste time getting too clean, as the journey would soon expose her to the same yellow sands again. Hastily drying her head, she began rummaging through the scroll provided by Sasori for clothing. Yet, as more garments emerged, her expression grew increasingly perplexed. What are these? She scrutinized a particular outfit that barely concealed essential areas. Driven by curiosity, she decided to try it on. The fabric felt remarkably soft, and Sasori had indeed been considerate. However, the scant coverage of the attire made her frown. Is this meant to be worn underneath? Just as Chiyo pondered whether this outfit was intended for everyday wear or special occasions, she sensed someone approaching outside. Sakura felt a surge of joy. With the onset of significant projects within the empire, the once stringent Imperial University had begun to open its doors to an increasing number of applicants. After graduating from the Imperial Middle School, she had interviewed for Tsunade's medical team, where advancement in the ninja world relied heavily on skill. The primary and secondary education systems were selective. One could advance to a lower ninja after 3 years of elementary school and subsequently move to middle school. The criteria for a lower ninja required the ability to perform 3 C-rank jutsu. Those without the 5 elemental attributes faced greater challenges, needing to pass physical assessments. Within 3 years, mastering and executing 3 C-rank jutsu allowed for an early transition to middle school or continued elementary education. In middle school, the bar was set higher, requiring the mastery of 3 B-rank jutsu and 1 A-rank jutsu within 3 years. If one failed to meet these standards, the opportunity to enter university would be lost due to limited educational resources and established talent. Sakura, having only mastered 3 B-rank jutsu and failing to successfully execute an A-rank jutsu during assessments, missed the opportunity for university admission. In the Empire, children from prominent families often mastered various weapons by the age of 4, showcasing exceptional agility. Those who were slower would still possess sufficient chakra by age 6 to begin their elementary education. Sakura entered elementary school at 6, graduated conventionally, and proceeded to middle school. After graduating at 12, she joined Tsunade's medical team, and after a year of internship, she learned of the university's reopening. Perhaps due to the success of a significant project within the empire, the university now accepted ninjas under 18 capable of performing an A-rank jutsu. However, returning students like her were categorized as vocational students. Nevertheless, Sakura was unperturbed. Regardless of the label, she was finally at Konoha University. The university resembled a strategic military base, accessible only to ninjas, as it housed a plethora of jutsu and forbidden techniques, alongside countless experimental facilities and resources. Many practical exercises were conducted in tandem with experiments, where some devastating weapons could pose significant threats to society. The place Sakura had once revered and longed for was finally within her reach, and she felt exhilarated. After a busy morning, she now felt a slight urgency to relieve herself. In order to ensure that she would meet her teacher in a good state, Sakura decided to visit the restroom. As she approached the door, she caught sight of a red-haired youth, whose melancholic gaze was directed towards the sky at a 45-degree angle. Momentarily entranced, she only regained her composure when he glanced in her direction, prompting her to blush as she remembered her purpose for being there. Could this be a senior from Konoha University? He was extraordinarily handsome. Sakura pondered how to greet him, but the fear of being impolite held her back. Weighed down by such thoughts, she pushed open a stall door without observing her surroundings. The next moment, a sharp, explosive sound erupted. Sakura's eyes widened as she beheld several arms hanging on either side of the restroom, nearly causing her to faint. However, she soon noticed that these arms were adorned with various styles of clothing. An elderly lady, clad in a swimsuit, then looked at her with an apologetic expression. Chapter 84, Sakura's Shock. Not you apologies, young lady, Chiyo said, her face slightly flushed with embarrassment for being caught in such a predicament. Moments ago, while trying on outfits, she had discovered a puppet arm hidden within a scroll and thoughtlessly used it as a clothes hanger. She had not intended to frighten the girl. Sakura felt a twinge of shame for her earlier faux pas. I'm sorry, senior, I was lost in thought, she stammered. Her first instinct was to question why an elderly woman would be wet and in a restroom stall. Was she also a college student? But upon reflection, she realized that the woman was likely a parent or perhaps a teacher, making her previous assumptions quite rude. Lowering her gaze, she avoided looking at the peculiar woman in the swimsuit. After the earlier shock, she sensed a few drops of sweat trickling down her brow. Blushing, she exclaimed, senior, I need to use the restroom. I truly apologize for interrupting your changing. With that, she hurriedly dashed into the stall opposite Chiyo's. Chiyo frowned. What could she possibly be doing in there? A glance in that direction revealed that the stall was furnished identically to her own. Soon, the sound of flowing water echoed, and disbelief began to dawn on Chiyo's face. What on earth was she doing? Sakura swung open the restroom stall door and was taken aback to find the elderly lady staring at her with incredulous eyes. Feeling somewhat awkward, she muttered an apology. However, before she could speak further, Chiyo's quivering voice broke the silence. Did you just use the restroom in there? Sakura felt a wave of shyness wash over her and nodded. Yes, is there a problem, senior? She asked, puzzled. But as she caught sight of the towel the woman was placing near the toilet, her surprise grew. Senior, your towel fell into the toilet, she exclaimed, thinking the woman hadn't noticed and wanting to help. Chiyo's face flushed a deep crimson. You just used the restroom in here? Even Sakura, who was rather naive, understood the implication and hesitantly nodded. Chiyo gasped, her breath catching in her throat as she processed the situation. As a consultant from Sunagakure, a powerful figure with the strength to instill fear in even the most seasoned shinobi, she had just bathed and drank water in someone else's restroom. It struck her then. As a puppeteer, she should have anticipated such outcomes. Yet, being from Sunagakure and the land of wind, she could not fathom why someone would use such pristine porcelain to hold water that exuded a subtle fragrance. With a final splutter, Chiyo fainted, exclaiming, "How embarrassing." When Chiyo regained consciousness, she felt a gentle rocking sensation. She looked up to see the red-haired youth before her, and her eyes widened as she scanned her own body. A sigh of relief escaped her lips upon noticing that she was dressed in a proper outfit. Thank goodness she hadn't embarrassed herself in front of her grandson. However, the clothing she wore still felt unfamiliar. How long have I been unconscious? Chiyo asked, a hint of bashfulness in her tone. Not long, Grandma. I'm sorry. I wasn't aware of your condition, he replied. Fortunately, that girl with the pink hair went in and helped you out. Otherwise, I would have had no idea you had fainted in there. Do you have low blood sugar or high blood pressure? Chio opened her mouth to respond, but ultimately refrained from disclosing the reason for her fainting spell. What is low blood sugar? What is high blood pressure? She inquired, confused. Low blood sugar means your body has insufficient sugar intake, leading to dizziness and fainting. High blood pressure occurs when blood flow is obstructed, he explained. As Chio contemplated her earlier fainting episode, she concluded it must have been the latter. Then I have high blood pressure, she stated. He nodded in understanding. All right, Grandma. When we return, I will contact the head of the medical department in the Land of Wind to have you checked out. Listening to the lengthy explanations, Chio felt somewhat lost. Yet, feeling the comfort of her clothing, she couldn't help but ask, Scorpion, did you design this outfit? It's quite comfortable. Oh, no. I just bought this in advance. When we return, you can choose from my grandmother's wardrobe. Those should fit you even better. Are you saying ordinary people can wear these? Chio asked incredulously. Grandma, allow me to correct a misconception in your language, he said. Chio was puzzled as to where she had gone wrong. In our empire, there are no privileged classes. We are all ordinary people. As for your question, these are indeed what ordinary people wear. Of course, mine may be of a slightly higher quality, perhaps more comfortable than cheaper options, but they will never match the custom-made garments from home. You can select at your leisure when we return. Chio felt as though she were wandering through a fog. She couldn't help but think that the people from this so-called empire truly knew how to enjoy life. Grandma, I'm not sure what you like to eat, but I'll take you to a buffet. Scorpion's voice interrupted her thoughts, causing her stomach to churn. She had just been feeling nauseous. Resolutely, she began to dry her hair vigorously until not a single drop remained, calming her nerves slightly. After exiting the vehicle, Chio remarked, Scorpion, your puppet truly is convenient. She gazed at the box-like contraption, particularly noting the 4 wheels at the corners, which significantly reduced chakra consumption. Grandma, this is a car. Although it can be controlled with chakra, ordinary people can drive it now, he explained. Chio chuckled at this. Grandson, please don't jest. Where would ordinary people find the chakra to operate such a large puppet? She could easily discern the weight of the puppet, encased in metal. It was implausible for an ordinary person to manage it. Even for her, prolonged operation would be a challenge. With a gentle smile, Scorpion patiently elaborated. Grandmother, our chakra can now be stored within special metals. After analyzing the principles of the 6 paths ninja tools and the essence of chakra storage, we have invented a chakra energy reservoir. This device merely requires a visit to a specialized energy station for charging. With sufficient funds, even an ordinary person can freely utilize it. However, due to the scarcity of these chakra charging stations, the cost for a single charge is currently quite high. Nevertheless, we are researching electricity and renewable energy, and within a decade, I will ensure that every household in the empire can afford a vehicle. Scorpion spoke with spirited enthusiasm. Chio, after contemplating the possibilities, was taken aback. Storing chakra seems genuinely feasible. It would grant ordinary people the opportunity to manipulate puppets. Although somewhat cumbersome, for instance, Scorpion had to operate a large disc for the puppet to respond. This innovation would indeed empower ordinary individuals to engage in combat alongside ninjas. Grandson, I have a question. How exactly does this chakra charging station collect chakra? Chapter 85. Grandmother can no longer eat the collection of chakra? It is quite simple. Within the ninja world, there are numerous chakra beasts created through the mating of large, docile summoning beasts with tailed beast cells. These creatures possess a natural ability to gather ambient chakra, and they work tirelessly. They can be found not only at charging stations, but in any location requiring chakra. However, due to the transplantation of tailed beast cells, their survival rate is notably low. Many chakra beasts perish during their infancy under the strain of that power. Thus, only substantial groups can afford to cultivate them. Scorpion patiently guided his grandmother toward a resplendent hall, explaining as they walked. Chio gasped in astonishment. This ninja world is truly remarkable. While they in Sunagakure have spent years extracting a mere fragment of ninjutsu from Shikaku, others are already cultivating chakra beasts using chakra cells. Terrifying. How many chakra beasts do we possess in Sunagakure? Chio asked, still hopeful, envisioning rallying a legion of puppets to resist the empire. I am uncertain about Sunagakure. But as for the Akatsuki mechanisms under my command, we have approximately 2,000 chakra beasts. Sunagakure will certainly have more, if not less. Scorpion thoughtfully provided an estimate. 2,000. Chiyo halted abruptly. That is splendid. If Sunagakure has even more, then the prospect of us overthrowing the empire is not far-fetched. Chiyo mused. Once they take control of the empire, she would find a way to send 1,000 chakra beasts back to Sunagakure. To this day, she still considered herself an elder of Sunagakure, capable of determining the fate of both the village and the land of wind. In her eyes, her extensive experience would undoubtedly lead Sunagakure to greater heights. After all, it had been her efforts that sustained the village's fragile existence over the years. Even the Kazekage sought her counsel, never daring to overlook her suggestions. Thus far, everything she had observed in the world revolved around Konoha. Subconsciously, she believed that the people of Sunagakure were undoubtedly oppressed, their hearts secretly ignited with the flames of rebellion. Who is the supreme ruler of your world? Oh, that would naturally be our emperor, Uchiha Senju, came the reply. From the Uchiha clan? So, they truly are from Konoha, those wicked Uchihas. Chiyo thought, further solidifying her convictions. As the enticing aroma of food wafted into her nostrils, she began to survey her surroundings. Her stomach could no longer contain itself, emitting a loud growl, causing Chiyo's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Grandmother, let us go. After we eat, we shall prepare to return to Sunagakure. Observing Scorpion hand over some currency to the attendant at the entrance, Chiyo followed him inside. Upon entering, she was immediately overwhelmed. The display featured various seafood exceeding a meter in length, including shrimp and crabs. While further inside lay an array of meats, an exquisite feast that awakened her appetite with the tantalizing scents in the air. Hello, sir. What type of broth would you like? A youthful, radiant girl greeted them with a sweet smile. Chiyo found herself smiling back involuntarily. Grandmother, can you handle spicy food? Chiyo asked, and after receiving a nod, she ordered, then let us have a spicy broth. Just a little less spicy. I fear it might be too much for an elder. Very well, sir. Once the waitress had arranged a table for them, Chiyo tugged at Scorpion's sleeve. This meal must be quite expensive, yes? I feel as though my heart is bleeding. How much did you spend on this extravagant restaurant? Not too expensive, roughly equivalent to 2 days' wages of a jonin, Scorpion calculated. Considering the average income from missions, that is acceptable, not overly extravagant, Chiyo nodded. Come, grandmother. Let us select our dishes. Take whatever you desire, Scorpion said, striding toward the section filled with his favorite dumplings. Wait, do we still need to pay? Is it all right for us to take our own? Chiyo inquired. No need, grandmother. This is a buffet. Take as much as you want. We've already paid. Really? We can take anything we wish. Chiyo exclaimed, excitement bubbling within her. Free to eat as they pleased? Such a wonderful opportunity. Then I shall not hold back. I will eat until you are bankrupt. Grandmother, you took the meat. You must eat it quickly. Wastefulness is shameful, Scorpion exclaimed, clutching his stomach as he slumped onto his seat, his face a portrait of despair. Chiyo, too, was panting heavily. I can't anymore, my dear grandson. I truly cannot eat another bite. Grandmother, any uneaten food will be charged at the original price, Scorpion remarked, finding his grandmother's habits rather troubling. The emperor does not endorse wastefulness, and she was being excessively wasteful. What? Charged at the original price? Isn't that a scam? Didn't you say we could eat freely? Chiyo protested, perplexed by their system of wealth. Just tell me how much it is in Suna gold. Grandmother, we can eat freely, but the condition is no waste. As for the ratio, once Scorpion explained the conversion, Chiyo resumed stuffing her face with food, her expression a mix of horror and regret. No wonder Konoha was so wealthy. It was extortionate. Scorpion suddenly felt guilty towards his grandmother. Ah well, conserving food is not a bad thing. Once again, they boarded the vehicle that he referred to as a car, and Chiyo finally took the time to observe her surroundings. It must be said, the planning here is truly exceptional. Each building and road seems meticulously designed, both aesthetically pleasing and proportionally sound, from the perspective of a puppeteer. However, considering how Konoha managed to exploit their customers so ruthlessly, it was hard to fathom how such wealth could fail to produce such roads and buildings, filling her with indignation. As the vehicle roared to life again, Chiyo resumed her careful examination of it. It must be said that the speed of this puppet is quite remarkable. Its normal pace rivals that of a lower-ranking ninja, and according to Scorpion, its maximum acceleration can outpace even that of a jonin. Furthermore, this vehicle can operate continuously for 24 hours, making it an exceptional instrument for conquering and seizing territory in wartime. However, Its only drawback is the high demands it places on road conditions. Chiyo, who has spent her entire life in the throes of war, has never considered comfort or convenience. Her thoughts solely focused on its utility in battle. As the vehicle progresses, they soon find themselves beneath the shadow of a colossal structure. Before Chiyo can process why the road stretches so long, she is startled by an immense roar. Chapter 86. Chiyo, how do we operate this aircraft? Grandmother, this is the means of transportation we shall be using shortly, Scorpion proudly explains. What on earth is this? Chiyo gazes in disbelief at the enormous contraption, spanning hundreds of meters in length and dozens in width. As it ascends into the sky, her mouth agape in astonishment. While it is true that puppets can fly, they rely entirely on the chakra of the puppeteer for support. A creation of such size would likely be beyond even the tailed beast's capacity to sustain flight, wouldn't it? Although its wings bear a resemblance to those of a bird, judging by the sound of its recent takeoff, it must weigh at least several tons. Can it truly ascend solely on chakra energy? Chiyo cannot fathom the idea of a Jinchuriki serving as a power source within. Yet is it indeed possible to achieve flight through that so-called chakra energy? Noticing her astonished expression, Scorpion's lips curled into a slight smirk. Grandmother, as a puppeteer yourself, what do you think of my creation? Chiyo's pupils dilated in shock. This is your work? Compared to her own grandson, this one seems to possess far greater talent. The mere existence of such a colossal puppet is terrifying. If it can fly, it could certainly run as well. How is this possible? Why does it fly? Seeing his grandmother's incredulity, Scorpion felt a sense of superiority. I understand your skepticism. For such a massive object to soar through the skies requires an immense amount of chakra. However, one must not solely consider weight. It also utilizes aerodynamics and structural engineering. Its flight relies not only on inertia, but also significantly on the air currents above. He explained succinctly. Chiyo grasped the concept. It became clear that only during takeoff is a large amount of chakra consumed, and due to the aircraft's design, utilizing inertia for sustained flight could greatly conserve chakra usage. Chiyo was left in awe. If this apparatus were employed in war, what sort of power would be required to bring it down? It could airdrop ninjas or unleash explosive tags over any corner of the battlefield. Transformed into a tool of warfare, who could possibly withstand it? Grandmother, we must proceed. Our aircraft will navigate through the land of rain and then reach the land of wind. The journey will take several hours, and I will gladly clarify any questions you may have along the way. Crossing the land of rain? Chiyo's thoughts were momentarily pulled back. As someone raised amid the ravages of war, her first instinct was to contemplate the implications of conflict. Hearing Scorpion mention traversing the land of rain left her in disbelief. The skies above the land of rain are perpetually shrouded in thick clouds, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Could this great puppet truly withstand such natural forces? However, upon entering the land of rain, Chiyo soon realized her grave misjudgment. Is this truly the land of rain? Gazing at the clear skies and the endless verdure below, she found herself engulfed in doubt. The land of rain she remembered was nothing like this. The perpetually damp ground and the ever-present dark clouds were testaments to its maritime climate, despite being landlocked. It seems the world you inhabit is not entirely akin to ours. The land of rain here is vastly different from the one in our realm. Chiyo remarked, her voice tinged with wonder. What remarkable spirits and talents. Scorpion remained silent, merely observing her with a knowing smile. As the aircraft soared, with a vantage point from 1,000 meters above, Chiyo felt her heart swell with a newfound sense of openness. Perhaps you are unaware, but I have traversed the land of rain a few times. It is enveloped by towering peaks on all sides, resembling a basin where clouds are unable to disperse, causing rain to fall and transform into water, which then rises to become clouds again. Wait, what is that? Chiyo's eyes widened once more, fixated on a chasm that cleaved through the mountains below. Indeed, there is no mistake. This is identical to the conditions within the land of rain. But why? Chiyo stared in shock as a vast rift, a kilometer wide, split the mountains of the land of rain, leaving her incredulous. Scorpion gazed at the gash that tore through the mountains, reflecting on its significance. This mountain range is the largest in the land of rain. As you mentioned, it obstructs external air currents, transforming the entire region into a basin, trapping the rain clouds and rendering the area perpetually devoid of sunlight, making it difficult for most flora and fauna to thrive. Chiyo listened intently. Had this been in her world, the land of rain would face a dire situation, as it lies at the intersection of the earth, wind, and fire nations, frequently becoming a battleground during conflicts. This is one of the key reasons for the suffering of its inhabitants, as well as the inability of plants and animals to survive. Once, the people of the Land of Rain lived in abject misery, but fortunately, an emperor emerged. Scorpion's voice took on a fervent tone. After unifying the ninja world, he arrived in the Land of Rain and, wielding immense power, opened a passage to the outside world. Not only that, but he also diverted the largest river in the Land of Rain to the Land of Wind. This passage and river transformed the rainy climate of the Land of Rain and provided the Land of Wind with a precious source of life. This was his gift and blessing to the people of both provinces after the war. Scorpion spoke with excitement, contrasting his puppetry with the art of the emperor, which far surpassed his own. If he were a brilliant star, then the emperor was the sun illuminating the moon. Chiyo observed her grandson's admiration for this figure, and as her own vision expanded, a sense of despair began to settle within her. Is the situation in the Land of Rain easily resolvable? It could be. If approached in this manner, even a fool could conceive it. But is the situation truly so easily resolved? Not at all. Even a ninja of high rank, or even a Kaga-level shinobi, no matter how tirelessly they labored across generations, could carve out only a narrow path. Yet to alter the natural environment with sheer strength, Chiyo could responsibly assert that no one could accomplish such a feat. No one. Yet now someone has. It is no wonder he is revered as an emperor. No wonder everyone holds him in such fervent esteem. Even within the confines of the 64th ninja world, she believed that this emperor's actions could unite nearly half of the populace of the Land of Wind and the Land of Rain. A heavy weight settled in Chiyo's heart, as hope for the revival of Sunagakure began to wane. Such a formidable individual. Does it matter if one possesses an army of 1,000,000 puppets? From a lofty vantage point, Chiyo perceives that this river stretches far beyond her initial expectations. It nearly envelopes half of the Wind Country. No one understands the plight of the Wind Country better than she does. The nation has long yearned for a mother river. Now that it has come to fruition, the people can irrigate their lands, fostering agricultural development and livestock breeding. This initiative can be deemed a salvation for countless lives, benefiting the populace for generations to come. Oh, grandmother, I must say there is truly nothing worth cherishing in your tragic and pitiable world. Standing alongside you, it is no exaggeration to say that you resemble her mother, considering you are of the same age. Grandmother, join the empire. Employ your puppet techniques to bring convenience and welfare to the empire, to the Wind Province, and to the people of Sunagakure. Chapter 87. Jiraiya, you shall be Hokage. Chiyo's expression was one of inner turmoil and hesitation. Grandmother, I comprehend your steadfast beliefs, yet they hold no significance. Civilizations inevitably require progress. If conservative traditions impede the advancement of a grand era, should we not unhesitatingly abandon them? Deep within, Chiyo still clung to her resolve, desiring to witness the state of Sunagakure before making any decisions. In the next moment, terror washed over her. What is this? Am I truly hesitating? Have my thoughts betrayed the consciousness of the sand? Am I actually contemplating betraying the village and the daimyo? How infuriating. This empire is utterly terrifying, such a master of brainwashing. Chiyo suppressed her inner turmoil, desperately reminding herself not to forsake her village, if she were to betray them. Her brothers and sisters suffering within the village would have no one to rescue them. Yet, as she gazed upon the scattered oases and vast fields of wheat in the Wind Country, her resolve wavered. What is the purpose of the village's existence? What is the significance of a ninja's life? What is her own existence worth? Ultimately, is it not to ensure that all may dwell in peace and tranquility, where everyone enjoys a full meal and leads a good life? Now, the empire possesses these very things. What then should she cling to? Ah, Sasori, you mentioned your red sand mechanism? With over 2,000 chakra beasts, I wish to inquire about this organization you speak of. Chiyo sought to gain a deeper understanding of her grandson's situation, aiming to dissect the state of the world further. As for me, I essentially belong to a puppet master organization. Our main task revolves around what you see here, developing an array of puppets. Sasori endeavored to articulate in a manner understandable to Chiyo. She nodded in acknowledgement. How many puppet masters do you have under your command? Sasori furrowed his brow, lost in thought for an extended period before laboriously providing an answer. If we consider those capable of manipulating puppets, assembling and disassembling them, there should be over 80,000. However, the actual organized count is closer to around 20,000. Sasori included even the after-sales technicians from repair shops in his calculations. Chiyo was left speechless. 80,000 puppet masters. That equates to a million-strong army of puppets. This organization under Sasori could easily sweep through the 5 great nations. Do your rulers not fear you wielding such military power? Chiyo found it hard to believe that someone would allow such a formidable organization to operate beneath them. Fear. Recently, Secretary Tsunade convened a meeting and remarked that my expansion was too slow and too small. She even instructed me to cultivate an additional 1,000,000 junior puppet masters within 5 years and 1,000,000 senior puppet masters within a decade. The numbers Sasori disclosed left Chiyo astounded. The rulers here are either arrogantly overconfident or utterly oblivious. Grandmother, join us. You must help me. Can you bear to see your pitiful grandson humiliated by a large-breasted woman at every meeting? I yearn to explore other worlds. Grandmother, I implore you to assist me. Chiyo fell silent. Her grandson's pleading was more effective than anything else in breaking her defenses. I can help you, but I cannot join your so-called empire. I cannot betray the village and the daimyo, Chiyo stated, her resolve wavering. In the land of fire, at the Hokage building in Konohagakure, Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Jiraiya with a grave expression. Beside him, Tsunade and Mito Minyan also bore somber faces. Jiraiya, Danzo has been missing for quite some time. He has gone to confront the ninjas from the parallel universe. Tenzo has also been taken by them, and I have been unable to reach either of them. If nothing unexpected occurs, it would mean something disastrous has transpired. With the Chunin exams imminent, we have invited the 4 neighboring ninja villages. Some have even arrived in Konoha. If we call everything off now, it could raise their suspicions. I wish to appoint you as the temporary Hokage. And this aligns with the thoughts of the daimyo as well. I am growing old. The current situation in the ninja world is complex. And I am acutely aware of my waning ability to steer Konoha safely through these turbulent waters. Jiraiya, you are my disciple. And you are currently the most trustworthy and suitable candidate for the role of Hokage. I implore you to assume the position of temporary Hokage. Faced with the unwavering gazes of the 3, Jiraiya felt an overwhelming weight upon his heart. Has it truly come to this? Is war finally upon us? The thought of being named Hokage would elate any ninja with a firm belief in the will of fire. Countless individuals have coveted this position for years. Yet, regrettably, Jiraiya found himself not among them. He firmly believed that his mission was to find the child of prophecy, and his existence served to guide this child. He had never contemplated altering or controlling this tumultuous era and world through his own strength. I am sorry, but I cannot take on the role of Hokage, Jiraiya said. His expression tinged with shame. Sarutobi's countenance darkened. Jiraiya, now is the time for everyone to step forward and contribute to the will of fire. Have you forgotten the lessons I imparted to you? Confronted with the 3rd Hokage's stern rebuke, Jiraiya lowered his head even further, observing Jiraiya's silence. The 3rd Hokage sighed. The roots may have already perished. A leaf without roots cannot survive for long. I have decided. We shall stage a diversion. You will publicly serve as Hokage while I secretly gather intelligence on that group. After all, Konoha cannot relocate. We are bound to this large village and find ourselves in a passive position. If the enemy mobilizes their full strength, will there still be a Konoha? A spark can ignite a prairie fire. I wish to preserve a flicker of hope for our Konoha through my modest efforts. If we can maintain tranquility, that would be ideal, but should trouble arise, it would provide Konoha with an opportunity to rise again. Jiraiya, do you understand? I do not wish for the efforts of the 1st and 2nd Hokage to be squandered in our generation. Hearing his teacher's pessimistic words, Jiraiya was deeply moved. Did he truly wish for Konoha to vanish before his very eyes? Yet, he felt unworthy of the title of Hokage. Without being able to retain a dear friend or protect his disciple, can such a person truly become Hokage? Jiraiya, hesitate no longer. The crisis concerning the survival of Konoha has arrived. Chapter 88. The son of Hokage is still Hokage. Teacher, I promise you. Jiraiya has finally made his decision. However, before the Chunin exams commence, I wish to first invite Tsunade back. If she is willing to assume the role of Hokage, then let her take it. For she is the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage and is more suited for the position than I am. Of course, if time does not permit, or if Tsunade is unwilling to return, then I shall take up the mantle myself. Jiraiya's words plunged the 3 into deep contemplation. Yet, they soon reached a compromise. Jiraiya, The heavy responsibility shall be entrusted to you for now. I will lead a portion of our people away from Konoha. Remember, do not make any noise." Jiraiya nodded. "I understand, teacher." The three stood to leave, and before departing, the third Hokage handed Jiraiya the garments unique to the Hokage. As he held the attire he had longed for in his childhood, a trace of helplessness crossed his lips. Why is it that the peace I so desire is always disrupted by unforeseen circumstances? At the root headquarters, Mito Kazan glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his words laden with hesitation. "Monkey, which individuals should we take with us this time? If we take too many, it might attract the attention of other nations." Sarutobi narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Mito with caution. Just moments ago, he had entrusted the Hokage position to Jiraiya, and now he was being addressed as Monkey? However, this was not the time to dwell on such trivialities. The thought flickered briefly in his mind. "Old friend, you are right. We cannot take too many people this time. I have decided to take the leaders of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans along with their elite jonin." Observing Sarutobi's firm resolve, Mito and Kurama did not utter a word. It was well understood that the three clans were Sarutobi's loyal confidants. The younger clan leaders were already positioned under his son, Asuma Sarutobi, and he was clearly paving the way for him. Currently, the only clans in Konoha that could barely hold their ground were these three. As for why Sarutobi did not seek to ally with the Hyuga clan, the strongest in Konoha, it was due to his past cowardice that led to the death of Hyuga Hisashi, resulting in the loss of the Byakugan. He had long been despised by the Hyuga clan. It was not that he did not wish to ally with them. It was simply impossible. "Monkey, can we also take a portion of the Yamanaka clan?" Noticing the anxious expression on Mito's face, Sarutobi smirked coldly. "If everyone leaves, Konoha will become a mere shell. And as for you, remain here to assist Jiraiya. As for me, I will use the excuse of executing a secret mission to take the jonin of the three clans with me." "What? Monkey?" Mito gasped in shock, utterly unprepared for Sarutobi's intention to keep him behind. "What do you mean? We are all doing this for Konoha, for the will of fire. If both Kurama and I leave, it will raise suspicions and cause chaos. However, I will leave a shadow clone in Konoha. You need not worry. Should any situation arise, we will come to assist at the first opportunity, catching the enemy off guard. Of course, do not assume the worst. My intuition might be wrong." Mito gazed at Sarutobi, whose face was etched with deep lines of worry, and clenched his teeth. He believed that if he did not agree now, he might disappear. Very well. Sarutobi seemed to feel some guilt towards his old friend and offered comfort. "Rest assured, Asuma will remain in Konoha, so you need not worry." Hearing this, Mito finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, he failed to notice that Sarutobi's fists were tightly clenched. He had not failed to discuss this matter with his son. But unfortunately, Asuma had been deeply indoctrinated by the will of fire, claiming that with the Chunin exams approaching, he could not let his students down as their teacher. Sarutobi was filled with sorrow and disappointment over this. "I arranged for you to have 3 students to solidify your future rule, not to have you sacrifice yourself." As a seasoned politician, he had handed the precarious Konoha to Minato during the Third Great Ninja War, and once Minato revived Konoha from the brink, he eagerly resumed the position of Hokage to solidify his control over Konoha, clinging to power for years without appointing a new leader. He had even consumed the wealth of the fallen princess Kushina and Minato's missions for his own gain in an attempt to win over the other ninja clans. In secret, he spread rumors that Naruto was the Nine Tails, while publicly distributing meager compensation to Naruto under the pretense of the village's welfare. During his tenure, he had acted in the most cowardly manner possible to consolidate his rule, sacrificing land and paying reparations without hesitation, even allowing Danzo to annihilate the Uchiha clan because he deemed their Sharingan too difficult to control. For what purpose? For whom? The son of Hokage is still Hokage. Was it not all for Asuma? And yet, what was the result? The years of painstaking effort he had invested were met with ingratitude from that fool in pursuit of the will of fire. Foolishness. Mito finally felt a semblance of relief upon hearing this. "Monkey, I hope you remember what you said." With that, Mito left the root headquarters with a troubled expression. Kurama sighed at the sight. "Hiruzen, is this arrangement truly wise?" Sarutobi turned his back to her, concealing his expression. "It is all for Konoha." In the land of waves, the new Team 7, accompanied by a few others, had arrived at the area of the bridge created by Nagato. "Sasuke, your Jinjutsu has improved again." Seeing Sakura so obedient to Sasuke, Naruto couldn't help but compliment her. "Humph." Sasuke snorted. Naruto chuckled, unbothered by Sasuke's attitude. After all these years, it had always been this way. Thus, our Team 7 is formed. For the time being, you will stay here while I, along with Sasuke and Kakashi, return to Konoha. Once we locate your doppelgangers, I will use the Flying Thunder God to bring you back, and everyone will replace them to participate in the Chunin exams of this world. Naruto outlined the next steps of their plan. The leader of the Empire, Naruto, had shown remarkable talent from a young age, and due to his strength, this operation was effectively led by him. Even Kakashi trusted him enough to delegate decision-making authority. Understood, this is troublesome. Kankuro nodded. Yes, quite troublesome. Gaara offered Naruto a gentle smile. Sasuke looked somewhat displeased and shot a glare at Gaara. We are all working for the Empire. What is so troublesome about it? Sasuke glanced at Gaara, then turned his attention back to Naruto. I wonder how much you have progressed during this time. If it weren't for the fear of delaying the Empire's mission, I would want to spar with you right now. Naruto scratched his head, offering an awkward chuckle. Sasuke, what is the rush? As far as I know, the Chunin exams in this world require one-on-one duels, and at that time Chapter 89, the Sharingan Research Institute. Alright. Next we shall transform into our counterparts from this world. As the distinguished figure concluded his speech, his physique began to diminish into that of a dwarf, while 6 wisps of fox-like whiskers emerged on his cheeks. Kakashi adorned himself with the previously seized forehead protector, tilting it to obscure his left eye. Zhuazhu disdainfully accepted the forehead protector handed to him by Ming Ren, reluctantly placing it upon his head. Let us depart. Thus, the new 7th squad gradually faded from the sight of the onlookers, brimming with youthful fervor and passion. Shaoli, performing push-ups, could not help but praise the vanishing figures. What do you think I would be like in this world? He mused. It certainly won't be with that foolish expression of yours, Jing remarked, watching as Ming Ren and Zhuazhu disappeared into the horizon, slowly retracting his lingering gaze. Come on, they are busy, we must not remain idle. I have spotted treasures buried deep within the ocean. Let us seize this opportunity to gather more and fortify the passage. Ningji rolled his eyes, surveying the unfathomable sea surface before his consciousness sank into the spatial realm of his bracelet, transmitting the underwater exploration map containing chakra minerals to a few individuals. Everyone, take a breather. Let my puppets handle this. Kanjiro stepped forward, unfurling 2 scrolls, which instantly summoned a multitude of spherical puppets that descended to the ocean floor, extending their claws to begin mining. When encountering substantial veins, they would even combine, swiftly stirring up waves beneath the sea. Having puppets is truly convenient. How fortunate we have a puppeteer. Luan praised Kanjiro. Let my insects assist as well. Naiji's body promptly released countless small insects that then burrowed into the seabed. You all are such a nuisance. Iai Luo shook his head. Magnet release. Universal attraction. In an instant, the waters within a 10-mile radius boiled, and mountains began to rise. Iai Luo, when did you learn your father's magnet release? Kanjiro exclaimed in astonishment. Iai Luo merely chuckled, remaining silent. Within the Empire, Sasuke followed you with trepidation, his face a mask of anxiety and anticipation. Never before had he felt such exhilaration and excitement. For this was the first time in his life he soared through the skies, experiencing true freedom. In that moment, Sasuke seemed to forget all worries and troubles. As years of pent-up emotions flowed forth, he relished the moment of liberation and tranquility, feeling the wind rush past his ears, gazing down upon the earth, and observing the mountains and rivers that once confined him. Now, they appeared diminutive and insignificant. You summoned a colossal crow, which spread its wings and soared high, carrying the 2 of them aloft. Standing beside you, Sasuke looked down, his eyes sparkling with awe and curiosity. He was astounded by the splendor of Konoha, a surge of indescribable emotions welling up within him. This perspective, overlooking the mountains, expanded his heart, gradually dissipating his previously radical thoughts. Sasuke could not help but exclaim, "So this is how vast the world is. I once confined myself to a corner, my heart shrouded in hatred, never contemplating the true experience of life." His gaze fixed on the horizon, he seemed to glimpse a broader realm. In the past, he had been consumed by revenge, believing that only the annihilation of Itachi could grant him solace. Yet now, he hesitated, sensing that there were far more treasures in this world worth exploring and pursuing. Observing Sasuke's gradual calmness, you allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. Indeed, He had unintentionally cast a genjutsu on Sasuke. He did not wish to see his younger brother sink deeper into hatred concerning the world of his own self. He trusted that his brother's Wiju would deliver a satisfactory outcome. Feeling considerably more at ease, Sasuke turned to you. Brother, aren't we heading home? Where are we going? As the giant crow familiar drifted further away from Konoha, Sasuke grew puzzled. Initially, he thought you merely intended to show him the prosperity of Konoha and the Empire, but now it seemed they were departing entirely. We are going home, you replied. Unable to resist the urge to pat Sasuke's head, who instinctively closed his eyes at the gesture. However, the anticipated teasing phrase did not come, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Yet, sensing the warmth of his brother's hand, his heart settled once more. Home. Isn't the Uchiha clan in Konoha? Sasuke opened his eyes, looking at you with curiosity and anticipation. You smiled and nodded, signaling Sasuke not to rush. In Sasuke's mind, the power of the Uchiha clan was immensely formidable, and due to the nature of their bloodline limits, their emotions were seldom stable. In Konoha, the Uchiha clan seemed as if they were caged, constantly under the scrutiny of countless eyes. But now, within the empire, Sasuke beheld bustling streets, towering edifices, and throngs of people, sights that left him in awe. Compared to Konoha, this empire appeared overwhelmingly grand. Yet, a profound confusion lingered within Sasuke. If even such a place could not accommodate the Uchiha clan, what other realm could? Did a more prosperous and militarily powerful domain exist to oversee the Uchiha? The more he pondered, the more perplexed he became. What are you thinking about, brother? You inquired, noticing Sasuke's dazed expression. I was contemplating where our Uchiha clan resides. It wouldn't be right next to the emperor, under his personal supervision, would it? Sasuke's words elicited a chuckle from you. Why would we need supervision? Sasuke, in his innocence, questioned. The Uchiha clan's power is indeed potent, and coupled with the Sharingan, our emotions can be quite volatile. Shouldn't someone oversee us constantly? You replied earnestly. While it is true that our temperament can be more extreme due to the Sharingan, a decade ago, our Sharingan Research Institute developed a psychological suggestion technique. Today, Uchiha members can fully control their emotions, being either entirely rational or utterly wild. As for oversight, we naturally have our own means of supervision, mutually among our clansmen. Sasuke listened to Yu's words, feeling as though his mind had stalled. Sharingan Research Institute. Psychological suggestion technique? What are those? Aren't we Uchiha only known for our fire release? Great Fireball? Chapter 90. Sasuke, why didn't the Empire appear sooner? As the giant crow soared through the skies, a strange yet familiar landscape gradually unveiled itself to Sasuke's view. The familiarity stemmed from a deep, intrinsic recognition. Yet he was certain he had never encountered this scene in the 64th ninja world. Before him lay a dense forest, with towering and lush trees. Sunlight streaming through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. A crystal-clear stream babbled gently, accompanied by a serene lake, its surface shimmering and reflecting the surrounding mountains and sky, resembling a breathtaking painting. In stark contrast to the bustling vibrancy of Konoha, this place radiated tranquility and peace. Could this be the domain of some enigmatic noble family? Sasuke pondered to himself. Throughout his journey, he observed that this area was markedly distinct from others. In every habitable plain, houses dominated the landscape, with an exceedingly high population density, bustling streets, and a cacophony of vehicles. However, here was different. Each household was adorned with verdant trees, expansive courtyards, and a serene ambience that evoked tranquility and leisure. Furthermore, the land use seemed less strained than in other towns, preserving a greater expanse of natural beauty. As the giant raven summoned by his spirit slowly descended onto a vast open space, Sasuke's curiosity intensified. Could this be the abode of the Uchiha clan? Upon seeing an ancient and majestic structure standing at the center of this enclosed area, surrounded by lush trees, as if isolated from the world, he was taken aback. He recognized the fan emblem engraved upon it, a symbol of the Uchiha clan. As for this building, it was even more familiar to him. The South He Shrine. But how had this secret location of the Uchiha clan been brought to the surface? Were all the residents here Uchiha, who would fear the revelation of their secrets? Sasuke's heart raced, and he could hear its rhythmic pounding, an amalgamation of excitement and anxiety. The Uchiha kin, after having become an orphan since that fateful night, could now reunite with those who shared the same bloodline. He felt a restless anticipation. Is you back? You have returned. Brother you? Brother Zwa? Huh, Zwa has returned from the Emperor? Why does he look so much smaller? Faced with the myriad voices of concerned relatives, Sasuke could no longer maintain his composure. The resilient facade he had upheld for so long crumbled, and tears streamed down his cheeks uncontrollably. You, at this moment, simply signaled for the clan members to leave. Remaining by Sasuke's side, a gentle breeze caressed Sasuke's face, and he quickly composed himself. The solitude he had endured after losing his clan had rendered him as cold as stone, yet now, upon seeing his kin again, that stony heart was swiftly melted. People often spend their lives in pursuit of the things they cherished in their youth, and he was no exception. The reunion with what he had once lost left him both astonished and overwhelmed. Brother you, I apologize for wasting your time. Seeing so many relatives at once has left me a bit overwhelmed. Let us proceed. Sasuke gazed at you ahead of him, his long hair tied back, which gradually reminded him of Itachi on the day they departed the village. Itachi, why? I hope you truly had no choice. Even if you did, you should not have turned against our kin, against mother and father. The two soon arrived at the entrance of an opulent estate. Watching as you handed him a pair of slippers, Sasuke felt a wave of astonishment. Rest assured, it is not that I fear your feet becoming dirty. These slippers are simply more comfortable. Wearing those shoes daily must be quite uncomfortable, right? Without a hint of disdain, you grasped Sasuke's right foot, gently removing his shoes and replacing them with the soft, comfortable slippers. Sasuke was deeply moved. His brother had cared for him in a similar manner when they were young. If Itachi had not succumbed to darkness, would he not have been like this brother in this world? At this thought, a wave of anguish surged within Sasuke once more. Why? Why did the Imperial Wars arrive so belatedly? If they had come before the massacre, would his life have been different? Has he returned? Did he bring new members of our family with him? Inside, the voice of Uchiha Mikoto resonated, causing Sasuke to shiver. That voice, could it be Mother? The sound of hurried footsteps approached from within, and Sasuke's breath caught in his throat. They have arrived. In the next moment, the door opened, and the enticing aroma of food enveloped him, intoxicating his senses. But what captivated Sasuke the most was the familiar scent emanating from Mikoto. It had been many years since he last experienced it. This person resembled his mother, sharing the same graceful demeanor. Sasuke was at a loss for how to express himself. What are you dawdling for? Come in quickly. Fujiyu will not return. He is busy with work, but I specifically invited a guest. I believe you are all quite familiar with them. Mikoto pulled Sasuke's hand and led him inside. Sasuke's mind had turned to a void. He allowed himself to be led along, unable to utter a single word. The word "aunt" lodged in his throat. You observed his younger brother and couldn't help but chuckle. Sasuke, he is far too nervous. Upon entering, Sasuke beheld a table adorned with a sumptuous spread of 5 dishes and a soup. What is your name? Mikoto's sweet voice rang in Sasuke's ears. He finally regained his composure. Aunt, my name is Sasuke. Sasuke, huh? Hee, it sounds just like ours was name. Knowing you would come today, I prepared a feast. I hope you enjoy it. If there is anything you do not like, please tell me, and I will cook something to your liking. Sasuke gazed at the array of novel dishes on the table, inhaling the aroma of his mother-esque cooking, and his stomach let out a growl. His face flushed with embarrassment. Let us eat. The journey must have been exhausting. No worries. Aunt, you mentioned there is another guest, correct? We can eat together when they arrive. Sasuke waved his hand, indicating that he wasn't very hungry. Unfortunately, his stomach betrayed him once more. In the next moment, a guest emerged from the kitchen, carrying several bowls of rice, leaving Sasuke utterly stunned. Shizushui, seeing the familiar face reappear, he felt an overwhelming excitement that rendered him nearly speechless. This brother had left a profound mark on his childhood, much like Itachi. Sasuke, I just heard your conversation with Aunt Mikoto. Come, let us eat. I am not an outsider. Watching Shizushui hand him a bowl of rice, Sasuke nodded emphatically. Sasuke, do not overthink it. Today Uncle could not return because of work. You know, the Imperial expedition has made tasks within the Empire extremely busy lately. And he holds a significant position, which is why he could not make it back. A smile that was more sorrowful than tears appeared on Sasuke's face. It is all right. I understand. Honestly, just having all of you here is enough for me. His words left everyone a bit bewildered. Shizushui spoke in confusion. Sasuke, it is merely a simple home-cooked meal. No need to be so polite. Yes, Sasuke, if my cooking is not up to par with your world-esque mother, please do not hold it against Aunt. U.S. expression grew awkward, realizing that Sasuke's demeanor had been off since he entered. Uchiha Makoto tentatively suggested, Sasuke, why don't you share some stories from your world? I am curious to know what kind of person I am in that world. Chapter 91. Sasuke, is this the warmth of home? Yes, Sasuke, if my cooking is not up to par with your world's mother, please do not hold it against Aunt. Yu's expression had become awkwardly stiff, while Sasuke had been exhibiting poor demeanor since his arrival. Both had sensed something was amiss. Uchiha Makoto tentatively inquired, Sasuke, would you share with us the stories of your world? I wish to know what kind of person I am in that realm. Yu's countenance grew tense. Sasuke fell into a reverie. In our world, our mother possesses the same black eyes as mine. She always tenderly cared for Itachi and me, just as she does now, preparing a feast for us regardless of how late we return. A hint of nostalgia flickered in Sasuke's gaze. Makoto smiled gently. And what of your father? What kind of man is he? She couldn't help but ask. Sasuke's expression turned somber as he replied slowly, Father is a great leader, responsible for our family's affairs inside and out. He is strict and demanding with me. He paused, then continued. But I understand that this too is a manifestation of his love. His voice grew slightly hushed, recalling painful memories. It seemed he and his father had never truly engaged in heartfelt conversation. In his youth, he was filled with misunderstanding towards his father, feeling he was cold and favored you. Yet, he loved him too. Love lay in the details, a realization that only dawned upon him with maturity. Makoto chuckled softly, explaining, how coincidental. Fugaku is the same. He is always stern and demanding toward you and Sasuke, even when he is secretly pleased with their progress. You seem to sense something, glancing suddenly towards the door before quickly averting his gaze. And what followed? Now that you comprehend your father's concealed love, why does it seem you cannot find joy in your present state? You hastily signaled to Makoto to refrain from speaking further, but alas, the words had already escaped. Sasuke's visage contorted in pain as he turned to you, forcing a semblance of a relieved yet strained smile. Brother you, seeing the torment in Sasuke's eyes, you felt a deep pang of sympathy. Poor little brother, you have endured so much at such a young age. I truly empathize with your suffering. If it hurts, speak out. We are family. Yes, I too only began to understand my father's struggles as I matured. I regret not understanding him better then, especially after he was killed by Itachi, leaving me unable to express my past misconceptions to him. What did you say? Itachi? Did he kill your father? Is Itachi not Fugaku's biological son in your world? Shimizu stared wide-eyed in disbelief. He glanced at you, then back at Sasuke, feeling utterly stunned. You would commit patricide? Surely. You jest? No, Itachi and I are blood brothers. Our father is Uchiha Fugaku. As for Itachi's reasons, I am uncertain, Sasuke replied, his spirit deflating. He had heard Yu's speculations, but could not fathom that Itachi could be one who would slaughter family for the sake of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Yet in the end, Itachi cast himself into the realm of Tsukuyami to cultivate himself, suggesting he intended to treat Sasuke as a replacement. Perhaps waiting until Sasuke awakened the Mangekyo to take his eyes for the eternal Mangekyo. Sasuke found it incomprehensible and dared not dwell on it. What of the others in the family? Did they simply allow him to commit patricide? Could Itachi truly possess the strength to oppose the entire Uchiha clan? Fugaku only needed to resist slightly, and surely the rest of the family would rush to his aid? Shimizu expressed his confusion. Could it be that he secretly assassinated Uncle Fugaku? Sasuke shook his head, falling into a daze. At that time, Itachi should not have been a match for father. So why did he not resist? Sasuke pondered this for many years, yet to this day, he still could not comprehend. Perhaps only when he possessed strength in the future could he personally inquire with Itachi to uncover the truth. On that fateful night, he annihilated the entire Uchiha clan. Whether it was an assassination or a blatant act, I cannot say. I only know that on that night, apart from me, no Uchiha clan member survived. The reason he spared me seems to be for his eyes. Perhaps only when I am strong enough to defeat him will I discover the truth of that night. Why father did not resist, why not a single clan member escaped? Observing Sasuke's current despondent state, the three exchanged glances filled with sorrow. Yu embraced Sasuke and offered comfort. Sasuke, do not be disheartened, at least now, you have us. Do you not? Makoto gently patted Sasuke's shoulder. Indeed, Sasuke, henceforth, do not refer to me as aunt. In that world, you are my son. And thus I am your mother in this realm. Sasuke took a deep breath, striving to stabilize his emotions. I have a family. He gazed at Makoto and Yu, forcing out a faint smile. Thank you both. I will cherish everything now. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Uchiha Fugaku entered with a grim expression. He held a securely wrapped parcel, placing it carefully atop the shoe cabinet before silently moving to the dining table. Yu unhesitatingly vacated his seat and headed to the kitchen to serve. Sasuke could not resist lingering his gaze upon the face of his father in this world. Compared to his own father, Fugaku exuded an air of authority. The atmosphere in the room grew tense upon his return. Enough. The children are here. You arrive home wearing such a sour face. Mikoto reproached Fugaku. He glanced at Sasuke, merely nodding slightly. That day, in celebration of Sasuke's arrival, they indulged in some drinks. After a hearty meal, Fugaku mentioned having other matters to attend to and hurriedly left. Yusuke's wandered back to the door before he turned to Sasuke with a smile. It seems the timelines of our two worlds are aligned. Sasuke nodded in affirmation. I have noticed that as well. According to the Empire's calendar, today is July 23rd, year 20. Sasuke appeared somewhat perplexed. I haven't closely observed the date in a long while. In Konoha, it should also be July 23rd, correct? Sasuke spoke uncertainly. Mikoto looked at Yu and smiled brightly. You, go see what your father has brought back. Chapter 92, Sasuke's tearful breakdown. The ominous one Uchiha Mikoto gazed intently at Sasuke. He felt somewhat embarrassed under her scrutiny. Soon, Yu placed the securely wrapped square box onto the table. Sasuke, please open it. Mikoto's eyes sparkled. Sasuke, though puzzled, obediently complied. He slowly untied the exquisite ribbon binding the box and cautiously lifted the lid. A rich, sweet aroma wafted towards him. What is this? Sasuke stood frozen in place. Inside the box, several pastries bore large words written in jam. Sasuke, happy birthday. In an instant, Sasuke's eyes, already dry from tears, began to sting anew. Birthday? Sasuke murmured. Birthday? How long has it been since I celebrated alone? Each year, he recalls the cherished memory of Itachi and the family gathering to commemorate his birthday. Since the fateful night of the massacre, this date has faded into obscurity. He dreads the thought of a birthday devoid of companionship. Loneliness and desolation intertwine with his resentment. Yet, in this moment, as he gazes at the paper lanterns that hold the candles alight and watches you bring a bowl of noodles from the kitchen, accompanied by his mother, Mikoto, who claps her hands nervously, Sasuke trembles with emotion. Sasuke, today must be your birthday, right? If not, let us celebrate your arrival into our family. Mikoto smiles at Sasuke. If the timelines of two worlds align, Sasuke's birthday should indeed be July 23rd. Sasuke nods solemnly. It is unclear whether he affirms his willingness to be part of their family or simply acknowledges that today marks his birthday. Yu ignites the candles with a spark from his fingertips, illuminating the room. As Sasuke watches the flickering flames dance, a sense of tranquility envelopes him. The sorrow in his eyes dissipates, and he forces a smile. Sasuke, make a wish and blow out the candles. It is said that blowing them all out in one breath will grant your wish. Mikoto encourages. Sasuke nods earnestly. Huff. He blows out the candles in one breath, a smile gracing his face. All right, now enjoy some noodles. This is a tradition created by the emperor, symbolizing a smooth and auspicious life. Sasuke obediently nods, despite his already full stomach, and takes another bite. Your father always claims he is too busy to return, yet he secretly went to Konoha to buy this cake. Oh, I truly cannot comprehend men. Why must they maintain such a facade for their pride? We are family. It is so much better to express ourselves openly and share our thoughts instead of remaining silent. Mikoto rambles on, her voice deliberately raised. As he listens to her domestic chatter, absorbing the warmth and blessings that fill the room, along with the silent gift bestowed upon him by his father, and the delightful surprise of a birthday celebration, Sasuke can no longer hold back. Tears spill from his eyes, plopping into the bowl below. Mikoto, noticing her son's distress, is immediately filled with concern. Look at this child, crying over a bowl of noodles on his birthday. How starved for love must he be? Sasuke, is the noodle bland? I must have added too little salt. If it doesn't taste good, do not force yourself. Let us eat cake instead. I can prepare anything for you whenever you wish, as long as we are in the Empire. Sasuke shakes his head, a smile on his face that is more painful than tears. Thank you, I can manage to eat. Is the noodle bland? Why does it feel somewhat salty to him? Sasuke, with his eyes that can see through everything, finds his vision blurring, unable to focus on the bowl before him. In the land of the shinobi, Konoha village, the new Team 7 has passed the security check of 2 guarding ninjas and is slowly making their way into the village. Mingren glances at the bustling crowd beside him and suddenly vanishes from sight. Kakashi-sensei, Zwa, I'm going to buy something. Zwa rolls his eyes at Mingren's impulsive departure, feeling a tremor in his wristband. Glancing down, he sees a message of blessings from you, sent on behalf of their parents. He scoffs and chooses not to respond. In the next moment, Mingren reappears before the trio. His expression suddenly serious as he discreetly pulls out an oddly shaped kunai adorned with a trident. He cautiously hands it to Zwa. Happy birthday, Zwa. This is a special product from this realm, marked with my flying thunder god symbol. Consider it your birthday gift. Remember to infuse it with chakra whenever you miss me, and I shall appear. Zwa rolls his eyes, pretending not to care about the gift, but secretly places it close to him. Boring. I never partake in such trivial celebrations. Besides, haven't you already left your mark on me? Mingren scratches his head. That's different. Kakashi, scratching his head, turns to Zwa. Let us go. Today is on me. We'll also gather some intelligence about Konoha. In Konoha village, the bustling atmosphere is heightened due to the Chunin exams inviting 4 other ninja villages. The streets are filled with ninjas adorned with various headbands. The influx of outsiders has boosted the local economy, with many vendors selling food and lodging. Mingren purchases a few portions of Odin, commenting, the flavors of this world are quite monotonous. The food is so unadulterated. The group enters a barbecue restaurant, but Mingren notices the shopkeeper's disdain the moment he sees him, though it is quickly masked. He is somewhat aware of the rumors surrounding his lineage, but did not expect the reaction to be so extreme. Apologies, esteemed guests, but we are currently at capacity and cannot serve you. The owner declines their request to dine, but there are still a few seats available. Zwa points inside. The owner, noticing Zwa's attire adorned with the Uchiha clan's fan, grows even more disdainful. Those seats are reserved. Now, please do not hinder our business. Kindly leave. One is the son of the fox demon, and the other, an orphan who lost his entire family. Both are ominous symbols that must not be allowed to enter the establishment. Chapter 93. Bring Itachi back to me. Within the Empire. At the Uchiha clan's grounds, Uchiha Fuyue stands at the entrance, clearly hearing the conversations inside. Truthfully, he understands his wife's sentiments, but as a man, a family patriarch, and the head of the clan, he is uncertain how to approach his family. Should he be amiable? Yet, his status forbids such warmth. He must maintain an aura of iron and indifference. He lets out a deep sigh. The door opens, and Yu emerges, holding a slice of cake. In an instant, his hesitant demeanor transforms into determination. Father, have a piece of cake. Fuyue shakes his head. That is food for children. He gazes into the starry sky, his eyes deep, as if searching the cosmos for his son, who resides in another world. Yu. Suddenly, Uchiha Fuyue speaks. Father, please continue. Tell Zwa. If he encounters the version of you from that world, do not kill him. Bring him back. At this point, a fierce expression crosses Fuyue's face. I want to know what manner of beast that creature is. How could he massacre our clan? Furthermore, I shall petition the Emperor to dispatch the next wave of Vanguard troops, allowing you and Shimizu to lead our clan's 3rd division to that world. You respectfully knelt on one knee, nodding towards the direction in which his father had departed. Yes, father. I shall ensure that the reputation of the Uchiha clan resonates throughout that world. Uchiha Fuyue remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement before turning to leave. The thought of his counterpart in that world sent a chill through Yu's gaze. Damn it, how could my brother be subjected to such indignity? He, Uchiha Yu, valued familial bonds above all, and being a devoted brother, could never forgive any transgressions against his sibling, even if it occurred in another realm. As the sun set and the moon ascended, the curtain of night was drawn. Naruto followed Kushina to their abode in Konoha. Upon entering, he noticed an array of certificates displayed on a cabinet by the entrance, which stirred a bittersweet sensation within him. The reason was clear. Each certificate bore the name of one individual, Uzumaki Naruto, the esteemed variant of himself from this world. Ah, Kushina has returned. You must be the Naruto of that world, correct? Naruto's heart raced with uncertainty as he observed his father, clad in an apron and wiping his hands on it. With a hint of self-consciousness, he nodded slightly. Uncle, I am Naruto. Naruto, come in. Feel free to wear the slippers at the door, although you need not change if you prefer not to, Minato smiled. His voice gentle as water. Naruto's emotions were tumultuous. He understood that the parents in this world were not his true parents. Yet, he was filled with an overwhelming longing. What am I yearning for? Love? I am a man destined to become Hokage. I should desire the recognition of those in the village, he mused. Kushina, having lifted his foot, exclaimed, how could you not change your shoes? Look at the calluses on your feet. You all are so young. What, 12 years old? And yet you've managed to develop calluses on both feet. She scolded, hastily replacing Naruto's shoes with a fresh pair she had prepared. As he felt the softness and comfort beneath his soles, Naruto couldn't help but slightly squint his eyes in bliss. Come in. I have prepared a feast. Minato called from the kitchen, bringing dishes into the living room. Though not as grand as Sasuke's family estate, it exuded warmth and completeness. Naruto surveyed the table laden with an abundance of food, gulping down his saliva. The wooden floors and the warm-toned walls of the room enveloped him in a sense of security. In truth, after losing the Nine Tails, he had felt an emptiness for quite some time, yet at this moment, he experienced a sensation of being wholly fulfilled. An oil painting hung on the living room wall, depicting a family portrait of the three of them. Let us eat. Minato set 3 bowls of rice before Naruto. As this is our first meeting, allow me to introduce myself. I am Namikaze Minato. Naruto scratched his head and sat down. I am Uzumaki Naruto. Kushina emerged from the restroom. Noticing Minato encouraging Naruto to pick up his chopsticks, she shouted, wait. Minato, you've spoiled Naruto. Do not indulge this child. Kushina glared at Naruto before admonishing. Go wash your hands first. While our ninja physique is strong, we cannot evade the risks of bacterial infections. Washing hands before and after meals is a principle advocated by the emperor. You can't just call him to eat without ensuring he's clean. Minato broke into a cold sweat. Kushina, I wasn't worried about the distance. I just thought Naruto must be starving. Can't he spare a moment to wash his hands? Kushina took Naruto by the hand, guiding him to the restroom. After meticulously instructing him on the correct hand-washing technique, she emerged triumphantly. This Naruto is far more obedient than my own son. He listens and understands. Unlike that Minato, who concocts excuses at the mention of hand-washing. With this thought, she shot a scathing glance at Minato. At the dining table, Kushina placed a large chicken leg into Naruto's bowl. Here, eat. Quality protein. Then, she took a shrimp that Minato had just peeled and added it to Naruto's bowl. This too is quality protein. Eat. Kushina's domineering demeanor left Naruto in awe. Yet, recalling the circumstances within the Nine Tails consciousness, he realized that perhaps his mother possessed such a nature. He remembered the painful punch that had left his head throbbing. His father, too, seemed to endure silently. The thought of having struck his father filled him with guilt, causing Naruto to drift into a daze. I truly wonder how we cared for you in that world. Look at you compared to our Naruto. You must have noticed, right? Why are you so much smaller than him? And what else with those whisker marks on your face? You look malnourished. Are you a picky eater? Kushina continued. I've prepared calcium tablets and milk for you in advance. Listen well. You must eat 3 meals a day obediently. Kushina's incessant chatter began to irritate her as she noticed Naruto still dazed. What are you staring at? Eat. How can you be a ninja looking so frail? At her words, Naruto shook off his complex emotions, nodding vigorously as he took a hearty bite of the chicken leg. Seeing this, Kushina finally displayed a satisfied smile. That's more like it. Did you hear what I just said? Are you picky? Is Minato from that world also unreliable? Do you not eat properly? Chapter 94. Kushina. Who dares to make Naruto a Jinchuriki? Naruto remained silent for a long while, and under Kushina's persistent questioning, his expression turned somewhat numb. My parents died at my birth. My mother urged me to eat well, but I did not heed her words. After my parents passed, the third Hokage provided me with substantial relief funds each month, yet I squandered it on pranks and paint. Kushina gasped. Is that world so chaotic? Did we both perish? But relief funds? How does that work? Naruto, according to our world's timeline, I should have been the princess of the land of whirlpools when you were born, right? Did I not leave any assets for you? Naruto was struck dumb. He had only recently met his mother, and now he learned that she was the princess of the land of whirlpools? Perhaps those assets had long since vanished. The third Hokage was too kind to embezzle what little was left for him. Seeing Naruto at a loss for words, she pressed on. And what of your father's assets? What did he do during the Ninja Village era? Minato is currently the director of the Imperial Transportation Bureau and is expected to become the deputy governor of the Fire Province amidst recent personnel changes. Of course, the governor is the emperor, but the current emperor merely holds a nominal position without interfering in administration. Appointing Minato as deputy governor is likely a stepping stone for his eventual promotion to governor. even under the ninja village system. Minato should not be so inept as to fail to secure a high-ranking official position within Konoha, right? My father, Namake's Minato, is the fourth Hokage. The Hokage? The two individuals were somewhat taken aback. The position of Hokage, under the current system, is roughly equivalent to that of a vice-governor, as the shinobi villages still maintain a feudal lord akin to an emperor. Given the stature of Hokage, it stands to reason that one must possess considerable military achievements. Naruto nodded in agreement. He had heard tales of his father's remarkable prowess during the Third Shinobi World War, earning the title of the Yellow Flash of Konoha. Minato furrowed his brow slightly. After traveling extensively across the lands, I have gained some understanding of your shinobi system. As far as I know, ninjas earn their remuneration through missions, correct? Since your father ascended to Hokage, he must have completed numerous tasks. The commissions for these missions should be quite substantial, thereby bestowing upon you a considerable fortune. How is it conceivable that you can barely afford a few buckets of paint in a month? Faced with Minato's inquiries, Naruto was utterly flabbergasted. Upon reflection, he realized the absurdity. Yet, how could the third Hokage deceive him? The third Hokage was the best. Naruto shook his head, dispelling such thoughts from his mind. I'm not sure. Perhaps for some other reason, the money is temporarily unavailable to me, or it has been expended. A sheepish smile crept onto Naruto's face. All right, enough talk, let us eat. Look at how thin you are. You need to eat more meat. Kushina exclaimed as she filled Naruto's bowl with a generous portion of braised beef. Naruto stared at the towering pile of food in his bowl, momentarily stunned. Kushina, let Naruto serve himself. Minato interjected. How can that be? Have you not seen how emaciated he has become? He would rather buy paint than good food. I cannot trust that he will eat properly. Despite Kushina's skepticism, Naruto hesitated but ultimately decided to be transparent. Auntie, it's not that I don't want to buy, it's that they want to sell to me. Kushina's hand paused mid-motion, then retreated. She looked solemnly at Naruto. They want to sell to you? What do you mean? Naruto lowered his gaze, suddenly filled with trepidation about revealing the truth. However, Kushina pressed on, her gaze fixed intently on him, compelling him to reluctantly divulge the reality. The villagers say I am the descendant of the Nine Tails. They view me as a harbinger of disaster and misfortune, so they refuse to sell me anything. As he spoke, Naruto furtively glanced at Kushina and Minato, his heart racing with fear that they too might reject him after hearing this. Initially, he and T felt the absence of parents. Having grown accustomed to solitude over the years, especially since the parents here were not his own. However, upon arriving, he realized how gravely mistaken he had been. He truly cherished this bond. The thought of losing them because of his lineage as the Nine Tails descendant was too daunting to bear. He observed Kushina's expression darkening, her hair rising chaotically like a tempestuous octopus. Naruto felt a surge of panic. Is it that I resemble the Nine Tails so closely? Who spread the rumor that I am its descendant? Minato exclaimed. Kushina, have the Emperor assign you to the Imperial Advance Team. Let us silence those foul-mouthed rascals. Minato's expression turned pained. Kushina, please calm down. They cannot possibly be referring to you, Naruto, can they? His gaze fell upon Naruto, focusing on the whisker-like markings on his face. At last, Naruto understood Kushina's distress. It was not disdain for his lineage as the Nine Tails descendant. He nodded, albeit somewhat dazed. Auntie, they are not saying you are the Nine Tails. They claim I am its descendant because the Nine Tails is sealed within me. The moment he uttered these words, both Kushina and Minato's jaws dropped in shock. What? The Nine Tails? Are you referring to the Jinchuriki? Such a malevolent entity exists, and it is sealed within a child like you? This is utterly intolerable. Minato, you must contact the Emperor. Dispatch the next advance unit at once. Who was responsible for sealing the Nine Tails within my son? I demand justice. Kushina roared in fury. Minato's countenance darkened ominously. To use my son as a Jinchuriki. This wicked shinobi system. Those people sacrificing an innocent child for their dominion. In this era of peace, with lives improving for all, it was unfathomable that even a child from a parallel universe, so similar to his own, could be treated with such disdain. The earnest affection from Kushina and Minato made Naruto feel anxious, reluctant to reveal the truth. Kushina, I will heed your words. I will request the Emperor send me with the next advance unit. I will ensure that the despicable individual who made Naruto a Jinchuriki is captured and brought back for you to deal with. Naruto swallowed hard. gazing at the suddenly menacing expressions of the two adults. He felt not only moved, but also a deeper sense of apprehension. Uncle Minato, Aunt Kushina, please let me explain. The one who sealed the nine tails within me is. Chapter 95. The Uchiha community. What? You are saying it was Minato who did this? How could he be so foolish? Now that he is Hokage, does he truly consider the village his home? To seal the nine tails within his own son is utterly reprehensible. Kushina's exasperation was palpable as she cast a disapproving glance at Minato. Naruto longed to clarify the situation to his father, but Kushina's barrage of indignation was too overwhelming, leaving him with no choice but to wait until her fury subsided before gently speaking up. Auntie, uncle, you are misunderstanding. The truth of the matter is. Quickly, Naruto shared all the secrets he had learned from Kushina within the realm of consciousness. After a lengthy silence, both were at a loss for words. Finally, they spoke in unison. What a dreadful world this is. Naruto, once you come to our empire, you need not worry about being looked down upon any longer. Remember, you are now the son of a vice-governor. You can boldly pursue your desires, provided you do not violate the laws of the empire. Kushina declared with fierce determination. He is not a vice-governor yet, Minato murmured under his breath. And since you are without parents, we shall be your parents from this moment on. Call me Mom. As Kushina adopted a fierce maternal demeanor, Naruto managed a slight smile. Mom. Oh, my dear son. Kushina exclaimed as she enveloped Naruto in a warm embrace, showering him with affection. Naruto squirmed momentarily, but soon surrendered. Perhaps weary from the emotional turmoil, he fell asleep in Kushina's arms. She gazed lovingly down at him, unable to suppress a smile. Like a little kitten, he is simply adorable. Minato turned away, stifling a chuckle at the sight of this mother-son duo from entirely different worlds. In my opinion, I did nothing wrong in that world. Perhaps it was the best way to protect Naruto under the circumstances. I had hoped to see him become a hero, but I never anticipated those people. Kushina lovingly cradled Naruto, her expression tinged with resignation. Indeed, it is shocking how utterly shameless those people can be. I hope the Empire's march toward war is swift. Minato shook his head in agreement. The transmission channel has yet to stabilize, making it impossible for genuine Six Paths masters to teleport. By the way, how has Mingren fared with the Emperor during his studies? Jusanai suddenly inquired. Minato's gaze grew profound as he looked at the child Naruto in Jusanai's arms and spoke slowly. The Emperor has granted them the power to unlock the Six Paths abilities. But due to their young age, the transition is slow. The current mission to that world seems intended to permanently unlock the complete Six Paths mode. It is said that the Sage of Six Paths in that world possesses the power of Yin and Yang, which is just enough for Mingren and Zhua to share equally. By absorbing that power, they should truly step into the realm of Six Paths. Jusanai nodded absently at these words. She has never yearned for power. Her only wish is for her family to be well, just as they are now. It's getting late. Let's rest, Minato said as he gently lifted Naruto, removing his clothes to wipe him down before the two exited Naruto's room. Naruto was sound asleep, his breathing becoming more tranquil. In the future, Naruto would no longer be alone. As the moon rises and the sun sets, even the grandest star will eventually exhaust its warmth. However, when darkness envelopes the earth for too long, light will once again be born. At the Uchiha clan's territory, Sasuke had awoken early. Before dawn, he opened his eyes. Sitting quietly on the bed, watching the sky outside gradually brighten with the first light of dawn. In his quest for revenge, he practiced ninjutsu late into the night and often woke early from nightmares. Although he did not awaken from nightmares today, he was indeed up early. To be precise, even after consuming some alcohol the previous night, he felt no fatigue. In contrast to Naruto, Sasuke was restless throughout the night, consumed by anxiety, hesitation, and turmoil. Should he continue to seek revenge? This thought echoed in his mind repeatedly, and by dawn, he still had not found an answer. Sasuke, are you up? If you are, come down for breakfast, a soft voice called from outside the door. Sasuke quickly responded, coming. He dressed and hurried downstairs. Their villa had 2 stories. Designed in a modern style, a stark contrast to the past within the clan's territory, this design was remarkably human-centered, comfortable, and convenient. The first floor contained the living room, kitchen, and various recreational areas, while the second floor housed the washroom, bedrooms, and study. As Sasuke reached the bottom of the stairs, he saw Makoto had prepared a sumptuous breakfast. You're down? I told you not to call you, so you could sleep in. He was worried breakfast would get cold if he waited, Makoto said. Sasuke felt warmth in his heart, realizing you had spoken softly to avoid waking him. No, I just woke up, he replied. After a simple breakfast, you turned to Sasuke. Brother, you still don't have the Empire's registration. Let's go to the Uchiha community to get you registered. Sasuke looked puzzled. What do you mean? Registration? What is that? You chuckled at Sasuke's confusion. Since you don't know, just come with me. You'll understand everything once we get there. Filled with curiosity and anticipation, Sasuke followed you along the wide and smooth path within the Uchiha territory. Feeling exhilarated, his spirits lifted. He could hardly believe that the once restricted Uchiha clan now lived so freely in this land that belonged entirely to them. Along the way, many greeted you warmly, casting curious glances at Sasuke, accompanied by murmurs of astonishment. The surprise in Sasuke's heart was no less than that of others. He keenly observed the stark contrast between the current Uchiha territory and his memories of Konoha. The area was nearly as vast as the entire village of Konoha, and the number of Uchiha inhabitants was conservatively estimated to exceed 10,000. Have we Uchiha truly prospered to this extent? Sasuke marveled silently, a sense of pride swelling within him as the young clan leader. Before long, the two arrived at a simple yet dignified building. The architecture was modest but exuded a sense of solemnity and comfort. Sasuke looked up to see a large fan emblem carved at the center of the building, beneath which were inscribed the words Uchiha Clan Community. Sasuke paused, having never seen such a structure or place during his time in Konoha. What is this for? He asked you in a hushed tone. This is the community center. It handles the population census and various welfare activities for the clan, you explained. Sasuke nodded, somewhat impressed. Since it was a community center within the clan's territory, there were only 2 people ahead of them in line when they arrived, and they were quickly served. Upon seeing you, the community leader greeted him with a beaming smile and invited the two into his office. You accepted the leader's hospitality without hesitation. Leader, I am here today to register my brother into the Uchiha clan's records, you announced. The leader nodded but soon appeared hesitant, speaking cautiously. You. This should be your brother from the parallel world, correct? There are regulations stating that children born in unofficial hospitals must undergo an ocular verification to be registered in our clan. As the community leader and a special entity within the Uchiha clan, he was aware of the information regarding parallel universes. So he was not surprised to see you accompanied by a variant of Zwa. Just follow the procedure. You replied, indicating his understanding. The leader, feeling slightly embarrassed, mumbled an explanation. You see, once registered, many resources and benefits are distributed by the Empire, so we need to be thorough in our reviews to prevent corruption. He then produced specialized photographic equipment for Sasuke to open his Sharingan. When the 2 Tomo appeared, he continued taking pictures, but after several seconds with no further reaction, he paused. Confused. Continue, he urged. Yet, Sasuke remained silent, feeling a bit flustered. He was not foolish. He understood what the leader meant by continue. I can only activate it to 2 Tomo for now, Sasuke admitted. The leader nearly fumbled the equipment in shock. Wait, was variant that weak? Soon realizing his slip, he awkwardly smiled. The more Tomo in the Sharingan, the stronger the evolution, and the better the benefits. If you could reach 3 Tomo, the privileges would be incomparable to those of 2. Alright, the recording is complete. Please fill out this form, and once you finish, you will be done. Sasuke diligently filled out the form handed to him by the leader. Done. The application has been sent up. We just need to wait for approval. Sasuke, by this afternoon at the latest, you will be a citizen of our empire, a member of the Uchiha clan. Remember, if there are any updates regarding the state of the Sharingan, do come to me for a new record. This is not only to facilitate inspections and psychological counseling, but also to gain additional benefits and privileges. Listening to the president patiently explain, Sasuke nodded repeatedly to indicate his understanding. Subsequently, the president enthusiastically introduced the current situation and population of the Uchiha clan, and before Sasuke knew it, midday had swiftly arrived. To his surprise, their clan territory was actually autonomous. Exiting the community gate, Sasuke looked at you in disbelief. Indeed, however, it's best not to act recklessly. Getting accustomed to it could lead to trouble if one were to violate the imperial laws in Konoha or elsewhere. Sasuke nodded to show he understood. Time flew by. And in the afternoon, while Sasuke obediently sat on the sofa listening to Makoto Uchiha's ramblings, there was a knock at the door. I'll go open it, Mom. Sasuke awkwardly called out. Ah, how wonderful it is to have you at home. Since childhood, Zwa has rarely been here, always either at school or training, returning only once a month. It has been ages since we could sit here and chat like this. Sasuke gazed at Mikoto Uchiha, feeling a moment of nostalgia. Indeed, the world's mother, despite her well-maintained appearance, bore faint, barely noticeable wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking resumed, prompting Sasuke to hasten to the door. To his astonishment, upon opening it, he found the community president standing there. Hello, young Master Sasuke. Having left his workplace, the president's demeanor had turned somewhat obsequious. May I come in? Sasuke scanned the room, and, upon receiving nods of affirmation from Yu and Mikoto, he nodded in return. Please, come in. The president nodded repeatedly, then attached his chakra to the soles of his feet. President, what are you doing? Just come in. No need to be so formal. Mikoto stood up and said. The president waved his hands dismissively. No need for formality. I wouldn't want to dirty the floor. With that, he entered the room, clutching a document folder. Sasuke was somewhat puzzled, but you provided the answer. It must be regarding the processing of your identity information, right? You inquired, and the president nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. You are indeed sharp, young master you. You smiled wryly. The president was overly enthusiastic. Sasuke, come sit here. The president continued, actually, I was planning to take Sasuke to your place. You didn't need to come personally. If it's urgent, you could call the staff or communicate directly through the wristband. As he raised his wristband, the president waved his hands again. Not at all. As a member of the empire and the community, it is my duty to warmly welcome guests from parallel worlds. All right, enough small talk. I apologize for interrupting your rest. I have already arranged Sasuke's identity information, so allow me to explain it to him, the president said, beaming with joy upon receiving agreement from the others. This was a rare opportunity to establish connections with the newly arrived Zwa. Securing even a slight relationship could ensure his own future prospects and the status within the Uchiha clan. As Mikoto handed the president a cup of tea, he was taken aback. Thank you, sister-in-law. Within the Uchiha clan, nearly everyone had some degree of kinship, and as the clan leader, Fugaku was akin to an elder brother, so men of his age usually referred to Mikoto as sister-in-law. However, the degree of kinship was often exaggerated, with possibly hundreds or even thousands addressing her as such. The president took out the folder and retrieved 2 pre-prepared documents. He first held up one of them. It contains a wristband, a chip, and 2 books. This is the latest product from the Empire's Orochimaru technology and Shisha machinery, the Nano Wristband. It directly uses the moon as a signal relay station, sending information directly to the Tentail server. Chapter 97. The Empire of the Technological Era. If we were to describe it in terms of electronic information technology speed, this would be akin to a 10G network. Sasuke nodded in understanding, his expression one of a diligent student. Additionally, this is your identity verification chip, young Master Sasuke. Simply insert the chip into the wristband, and it will record your identity information. From now on, this wristband will symbolize your identity, encompassing payments, navigation, identity verification, phone calls, and more. Furthermore, it can monitor heart rate, blood oxygen, temperature, and other data for your reference. If lost, you can always come to me in the community. Sasuke donned the wristband and brought the chip close to it. The wristband immediately responded, integrating the two through nanotechnology. This wristband is powered by chakra. While wearing it, you can choose to charge it or allow it to charge autonomously. For instance, it can draw energy when it detects an abundance of chakra during your sleep. Additionally, this wristband is resistant to damage from shinobi below the level of Jonin. Its nanostructure is indestructible and possesses self-repair capabilities, able to mend itself as long as the damage does not exceed 30. You smiled at the enthusiastic president. Sir, as far as I know, this wristband must be quite expensive, right? Is it truly provided free of charge to every citizen in the community? The president scratched his head and chuckled. Indeed. You see right through me. This is a special allocation for community leaders. However, we Uchihas are unique, and I received 2 additional ones from above. Since there were no surplus wristbands in the community, I brought this one. You chuckled in disbelief. No ordinary wristbands available in the community? The president is overly ambitious. Understanding dawned upon you as he nodded. The president continued to explain to Sasuke. This is your first gift as a citizen of the empire. The remaining 2 books consist of one on imperial law, which every citizen possesses. The other, however, is unique to our Uchiha clan, containing various fire release and flame release techniques we have created ourselves, which, of course, is prohibited from being shared externally. Aside from the ninjutsu taught in schools, most other original ninjutsu in the Empire requires payment to acquire. However, fundamental techniques of the 5 basic nature transformations are generally taught and made publicly available. Only those ninjutsu created through considerable effort and resources by families or individuals are sold, with protections for intellectual property. Once you create a ninjutsu, anyone wishing to learn it must compensate you, though you can also choose to open it for free. The pricing and accessibility are entirely at your discretion. This reflects an economic trend. With transactions come innovation, and with innovation comes demand. If everything were freely accessible, the interests of original creators would not be safeguarded, leading people to prefer learning from others rather than investing their own effort into developing techniques, which would hinder progress in the shinobi world. At this moment, the availability of such family secret techniques to the clan for free was akin to discovering a treasure. Sasuke flipped through the book, his eyes ablaze with excitement. The knowledge contained within was an invaluable asset for him at this stage. Upon reflecting on her teacher's hesitance to impart the secrets of the fire release and flame release techniques, Dato found himself at a loss for words. It was astonishing that such openly accessible knowledge was being withheld. In the land of 64, he sneezed. "What's wrong, Dato?" asked Shauna, who was nearby with concern. "Nothing. Just pondering how fortunate I am that this world Sasuke has been sent away by me. Otherwise, I truly would have nothing to teach him." "Why not? You could teach him the Uchiha clan's fire release and flame release techniques." Dato scratched his head awkwardly. "Senior Shauna, you overestimate my abilities. I may know how to use them, but teaching them would only mislead the students." The president smiled as he handed over another package. "The benefits you received upon entering the Empire have now concluded. Henceforth, we shall dispense the unique monthly benefits reserved for the Uchiha clan." Sasuke opened the package, which contained 2 stickers, a bottle of eye drops, and 2 vouchers. "What is this?" he inquired, picking up a sticker. "Ah, this is called a Genjutsu sticker. Currently, the virtual helmet project within the Empire is under research. These stickers are applied to your temples to stimulate the cerebral cortex, inducing hallucinations. However, they can only be used for a total of 72 hours before their power dissipates. To use them again, one must either repurchase or wait until the next month's distribution. As for the eye drops, they are intended for our Sharingan, which can be quite taxing on one's ocular strength. Some children awaken their abilities too early, potentially leading to bloodline diseases. This eye drop solution perfectly repairs the damage sustained during use and significantly accelerates the activation of the Sharingan. This too is distributed monthly. It is advisable to use it after each activation and just before bedtime to ensure proper dosage. Hearing this left Sasuke utterly astonished. Wait, it can be used like this? He had believed that his ability to unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan was solely reliant on talent, but here was technology at play. Seeing Sasuke's astonishment, the president felt a swell of pride. "This is a product of our Sharingan Research Institute. I recall when the Emperor proposed establishing this project, Elder Shauna vehemently opposed it, fearing that it would allow others to decipher the secrets of the Uchiha eyes. Yet, not long after, the Emperor transferred the ownership of the Sharingan Research Institute from Orochimaru's technology to us. It is unfortunate that Elder Shauna was imprisoned for her strong resistance against imperial policy. One wonders if she regrets it now. Since the institute has been operational, the benefits have been reaped by our Uchiha clan." Sasuke's perception of the Emperor began to elevate into the realm of the extraordinary. What a remarkable individual. Initially, he felt surprised and resistant to the notion of the Sharingan Research Institute, but he never anticipated that the ultimate beneficiaries would indeed be the Uchiha. As for the final 2 vouchers, they are universally applicable, allowing access to psychological treatment at any facility established by the Yamashiro clan. It is known that our Uchiha clan members are predisposed to heightened emotions, and their clan's ninjutsu can effectively treat and soothe our spirits. Regrettably, they do not sell these secret techniques. Otherwise, we would have learned them by now. The president shook his head. Many psychological doctors from the Yamashiro clan leverage their connections with our Uchiha clan to form alliances through marriage. One must admit, it is quite cunning. Sasuke, you must be wary. They are masters of psychological manipulation. During your treatment sessions, they may take advantage of your vulnerabilities. Do not be swayed by sentiment. Recent data indicates that 17 of our Uchiha children possess a mixed bloodline with the Yamashiro clan. Those treacherous Yamashiro. Chapter 98. Chiyo. Willing to sacrifice for the empire, Rosa cast a cold glance over the desolate Sunagakure, his heart heavy with sorrow. During his recent inspection of the Land of Wind, he could not help but notice that even the most prosperous of villages, Sunagakure, was in such a state. One could only imagine the conditions in the other areas. Dato and Shana had already brought back a group of water-release ninjas, and he wasted no time arranging for the ninjas of Sunagakure to irrigate the land day and night. Regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative to first moisten the surrounding area, then scatter some seeds to promote grass growth and prevent soil erosion. Meanwhile, Chio wandered aimlessly through the village. Lost in thought, she had finally arrived at the long-anticipated era of ninja villages. But why did this ninja village appear in such disarray? The daimyo and ninja villages co-govern. Resources within a region should sustain one another without the need for the empire to redistribute minerals to other provinces. Why, then, did it seem to be worse? Recalling her time in prison, she remembered that inmates were provided with rice, lean meat, and vegetables. Yet here, the villagers struggled even to find sustenance, let alone vegetables. What in the world was happening? She had once believed herself to be of value, as previous Kazekage had continuously contributed to the village. But where were the results? Although she had never set foot outside the empire's prison, her grandchildren and sons frequently brought her newspapers and literature. In her mind, she had accepted that the Land of Wind was thriving, with all things flourishing in freedom. Today, she realized she had been gravely mistaken. This was a man-made crisis. The changes had occurred after the empire assumed power. No wonder she had been referred to as an antiquated relic, stubbornly clinging to a tragic and pitiful era. Chio recalled how she had once boldly proclaimed that if the ninja village system were reinstated, the Land of Wind would only improve. Now, those words felt like a resounding slap to her aged face. She thought of her children's words, prosperity and abundance. Was that even possible? Would the daimyo invest countless resources into improving the environment as the emperor had done? Back then, she had scorned such notions. The emperor hailed from the Land of Fire. How could he possibly pour vast sums into altering the environment of the Land of Wind? Furthermore, the environment changes through nature, not human intervention. Now, she felt her cheeks burn with shame. How naive I have been. As she gazed toward the teleportation array, she silently prayed for the emperor. Your Excellency, forgive me for my ignorance and for misjudging you. In prison, she often encountered inmates dissatisfied with their lives, engaging in conversations with them. They spoke of being too busy with work, unable to support their families without resorting to theft. Others lamented their lack of freedom, unable to bear the pressure from their superiors, leading to violent outbursts. She had only listened to their one-sided stories, which had painted an increasingly dark picture of the empire in her mind. When she was assigned to be a test subject in cross-border experiments, Scorpion took her on a tour of the former Sunagakure. With a critical eye, she identified no less than 100 situations worse than those under the ninja village system. Now, having arrived at an authentic ninja village, she felt humbled, utterly humbled. Chio recalled a young man who had said that without work, one would starve. She remembered the scene from last night in Sunagakure, where a family of 4 was left hungry, 1 woman and 3 children. The children longed for a meal, yet their mother forbade them. Your father hasn't returned. Without him working hard outside, how would we have food? Tonight, we'll skip dinner. We can manage with just 1 meal at noon. Be good and save it for your father. Otherwise, he would go hungry tomorrow and be unable to work, leaving everyone without lunch. The children suppressed their cravings, obediently nodding their heads while lying in bed with empty stomachs. What about in the empire? She could only recall that in prison, many inmates found the food unpalatable and would discard their meals after a few bites. In contrast, she felt a profound disillusionment. The empire did not discriminate, nor did it let its citizens starve. It even established a comprehensive legal system, eliminating the existence of wandering ninjas. Yet here she was, still fantasizing about the empire's shortcomings? True, the empire had its developmental shortcomings, but compared to the current ninja villages, she felt a pang of shame. One could list 100 flaws of the ninja village, yet the empire could unveil thousands of the village's deficiencies. It was no exaggeration. The emperor of the empire, being from the Land of Fire, contributed to Sunagakure and cared for the welfare of the people here. And what about the feudal lords of the Wind Country? What were they doing? Aside from providing an annual budget for cultivating ninjas, they seemed to have never cared for the common folk. As she wandered through the familiar streets of Sunagakure, she noticed that everyone appeared emaciated, leaving her heartbroken. Upon returning to her residence, She felt a layer of sweat and itchiness on her body. After searching for a long time, she found no faucet, only a few water barrels containing some water. After a prolonged silence, she finally made a decision. The light of the Empire should illuminate these dark places, she declared. Within the Empire, in the province of Fire, in the city of Sunagakure, Chiyo luxuriated in a bathtub, reveling in the cleansing essence of life. Through the glass of the 88-story red sand building, she gazed down at this metropolis brimming with modern technology, then turned her gaze to the distant, dotted green expanse that could hardly be called a desert anymore. Over time, Chiyo had come to understand that this lifestyle, these days, if compared, made Sunagakure appear as the slum of slums. What harm was there in accepting such an empire? The so-called consciousness of the sand, can it be eaten? And those feudal lords, it seemed they had never done anything for the commoners, right? Why should she sacrifice herself and dedicate everything for them? At that moment, Chiyo felt foolish, realizing how naive she was at her age, still failing to grasp many fundamental truths. Her fear of change made her think that the current state of affairs was quite satisfactory. Back then, she believed the ninja village was already commendable, at least peace still reigned. However, upon witnessing the brilliance of the empire, she understood that peace was merely the most basic necessity. What truly mattered was the livelihood of the people. The very system she upheld in the ninja village struggled to maintain peace, and yet she lacked the courage to change. How foolish she had been, thinking she had devoted everything for the village. In reality, she was just a burden dragging the village down. Chiyo rose from the water, droplets cascading down her body, as the empire's sunlight streamed through the glass, warming her. In that moment, she felt as though her soul was being cleansed and renewed. She sought out Sasori. I have come to a realization. I wish to contribute to the empire. I want to apply to be part of the empire's advance force. I wish to go to Sunagakure, and I am willing to dedicate everything, even my life. I want to personally persuade them to embrace the empire. Chapter 99. The Angry Zusuke in the 64th Ninja World, in the Land of Fire, in Konohagakure. What a joke. If you don't want customers, then close your shop for good. Zusuke fumed. What has this world come to? Trying to have a meal and being turned away by one place after another. Zusuke contemplated taking action, but was halted by Akira. Calm down. Calm down. Akira patted Zusuke's back, offering an apologetic expression to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper scoffed. Get lost, or I'll report you to the Hokage. This remark infuriated Zusuke. Die. This time, Akira couldn't stop him. Zusuke kicked the main beam of the shop, causing the entire structure to tremble. The patrons inside looked terrified as dust and debris fell into their bowls and pots, hastily standing and shouting to leave. The shopkeeper was enraged. You little brat. You're asking for death. He swung his hand at Zusuke. Indeed, in Konohagakure, and even in this ninja world, those with a bit of status hold no fear of ninjas. To them, 2 days' worth of income could hire a ninja to serve them. Ninjas were nothing in their eyes. However, the shopkeeper was mistaken. As he lifted his hand to strike Zusuke, Zusuke grasped his wrist, applying pressure, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. As his fingers were crushed, Akira sighed helplessly. Possessing Ashura chakra, Akira was often prone to display saintly behavior, capable of forgiving anyone. Yet in front of Zusuke, he managed to restrain his altruistic impulses. Having been rejected by several establishments, he felt a sense of agitation. You're finished. I'm going to tell the Hokage. The shopkeeper screeched. Running towards the Hokage building, Zusuke narrowed his eyes, but ultimately chose not to silence him, considering the public setting. A few of them wandered aimlessly until Zusuke inquired about Sakura, who informed them that they usually went to Ichiraku Ramen for meals. To his surprise, this world also had Ichiraku Ramen. Zusuke glanced at Akira, who was eager to go, and said casually, Let's go eat ramen. It's my birthday today. Akira nodded eagerly. Let's go? During their meal, the two learned from Kakashi about the information regarding their counterparts in this world. Zusuke remained expressionless, while Akira felt a sense of indignation. The people here are truly ignorant. No wonder so many of them looked down on us earlier. Kakashi nodded. That should be the reason. Such a foolish and ridiculous bunch. If it comes to it, I might just eliminate them all. A cold glimmer crossed Zusuke's eyes. If the emperor were to blame, just say I did it. Akira was taken aback and hurriedly covered Zusuke's mouth. Don't say such things. Zusuke disdainfully pulled away and wiped his mouth. Understood, the mission is paramount. Nightfall approached swiftly. Jiraiya sat in the Hokage's seat, wearing a troubled expression. Tsunade is truly something, She claims the village is dark and doesn't want to return. Sigh. Jiraiya felt overwhelmed, realizing he was ill-suited for this position. All he wanted was to create or gather materials outside. Now, trapped inside the Hokage building, he felt completely out of sorts. Report. Lord Jiraiya. Someone requests an audience. An Umbu Jonin suddenly appeared beside Jiraiya. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively. What is it? I still have a pile of cases to review. Don't disturb me unless it's something important. The Umbu Jonin bowed and replied, It's the owner of a restaurant. He was attacked by ninjas. Such matters can be resolved by the village's security team. It is quite normal for ninjas from other villages to arrive in our village, so there is no need to make a fuss over every little incident. Those who do not adhere to the rules can simply be expelled from Konoha. The Umbu ninja hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. They are our Konoha ninjas. Konoha ninjas? That makes things easier. We shall follow the regulations. Those who deserve punishment will be punished. As Jiraiya spoke, the pen in his hand, which had been reviewing documents, suddenly came to a halt. His gaze met that of the Umbu, and his tone grew grave. Unless it is a matter of great significance, let it go for now. The village's situation is complex, and every ninja is a vital asset for us. Understood. The Umbu replied before vanishing from sight. Jiraiya scratched his head, feeling overwhelmed. Sighing heavily, he regretted agreeing to his teacher's request. But if he did not step forward, who would? He felt a sense of helplessness. It had been over a decade since the third Hokage had taken charge after Minato's demise. Why had no successors to the Hokage title been cultivated in all these years? Was it that his teacher did not wish to, or was there truly no suitable candidate? Within Konoha, the new Team 7, with the exception of Sakura, had already set off on their respective tasks. I have discovered a variant of Ino in this world. She is within the mountain clan. I will take her away. The message from Akira conveyed to the others. Go ahead. After you finish, come back to me. I have variants of Shina and Ranmaru here, Sasuke replied. All right. I have also found variants of Lee and Niji. You will need to come to me soon, as my chakra is insufficient to support such a long-distance use of the Flying Thunder God technique. Kakashi's message was filled with a sense of resignation. Akira could not help but smile at the thought. Kakashi's reputation as the 3-second man was well known in the Empire. Of course, it was a compliment. 3 seconds meant that Kakashi's swordsmanship was remarkable, and few could withstand his attacks for that long. Those who could were considered true men. And that was the essence of the phrase. As Kakashi stood atop a tree, observing the distant figures of Lee and Niji still training, he sensed the presence of another person beside him. Turning his gaze, he was momentarily blinded by a dazzling light. After squinting for a while, he adjusted to the brightness and was greeted by the sight of a man with an exaggerated grin and gleaming white teeth. Those teeth actually shine, Kakashi thought to himself. Dressed similarly to the training Lee, clad in green, he bore the aura of Might Guy. Ah, Kakashi, are you here to train as well? Guy patted Kakashi on the shoulder, flashing a confident smile. Kakashi's mind raced as he processed the unfamiliarity of Guy's presence. He could sense the formidable vitality within him. In this world, he had yet to feel threatened by anyone, yet before this man, he experienced a hint of unnoticeable tension. Noticing the furrowing of Guy's thick brows, he initiated a conversation. Ah, you still don't know me? Can you guess what I'm here for? Kakashi opted to toss the question back to Guy. Though Guy found Kakashi's demeanor somewhat strange, he did not dwell on it. The village had been rather peculiar lately, with many high-ranked ninjas disappearing. Seeing his dear friend brought him a sense of security. Kakashi, you surely didn't come out at this hour just to train. Let me think. You must be here to spar with me, right? Our students are about to participate in the Chunin exams, and we had previously agreed to settle our rivalry. How about it? Shall we do it now? Upon receiving Guy's invitation, Kakashi shook his head. He had gathered enough information. Engaging further would be unnecessary. Perhaps another time. You know the Chunin exams are approaching, and I specifically came out to seek inspiration for how to guide my students on short notice. Guy placed a hand on Kakashi's shoulder and shook his head. That won't do, Kakashi. Your students are still too inexperienced. My 3 students have already secured their spots for promotion to Chunin. There's no use in your last-minute efforts. Guy glanced at Lee, who was still practicing with Niji. A look of satisfaction gracing his face. One was a genius from the Hyuga clan, while the other was an ordinary civilian who couldn't even perform ninjutsu. Yet, at this moment, they were evenly matched. Niji was sweating profusely, his Byakugan fully activated, the veins around his temples bulging. He could scarcely believe that the usually unassuming Lee was moving with such speed that he could barely keep up. All right, guy, I must take my leave. Also, don't be too arrogant. Your students are strong, but mine are no slouches either. Guy, upon hearing this, became even more excited. That is splendid. Kakashi, let us have another spar after the Chunin exams. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Certainly. As he watched Kakashi's figure disappear around the corner, Guy's brows furrowed slightly. Something felt off. Yet he could not pinpoint what it was. Oh well, there have been too many strange occurrences lately. Niji, Lee, that will be enough training for today. Return home and rest well. The Chunin exams are fast approaching. I hope you both gather enough spirit to succeed in becoming Chunin, so that I may finally win a round against Kakashi. Niji and Lee obediently ceased their movements, and Niji observed his teacher, who was delightfully imagining his victory over Kakashi, dancing with excitement. What was even more baffling was that Lee had started dancing alongside their exuberant teacher. Who are you? What is this? Ino awoke from her slumber, feeling a pair of strong arms lifting her. As her surroundings began to change repeatedly, she felt a pang of anxiety. Yet, when she realized that the person carrying her had similarly tousled blonde hair, her expression turned to one of exasperation. Naruto, how dare you sneak into my room? Where are you taking me? If you don't stop, I will tell Sakura. Ino's wariness was minimal, still engulfed in the drowsiness of just waking up, oblivious to the precarious situation she found herself in. Wait, we're almost there. Having successfully acquired Ino's variant, he dropped the pretense. When Ino heard Akira's deep and gentle voice, she momentarily froze. When did Naruto's voice become so magnetic? Wait, where am I? Seeing herself still clad in her pajamas, with Akira draping a jacket over her, Ino finally grasped the situation. Where are you taking me? Who are you? She attempted to perform a jutsu, but the repeated jolts prevented her from forming any hand seals. At present, she was merely a low-ranking ninja capable of barely executing a C-rank technique. Don't worry, we will arrive shortly. Although Ino's heart fluttered to the enthralling resonance of Naruto's voice, trepidation and an apprehension of the unknown loomed larger within her. What on earth do you intend to do? Ino pondered, feeling like an ordinary girl caught in an inexplicable situation. The mere thought of the various rumors surrounding Naruto filled her with dread. You wouldn't actually want to consume me, would you? Naruto, is there any truth to those tales? Ino's voice quivered with a hint of desperation. Could you refrain from devouring me? Perhaps you could feast on Sakura instead? I haven't washed my feet tonight, so I'm not palatable. Naruto paused momentarily, tightening his grip slightly. I am the son of the fourth Hokage, not some reincarnated demon fox. As he spoke, he revealed his true form, the transformation technique dissipating. He cast Ino onto the ground. We have arrived in the land of waves. Ino, oblivious to the dramatically altered surroundings, fixated incredulously on Naruto. That handsome visage, that towering physique, that warm, sunny aura. Oh, I must be dreaming. The memory of Naruto's hand resting upon her sent a thrill through her. Why didn't he linger a moment longer? Damn it. Curse you, Ino, why must you resist? Wait, is Naruto truly the son of the fourth Hokage? How could I have never heard such a thing from my family? Is this truly his real form? How infuriating. He rivals Sasuke in looks. Nay, he surpasses him. But why does he play the fool? Is it to test our resolve? Ino's mind raced as she recalled any wrongs she may have committed against Naruto. After much contemplation, she found none. Sakura, on the other hand, had been the worst to him. Although she harbored disdain for Naruto, she had never outwardly expressed it. So, has Naruto given up on Sakura for my sake? It makes sense. I am arguably the most attractive in our class. But what if he confesses his feelings to me? Should I play it coy? And why has he brought me to such a secluded place? In her moment of indecision, a figure began to approach from the distance. Ino bit her lip, feeling a surge of reluctance. But as the figure drew closer, she stood transfixed. Ino recognized that her counterpart had arrived, having been brought by Naruto. Upon seeing this woman, who bore a striking resemblance to her, Ino's chest puffed up with a sense of pride. Before she could introduce herself, she noticed Ino's astonished expression. You can't possibly be my father's illegitimate daughter, can you? Chapter 101, Dual Souls, the Jinchuriki Seal. Ino stared at the woman before her. Almost a mirror image, and hostility flickered in her eyes. Just as I suspected. How could my father be so despicable? He has wronged my mother, Ino exclaimed, her finger accusatorily pointing at the newcomer. The other Ino raised her fist, angrily striking Ino on the head. What the heck? You're far too weak. As Ino crumpled to the ground, unconscious, the other Ino let out a sigh of exasperation. Useless. She glanced at Naruto and then back at Ino, raising her eyebrows suggestively. However, Naruto appeared oblivious to the innuendo. What's the matter? Should I step back? She noticed Naruto's gaze fixed on her counterpart. A pang of regret washed over her. How unfortunate that it wasn't her. Naruto shook his head. Upon hearing this, the other Ino's face lit up with excitement. Shall we do this together? Naruto nodded. Let us do it. The other Ino happily shed her outer garment. Here? Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly. The other Ino blushed, but nodded. Anywhere is fine. Let us make it swift. There's no one around to catch us. All right, let us get started. Naruto affirmed. The other Ino nodded enthusiastically. Naruto began to gather a unique chakra, placing his hand on Ino's head. Gradually, Ino's form transformed into an ethereal spirit. All right, do not resist. I will now temporarily seal her within you. This sealing technique is the genuine Jinchuriki seal. It encapsulates a person in the form of a tailed beast within another's body, allowing not only for the extraction of the sealed individual's power, but also for seamless communication at any time. The other Ino felt a presence sealed deep within her consciousness, still unconscious and unfamiliar, which intrigued her. All set. Let us head to Konoha. Your next task is to act in her stead. The other Ino nodded. Can we begin now? Naruto nodded again and placed his hand on the other Ino. In the next moment, the Flying Thunder God technique activated, and the two began their journey toward the Hidden Leaf Village. In the Hidden Leaf Village, among the mountain clan, the other Ino lay on Ino's bed, feeling small, helpless, and vulnerable. She gazed longingly in the direction Naruto had departed, cursing him for his lack of romantic sensibility. She had fantasized about forging a deep friendship with either Naruto or Sasuke during this opportunity, only to find both of them as oblivious as ever. Damn it. Am I truly so lacking in charm? Suddenly, the other Ino had an epiphany. Every time Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, it was as if they were oblivious to the presence of girls. As she pondered, she drifted into a deep sleep. Naruto made a few more trips, substituting Shikamaru for Chuji and Hinata for Shino. The only remaining task was with Kakashi. Upon meeting Kakashi, Naruto conveyed his earlier sentiments. My instincts tell me that the person opposite possesses the power to kill me. Naruto nodded solemnly. Long before this journey, the Emperor had warned us never to be careless. Gathering sufficient intelligence before taking action is paramount. He believed that in such a vast world, surely, no one could thwart their efforts as fledgling ninjas. The doppelgangers of Lee and Neji are his disciples, and I worry for their safety. Naruto patted Kakashi on the shoulder. They should be fine, right? No need for concern. With the Chunin exams approaching, they wouldn't dare cause any trouble now. Naruto analyzed the situation calmly. Kakashi nodded. Let us hope for the best. Soon, Lee would faint in his sleep, replaced by Naruto. As Lee gazed at the near-identical counterpart before him, a surge of nostalgia washed over him. What youthful exuberance! It truly ignites a fire within. Unfortunately, now we have an imperial mission to fulfill. Otherwise, I would love to engage in a spirited battle with this world's version of myself. Naruto, observing Lee, recalled Kakashi's comments about Gaia's situation, realizing that Kakashi might be overthinking it. With their shared youth and fervor, it would be quite the challenge to distinguish this world's Guy from the original. Within the Hyuga clan, Neji was diligently training against a wooden post, sweat soaking his attire, yet he felt no fatigue. A storm of emotions swirled within him. He considered himself a genius of the Hyuga clan, aspiring to shatter the insidious system that confined him like a caged bird through his innate talent and relentless effort. Yet today, his esteemed title of genius was utterly dismantled by Lee. The opponent possessed neither identity, resources, nor the superior conditions and bloodline limits he enjoyed. Yet, he managed to hold his ground solely on the basis of taijutsu. Even if he had a slight edge, what did it matter? A marginal victory that could not dominate was indistinguishable from defeat. Neji refused to accept this outcome. How could he claim the ability to resist the caged bird when he could not even best this fool who shared his class and incessantly shouted about youthful zeal? Suddenly, he felt a shift in the airflow behind him, causing his expression to change dramatically as he instinctively swung his hand backward. The 8 trigrams palm. With a sharp clap, he felt his technique collide with the presence behind him. A surge of overwhelming power coursed through his palm and radiated throughout his body. He quickly spun twice, utilizing the 8 trigrams to dissipate the impact. Upon seeing the individual before him, uncertainty washed over his face. Naruto? As the notorious prankster of Konohagakure, Naruto was widely recognized. His antics, such as defacing the Hokage monument, had even reached the ears of the village's blind. However, beyond his mischievous reputation, he bore two more complex identities, that of a demon fox's descendant and one of the worst-performing students in the ninja academy. Yet, at this moment, Naruto effortlessly blocked his 8 trigrams palm with a single hand. Although Neji had not gathered energy for a powerful strike, Naruto had indeed managed to intercept it with ease, displaying no sign of pressure whatsoever. Neji's frustration began to boil over. How perceptive! Naruto praised, and in an instant, countless chains erupted from his body, binding Neji. Within the Hyuga clan, I dare not act too arrogantly, Naruto thought, recalling the few Rinnegan users within the imperial Hyuga clan, sending a shiver down his spine. Those old-timers, even with a modicum of 6 paths power, were not to be trifled with. You've offended me. Come along with me. Neji stammered, yet at that moment, his body was entirely restrained, with even his voice sealed, a technique unique to the Uzumaki clan. In the next moment, Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and Neji found himself temporarily whisked away from the Hyuga clan's grounds. Fortuitously, the night was already deep. The other clan members, emboldened by their Byakugan, had long since relaxed their training routines. In the vast Hyuga estate, only Neji remained in the training grounds, and now, he was silently taken away. Chapter 102, Dual Bloodlines. The power of the Imperial Hyuga. What a joke. Neji Hyuga had regained consciousness during the journey, and his alertness was undoubtedly exceptional among the younger generation. Unfortunately, at this moment, he was completely restrained by Naruto's chains, specific to the Uzumaki clan, rendering all his struggles futile. You are not Naruto, Neji assessed. Oh, you could say that, but I am also Naruto, came the reply. Neji furrowed his brow, unable to believe that the class clown could stealthily abduct him from the Hyuga estate. After a prolonged struggle to escape Naruto's hold, he resigned himself to his fate. Are you a spy from another village? Taking me is futile, Neji remarked, a hint of disdain crossing his features. You must be after my eyes, right? But I regret to inform you that I am from the branch family, marked by the caged bird seal. Taking me away will serve no purpose, he stated, a hint of despondency creeping into his voice. Despite his tireless efforts, why was he still trapped by the caged bird? What is that? Naruto inquired, perplexed. What branch family? That system disappeared ages ago. Everyone is a citizen of the empire, enjoying democracy and freedom under its protection, with no distinctions among the ranks, Neji shot back, astonished by Naruto's ignorance. Your intelligence is truly lacking. I advise you to save your efforts. Either kill me here or let me go. Even if you acquire my Byakugan, it will be of no use to you, Neji declared resolutely. Interesting. So, you think I came for your Byakugan? Naruto mused. Well, there is nothing more to say. You will find out soon enough. He smiled, fully aware that Neji had misunderstood his intentions. Byakugan? The Empire had long prohibited human medical experiments unless willingly consented to and sanctioned by the clan, making the transfer of bloodline limits conditional upon clan approval. Otherwise, even possessing Byakugan or Sharingan without proper authorization would be deemed a crime. Since the introduction of the Bloodline Limit and Ninjutsu Development Protection Act, the Empire had effectively eradicated the malevolent ninjas who persecuted bloodline families and pilfered others' ninjutsu. Of course, many believed the Bloodline Limit Protection Act was ineffective, as families possessing bloodlines were often powerful. However, one must consider the vulnerable members within those clans, or those yet to fully mature. Before these laws were enacted, cases of missing children and the sudden appearance of illegitimate offspring were alarmingly frequent. Since the Protection Act was instituted, the occurrences of women and children disappearing had significantly diminished. At that time, many were left bewildered about the connection between bloodline limits and the disappearance of women and children. What did you mean by caged bird? Naruto suddenly asked. Neji, however, fell silent. He indeed despised the Hyuga clan and the main family. Yet, he did not wish for his father's sacrifice to be in vain. He merely hoped to alter the situation of the branch family, preventing the recurrence of the caged bird scenario. He had never contemplated annihilating or seeking revenge against the Hyuga clan that his father had sworn to protect. Naruto shook his head in disappointment. As one of the twin stars of the Empire, he possessed an immense chakra reserve and inherited Minato's talents. Nevertheless, Traversing between nations using the Flying Thunder God required several adjustments. When Niji sensed that the environment around him had stabilized, he realized Naruto had set him down. Niji, I have brought your counterpart. I must say, he was quite diligent. He was still training when I captured him, but unfortunately, his strength is lacking. Naruto remarked regretfully as he looked at Niji. Among the younger generation in the Empire, if anyone could rival them, it would undoubtedly be Niji. Yes, I can feel it. Niji replied. Wait, there's still a restriction within me? He glanced at his counterpart, who was surveying him with surprise and caution. Their appearances and physiques bore little distinction. Unlike Naruto and Sasuke, whose bodies had not developed well due to familial circumstances, Niji forcefully removed the forehead protector from Niji's head, revealing a large X-shaped mark on his forehead. As Niji activated his Byakugan, Niji felt as though every aspect of his being had been laid bare before this version of himself. Was this a mark meant to restrict the use of their bloodline limits? Who held the power of control? If the clan maintained sole authority, this might indeed serve as an effective means to prevent the leakage of their bloodline abilities. In a world devoid of protective laws for bloodline limits, such measures within the clan could prove quite beneficial. After all, the Byakugan possessed immense value, rivaling even the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. If members with Byakugan were allowed to roam the shinobi world unchecked, many might resort to extreme measures to seize their eyes. This mark, however, could provide substantial protection for the clan. After all, if enemies could not obtain the Byakugan, what incentive would they have to provoke the Hyuga clan? Ultimately, all wars are born of interests. If they cannot attain the Byakugan, why would they risk their lives to pursue it? Unless, of course, there existed a profound vendetta. Niji regarded the person before him with alarm. Who are you? Do you seek to replace me and infiltrate the Hyuga clan to acquire the Byakugan? Where did your Byakugan originate? Niji's shock stemmed from the fact that this individual had released the chakra restrictions within him. Yet, he found himself unable to perceive any traces of the transformation technique with his Byakugan. This was terrifying. The Byakugan could typically discern situations from thousands of meters away and even resist the Uchiha's Jinjutsu. Yet, at this moment, he could not even see through a mere E-rank substitution technique. Replace you? Indeed. As for your inquiry regarding acquiring the Hyuga's Byakugan, my ambitions are far grander. I aim to bring the entire Hyuga clan to its knees. And as for the origin of my Byakugan, it is simply a part of me. Niji expressed his dissatisfaction with his current form. Although his strength was nearing that of a Chunin, he still felt woefully inadequate. Do you require my assistance to seal him within you? Niji shook his head. I do not need it. He focused intently on Niji, and soon, the bones in his body began to expand and grow. Niji stood frozen, watching as the bones pierced through his skin and emerged from his body. The fusion of the corpse bone path and bloodline had begun. Chapter 103, Niji's Rampage. Mingren silently observed as the bones from Niji entered Niji's body one by one. It was undeniable that this technique was far more formidable than his own Jinchuriki sealing method. The only regrettable aspect was that this technique could only be utilized by the Kagaya clan and the Hyuga clan. The fundamental principle relied on the merging of bloodlines that were highly compatible, allowing not only for a doubling of physical power, but also for the sharing of memories and consciousness. Of course, this sharing presupposed a balance in strength. In the current scenario, Niji could freely browse through and utilize Niji's memories and abilities, while Niji could only passively accept. As descendants of the Otsutsuki clan, the Byakugan possessed an undeniable might. Unlike the Uchiha Sharingan, the Byakugan was innate, and even the awakening of the Rinnegan was less complex than that of the Sharingan. They merely required a small sample of Otsutsuki cells to rapidly evolve their eyes into Rinnegan. After receiving the Otsutsuki cells bestowed by the Emperor, 2 elders from the Hyuga clan also awakened the Rinnegan. Subsequently, Hinata and Hanabi Hyuga, through diligent study, managed to master the corpse bone path, which was second only to the Shikatsumiyaku. While researching the combination of the corpse bone path and the Byakugan based on the circumstances of the Moon's Otsutsuki clan, they discovered that when the bloodlines were closely aligned, the corpse bone path could facilitate a merging of the 2 individuals. Once merged, the results were far beyond mere addition. In addition to sharing knowledge and memories, their power would ascend to new heights. As a powerful prodigy of the Hyuga clan, Niji had yet to awaken the Rinnegan, but he had already mastered the corpse bone path. At this moment, he had connected with Niji, who felt as though his marrow and blood had transformed into a part of Niji's body. Overwhelmed by fear, he helplessly watched as his vision merged with Niji's, granting him a first-person perspective akin to watching a film. He could see, but he could not act. All right, Mingrun, let us depart. Niji spoke, initially with overlapping voices. But soon his tone fully morphed into Niji's. Although their voices were fundamentally similar, it now leaned distinctly toward Niji's. From this point forward, I am Niji Hyuga. Mingrun nodded and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, propelling them away from the Hyuga clan. Throughout the journey, Niji meticulously absorbed Niji's memories. Niji felt a profound discomfort. As if he possessed no privacy, Niji could invade his memories at will. This sensation was unbearable, yet he found himself incapable of conveying even a single thought. Noticing Niji's increasingly grim expression, Mingrun could not help but inquire, "What troubles you, Niji? Is something amiss?" Niji nodded gravely. "My father in this world has passed away." Mingrun's face paled in shock. "What? Predecessor Hayashi has died? That's absurd. He was truly of Six Paths caliber. How could this happen?" Seeing Mingrun's expression, Niji realized he had not provided enough information. The Hyuga clan in this world is unaware of the existence of the Rinnegan. My father and uncle were merely of average Kage-level strength, perhaps barely at that. My father's variant was targeted due to the invasion of another ninja village, and my uncle from the Hayashi line killed the enemy ninjas. The opposing village coerced our village, demanding we surrender the Byakugan and my uncle's corpse. My father's variant took the blame. Niji's words were laden with disappointment. With such a powerful bloodline limit, their strength was so lacking. They were reduced to the point of being restrained by a mere village, forced to die on command. Ridiculous. Not only that, but they had failed to master the corpsebone path. Their Byakugan could only be used for sight. As he browsed through Niji's memories regarding the Hyuga clan's information, Niji could not help but shake his head. Fortunately, his two younger sisters, Hinata and Hanabi, were still alive, although Hanabi had been born later. Caged birds? Niji found a description of caged birds in Niji's memories. Caged birds? Sacrificing the branch family to elevate the main family? How laughable. What kind of foolish mind conceived such a method to exacerbate family conflict? How splendid. To prevent the loss of the Byakugan, they established caged birds, only to surrender the Byakugan at the behest of the village? Truly courageous. A pack of worthless trash. Were the Hyuga clan not like the Uchiha, who relied on emotions to activate their eyes? Mingrun believed that at this moment, Niji would undoubtedly awaken the Rinnegan. From his childhood to adulthood, he had always perceived Ningxi as a composed and gentle individual, polite to elders, courteous to peers, and tender towards juniors. Yet, at this moment, for the first time, he witnessed a tempestuous side of Ningxi. "Ningxi, are you all right? What on earth has happened?" If not for the absence of bloodshot veins in Ningxi's wide eyes, Mingrun would surely be taken aback by the sight before him. Ningxi's gaze turned towards Mingrun, and his voice bore a hint of anguish. "I no longer wish to remain within this world of the Hyuga clan." Mingrun paused, concern etching his features as he looked at Ningxi. "What is wrong, Ningxi? What has transpired?" Ningxi shook his head dismissively. "It's nothing. I have merely gained a renewed perspective on this world. Tell me, Mingrun, if I were to annihilate the entire Hyuga clan, leaving only my two younger sisters, what punishment would await me upon returning to the empire and my clan?" Mingrun halted, worry flooding his eyes as he regarded Ningxi, who seemed on the verge of losing control. "Ningxi, calm down. While I am unaware of the specifics, your situation is far better than Zhuju's, is it not? At the very least, you still have your family." Ningxi shot Mingrun a disdainful glare. "I would rather they all perish. That calmness. Leave them to the empire or let your Hyuga clan deal with them. At the very least, they could serve as breeding machines, considering the empire's current shortage of people." Ningxi continued to shake his head. "They do not deserve offspring or a bloodline." Mingrun felt overwhelmed. What is happening? Does the Byakugan's Kekkei Genkai also have side effects that lead to emotional instability? I have never heard of such in the empire. After Mingrun's repeated urgings, Ningxi chose to spare them their lives. However, while death could be avoided, he resolved to instill a small measure of fear in the Hyuga clan of this world. Chapter 104. Experience the pain of separation. Within the Hyuga clan, Ningxi had appeared in the training ground. He surveyed his surroundings, noting the emptiness, devoid of any figures. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Anger and dissatisfaction marred his expression. A bunch of feeble fools. How can they still be so complacent? Ningxi narrowed his eyes. "Hey, you worthless beings within. The Hyuga clan is far too weak, he shouted into the air. At that moment, Niji within Ningxi suddenly felt capable of expressing his thoughts. What? Weak? Are you joking? Although I do not know who you are, I can assure you that our Hyuga clan is among the strongest in Konoha, Niji retorted passionately, feeling justified to criticize his clan because he, an exceptional genius, had been caged like a bird, but others had no right to do so. Though being caged is somewhat unreasonable, our Hyuga clan is not as weak as you imagine, he continued, attempting to salvage some dignity for the Hyuga clan. However, Ningxi merely scoffed at Niji's words, dismissing them as nonsense, for he did not recognize the strength of the Hyuga clan. Caged birds? Caged birds still have hierarchy. Yet they are reluctant to even share ninjutsu with you. How laughable. I initially thought you were intelligent, but it turns out you are merely a group of arrogant trash. Still trying to argue? I hail from the Hyuga clan as well. How could I not know how weak you are? Ningxi shook his head in disappointment. His eyes filled with disdain and contempt. Poor little frog in a well. He taunted, his tone rife with derision towards the Hyuga clan before him. Did the family members not recognize the flaws of the caged bird system? They were aware, but to put it bluntly, the dignity and power they could not attain in the village were realized within the caged bird and above the branch families. Power. At the core, their greed was for power, not for the family. He took a deep breath, calming his emotions. You need not argue any further. Allow me to show you the Hyuga clan of my world. Ningxi opened a portion of his memories for Niji to see. Soon, Niji began to smile foolishly. Jinjutsu. Jinjutsu. I never expected you to be skilled in Jinjutsu. Ningxi felt utterly hopeless regarding his transformation. Within the Hyuga clan, Ningxi had stepped into the main hall. The surroundings exuded an ancient and solemn ambience, reflecting the weight of time. The architecture bore no trace of the technological feel of the empire. Most were traditional wooden structures, revealing the marks of time and the sediment of history. The roofs of these ancient houses were covered with thick tiles, and the walls were constructed from sturdy wooden panels, imparting a sense of solidity and stability. Ningxi walked along the stone pathway, the crisp sound of his footsteps echoing. The trees lining the path were lush and verdant, their branches forming a green canopy. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves. The people of the clan busily traversed the area, dressed in traditional Japanese attire. Their movements elegant and practiced, each gesture reflecting the unique cultural heritage